Jiang Qing was so terrified that he could barely get the words out after suddenly coming face to face with a demonic beast charging straight at him. Just as the beast focused all its attention on Xing Yu, a chant suddenly echoed through the air. In the beginning of chaos, before heaven and earth were divided, I offer my bloodline as the vessel and summon a soul from the endless void. With blood as the sacrifice and words as the contract, obey my command. Flame Lion, enter the battle. The chant ended, the demonic beast collapsed instantly, and the fight was over in a heartbeat. The sudden turn of events left Xing Yu feeling like he was dreaming, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. But when he looked again, only ruins remained before him. The savage beast was gone, and standing there instead was Ru Yan, the headmaster of Qinglong Academy, beside a massive flame lion. She gently apologized for dragging him into the trouble. She also expressed her regret over the damage to his house. Ru Yan promised Qinglong Academy would take full responsibility for everything. She assured Xing Yu that he would be fully compensated. After speaking, Ru Yan smiled, handed him her card, and left with the beast tamers. Watching the person who had just saved his life walk away, Xing Yu could only smile with admiration and regret. In this era, everyone dreamed of becoming a beast tamer, but he could not even afford his first beast. His dream of joining the National Beast Tamer Tournament and protecting others felt impossibly far away. Just then, a husky suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It calmly walked over and placed a paw on Xing Yu. It even happily licked his face, leaving Xing Yu completely stunned. He guessed it had followed the giant dragon here, and wondered if it might actually be a tamed beast. Xing Yu suddenly remembered seeing this breed in a book. It was the Gale Hound, a species with an extremely weak bloodline that required almost no spiritual energy to raise. Maybe he could actually afford to keep it. If so, this would finally be his first beast. The only problem was that the National Beast Tamer Tournament was just 3 days away. Such little time made Xing Yu doubt whether he could make it in time. Even so, he decided to keep and raise the Gale Hound. The next morning, Xing Yu carried it to a shop that specialized in trading demonic beasts. He told it that staying with him would never lead to a good future. But deep down, he thought it deserved an owner who could truly take care of it. This little guy really had an unbelievable appetite. In just one night, it finished an entire week's worth of Xing Yu's food. At that moment, the shop owner opened the door, frowned at Xing Yu, and demanded to know why he had been standing there since dawn. Xing Yu hesitantly asked if the shop wanted to buy the beast. After one glance, the owner immediately shook his head, saying the Gale Hound had a low-grade bloodline with no evolution path, so nobody would waste money on it before chasing him away. Hearing those words, the Gale Hound sadly buried itself deeper into Xing Yu's arms and quietly trembled. Xing Yu could only reply that if he did not want it, there was no need to be so harsh. Right then, a strange information panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. It showed Gale Hound, beginner level 1, loyalty 59, low bloodline, while also revealing a hidden Lightning Eye bloodline with epic potential and a concealed talent. The system explained that the Lightning Eye talent dealt true armor-piercing damage and revealed a secret evolution path from Gale Hound to Lightning Eye Gale Wolf, then Lightning Eye Nether Wolf, and finally Divine Prison Yama Wolf. Xing Yu froze in shock, thinking he was seeing things, but he quickly realized this was a system. Even after rubbing his eyes again, the panel still floated above the Gale Hound's head. He was stunned because everyone believed this species could never evolve. Meanwhile, the shop owner kept waving his broom and trying to chase Xing Yu away. Xing Yu suddenly realized he seemed to be the only one who could see the mysterious panel. While he was still confused, a familiar voice called Xiao Xing Yu by name and brought up how he had planned to quit the national tournament because he had no beast. The newcomer was Su Zhe, the son of the richest family in Qingfeng City, and also Xing Yu's former classmate. He walked over, looked at the Gale Hound, and smiled with open mockery. So Lina was telling the truth. You really are giving up on the tournament. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Xing Yu asked about Lina in surprise, but Su Zhe only smiled coldly and asked if he still did not know. He proudly declared that Lina was with him now and was no longer Xing Yu's girlfriend. At that moment, Lina walked over, wrapped her arm around him, and asked where he had gone. He simply smiled and said he was greeting her old acquaintance. They no longer had anything to do with each other, while secretly looking down on the worthless Gale Hound in his arms. Jiang Lena, do not forget that when you had nothing, I was the one who helped you. Stay with that rich guy for the rest of your life. But let us make one thing clear. I was the one who ended our relationship. After saying that, Xing Yu turned and walked away without hesitation. His attitude enraged Su Zhe, who shouted that he would crush Xing Yu at the national tournament. Lina quickly calmed him down and mocked Xing Yu, saying breaking up was the right choice, because all he had was a useless Gale Hound. Hearing those words only strengthened Xing Yu's determination. He refused to believe the Gale Hound was a worthless beast. Time would prove where their futures would truly lead. 3 days passed, and Zilan Square was packed with people. The National Advanced Beast Tamer Tournament officially began. the Qingfeng City Arena started calling contestants into the field. The crucial examination had officially begun. As soon as Xing Yu appeared, the crowd burst into whispers, shocked that he had actually shown up. Some mocked him for entering just 3 days earlier, without even owning a proper beast, and daring to choose Qinglong Academy. The moment Qinglong Academy was mentioned, many were even more shocked because it ranked first among the 4 great academies. In their eyes, someone labeled as trash had no right to dream of entering that place. No matter how many rumors filled the air, Xing Yu calmly walked to the judges' table and politely announced that he was here for the examination. The Qingfeng recruitment officer for Qinglong Academy was Chen Kairen. He lazily looked up only after hearing Xing Yu speak. He wondered if this was really the only contestant from Qingfeng bold enough to apply to Qinglong Academy. He looked at Xing Yu with contempt, believing the young man was far too confident. Over the past 5 years, only 8 people from Qingfeng had dared to challenge Qinglong Academy. Not a single one had passed. Chen Kairen even boasted that if Xing Yu got accepted, he would kneel and call him father. That challenge instantly made the atmosphere tense. Xing Yu simply replied that Chen Kairen should be ready to keep his promise. Then Xing Yu turned to Chen Kairen and asked to begin the examination. Chen Kairen reminded him that Qinglong Academy had extremely strict standards, yet Xing Yu refused to change his choice. That meant failing Qinglong Academy would also cost him the chance to enter any other Beast Tamer Academy. But Xing Yu still insisted on continuing. Seeing his determination, Chen Kairen said nothing more, announced the first test of spiritual power, and pointed toward the testing orb. Xing Yu immediately stepped forward and placed his hand on the orb. The first reading was only 316 spiritual power. Many people instantly laughed, convinced that score was nowhere near enough for Qinglong Academy. Even Chen Kairen could not hide his disappointment, because he had thought he might have found a genius. Just as he was about to call the next contestant, something unexpected happened. The number on the orb suddenly jumped to 621, then climbed again to 711. It soon reached 800. Finally, it stopped at 1028. Everyone present froze in complete shock. Spiritual power was the most important foundation. It determined a beast tamer's growth potential. It was also the main standard for evaluating talent. Most importantly, it determined how many beast contracts someone could form. For every 100 points of spiritual power, a beast tamer could form 1 additional beast contract. Reaching 1028 points meant Xing Yu had the potential to become a 10-star beast tamer in the future. Throughout many decades, only a handful of people in the Long Kingdom had ever reached such a terrifying level. It seemed the Long Kingdom was about to welcome another extraordinary genius. Thinking that, Chen Kairen announced Xing Yu's score of 1028 and recalled that last year's genius Yi Ningshuang had only reached 1030. That meant Xing Yu was only 2 points behind Yi Ningshuang. Even so, some still looked down on him, saying high spiritual power meant nothing because the beast bloodline test would surely eliminate him. Chen Kairen prepared to announce the second examination. But just then, a technician hurried over and quietly reported that the testing machine had malfunctioned, and Xing Yu's real score was actually 1032. That result even surpassed Yi Ningshuang by 2 points. Chen Kairen immediately ordered the technician to keep the equipment failure secret before sending him away. Right after that, Xing Yu's beast bloodline quality test officially began. Chen Kairen asked him to summon his contracted beast, the Gale Hound. Every eye turned toward the arena. The tension in the air reached its peak. But when the beast finally appeared, everyone realized it was only a Gale Hound, leaving the entire audience stunned. A Gale Hound? Was that not the beast? With the lowest ranked bloodline? These days, nobody chose a Gale Hound as their contract beast anymore. Besides spiritual power, a beast's bloodline determined its growth limit, so every judge believed Xing Yu's Gale Hound was far too ordinary. They were about to fail him when someone suddenly shouted, "Look closely. That beast does not look like a normal Gale Hound at all." After all, this species was never supposed to have an evolution path. At that moment, Hao Feng transformed from its original form into a massive beast, and a status panel appeared. Its name was Lightning Eye Gale Wolf, beginner level 1, with an epic bloodline. It possessed the Lightning Eye talent, dual fire and wind attributes, the skills Lightning Eye Bind and Lightning Eye Roar, while its future evolution path remained unknown. What shocked everyone even more was that it could still evolve into a second stage. At that moment, everyone understood Xiao Xing Yu was anything but ordinary. Chen Kairen smiled with satisfaction before standing up to announce Xing Yu had passed every test and officially became a student of Qinglong Academy. Hearing the result, Su Jia and Lina quietly tried to leave, but Xing Yu called them back. "Where do you think you are going? Do not forget you still owe me something." Su Ji still refused to admit defeat. He even challenged Xing Yu to do something about it. Xing Yu simply glanced at Hao Feng. Understanding the signal, Hao Feng walked over and gently pinned Su Ji's head to the ground with one paw. "Are you still planning to be stubborn now? Left with no choice, Su-jae reluctantly called him father, then awkwardly joked that he did not have a son like that. Xing did not even bother responding. He recalled Hao Feng and walked away. Seeing that, Lena shamelessly ran over and brought up the more than 2 years they had spent together. She even wanted to get back with him. But Xing firmly refused and said he would never turn back. After that, he quickly left. The only thing on his mind was telling his sister that he had been accepted into Qinglong Academy. The moment he called, he heard his sister crying for help. The call was cut off immediately, giving Xing a terrible feeling, and he rushed off to find her. At the same time, a violent demonic beast was attacking the farmer's market outside Qinglong. Ri Shui held a small child tightly. The two of them hid behind a collapsed wall. She softly comforted the frightened child. But a moment later, the demonic beast moved right up to their hiding place. Its eyes were filled with savage hunger. After reaching the market, Xing immediately sensed the chaos and became even more worried about his sister. He kept asking himself where she could be. Without wasting a second, Xing pushed through the crowd, then rushed deeper into the area overrun by the beast. Just then, he saw the monster thrust its claw straight toward the wall, and Ri Shui was hiding right behind it. Without hesitation, Xing and Hao Feng charged in to save them. At that moment, the system interface appeared before him. The system reminded him that Hao Feng could use Lightning Eye Bind and Lightning Eye Roar, then asked whether to activate them. Xing immediately ordered every skill to be activated, but Hao Feng did not move at all. It simply looked back at its master, as if waiting for something. Meanwhile, the demonic beast was about to charge straight at Ri Shui. In that critical moment, Xing suddenly remembered what he had witnessed from the beast tamer who had once saved him. That person had also recited a chant before fighting. He also recalled the contract incantation recorded in Qinglong Academy's materials. With that thought, Xing decided to give it a try. He began reciting the ancient summoning chant. Let my devotion become the proof that binds our souls. Let blood be the oath and words become the seal. Then, he gave the command. Obey my order. The moment he finished, Xing shouted for Hao Feng to attack. Instantly, Lightning Eye Roar activated successfully. The devastating attack brought down the demonic beast in a single strike, leaving even Xing speechless. He could not help but marvel at the true power of a beast tamer. Then Xing suddenly remembered his sister was still ahead. He rushed over to check on her. Sis, are you hurt? Seeing Ruo Shui safe and unharmed, Xing finally sighed in relief and blamed himself for arriving too late. Then he happily told her he had passed the Qinglong Academy entrance exam. From today on, he was officially a beast tamer. He also introduced the beast he had just bonded with. It was the Gale Thunderwolf named Hao Feng. Then the siblings walked toward the fallen beast. They began checking the loot it had left behind. In the end, they found one monster core. It belonged to a beginner rank beast. It carried the poison attribute. After absorbing it, a beast gained stronger poison power, plus 5 attack and 10 EXP. The effect was small but still useful. Xing did not hesitate. He immediately let Hao Feng absorb the monster core, even though it was only a low-rank core, and its poison attribute did not match Hao Feng's abilities. It was still better than nothing. At least it would help Hao Feng evolve in the future. That night, Ruo Shui quietly watched Xing after he fell asleep. She carefully checked his condition while everything was silent. After confirming it, the star-shaped mark on Xing body was still intact. She immediately called the mysterious person on the other end. She reported that the Dragonfall curse had not weakened, and the seal of the Dragon Soul King remained completely stable. What puzzled her was that Xing could still form a beast contract, something that defied everything they knew. The person calmly replied that it might all be fate and told her to keep watching Xing closely. Ruo Shui accepted the order and promised to keep a close eye on him. Before long, the day came for Xing to leave for the academy, and many people from the market gathered to see him off. They even prepared all kinds of food for him to take along. Everyone also chipped in some money. They hoped to ease Xing burden as he began life at Qinglong Academy. Deeply moved, Xing told everyone they did not need to walk him any farther. Just then, the train speakers sounded an alert. A monster had appeared ahead, so the train might shake violently, and all passengers were told to stay alert. A while later, the system announced the train had cleared the danger zone, and everything was back to normal. Xing, Ruo Shui, and the other passengers finally relaxed. Then the train suddenly shook violently, with a massive crash. The emergency broadcast warned that 7 three-eyed giant apes had appeared ahead and were attacking. All passengers were immediately told to protect themselves. Heavy impacts quickly left deep dents across the roof of the train car. In the blink of an eye, the roof was ripped open and a monster burst inside. The terrifying sight threw the entire train car into chaos as everyone scrambled to escape. Xing immediately pulled Ruo Shui to safety and told her to stay there. When she asked what he was going to do, he stayed silent. Then he walked toward the monster alone. The beast immediately changed targets. It charged straight at Xing. But at the last second, a fox with brilliant golden fur suddenly appeared. With a single sweep of its tail, it knocked the monster's attack off course. Its owner shouted that Xing Yu was an idiot and told him to get back if he wanted to stay alive. A red-haired girl stepped in front of Xing Yu without fear. She immediately ordered her beast, Xiao Xiao, to use the Thunder Flash skill. The girl and her beast fought in perfect sync. They charged straight into battle against the monster. Her beast was a three-tailed thunder fox. It was a transcendent rank 3 beast, with epic Thunder Fox bloodline, lightning attribute, and multiple evolution paths. Besides the normal evolutions, it also had several extremely rare hidden forms. Its signature skills were Triple Tail, Thunder Burst, and Thunder Flash, combining incredible speed with devastating lightning damage. After reading all of Xiao Xiao's information, Xing Yu was secretly amazed by the Thunder Fox's potential. He also realized the girl was Qin Yanyan, the daughter of the Sky City Guild president, and knew they had been saved. Even while Qin Yanyan fought, Xing Yu kept urging everyone else to leave the train as quickly as possible. Then he suddenly noticed something strange. 3-eyed giant apes always hunted in packs, yet only one had appeared so far. The moment the thought crossed his mind, 2 more apes charged in. At that moment, Qin Yanyan was giving everything she had against the first beast. The other 2 quietly circled behind her, ready to launch a sneak attack. The situation became extremely dangerous. Right then, Xing Yu summoned Hao Feng and ordered him to use electric gaze bind to restrain all 3 monsters. Thanks to that, Qin Yanyan narrowly escaped a fatal blow. She was surprised to learn Xing Yu was also a beast tamer and sincerely thanked him. Xing Yu simply replied that anyone would have done the same. Then he looked at Xiao Xiao's status panel and noticed it was suffering from mental stress and severe fatigue. Based on the data, Xing Yu quickly concluded it was post-traumatic stress syndrome. The system also revealed the treatment: soak soul-calming flowers in hot water, combine it with lightning energy petting therapy, and absorb matching monster cores. He asked if Xiao Xiao had recently become overly excited during battles, before falling into deep depression and even showing signs of self-harm, leaving Qin Yanyan completely stunned. Since he could not reveal the status panel, Xing Yu explained that this condition was common among 3-tailed thunder foxes, and that he had read about it in a beast medical book. After hearing that, Qin Yanyan finally understood why Xiao Xiao had become less cheerful, thanked Xing Yu, and decided to begin treatment as soon as she got home. Overjoyed, Qin Yanyan slapped Xing Yu on the back so hard that he nearly fell over. Then she casually wrapped an arm around his shoulder, like they were family. She even declared that Xing Yu was now her little brother. But she never noticed that Ruo Xue was watching with an icy stare. Ruo Xue immediately walked over, hugged Xing Yu's arm and smiled. She gently but firmly declared that Xing Yu was no one else's little brother, only hers. Qin Yanran narrowed her eyes and immediately grabbed Xing Yu's other arm. Smiling confidently, she declared that from now on, Xing Yu officially belonged to the Qin family as her little brother. Neither girl would back down, and they kept pulling on Xing Yu's arms until he felt like he was about to be torn in half. A few hours later, at the central plaza of Qinglong Academy, a male instructor picked up the microphone, smiled at the new students, and welcomed everyone to the academy. He also asked everyone to patiently wait for the principal to arrive. Standing among the crowd, Xing Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to Sister Qin, he thought he could finally enroll without any more trouble. But just then, a deafening roar echoed across the entire plaza. Everyone looked up at the sky, where a young woman was riding her beast toward them. The beast slowly landed in the center of the plaza. It was a purple flame lion. The rider was none other than Principal Su Ruyan. Hearing everyone call her name, Xing Yu was stunned. He realized she was the one who had defeated the Shadow Demon Dragon, and never expected her to be the principal of Qinglong Academy. After landing, Su Ruyan took the microphone from the male instructor and addressed all the new students. She congratulated everyone before seriously emphasizing one rule that everyone must obey. No matter whether they came from noble families or ordinary backgrounds, everyone at Qinglong Academy was equal under the rules, especially rule number 8. The freshmen immediately began whispering, because no one knew what rule number 8 meant. Su Ruyan explained that whenever students had a conflict, regardless of who was right or wrong, they had to settle it in the arena, and the loser had to apologize to the winner. After hearing that, many freshmen changed expressions. Xing Yu, however, thought the rule made perfect sense because it prevented the powerful from bullying the weak and gave everyone a fair chance to prove themselves. 2 hours later, inside the classrooms, the students introduced themselves one by one. As soon as Xing Yu finished, Wu Shengxiao jumped up excitedly, pointed at him, and cheered that he could not believe they were in the same class as a celebrity. In his eyes, Xing Yu was a genius, whose spirit power was almost equal to senior student Yi Ningshuang. Standing at the podium, Chen Kairun immediately told Wu Shengxiao to sit down. Then he officially began the lesson. Even so, Wu Shengxiao turned back with a huge grin and said he would follow Boss Xing Yu from now on. Chen Kairan cleared his throat and sternly told him to be quiet. Then he wrote his name on the board, introduced himself as the class advisor, and wished everyone a great learning experience at Qinglong Academy. The first class began with Beast Taming Studies 101, starting with the basics of beast theory. According to the lesson, a beast's strength depends on two key factors. The first factor was its rank. From lowest to highest, the ranks were beginner and growth. Then came complete. Above that was transcendent, and finally beast king. The second factor was bloodline quality. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the beast spirit, allowing it to suppress weaker species. Beasts also possessed different attributes, and many of them countered each other, especially the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Metal countered wood countered earth countered water countered fire, and fire countered metal. Besides the basic attributes, there were also mutated ones like lightning and ice. The instructor only briefly mentioned the others, without giving more examples. The class continued as usual. While everyone else focused on taking notes, Xing Yu had already fallen asleep with his head on the desk. Chen Kairan angrily threw a piece of chalk that hit Xing Yu on the head and loudly called his name. He ordered Xing Yu to stand up immediately. Seeing him still half asleep, Chen Kairan scolded him and asked if he even knew his own limits before daring to sleep in class. His first question was about the weakness of the divine demon Skyfiend. He even declared that if Xing Yu could not answer, he should pack up and leave the classroom. Xing Yu calmly replied that its weak point was the venom sac beneath its abdomen. Slightly surprised, Chen Kairan immediately asked another question. This time, he asked where the frost condor crocodile usually lived. Without a second of hesitation, Xing Yu listed Frostfall Lake in southern Long Kingdom and the cold abyss beneath the Kunlun Mountains, leaving the whole class speechless. Even Chen Kairan was amazed, so he raised the difficulty again and asked what someone should do if they encountered a demon-devouring sky tiger in the wild. Xing Yu calmly answered that he would put his ID card in his mouth and lie under a shady tree. Chen Kairan froze and asked why, while the entire class stared at Xing Yu. Smiling, Xing Yu explained that the demon-devouring sky tiger was a mutated beast king monster that only beast tamers with at least 6 stars could defeat, and someone at their current level had no chance. So he would keep his ID card in his mouth to make identifying his body easier, then lie in the shade so it would decompose more slowly. After hearing that, Chen Kairan slammed the desk and declared it a perfect answer. Then he looked at Xing Yu and admitted, those questions came from the very end of the textbook. Before he could finish, Xing Yu pulled out the book and smiled, saying he had already finished everything in it. The entire class burst into groans, feeling it was far too stressful studying alongside a genius like him. Chen Kairan told everyone else to study on their own while he called Xing Yu outside. Once in the hallway, Xing Yu apologized for sleeping in class and promised not to do it again, but Chen Kairan said that was not why he had called him out. What surprised him was that Xing Yu had already mastered the entire theory section, while Xing Yu humbly credited the teacher's excellent lessons. Chen Kairan laughed and told him to stop flattering him. Since he already knew everything, he should start studying advanced material instead. Then he took out a card and handed it to Xing Yu. It was a Qinglong Academy library card, giving him free access and unlimited book borrowing. Before leaving, Chen Kairan joked that he had nothing left to teach Xing Yu. A little later, Xing Yu arrived at the academy library. He quietly found a corner and immersed himself in reading. Just then, Wang Yan barged in with a group of followers. He loudly shouted throughout the library. Wang Yan openly declared that the library belonged to him today. Then he ordered every male student to get out immediately. Knowing he was the son of Vice Principal Wang Dongsheng, no one dared resist and quickly fled. Seeing only the female students remained, Wang Yan grinned with bad intentions and told them to stay and read with him. The girls panicked and repeatedly begged him to leave them alone. Xing Yu, however, calmly stayed where he was. He casually picked up the book he was reading, then threw it straight at Wang Yan's head and coldly said he was being too loud. Caught off guard, Wang Yan roared in anger and demanded to know who had done it. One of his followers immediately pointed at Xing Yu. Xing Yu stepped in front of a female student and calmly said that bullying girls was pathetic, making Wang Yan immediately demand to know who he thought he was. A kind female student quickly told Xing Yu to leave because the other guy was the vice principal's son and no one dared offend him. Xing Yu only sneered, saying that was why he acted so arrogant, while Wang Yan smirked, thinking Xing Yu was finally scared. Wang Yan ordered Xing Yu to kneel and apologize or face the consequences. Xing Yu answered with a loud shout. Then he unleashed a brutal kick straight at Wang Yan's weak spot. The blow sent Wang Yan rolling across the ground in agony while clutching himself. His followers immediately rushed over in panic. They frantically checked on Wang Yan's condition. Enduring the pain, Wang Yan got back up, pointed at Xing Yu, and threatened him through gritted teeth. He swore Xing Yu would never walk out of the library on his own 2 feet. Wang Yan even declared out loud that Qinglong Academy was a place where he made the rules. At that moment, Su Ruyan, Chen Kairan, and another male student walked into the library and overheard everything. The dean coldly asked, since when Wang Yan had become the one calling the shots. Wang Yan instantly turned pale and cursed his luck because the dean had appeared at the worst possible moment. After hearing the full story, Su Ruyan calmly announced that both sides would settle the dispute under Academy Rule Number 8. News of the duel spread across the entire academy within moments. Students immediately flooded over to watch. Everyone was talking about Xing Yu stepping onto the arena against Wang Yan. Some were worried because Wang Yan's beast possessed a legendary bloodline. Many doubted whether Xing Yu could actually win. But Wu Shengxiao shouted, with complete confidence, that his boss would definitely be the champion. Before long, both sides arrived at the arena plaza. From the stands, Chen Kairan stared at Xing Yu. He only hoped Xing Yu would not disappoint him. The referee announced the match was about to begin, and both contestants stepped onto the stage to complete the formalities. Wang Yan looked at Xing Yu with arrogance and said he would make him regret picking this fight. Xing Yu simply smiled and replied that the one apologizing later would be Wang Yan. Wang Yan was about to lose his temper when the referee spoke. The duel officially began. Wang Yan immediately summoned his beast and loudly called out, "Bing Yan, enter the field." In the blink of an eye, Bing Yan appeared beside its master. Xing Yu did not rush to attack and first used the system to inspect his opponent. The data showed it was a life spirit leopard at initial awakening level 1 with a legendary bloodline, dual ice and wind attributes, the primordial frost talent that added freezing effects to every attack while reducing the target's movement and attack speed by 30%, and the frost break skill. The skill created an ice sphere that chased its target before exploding into a wide area attack after locking on. Its loyalty score was 72. After reading the data, Xing Yu realized this rare dual attribute beast was no joke, and his expression became much more serious. He quietly summoned his own beast and softly called, "Hei Feng." 1 second later, Hei Feng appeared before everyone's eyes. Wu Shengxiao immediately praised how cool his boss beast looked, and many male students agreed that its appearance alone completely outclassed Bing Yan. In the audience, Su Ruyan carefully observed Hei Feng with a thoughtful expression. She felt Xing Yu's beast looked like an evolved form of the Galehound, but she had never seen anything like it before. That left her completely puzzled, because the Galehound had always been considered worthless. Yet somehow Xing Yu had transformed it into something unbelievable. On the arena, hearing the crowd constantly praise Xing Yu's beast only made Wang Yan more furious as he desperately wanted to prove his strength. He vowed to crush Xing Yu in front of everyone. Without hesitation, Wang Yan ordered Bing Yan to unleash frost-rending claw straight at Hei Feng. Seeing the attack coming, Xing Yu quickly ordered Hei Feng to use Serpent Shift to dodge. At the same time, Hei Feng used its speed to close the distance. But things did not go as planned. Just as Hei Feng prepared to counterattack, Bing Yan seized the initiative first. Bing Yan suddenly accelerated at incredible speed. It circled around Hei Feng's flank. One sharp claw struck Hei Feng in the back, forcing it to retreat in pain. From the stands, Chen Kairan frowned slightly. He realized the Hellgale Wolf had the wind attribute, while Bing Yan also possessed dual ice attributes, making the elemental advantage far more significant than expected. Bing Yan pressed the advantage and unleashed a relentless barrage of claw attacks, giving Hei Feng no chance to recover. Hei Feng could only keep dodging to stay in the fight. Wang Yan burst into laughter and declared he would cripple Xing Yu's beast. Then he ordered Bing Yan to use Frost Heaven Break. Bing Yan immediately stopped chasing. It opened its mouth, gathered energy, and fired a massive ice sphere. The sphere slammed into Hei Feng's position and exploded. The freezing blast instantly encased Hei Feng in ice. In the blink of an eye, Hei Feng was trapped inside a giant block of ice. Seeing that, Wang Yan laughed proudly. He looked at Xing Yu and mocked him. In his eyes, Hei Feng would soon freeze to death inside the ice. Every eye in the arena turned toward Xing Yu. Everyone wanted to see how he would escape this situation. Unlike the worried crowd, Xing Yu simply smiled calmly. He immediately shouted, "Hei Feng, Night Shadow." The entire audience was stunned as Hei Feng turned into a cloud of black smoke and escaped the ice in an instant. Chen Kairan and Su Ruyan both frowned. They realized the beast also possessed the dark attribute, giving it 3 different elements. Meanwhile, Wang Yan stared around the arena in confusion, unable to find his opponent. He never noticed a dark shadow silently creeping up behind him beneath the ground. Seeing this, Chen Kairan and Su Ruyan immediately understood. Hei Feng had become a shadow, so the ice could no longer trap it. Bing Yan reacted quickly and rushed in front of its master. Thanks to that, Hei Feng's sneak attack was blocked, forcing it to retreat beside Xing Yu. Xing Yu smiled and told his opponent to watch their true strength with his own eyes. Hei Feng immediately unleashed Silent Claw. It vanished again and suddenly appeared beside Bing Yan, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes. The overwhelming speed left Bing Yan crying out in pain. Wang Yan shouted anxiously, desperately ordering Bing Yan to fight back. but it was useless because Silent Claw carried the dark attribute and silenced its target for 3 seconds after landing. That brief moment became the deciding opportunity. Xing Yu instantly seized the chance. He ordered He Feng to finish the battle with 9 thunder roars. The attack blasted Bing Yan flying across the arena before everyone's eyes. It lost consciousness and could no longer continue fighting. The referee stepped forward, raised Xing Yu's hand, and loudly announced Xiao Xing Yu as the winner. The arena instantly erupted with cheers as the students stood up and chanted Xing Yu's name. In sharp contrast, Wang Yan collapsed to his knees, mumbling over and over that this was impossible. Xing Yu slowly walked over to him. He reminded Wang Yan that both he and Su Ruyan had already stepped off the arena. According to their agreement, Wang Yan had to apologize, and it was time to put this ridiculous conflict to an end. Wang Yan lowered his head and stayed silent for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth in frustration. In the end, he reluctantly apologized to Xiao Xing Yu. Even after leaving the arena, Wang Yan still held a grudge and swore he would make Xing Yu pay one day. Su Ruyan smiled and praised Xing Yu. She said he was only the second student to truly impress her, and she looked forward to his performance in the freshman ranking tournament 3 days later. Xing Yu thanked her shyly and asked who the first person was. Su Ruyan calmly answered. It was the genius girl whose spiritual power had surpassed 1,000. Hearing that, Xing Yu immediately remembered the rumors from his first day at the academy and realized it was the same girl. Then Su Ruyan took out a ring and handed it to Xing Yu. She said it was the reward for winning Today's duel. The ring was a space ring, a special piece of equipment created with advanced technology. It could store many items such as food, supplements, and other essential supplies. Xing Yu was amazed to learn that this treasure could hold all kinds of items. He happily accepted the ring and thanked the dean without refusing again. He also expressed his sincere gratitude. Thinking about Ruo Shui waiting at home, Xing Yu began to worry. So he quickly left the academy. But as soon as he reached the gate, he accidentally bumped into Shen Ying. Seeing the little girl stumble from the collision, Xing Yu quickly asked if she was all right. Shen Ying shook her head and quietly said she was fine. Xing Yu knelt down, gently patted her head, reminded her to be more careful next time, and told her to head home. But just as he was about to leave, Shen Ying hugged his leg tightly and tearfully begged him to take her in because she had nowhere left to go. A short while later, the two arrived at Ruo Shue's apartment. The moment Ruo Shue saw Xing Yu with a little girl, she grabbed his ear and scolded him, thinking he had tricked a child into coming home. Xing Yu hurriedly explained that it was nothing like she imagined, but Ruo Shue was still furious. She said the evidence was right in front of her, so there was nothing left to explain. After listening to the whole story for a few minutes, Ruo Shue finally learned that Shen Ying suffered from a fear of spirit beasts. Believing she could never become a beast master, her family constantly rejected her. Unable to endure that life any longer, she ran away from home, and Xing Yu only wanted to help her overcome her fear, so he brought her back. Shen Ying hugged Ruo Sue while crying and begged to stay. In the end, Ruo Sue softened and agreed to let her live with them. However, she quickly became serious again. She told Xing Yu to remember one thing. If he ever needed to find someone, he must stay far away from the Yi family. The next morning at Qinglong Academy, Xing Yu stood in line for the test, but his mind kept replaying Ruo Shu's warning. He could not understand why she had specifically told him to avoid the Yi family. Hearing Xing Yu muttering to himself, Wu Shengyo curiously asked what he was talking about before asking about the combat role assessment that Teacher Chen had just mentioned. He asked what combat roles actually meant. He also wanted to know which role his storm butterfly would be best suited for. Seeing the two chatting during class, Chen Kairan immediately frowned and called out Wu Shengyu's name. Understanding the hint, Wu Shengyo quickly returned to his place and apologized. Chen Kairan then announced that every student would summon their beast for testing to determine the most suitable combat role. One by one, the students completed the assessment, and their results were announced on the spot. Song Hus Beast specialized in durability, so he was assigned the vanguard role. Meanwhile, Wu Shengyu Storm Butterfly excelled at wide-area water attacks, so he was assigned the mage role. Not long afterward, Chen Kairan called Xiao Xingyu's name. Xingyu immediately stepped forward. Chen Kairan began his assessment. The first test measured attack power. Moments later, the result appeared with a triple critical hit. The total damage reached an incredible 6,071. The entire class immediately erupted in shock because most of them had never even landed a 1.5 times critical hit. Even Chen Kairan could not hide his surprise. According to theory, a normal beast's ultimate attack should deal around 500 to 1,500 damage, yet the Hellgale Wolf had shattered that limit. Thinking the test was over, Xing Yu asked if he would be assigned the assassin role. But Chen Kairan immediately stopped him and said the test would continue because he wanted to see Xing Yu's true limits. The next test measured long-range attacks. He Feng used Hellfire to demonstrate its ranged combat ability. Wu Shengyu was stunned to see the attack range exceed 800 meters, and even joked that Xing Yu should become an archer. The defense test left everyone even more shocked. Even an attack from Chen Kairan's transcendent beast could not easily defeat He Feng. During the crowd control test, Xing Yu ordered He Feng to use Thunder Prison Coil. After seeing the skill, Wu Shengyo changed his mind again and said Xing Yu seemed better suited to being a mage. The final test measured support abilities, and Chen Kairan carefully observed every statistic. The simulation showed that every beast within 10 meters of the Hellgale Wolf gained 30 battle spirit, plus 10 attack and 10 movement speed. Wu Shengyu curiously asked which role Xing Yu would finally receive because he excelled at every single one. Chen Kairan raised one finger and said there was actually one special role that suited Xing Yu perfectly. It was the title of all-rounder, leaving the entire class stunned. Wu Shengyu immediately asked what that title meant. Chen Kairan explained that only beast masters, capable of mastering every combat role, could be called an all-rounder. He concluded that Xiao Xing Yu was currently the only all-rounder in the entire class. Hearing those words, Xing Yu could not hide his pride as he accepted the admiring gazes from everyone. The class kept praising him, saying Xiao Xing Yu was truly outstanding. Surrounded by compliments and admiring looks, Xing Yu could only wave his hands shyly and insist that he was not that amazing. Kairan then reminded the class not to get overconfident, because all-rounder geniuses were extremely rare, but Xing Yu was not the only one. There is still very little information about the freshman class, so for now Xiao Xing Yu is only confirmed as an all-round talent. He then introduced several outstanding students from the senior classes. The second year has Ye Shuang and Han Tianjun, while the third year has Murong Qingyang and Li Xiancheng. Qiran looked at the students and encouraged everyone to keep working hard so they could catch up with those upperclassmen. After class, Xing Yu strolled down the street alone. He planned to buy more nutrition supplies for his beast companions before the upcoming freshman ranking tournament. But before he got far, a group of people blocked his path and loudly called out Xing Yu's name. Xing Yu frowned slightly and calmly asked who they were. They immediately revealed themselves as members of the Black Tiger Guild. Wang Yan urged guild leader Lei to make a move and break one of Xing Yu's legs to teach him a lesson. After receiving the order, the group charged forward, convinced Xing Yu could only blame his bad luck for offending young Master Wang. Looking at the badges on their chests, Xing Yu realized they were all 3-star or 4-star beast tamers. He could not help asking if it was really fair for so many strong beast tamers to gang up on a own-star beast tamer. Wang Yan only sneered, openly admitting he loved bullying the weak and dared Xing Yu to do something about it. Guild leader Lei also reassured Wang Yan, saying he would deal with Xing Yu right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his beast companion, Thunder Tiger. A majestic white tiger appeared, its entire body wrapped in powerful purple lightning. Following its master's command, Thunder Tiger charged straight at Xing Yu. At that exact moment, Xing Yu summoned He Feng and sent it rushing into battle at incredible speed. He Feng opened its glowing red eyes and clamped its jaws onto Thunder Tiger's neck. In the blink of an eye, He Feng slammed Thunder Tiger to the ground. Guild leader Lei stared in shock and blamed Wang Yan for never mentioning that Xing Yu's beast companion was this powerful. He started to panic because it was only a mature stage beast companion, yet it completely overpowered his own extraordinary grade Thunder Tiger. Even so, guild leader Lei refused to back down and declared that Xing Yu would soon witness the true power of the entire guild. Right after that, every Black Tiger member summoned their beast companions. 3 fierce beast companions appeared at the same time, roaring as they surrounded Xing Yu and He Feng. Just as the tension reached its peak, a woman's voice suddenly challenged whether the Black Tiger Guild was really that capable. The newcomer's arrival left every Black Tiger member stunned. The young woman stood in front of Xing Yu with her hands on her hips and proudly introduced her Sky Vault Guild. Xing Yu turned around in surprise, while He Feng also looked toward the newcomers. Leading the group was Yanran, making Xing Yu happily call out her name. Surrounded from behind as well, the Black Tiger members immediately panicked, and guild leader Lei realized the situation had turned bad. The Sky Vault Guild ranked second in Hidden Dragon City, and even the top guild avoided provoking them. Guild leader Lei quickly changed his attitude and politely asked why Miss Qin was here. Yanran casually wrapped an arm around Xing Yu's shoulders and smiled, saying that if she had not happened to pass by, she would never have known they were trying to bully her little brother. Guild leader Lei stood there in shock because he had only known she was guild leader Qin's adopted daughter. Before he could finish, Yanran cut him off and declared that Xiao Xing Yu was the adopted brother she personally acknowledged. She then firmly announced that anyone who touched Xing Yu would be making an enemy of Qin Yani. Hearing that, guild leader Lei was left speechless and could only accept his fate. Yanran continued by warning that anyone who provoked Xing Yu was also challenging the entire Sky Vault Guild. Guild leader Lei quickly bowed and repeatedly apologized, insisting it had all been a misunderstanding. To save himself, he immediately pointed at Wang Yan and said he was the one who paid them to cause trouble for Xing Yu. Sold out on the spot, Wang Yan raised both hands in surrender and desperately begged Miss Qin to spare him. Yanran did not even bother listening and coldly told Guild Leader Lei that he should know exactly how to handle it, leaving him drenched in sweat. Guild Leader Lei immediately ordered his men to teach Wang Yan a lesson for bringing trouble to Xiao Xingyu. After returning to the Sky Vault Guild, Yanran was still upset about what had happened. She worriedly asked Xingyu why he had run into those people. Xingyu calmly explained that he had only gone out to buy nutrition supplies for his beast companions and unexpectedly ended up in trouble. Hearing that, Yanran laughed and said that if he ever needed nutrition supplies, he should just ask her, because that was the Sky Vault Guild's specialty. She even generously promised that whatever Xingyu needed in the future, she would provide all beast nutrition medicine for free. Xingyu was stunned. He never expected the guild leader to be this generous. Yanran then showed him around the guild base, starting with the training area filled with advanced equipment that helped beast companions improve their combat skills. After leaving the training area, she brought Xingyu to the Beast Tamer Lounge, complete with a game room, sauna, and many other facilities to relax after missions. Next was the meeting room on the top floor, where members gathered to discuss important mission plans. Their next stop was the medical center, fully equipped with advanced technology and a massive stockpile of medicinal supplies. Yanran proudly explained that every beast doctor there was a top expert capable of treating even the most serious injuries with modern techniques. The moment Xingyu heard about beast doctors, he grabbed Yanran's hand and asked if he could join the guild in that role, leaving her momentarily speechless. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rejected his request without hesitation. The speaker was Liang Yue, the vice-guild leader of the Sky Vault Guild. She openly questioned Xingyu's qualifications, believing someone so young could never serve as the guild's beast doctor. Yanran quickly explained that Xingyu was the one who had helped subdue the giant three-eyed ape on the train, and was also the adopted younger brother she had just accepted. Before she could say anything else, a guild member rushed in and reported that several critically injured beast companions had just arrived at the medical center. He anxiously explained that the current staff was not enough to handle the emergency. Liang Yue immediately stayed calm, ordered reinforcements from the branch guilds, and told Yanran to find more support. However, the staff member quickly interrupted, saying the situation was too critical because the beast companions were losing blood rapidly and there was no time left to wait for help. Hearing that, Xingyu stepped forward and told Liang Yue that every second counted now, so she should let him try. Inside the Sky Vault Guild Medical Center, a beast companion named Biqing was placed on a stretcher and rushed into the operating room. As the doctors pushed the stretcher, they continuously ordered the staff to prepare operating table 3 and bring the emergency blood supply immediately. Biqing's owner desperately shouted for everyone to clear the way so the treatment could begin at once. After losing so much blood, Biqing could barely move, and its breathing was becoming weaker by the second. The doctors surrounded it in an extremely tense atmosphere, while its owner could only beg them to save the beast companion. The entire medical center fell into chaos, as everyone tried to stop the bleeding first, but every method failed. One doctor helplessly admitted that conventional bleeding control techniques were completely useless in this case. Watching everything from the beginning, Xingyu's expression gradually turned serious as he carefully analyzed Biqing's condition. Lying on the advanced treatment table, Biqing trembled in pain with its eyes tightly shut, its strength nearly exhausted. The system displayed all its data. Biqing was a level 3 extraordinary beast companion, with 92 loyalty and an elite bloodline, but its life signs were rapidly declining. The wound had been caused by the Golden Needle, Poison Wasp King, whose toxic green venom prevented the injury from closing. After examining the wound, the doctors also confirmed that the Golden Needle Poison Wasp King's unique toxin was the reason the wound kept bleeding and could not heal. Xingyu looked at Biqing's owner and firmly said he had a way to stop the bleeding, as long as the owner was willing to trust him. While gently stroking Biqing in worry, the owner immediately replied that there was no other choice and begged Xingyu to save the beast companion. Xingyu quickly wrote a prescription using channeling grass and purple mist blossom, refined into 20 grams of medicine, then mixed with one extraordinary poison element monster crystal before boiling it for 5 minutes. As soon as they heard the formula, every doctor was shocked and objected because every ingredient was highly poisonous, and applying it to the wound would only make the beast companion's condition even more dangerous. Despite everyone's doubts, Xingyu stood firm. He insisted the medicine had to be applied exactly as instructed, or Biqing would certainly not survive. Biqing's owner urgently urged the doctors to stop hesitating and prepare the medicine immediately. Not long afterward, 2 doctors returned with a bottle of green liquid and reported that the medicine was ready. Xingyu skillfully put on a pair of black surgical gloves and prepared to treat the wound. He carefully took the medicine from the doctor's hand and gently opened the bottle. Xingyu slowly applied the solution to Biqing's deep wound, where green venom was still seeping out. The moment the medicine touched the wound, Biqing cried out in agony, leaving both its owner and Xingyu on edge. Just then, someone suddenly shouted that the bleeding had stopped. Everyone looked over and saw only a few drops of green fluid left. The bleeding was finally under control. After Biqing fell asleep from exhaustion, its owner hugged it tightly in relief. Xingyu smiled and asked Liang Yue if his performance was convincing enough. After witnessing everything, Liang Yue completely changed her attitude. She reached out her hand, admitted she had misjudged him, and formally invited Xingyu to join the Sky Vault Guild as a special alchemist. Xingyu gladly accepted, and the two shook hands to mark their official partnership. After returning home, Xingyu was immediately questioned by Yu Xue about why he came back so late and whether he had signed with the Sky Vault Guild. Slightly embarrassed, he honestly nodded in confirmation. Yu Xue pretended to be upset and turned away, saying he had already forgotten his real sister after getting an adopted one. Xingyu quickly insisted that would never happen. Just as the mood became awkward, Xiao Ying ran over and curiously asked what a special alchemist was. Xingyu happily explained that it was a job with a monthly salary. He excitedly announced that he would use his first paycheck to treat the whole family to dinner that weekend, making everyone cheer with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Yan lay motionless in bed with his left leg in a cast and suspended in the air. Gritting his teeth in hatred, he swore he would never let Xiao Xingyu off the hook. Lin Kang stood beside him with folded arms, looking at his son with disappointment and contempt. Wang Yan burst into tears and begged his father to help him get revenge. But Lin Kang sternly scolded him, saying that losing to someone from a small city had disgraced not only himself but also the entire family. Through his tears, Wang Yan argued that Xiao Xingyu possessed a triple attribute beast companion whose strength was far beyond anyone's expectations. Lin Kang fell silent before saying that Xingyu also had the Sky Vault Guild backing him, making open revenge almost impossible. Even so, he seemed to have another plan in mind. A sinister smile spread across Lin Kang's face as he said that if Xiao Xingyu happened to die during the Yinnan Mountain trial, no one would ever connect it to the Wang family. On the day of the trial, sunlight streamed through the trees of Yinnan Mountain beneath a clear blue sky. The instructors gathered the freshmen and announced that the entire trial would be broadcast live across social media platforms. Lin Kang held up a wristband and explained that it would record the number of monsters each student defeated. He continued by explaining the scoring system. Defeating 1 to 10 monsters earned rank C, while 11 to 30 earned rank B. Defeating 31 to 50 monsters would earn rank A. Pointing at the scoreboard, Lin Kang added that 51 to 80 monsters earned rank S, while anything above 80 received the highest S rank. One instructor suggested announcing the all-round freshman before the trial began, immediately reminding everyone of Yi Shuang's championship performance last year. Lin Kang officially announced that this year's freshman class had a total of 3 all-round talents. The first was Murong Yang from Class 1, a confident young man with platinum hair and the son of the Murong family. Next was Murong Xingxin, also from Class 1. The entire hall was shocked that one class had 2 all-round talents, with Xingxin being the beautiful pink-haired daughter of the Murong family. The final name announced was Xiao Xingyu from Class 3. The crowd was stunned, and although Xingyu became the center of attention, his thoughts were focused on the Murong family. The Dragon Kingdom's 4 greatest beast tamer families were the Mi family, the Li family, the Murong family, and the Shangguan family. Could that person really be from the Murong family? Each great family possessed its own signature beast companion and ruled over a vast territory. The scene shifted to the Azure Dragon Academy Broadcast Center, where the instructors watched the screens behind Yang Shu. Yang Shu greeted the audience with a serious expression and introduced himself as the host of this year's trial. The camera immediately turned to Niyi. She asked Vice Principal Wang how many monsters Xingyu would defeat, and he calmly replied that reaching around 50 would already be an outstanding result. Qi Ran thought for a moment, then argued that with this kid's talent, he should take down at least 80 beast monsters. Niyi smiled with confidence and said they might both be wrong, because she believed Xingyu could break Yi Ningxuang's record and create a new miracle. Outside, the weather was perfect. Yang Shu announced that every contestant had entered the trial, fully warmed up and ready to fight at full power. About 20 minutes later, he reported that Class 2 had defeated a short tail bear, pushing the total kills past 10, while Yang Yang was still worried about Xingyu. The screen kept showing fierce battles against giant beast monsters, while Sun Tianhao from Class 5 was congratulated for passing 20 kills. Suddenly, Yang Shu could not hide his shock, because only 1 hour had passed since the trial began. Murong Wuji from Class 1 had already defeated 43 beast monsters alone. The comments instantly exploded with praise for the Murong family's genius. Yang Shu explained that Murong Wuji's White Dream was the only psychic beast in the trial. Its space warp ability let it reach targets instantly while giving every attack a piercing effect. The screen showed White Dream biting tightly onto a silver stream snake. Despite its powerful regeneration, the beast monster was completely countered and met a miserable end. White Dream then raised its beak, ready to tear apart the Silver Stream snake's corpse. Yang Shuo quickly stopped it, telling Little White not to damage the body and to take only the monster core. The rankings kept changing. Xin temporarily held first place as the only female contestant in the lead group, followed by Yang Shuo and Xing Yu. The broadcast switched to her battle against a giant beast monster. After Murong Yang Shua's fight, Yang Shu introduced Murong Sin's match. Sin's beast was the bone-wing bat beast with legendary bloodline. It was also the only undead beast in this trial, making it an incredibly unique opponent. Facing her was the bloodthirsty ancient lion, a rank 2 beast monster, with epic bloodline and devastating physical critical attacks. This time, however, it had met its natural counter. The comments were flooded with cheers for Murong Sin. Yang Su excitedly said that defeating the bloodthirsty ancient lion would raise her total to 51 kills. Elsewhere, Yang Shuo looked proudly at the rankings, convinced his younger sister would become the champion. But moments later, he froze after seeing someone suddenly surpass Xin's score. The story rewound to the moment when Xin was still fighting the beast monster. Her face was tense, yet determined as she focused on her beast, charging straight at the target. Her beast unleashed a brilliant beam that looked stunning, but carried terrifying power. Xin smiled with confidence, believing victory was already hers, and another kill was secured. At that moment, Xing Yu suddenly shouted for her to call her beast back immediately, just as her beast closed in and opened its mouth for the finishing blow. Everything changed in an instant. The beast monster was suddenly pierced through the chest, blood spraying everywhere. Then an excited voice laughed. "Sorry, but this prey is mine." In the Yinnan mountain region, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xin finally met face to face, with the freshly slain bloodthirsty mad lion lying between them. Sitting on Black Wind's back, Xingyu grinned proudly and joked that she could consider this prey a gift to him. Xin stayed calm on the outside, but secretly vowed to repay Xingyu for this. At the same time, the rankings shifted once again. Yang Shu excitedly announced that an intense kill steal had just happened. Xingyu had overtaken Murong Xixin to claim first place. Right then, even more giant beast monsters appeared, including a swarm of three-eyed ants that threw the battlefield into chaos. Xingyu immediately entered combat mode, while Yang Shu kept up the live commentary, sensing the competition becoming even fiercer. Xin refused to fall behind, her eyes filled with determination. Now everyone waited to see who would claim the three-eyed ant swarm. Riding Black Wind, Xingyu ordered it to unleash Hell Entanglement, while Yang Shu continued his non-stop commentary. Black Wind spewed hellfire over the three-eyed demon ants. The blazing flames wrapped around their bodies, burning through their hard armor and dealing non-stop damage. Seeing the perfect opening, Xingyu immediately ordered Black Wind to finish the three-eyed demon ants. A raging blast of fire shot straight toward the swarm, and it looked like the battle was over. But at the last second, a wave of wind and sonic energy cut through the attack. Murong Xin had stepped in, using her bone-wing bat beast to block Black Wind's finishing blow. Seizing the chance, Xin launched the final attack and successfully wiped out the three-eyed demon ants. The beast monsters quickly dulled, leaving only a large monster core in the middle of the battlefield. Xin calmly walked over and claimed the reward right in front of Xingyu. Xingyu walked over with a helpless smile and admitted that Xin was really good at stealing kills. Their rivalry became even more intense, leaving the audience completely thrilled. According to the latest rankings, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xin were tied, with neither one officially in first place. With less than an hour left in the trial, Xingyu quickly found his next target and ordered Black Wind to move out. But before he could attack, the beast monster was already killed in the blink of an eye. The one who stole the kill again was Murong Xin, making the showdown between the two geniuses even fiercer. After losing another target, Xingyu could only stare at the corpse in frustration. Wherever he went, Xin seemed to follow just to steal his kills. Yang Shu announced that Xin's total had reached 89 kills. In just 30 minutes, she had stayed in first place by repeatedly beating Xingyu to every target. Xingyu finally complained that stealing one kill from her had been his fault, but she did not have to keep chasing him for revenge. Yang Shu wondered whether Xin could hold her lead, or if Xingyu would make a final comeback. The camera zoomed in on Xin's annoyed expression. Xingyu looked at her and confidently declared that he would stop holding back, telling Xin to get ready. Yang Su immediately pointed out that this meant Xingyu had not revealed his full strength yet. However, less than 30 minutes remained. Xingyu rode Black Wind to search for new targets in hopes of reclaiming first place. As soon as he moved, Xin chased after him. They fought over every beast monster, refusing to give an inch. Their scores kept rising and soon shattered every previous record. The chase between Xingyu and Xin had now become the most anticipated part of the broadcast. Xingyu used his advantage in the air to wipe out waves of weaker beast monsters, proudly saying that Xin would not beat him this time. On the other hand, Xin focused so much on stealing Xingyu's kills that she accidentally missed many other targets. Sitting on her beast, she angrily called him a complete lunatic. Xing Yu smiled confidently and reminded her that less than 30 seconds remained, leaving her no chance to catch up. She answered with the same two cold words, "You lunatic." Even Yang Shu believed Xing Yu would most likely become the champion, unless something unexpected happened. Hearing Xin Xin call him a lunatic again, Xing Yu jokingly asked if those were the only two words in her dictionary. Just then, an incredibly powerful aura suddenly appeared nearby. A terrifying beast monster had been hiding behind a massive boulder all along, silently watching their entire rivalry. Without warning, it roared and charged straight at Xing Yu with incredible speed. Yang Shu was left speechless after realizing it was a fully evolved rank 3 beast monster, something that should never have appeared in this trial. Realizing the danger, Xing Yu immediately jumped onto Black Wind's back to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the beast monster closed the distance, releasing overwhelming power that made the air feel frozen. Even Xing Yu was stunned by its terrifying strength. The pressure was so overwhelming that neither Xing Yu nor Black Wind could escape, and both were sent flying off the cliff. Xin Xin witnessed everything with her own eyes, and her face instantly turned pale with shock. She rushed to the edge and saw Xing Yu barely hanging onto a tree branch, while Black Wind struggled to keep him from falling. Xin Xin immediately ordered her beast to hold back the beast monster while she tried to rescue Xing Yu. She reached out her hand and shouted for him to grab it. Hanging over the cliff, Xing Yu suddenly caught sight of Wang Yan far below. The moment he recognized him, the weakened branch finally snapped under the weight. Right before Xin Xin's helpless eyes, Xing Yu plunged into the bottomless abyss, leaving her screaming in despair. The sudden accident left everyone in complete shock. Even the atmosphere at the broadcast center turned incredibly tense. Qi Ran slammed the table and jumped to her feet, asking permission to rescue the students herself. Principal Chen An immediately calmed everyone down and promised that neither Xing Yu nor Murong Xin Xin would be left in danger. The two quickly rushed out, while Qi Ran ordered the security team to activate the emergency rescue plan. Meanwhile, Lin Keng remained seated with a smug smile, convinced his plan had worked and that Xing Yu had no chance of surviving. Some time later, at the bottom of the dark canyon, sunlight filtered through the thick trees. Xing Yu slowly woke up, his entire body aching, surprised that he was still alive. Wang Yan's sinister smile flashed through his mind as he remembered seeing him hiding behind the cliff. Putting everything together, Xing Yu realized Wang Yan had tried to murder him and swore he would never let him get away with it. Suddenly, remembering Black Wind, he panicked and searched for his beast. He soon realized he was lying on Black Wind's back. Knowing his beast had protected him with its own body, Xing Yu felt deeply guilty and gently comforted it. Fortunately, as an alchemist, he always carried medicine with him. Xing Yu carefully gave the medicine to Black Wind and told it to rest so it could recover as quickly as possible. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened as storm clouds rolled in, and heavy rain began pouring down. Looking at the worsening weather, Xing Yu could only sigh that the rain had finally arrived. Not wanting Black Wind to exhaust itself any further, he recalled it into the beast space and searched for shelter alone. After searching for quite a while, he discovered a spacious cave where he could rest. Watching the rain grow heavier outside, Xing Yu sighed, unsure when he would be able to leave. Unable to contact anyone, he became even more worried, fearing everyone was desperately searching for him. Xin Xin, risking her life to save him, kept replaying in his mind, making him wonder if she was safe. In the silent cave, the sound of footsteps crushing dry branches suddenly echoed. Xing Yu immediately became alert after realizing someone else was inside. The moment he turned around, a hand shot out and grabbed him by the throat. Da Lu stared at him coldly and said that since he had discovered her secret, she had no choice but to silence him forever. As her grip tightened, Xing Yu desperately activated his ability to analyze her. Within seconds, the information appeared. Da Lu was actually a nine-tailed demon fox, a rank 1 beast emperor with the mythical bloodline of the nine-tailed fox clan. She possessed the Calamity Eye, which could petrify weaker enemies, and nine-tailed fox fire that burned souls and attacked the mind. Her attributes were beast, psychic, and fire, while her hidden evolution paths were 10-tailed Lux Celestial Fox and 10-tailed Dragon Fox. Only then did Xing Yu learn her true identity. After realizing her secret had been exposed, Da Lu was stunned that a human could recognize her true form. Unable to resist by force, Xing Yu calmly tried to persuade her that even if he knew her identity, he stood no chance against a beast emperor. But Da Lu refused to change her mind and continued trying to kill him, while Xing Yu struggled with everything he had. Barely able to speak, Xing Yu suddenly mentioned that she had been severely wounded by a pureblood dragon. Those words shocked Da Lu because her injuries flared up at that exact moment. Xing Yu instantly realized this was his chance. He immediately gathered his own magic power to create an opening. A burst of light blinded Da Lu for a brief moment, leaving her temporarily unable to see. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xing Yu quickly retreated to a safe distance. Rubbing his bruised throat, he calmly said that since he knew she was a nine-tailed demon fox, he also understood her current condition. After examining her more carefully, Xing Yu confirmed that Da Lu was critically injured and had less than 30 minutes left to live. His analysis revealed that she had been struck by a pureblood dragon. Its power had invaded her body and destroyed her heart meridians. Although Xing Yu was shocked that a pureblood dragon, believed extinct for 300 years, had appeared, he pushed that question aside, looked Da Lu in the eye, and firmly declared that he could save her. Seriously wounded and at a disadvantage, Da Lu found it impossible to trust Xing Yu. To her, he was only a one-star beastmaster. Could someone like him really save her? Da Lu understood her condition better than anyone. The wound had been inflicted by the power of a pureblood dragon, and even humanity's greatest beastmaster doctors might not be able to treat it. Contrary to her doubts, Xing Yu stayed calm and confident, insisting that saving her was well within his abilities. Even so, he prepared a backup plan. Xing Yu said he would not save her only to be silenced afterward, so Da Lu had to sign a blood contract with him. Outside, the rain kept pouring, while inside the cave, the tense atmosphere only grew heavier. Hearing that condition, Da Lu instantly unleashed her power and roared in fury. Was this brat really trying to make the emperor submit and become his beast guardian? Even under the pressure of Da Lu's violent purple energy, Xing Yu simply nodded and admitted that was exactly what he meant. Da Lu locked her blazing red eyes on Xing Yu and coldly warned that he was walking straight into death. The moment she finished speaking, Da Lu charged at him with overwhelming force, ready to crush him on the spot. Even as he struggled to breathe under her grip, Xing Yu forced out a reply. Killing him would be easy, but once he died, she would lose her only chance to survive. Da Lu gritted her teeth in frustration. Was she really about to bow before a mere human? Just then, a violent shock suddenly struck, causing Da Lu to lose focus for a brief moment. Her body went limp, and she dropped to her knees. Xing Yu quickly warned that the corrupted power had already reached her heart meridians, and if she delayed the blood contract any longer, it would be too late. Da Lu struggled inside. She refused to submit, but she also could not die with her mission still unfinished. At last, the hand gripping Xing Yu slowly loosened, leaving dark bruises across his body. After a long struggle, Da Lu finally accepted Xing Yu's condition and agreed to form the blood contract. She bit her fingertip and began reciting the ritual to complete the contract. A drop of blood fell from her fingertip as Xing Yu also began his part of the ritual. Introducing himself as Beast Tamer Xiao Xing Yu, he pressed his blood-stained finger against Da Lu's forehead. A brilliant star-shaped light instantly appeared and linked them together. Da Lu was secretly stunned and silently remembered his name. She then asked if he could finally begin treating her. Xing Yu answered that she was now his beast guardian, so he would protect her no matter what. But Da Lu suddenly blushed when she saw him starting to remove some of his clothes. Without a hint of teasing, Xing Yu picked up a dagger with a serious expression and said the treatment required one more step. He explained that without blood, he could not save her. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Yu drove the dagger into his own chest, and pain instantly spread across his face. Pointing to the wound over his heart, Xing Yu urged Da Lu to quickly drink the blood from it. Da Lu blushed so hard that she stammered in protest. How could the emperor possibly do such a thing? Ignoring her embarrassment, Xing Yu seriously explained that the blood from his heart could protect her damaged heart meridians. Realizing what he truly meant, Da Lu had no other choice. She shyly stepped closer to Xing Yu. She then followed his instructions and used Xing Yu's heart blood to stabilize and protect her heart meridians. Before long, Da Lu's complexion improved noticeably. She felt a warm power gently wrapping around her body. After the treatment was complete, Xing Yu softly said that her condition was stable for now. Since he had become her master, could she finally tell him her name? Da Lu stayed silent for a moment, before slowly answering that the emperor's name was Da Lu. She then looked at him and said that if he truly claimed to be her master, he had to answer one question. Da Lu's expression turned serious, as she demanded to know how Xing Yu recognized that her injuries came from the power of the dragon bloodline. Xing Yu had expected the question. He had already realized that Da Lu's identity was far from ordinary and was likely connected to the long-lost dragon clan. He sighed and explained that 2 months earlier, after his eyes accidentally absorbed dragon blood, his body began to change. As he spoke, Xing Yu's eyes turned golden orange. He explained that once he activated his awareness, he could see an information panel about beast guardians. In his opinion, it worked like a system. That information panel was exactly how he learned the details of Da Lu's injuries. Hearing this, Da Lu was completely shocked. Everything Xing Yu described reminded her of the legendary demon god's eye. Da Lu recalled that the demon god's eye could see every detail about magical beasts, a power passed down only through the demon god dragon bloodline. Yet Xing Yu still believed it was nothing more than an ordinary system. Da Lu never expected a human like Xiao Xing Yu to possess the demon god's eye. After a long silence, she suddenly asked who his parents really were. Seeing her lost in thought, Xing Yu asked why she had gone quiet. Although she still had many doubts, Da Lu quickly calmed herself. After all, Xing Yu was now her master. If those eyes truly were the demon god's eye, that could only benefit them. Dalu casually sat on a nearby rock, looked at Xingyu, and quietly said that he had stumbled into incredible luck this time. Folding her arms, she explained that after absorbing dragon blood, Xingyu's eyes had likely mutated and awakened into the legendary demon god's eye. Xingyu froze and asked if it was not actually a system. Dalu immediately denied it. She told him to stop imagining things, because he was not some transmigrator. That information panel was simply how the demon god's eye displayed its power. Xingyu fell into thought. If it was only the visualization ability of the demon god's eye, then why did he keep hearing a mysterious guiding voice? He immediately recalled following that mysterious voice to find an item capable of awakening a beast guardian's bloodline and changing its fate. He remembered that after the Dark Dragon attack, that same voice had guided him to the Bloodline Awakening Crystal and told him to use it on He Feng. During the Azure Dragon Academy entrance exam, Xingyu had He Feng swallow the crystal. A blazing crimson light instantly erupted and covered its entire body. The result exceeded every expectation. He Feng truly evolved into the Hellgale Wolf, allowing Xingyu to pass the academy exam with ease. The mysterious voice had appeared twice in a row, leaving Xingyu deep in thought. He wondered when it would reveal itself again. Meanwhile, near the cave entrance, a magical beast quietly watched everything, with its sharp fangs exposed, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In the blink of an eye, it lunged at them with a thunderous roar. Dalu reacted instantly and grabbed Xingyu by the collar, pulling him backward. She shouted for Xingyu to stop losing focus because the enemy had already arrived. Outside, rain continued pouring like a waterfall, making the battlefield feel even more oppressive. The moment Xingyu saw the blazing red aura around the beast, he recognized it as the lava lion tiger beast, the same monster that had knocked him into the abyss. He thought he had already escaped it, but the monster had tracked him all the way here. Without giving them time to prepare, the lava lion tiger beast launched another attack. Xingyu and Dalu barely managed to dodge the first strike. The terrifying pressure from their opponent pinned Xingyu against the cave wall, leaving him almost unable to move. Faced with that desperate situation, Xingyu believed this was truly the end. At the critical moment, purple chains of light suddenly wrapped around the lava lion tiger beast, making it scream in agony. Xingyu stared in shock. That sudden counterattack was completely beyond anything he had expected. The one who struck was Dalu. She calmly faced the beast and proudly declared that even while injured, the emperor was not someone any fool could challenge. Even under Dalu's overwhelming pressure, the lava lion tiger beast refused to retreat. It roared again and charged forward with its razor-sharp claws. A fierce battle instantly erupted, and the shockwave shook the entire cave. Although Dalu blocked the attack, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. She coldly declared that anyone who disrespected the emperor would pay the price. The moment she finished speaking, Dalu unleashed a powerful spiritual attack directly at her enemy. At the same time, she activated the Heavenly Annihilation Eye. A gigantic eye filled with the aura of destruction appeared in the sky, releasing an overwhelming pressure. Under the power of the Heavenly Annihilation Eye, the lava lion tiger beast was quickly turned to stone before shattering into countless pieces. Seeing the enemy completely destroyed, Xingyu finally let out a sigh of relief. But a moment later, he realized something was wrong with his body. Xingyu's consciousness slowly faded. Before blacking out completely, the last thing he heard was Dalu calling his name. When he awoke inside his sea of consciousness, Xingyu found himself facing a gigantic black dragon, hundreds of meters long. It looked at him and said that the demon god's eye had finally awakened. Startled by the enormous dragon, Xingyu nervously asked who was speaking to him. Only then did Xingyu realize he was sitting on the black dragon's back. Confused because he had just been with Dalu in the cave, he asked where they were and who the dragon really was. The dragon calmly replied, asking if he had forgotten the one who helped his beast guardian evolve. Hearing that, Xingyu immediately realized this was the owner of the mysterious voice that had guided him to the Bloodline Awakening Crystal. He quickly asked who the dragon really was. The black dragon slowly explained that it had awakened through the power of the dragon bloodline, but even it did not know its true origin. The moment he heard about the bloodline, Xingyu recalled the dragon blood he had absorbed and began connecting all the pieces. Before he could think further, the black dragon offered to help Xingyu reach the very peak of glory. Xingyu remained cautious and bluntly replied that someone who did not even know their own identity could hardly promise to help anyone else. Without arguing, the black dragon summoned an information panel before Xingyu. Every detail about the Gale Hound appeared, including its rank, loyalty, bloodline, talents, hidden evolution paths, and the chance to awaken lightning eyes. Only then did Xingyu realize that the so-called system had always been the power of the black dragon and the demon god's eye. The black dragon calmly explained that it could see every detail about beast guardians. As long as Xingyu answered its call with his consciousness, it would appear at once. If Xingyu followed its guidance, he would surely achieve greatness. Xingyu remained skeptical and asked what the dragon wanted in return. The black dragon replied that its only goal might be to recover its lost memories, although even it was not certain. Xing Yu then asked why it had only revealed itself now, after letting him believe it was some strange system. The black dragon explained that only after Xing Yu became strong enough could their consciousness connect steadily. Now that he had contracted 2 beast guardians, the time for them to meet had finally arrived. Standing in the endless space, Xing Yu curiously asked where they were and why he had appeared there. The black dragon explained that this was the Sea of Consciousness, where its awareness had always existed. Xing Yu could only meet it because he had fallen unconscious, but now it was time to wake up. Before leaving, Xing Yu asked if they would meet again. The black dragon simply smiled and said it had always been by his side. The moment Xing Yu opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital instead of the cave beneath the cliff, leaving him completely stunned. Outside the room stood Kai Ran and Ru Yan. The moment they saw him awake, both rushed over with worried expressions. Xing Yu politely thanked them for their concern. Sitting up in bed, Xing Yu asked why he had been brought there, when the last thing he remembered was the cave. Ru Yan explained that the rescue team had found him unconscious near the cave entrance. She then seriously asked what had happened, because the rescue team had discovered the corpse of the lava lion tiger beast, less than 100 meters away from where Xing Yu was found. Did he know anything about it? Xing Yu pretended to be confused and replied that he had already passed out, so how could he know what happened? Did the headmaster really think someone who had nearly died could defeat the lava lion tiger beast? Hearing that answer, Ru Yan began doubting her own suspicion. Perhaps she had simply overthought the situation. She immediately reassured Xing Yu that the academy would investigate everything thoroughly and give him a proper explanation. Xing Yu smiled and said he completely trusted the headmaster. Kai Ran also shared some good news. Both Xing Yu and Murong Shins had achieved outstanding results in the Yinnan Mountain assessment. Not only that, but the 2 of them had even broken the academy's record. Kai Ran told him to focus on recovering for the freshman ranking tournament at the end of the week. After giving their instructions, the 2 left the hospital room, leaving Xing Yu alone. As soon as they were gone, Dalu appeared. Xing Yu laughed and said he thought she had disappeared, only to learn she had been hiding inside the Beast Guardian badge. Dalu immediately scolded him for being so reckless. He had nearly lost all the vital blood from his heart. She herself had been badly injured and could no longer hold on, falling into a deep sleep. Thinking back to the cave, Dalu's expression turned serious. When the rescue team arrived, she did not want humans to discover her, so she quietly left. After thinking for a moment, Dalu asked if Xing Yu falling from the cliff had really been nothing more than an accident, judging from what those 2 had said. Xing Yu let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with ridicule. He insisted it was no accident, because he knew exactly who had been behind everything. Wang Yan's taunting face flashed through Xing Yu's mind. He clenched his teeth and swore he would never let him off this time. At the same time, inside Wang Yan's study, Lin Kang calmly sipped tea and read a book as if nothing had happened. The next second, Wang Yan rushed in, slammed his phone onto the table, and panicked as he announced that something huge had happened. Seeing his son lose his composure, Lin Kang frowned, set down his teacup, and scolded him for acting disgracefully. Wang Yan quickly insisted the situation was truly serious. He handed over the phone with trembling hands and revealed that Xing Yu was still alive. Wang Yan grew even more terrified. After the failed assassination, Xing Yu would surely come back for revenge, and the Sky Guild was backing him as well. Lin Kang simply adjusted his glasses and coldly replied that the accident at Yinnan Mountain had nothing to do with them. Even so, Wang Yan could not calm down. Lin Kang cut him off and said that even if Xing Yu suspected them, he had no evidence. Still shaking with fear, Wang Yan asked what they should do. Lin Kang walked to a nearby cabinet, searched through it, and said there was only one choice left. He pulled out an item, his face turned dark, and he slowly stroked it in silence. Then Lin Kang tossed the box to Wang Yan and gave a single cold order: kill Xing Yu. Meanwhile, night had fallen over the apartment complex where Xing Yu lived, and lights gradually lit up every building. Resting on his bed, Xing Yu received a phone call. He guessed the old man had secretly bought him a phone. The moment he answered, Wu Shengyo shouted excitedly from the other end. He kept congratulating Xing Yu for surviving, praised him for taking first place at Yinnan Mountain, called him his idol, and even swore to crush anyone who dared to harm him. Hearing those words, Xing Yu could not help but smile. It was clear everyone had truly been worried about him. Before Xing Yu could reply, Wu Shengyu kept talking and reminded him not to miss the upcoming freshman ranking tournament. He even hoped Xing Yu would claim first place. Xing Yu quickly cut him off and called his name. Right then, a thought suddenly crossed Xing Yu's mind. Had what happened inside the cave already been exposed? Wu Shengyu continued by saying Xing Yu probably did not know yet, because his disappearance had become the hottest topic everywhere. The academy immediately launched an emergency rescue operation, forcing many schedules to be delayed, including the freshman ranking tournament. Wu Shengyu sounded even more excited as he explained. He said this was the biggest annual tournament held by Azure Dragon Academy, exclusively for first-year students. Every contestant would be placed into groups before drawing lots to decide their opponents and match order. After several elimination rounds, the strongest 8 would advance, and the final battles would decide the top 3. The competition would directly affect every freshman's future, so the intensity was beyond imagination. Before hanging up, Wu Shengyu reminded Xingyu once again not to be late. Xingyu casually said he understood and told him to get some rest. Staring at the dark phone screen, Xingyu fell into deep thought. If he achieved a great result in this tournament, the academy would surely invest more resources into him. From what he knew, every time a Beastmaster beast used a skill, it consumed spiritual power supplied by its master. The stronger the Beastmaster beast became, the more spiritual power its skills required. Xingyu remembered Dalu's previous attack. Just one skill had completely drained his spiritual power and left him exhausted. Thinking about it, he realized academy resources would greatly speed up his spiritual power growth. That way, Dalu would no longer drain him dry every time they fought. He slowly closed his eyes and wondered if he should ask that mysterious being for help. Before reaching a decision, sleep overtook him. Inside his sea of consciousness, Xingyu once again appeared within an endless darkness. Countless glowing red eyes surrounded him and stared in silence. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out behind him and scattered the darkness. The sight before him left Xingyu stunned. Standing before him was a gigantic blood-red demon god's eye. It locked onto Xingyu and spoke in a cold voice. The demon god's eye asked him directly if he wanted to take a shortcut. Xingyu scratched his head with an awkward smile and replied that with its help, there was no reason to refuse such a great opportunity. After a long silence, the demon god let out a quiet sigh and agreed. As long as Xingyu helped recover its lost memories, it would give him its full support. Xingyu immediately accepted and said they would work together for mutual benefit. The demon god explained that entering the sea of consciousness through meditation was slow and dangerous, so it would create a game-like system based on human games, complete with information lookup, status analysis, and a shop. As soon as it finished speaking, a full interface appeared before Xingyu. It explained that from now on, Xingyu could use this interface to exchange for the items he needed. However, to keep him from enjoying the rewards while forgetting the memory recovery mission, the system would assign random quests. Only by completing them could he earn points and rewards. Seeing the huge collection of items, Xingyu instantly became excited. Filled with excitement, he browsed the shop and immediately chose the Dragon Spirit Pill. The item description quickly appeared. The Dragon Spirit Pill could instantly boost the user's spiritual power by 10 times, but the effect lasted only 5 minutes. After that, all the extra power disappeared, leaving the user in a weakened state. Just as Xingyu confirmed the purchase, the demon god's voice warned him. The Dragon Spirit Pill was incredibly useful, but its side effects were just as severe, so it had to be used with great care. This one was a welcome gift. If he wanted anything else later, he would have to earn it himself. The demon god added that he only needed to recite the words, "Beastmaster breaks the void" in his mind, and the system would appear automatically. It also needed time to recover, so unless something important happened, Xingyu should not disturb it. Xingyu nodded seriously, promised not to bother it again, and willingly left the sea of consciousness. The demon god's eye smiled faintly. Its gaze carried both hope and a desire to test him. It believed Xingyu would not disappoint it. Even after watching him disappear, its eyes remained filled with unspoken thoughts. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the windows of Xingyu's apartment. As he prepared to leave, he called out that he was heading to school. At the door, Xingyu turned back to look at the two people seeing him off. Yu Shui still looked worried and reminded him not to overwork himself after just recovering. Shimeng gently told him to stay safe. Xingyu smiled, said he understood, and urged them to go back inside. On the way to the academy, Xingyu remembered that today was the freshman ranking tournament. He also wondered whether Wu Shengyu had already arrived. As he walked toward the academy, Xingyu happened to notice a poster on the roadside. Something about it felt strange, so he stopped to examine it more closely and frowned in confusion. It turned out to be a wanted poster featuring Dalu, with a notice stating that the 9th-ranked Fox Emperor was being hunted. Not wanting to attract attention, Xingyu immediately slipped into a deserted alley. Once there, he summoned Dalu. Xingyu pressed her against the wall and questioned her sternly. His eyes were filled with disappointment, as he demanded to know what she had been hiding from him. He held the wanted poster in front of Dalu and asked why she had never mentioned that the royal family was hunting her. Dalu simply sighed, avoided his gaze, and said she had not meant to hide it. He had just never asked. The more Xingyu listened, the angrier he became. Pointing at the poster, he said this was serious enough for the royal family to issue a direct arrest order, yet she had stayed silent. Dalu only shrugged, remaining completely calm. She said that if Xingyu regretted making the contract, he could hand her over to the royal family and collect the reward. Hearing that, Xingyu could only sigh. His voice softened as he said they were now Beastmaster and Beast, so he hoped she would never hide anything from him again. Seeing that Xingyu remained calm and patient, Dalu froze for a moment, and a trace of guilt rose in her heart. After a few seconds of silence, she nodded and agreed to tell him the truth. Da Lu's expression became extremely serious. She explained that Xiangguanlan had offered an enormous bounty because he wanted the item in her possession. As she spoke, she opened her palm and revealed a glowing purple crystal sphere. Xingyu stared at the mysterious treasure. Its strange aura sparked his curiosity, and he immediately asked what it really was. Da Lu slowly answered that it was one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Dragon Clan. The purple sphere continued to radiate a mysterious light. She began explaining the 3 legendary treasures passed down by the Dragon Clan. The first was the reverse scale sword. The second was the Dragon King Pearl, and the third was the Dragon's Tear. The first 2 were divine weapons focused on offense, powerful enough to unleash world-shattering destruction on the battlefield. But the Dragon's Tears were completely different. They had no attack power, and were formed from the tears of a pure-blood ancient dragon. Da Lu went on to explain that if its full power was unleashed, this treasure could reverse time and send its user back to the past. Hearing that, Xingyu froze in shock and blurted out, "Back to the past?" After calming down, he remembered something that had always bothered him. The Dragon Clan had supposedly gone extinct 300 years ago, so why had traces of them kept appearing lately? Xingyu stared at Da Lu with a serious look and asked what had really happened during the dragon-slaying war 300 years ago. The question left Da Lu visibly uneasy, as if even she could not reveal the whole truth. Just as Da Lu was about to answer, someone called Xingyu from the distance. She immediately turned back into the beast badge. Xingyu turned around and saw Yang Shuo walking over. He gave a faint smile and said he thought his sister had mistaken someone, but it really was Xingyu. Yang Shuo coldly said that since Xingyu survived this time, he had better be more careful next time. His words sounded harsh, but Xinxin knew her brother truly cared about Xingyu. Yang Shuo went on to blame him because his fall into the canyon had made his sister feel so guilty that she refused to eat for days. He said that no matter how much he tried to comfort her, Xinxin stayed locked in her room and refused every meal. She finally started eating again, after the news reported that Xingyu had returned safely, finishing several bowls of rice that very night. Before Yang Shuo could finish, Xinxin blushed and covered his mouth. She quietly told Xingyu to stay safe from now on, or she would worry so much that she could not eat again. Xingyu laughed at the siblings' concern. He promised he would not make Murongxin worry again, and suggested the 3 of them head into the academy, since the freshman ranking tournament was about to begin. Yang Shuo immediately refused, pulled Xinxin away from Xingyu, and coldly said they were not close enough to walk together. Besides, Xingyu had stolen his sister's prey during the Yinnan Mountain exam, so that debt was still unpaid. After saying that, he declared they would settle the matter sooner or later. Yang Shuo then led Xinxin straight into the academy, leaving Xingyu standing behind with a confused expression. Watching the 2 leave, Xingyu could not help wondering, if they were not close, why had Yang Shuo come over to talk to him first? When Xingyu entered Qinglong Academy, the place was already buzzing with excitement. Fireworks burst across the sky, announcing the official start of the freshman competition. The entire arena was filled with energy, as the host greeted everyone with a good morning and welcomed all the students. Zheng Zhong then announced that the annual freshman ranking tournament was officially about to begin. He instructed every freshman to draw lots to determine their opponents and match order. Following the instructions, everyone lined up and stepped forward one by one to draw from the wooden box. In one corner of the arena, Wang Mian could not hide his hatred the moment he spotted Xingyu. Seeing his rival return safely only made him even more furious. A cruel smile flashed across Wang Mian's face. Remembering the beast-shaped item his father had given him, he secretly believed today would be Xingyu's last day. Right then, the host called Wang Mian up to draw his lot, and he calmly walked forward. As soon as Wang Mian appeared, people nearby immediately started talking. Someone recognized him as Vice Dean Wang's son. Another person brought up how he had once abused his status to harass a female student in the library. They even recalled his humiliating defeat against Xingyu in their previous arena match. Hearing all the whispers, Wang Mian's face grew darker with rage. Someone even mocked him as the shame of Qinglong Academy. Wang Mian clenched the lot in his hand, forced a sinister smile, and blamed every insult on Xingyu. When he opened the lot, he saw that match 7 of the first round would pit him against Xingyu. He was thrilled, believing he had finally found the perfect chance for revenge, and planned to repay everything 100-fold. When the bracket appeared, the entire audience erupted. Many were shocked that 2 longtime enemies would meet in the very first round. Thinking about the trick he had secretly prepared inside the drawing box, Wang Mian became even more pleased with himself. He silently swore that he would not disappoint his father. Wearing a confident smile, Wang Mian slowly walked toward the arena. He glared at Xingyu as if he wanted to devour him alive, and loudly declared that he would personally cripple Xingyu's beast companion. Go ahead and try. Both of them stepped onto the arena at the same time, facing each other as the tension reached its peak, waiting for the battle to begin. A strong wind swept across the arena, but Xingyu calmly walked forward with steady steps and unwavering confidence. In the stands, young Shuo curiously asked his sister why she kept staring at Xing Yu. She replied by asking if he had noticed anything unusual. Yang Shuo looked confused and had no idea what she meant. She calmly explained that ever since Xing Yu returned from the canyon, his aura had become far stronger than before. Ru Yan noticed the same change and wondered what Xing Yu had gone through in just a few short days. The crowd's attention quickly returned to the arena as Yang Shu raised the flag and announced the opening match between Xing Yu and Wang Mian. He slammed the flag down and loudly declared the battle had begun. The moment the signal was given, Wang Mian quickly leaped backward, creating distance while staying on full alert. Xing Yu also adjusted his position, choosing a defensive stance as he carefully observed his opponent. Neither side rushed to attack. Without hesitation, Xing Yu summoned He Feng. The wolf appeared instantly, ready to charge into battle. Wang Mian also summoned Bing Mian, a leopard covered in shimmering ice, making it clear he was determined to defeat Xing Yu. The electronic screen immediately displayed both beast companions. He Feng was the lightning-eyed swift wind wolf, initial rank level 1, epic bloodline, with the lightning eye blaze talent that pierced armor and dealt direct damage, possessing wind and fire attributes. Bing Mian was the six-clawed skybreaker leopard, also initial rank level 1, but with a legendary bloodline. Its mystic ice eyes talent added a freezing effect to every attack, reducing the target's movement and attack speed by 30% with ice and wind attributes. Yang Shu also explained these stats to the audience. At that moment, Xin Xin's expression suddenly turned serious. She felt something was very unusual about He Feng, not its appearance but the aura it released. The screen still listed He Feng as a level 1 initial rank, lightning-eyed swift windwolf with an epic bloodline. Even so, the more Xin Xin watched, the more suspicious she became. In her eyes, He Feng's presence was far beyond that of a level 1 beast companion. Still, she knew the testing equipment rarely made mistakes, so she reluctantly accepted the displayed result. Resting her chin on her hand, Xin Xin kept turning countless questions over in her mind. Then a theory suddenly crossed her mind. Maybe Xing Yu was deliberately suppressing He Feng's level so it could break through during the tournament. On the arena, Bing Mian wasted no time and lunged forward with its razor-sharp claws. Thanks to its superior speed, He Feng easily dodged and quickly shifted to another position. Refusing to give up, Bing Mian unleashed its full strength and fired a massive block of ice straight at its opponent. He Feng instantly activated its power. Dark shadows appeared, blocked the attack, and shattered the giant ice block in midair. The freezing aura from Bing Mian continued spreading until it covered the entire battlefield. Everyone in the audience could clearly feel the biting cold and instinctively shivered as they watched the fight. After the clash, the dark shadows slowly faded, and He Feng vanished from sight, making Bing Mian believe it had gained the upper hand. But right behind it, He Feng silently appeared with blazing red eyes filled with killing intent. Without wasting the opportunity, He Feng unleashed lightning prison wolf howl, blasting the ground apart and launching Bing Mian high into the air. Seeing Bing Mian get sent flying without even a chance to react left many spectators stunned. The atmosphere in the stands grew even tenser as the audience watched so intently that sweat began rolling down their faces. The battle kept shifting back and forth, one moment freezing cold and the next exploding with fiery collisions, making the commentator even more excited. A special mark appeared on the back of Xing Yu's hand, signaling that he was about to unleash a new darkness type skill. The commentator excitedly announced that Xing Yu had temporarily seized the advantage through the power of darkness. A gigantic shadow appeared behind He Feng, and its overwhelming pressure placed enormous stress on the opponent. He Feng immediately delivered a devastating slap straight into Bing Mian. The sheer force of the attack alone was enough to leave the audience speechless. The crowd instantly erupted in cheers as Bing Mian was left dazed, its skill interrupted, while some even mocked both the beast and its master. Those insults made Wang Mian grind his teeth in fury as he roared that he would never repeat the same mistake again. The moment he finished speaking, Wang Mian ordered Bing Mian to launch a full-force counterattack. Following the command, Bing Mian opened its mouth, revealing a blue crystal hidden deep inside. Without hesitation, it crushed the crystal with one bite. In an instant, Bing Mian's body began to transform, leaving everyone stunned. The icy spikes covering its body rapidly grew longer. Its claws and limbs became much larger and far more powerful. Its appearance and aura changed completely, and Bing Mian's eyes became even more ferocious. It threw back its head with a mighty roar as countless ice pillars erupted, forming a solid barrier around its body. Xing Yu frowned at the strange transformation and immediately activated the demon god's eye to uncover the truth. Through its vision, he discovered a strange red aura surrounding Bing Mian, a clear sign that it had used a forbidden drug to forcefully boost its strength. Without hesitation, Xing Yu exposed Wang Mian's actions, but Wang Mian showed no intention of denying it and coldly told him to mind his own business. Right after that, Wang Mian ordered Bing Mian to unleash Iceblade Storm. Empowered by the forbidden boost, Bing Mian charged forward and fired countless razor-sharp ice blades at He Feng. The relentless assault gave He Feng no chance to dodge. It was struck again and again as injuries quickly piled up. Seeing his partner at a disadvantage, Xing Yu kept encouraging He Feng, urging it to keep fighting. Unlike Xing Yu's concern, Wang Mian was overflowing with confidence. He burst into laughter and ordered Bing Mian to use Ice Spike. Bing Mian gathered countless shards of ice into a massive block that floated directly above He Feng. The giant ice mass kept growing larger, and its pressure became more terrifying by the second. Once enough power had been gathered, Bing Mian slammed the enormous block straight down. He Feng had already been pinned to the ground by countless ice spikes and had no way to escape. Watching the battle turn around, the audience was stunned, and many believed Xing Yu was on the verge of defeat. Wang Mian grew even more arrogant, loudly mocking that his previous loss had only been a careless mistake, and that this was his true strength. In the stands, Lin Kang remarked to Ru Yan that Wang Mian's talent had never been inferior to Xing Yu's, but she barely listened and kept her eyes fixed on the battle. Ru Yan's face darkened with disgust. Seeing the six-clawed skybreaker leopard become unnaturally stronger, she was certain someone had manipulated the situation behind the scenes and openly looked down on Wang Mian and his father. Back on the battlefield, He Feng was in a desperate situation. The referee judged that Xing Yu was also in serious trouble. If the fight continued, the Hell-Swift Wind Wolf might not only lose but also suffer permanent injuries. Everyone watched every second of the battle. Even Yang Shu was shocked. Had the outcome already been decided? Did Xing Yu still have any chance to turn the tide? Across the arena, every spectator was on edge as the battle reached its climax. Seeing his opponent grow careless, Xing Yu simply smiled. He thought to himself that the hundreds of magical beasts He Feng had hunted in Yinnan Mountain were no weak prey. Xing Yu immediately pointed at Wang Mian and gave He Feng a command. In an instant, He Feng regained its fighting spirit and prepared to strike back. The moment Xing Yu shouted Hellfire Lotus, He Feng shattered the ice, imprisoning it. A blazing lotus woven from raging flames bloomed beneath its feet. Realizing the battle had suddenly turned, Wang Mian panicked and desperately ordered Bing Mian to retreat. But He Feng closed the distance at incredible speed, and the overwhelming heat made escape impossible. He Feng stopped in the center of the arena, lowered its head, and took a deep breath as blazing red flames rapidly gathered inside its mouth. A gigantic flaming lotus erupted from its mouth, carrying overwhelming destructive power that stunned everyone present. Kairan nodded in satisfaction and declared that this was the fire element battle skill, Hellfire Lotus. Even Ru Yan could not hide her surprise. A battle skill that normally required a fully mature beast companion had appeared before their eyes. Xing Yu's future was clearly limitless, and even Lin Kang was shocked by his incredible growth. A chilling thought surfaced in Lin Kang's mind. If he did not eliminate Xing Yu soon, there might never be another chance. The blazing lotus continued chasing Bing Mian, sending wave after wave of scorching heat across the arena and leaving the audience speechless. Only then did everyone realize that Xing Yu had truly mastered a battle skill meant for a fully mature beast companion. A gigantic Hellfire Lotus descended from above Bing Mian's head. The referee explained that although the Hell-Swift Wind Wolf was still only at the initial rank, it had already comprehended a high-level skill far beyond its current stage. Yang Shu declared that if Xing Yu kept growing like this, he could even surpass Yu Xining. At the final moment, Xing Yu unleashed the full power of Hellfire Lotus to finish the fight. As soon as the words fell, Hao Feng launched the decisive strike and defeated Bing Mian on the arena. This was Hao Feng's finishing blow against Bing Mian. Hao Feng claimed a complete victory. The entire arena fell silent as everyone waited for the referee's final decision. Yang Shu broke the silence and excitedly announced the winner. The winner was Xing Yu. He pointed toward the young man and loudly declared the result, while Xing Yu smiled with complete satisfaction. The students erupted in cheers. Everyone admitted Xing Yu was a true monster, and Hellfire Lotus was terrifying beyond belief. Right then, the electronic display suddenly updated. Everyone looked toward the screen as the Hellgale Wolf's stats had changed. Hao Feng's rank appeared on the screen, jumping from rank 1 straight to rank 3 after just one battle. Wang Yan was completely shattered, unable to accept this outcome. Yang Shu emotionally declared that Xing Yu had just created an unprecedented record. He continued that since Qinglong Academy began its freshman ranking tournament, this was the first time a beast companion had advanced 2 ranks on the arena, and the one who achieved this miracle was Xing Yu. Hearing that, both Xing Yu and Hao Feng smiled happily. On the arena, Bing Mian lay defeated under Wang Yan's desperate gaze, while Hao Feng let out a proud and excited roar. He immediately ran back to Xing Yu, smiling. Xing Yu patted his partner's head and praised him. "Hao Feng, you did an amazing job." Xing Yu suddenly remembered when Hao Feng hunted dozens of demonic beasts in Yinnan Mountain, then survived deadly battles against Rongnan and Hu Shou, finally reaching the edge of a breakthrough. Those past battles flashed through his mind. The ice skill of the six-clawed rift leopard had pushed Hao Feng to his limit, leading to his incredible transformation. While lost in thought, Xingyu suddenly heard an argument erupt in the stands. Ru Yan firmly declared that every accusation needed solid evidence. Xingyu frowned slightly as an uneasy feeling rose inside him. He wondered what Lin Kang was planning this time. He immediately walked over to check. Lin Kang angrily claimed that tournament rules required stopping in time, yet Xingyu kept attacking even after the six-clawed rift leopard had already fallen. Several instructors also criticized Xingyu, saying that despite his incredible talent, his methods were far too ruthless. If his character was truly flawed, the academy could not keep him. Some even demanded that the principal stop favoring Ru Yanchen. She calmly replied that the academy would conduct a full investigation before reaching any conclusion. She then stared directly at Lin Kang and warned that anyone who deliberately framed one of her students would never be forgiven. Ru Yan immediately ordered the staff to bring over the body of the six-clawed rift leopard and invited the beast doctors to perform an examination. Before long, the medical team began carefully examining Bing Mian's body. Advanced equipment was used to analyze every injury. When Ru Yan asked for the results, one doctor reported severe internal bleeding and claimed Hellfire Lotus was the cause, leaving her visibly surprised. Standing nearby, Lin Kang secretly smiled because he had already bribed the academy doctors. Knowing the principal was always cautious, Lin Kang seized the opportunity and loudly asked Ru Yan if there was still anything to doubt, now that even the doctors had reached that conclusion. He then turned to Vice Principal Wang and deliberately questioned whether anyone would really dare commit such a brutal act in front of so many witnesses. Xingyu calmly explained that Hao Feng's Hellfire Lotus was a soul-burning skill, while the six-clawed rift leopard had died from internal bleeding. The two causes had nothing to do with each other. Even so, many instructors remained suspicious and insisted he could not escape responsibility. Xingyu demanded that everything be thoroughly investigated. He asked the doctors to examine the body again and directly questioned whether their first conclusion had been mistaken. The doctor immediately became flustered. Xingyu quietly reminded him not to throw away the honor of a beast doctor for a little personal gain. Those words left the man shaken. Xingyu then requested permission from the principal to test the six-clawed rift leopard's blood before making the final judgment. Ru Yan immediately agreed and ordered the test to begin at once. 5 minutes passed as the doctors continued examining the body, while Wang Yan could only wait beside them with a worried expression. At last, the doctor stepped up to Ru Yan but hesitated to speak. Losing patience, she ordered him to tell the truth immediately. The doctor nervously pointed at the test results and confirmed they had found traces of the berserk pill. Hearing that, Wang Yan completely lost control. He rushed toward the doctor, calling him a fraud and accusing him of making false claims. Wang Yan quickly dropped to his knees before Ru Yan, insisting he had never fed the berserk pill to his beast companion. However, the doctor presented the test results proving the six-clawed rift leopard had taken the drug beforehand. The berserk pill could greatly boost a beast companion's power, but the cost was devastating damage to its body. After reading the report, Ru Yan glared at Wang Yan and asked how much longer he planned to deny the obvious evidence. Unable to answer, Wang Yan turned to Lin Kang for help. Meanwhile, the instructors harshly condemned him, shocked that Vice Principal Wang's son had forced his beast companion to take a forbidden drug. Seeing his son cornered, Lin Kang finally lowered his pride and begged Ru Yan to give Wang Yan one more chance. Ru Yan coldly reminded Lin Kang that he was not only a father but also the vice principal of Qinglong Academy. She declared that if he wanted to ignore the academy's principles for personal reasons, both father and son could leave together. Realizing Ru Yan would never back down, Lin Kang knew protecting his son any further would only drag himself down as well. In the end, he publicly announced that Wang Yan had violated academy rules by using the berserk pill on his beast companion, and the punishment was expulsion. The news struck Wang Yan like a bolt from the blue. Wang Yan stared at Lin Kang in disbelief and painfully asked if even his own father wanted to expel him. Lin Kang quietly explained that the evidence was undeniable and nothing could be changed. For now, they had to accept the outcome, but he promised they would settle this score someday. The father and son put on a convincing act of cutting ties in front of everyone. Soon after, Lin Kang ordered Wang Yan to be escorted out of the academy as his desperate screams echoed behind him. Back on campus, the students were buzzing after the list of the strongest 8 freshmen was announced. Murong Xingxin, Xu Xingyu, Murong Yangshuo, Zhang Qianming, Fan Yi, Zhou Xiyu, Sun Wanpeng, and Lin Enzuo. Everyone agreed that Xu Xingyu was the most dangerous newcomer. Even without a powerful backer, he had earned his place in the top 8 through pure strength, especially after defeating Wang Yan. Yang Shuo comforted Xingxin, promising that if he faced Xingyu tomorrow, he would avenge what happened during the Yinnan Mountain trial. Xingxin quietly stared at Xu Xingyu's name on the ranking board, hoping she could personally defeat him in the upcoming match. Elsewhere, Tan Xiao excitedly ran over to tell Xingyu that he had officially made the top 8. Jingyu calmly replied that reaching the top 8 was nothing special, and there was no need to make a big deal out of it. His friend, however, was already eager to throw a celebration. Watching from behind, Lin Kang clenched his fists in anger and silently warned Jingyu not to celebrate too soon. Unknown to Xingyu, his home had already been completely destroyed. Lin Kang sneered, wondering if Xingyu would still be smiling after seeing it. It turned out that Wang Yan had previously begged Lin Kang not to expel him and promised to make Xingyu pay by destroying everything he owned. Lin Kang coldly told Wang Yan that ruining Xingyu's achievements alone was not enough. To keep everything secret, Wang Yan had to quietly leave the academy, because that was the price he had to pay. On his way home, Xingyu kept thinking about the battle that had just ended. It was already late at night, and after being dragged into the celebration, he finally returned home. But the moment he stepped into the yard, the scene before him left him frozen. The front door had been smashed apart, and everything was in complete ruins. Without a second thought, Xingyu rushed inside while repeatedly calling out. Hearing his voice, Meng burst into tears and ran straight into Xingyu's arms. Through her sobs, she said that Nuo Shue had been taken away by a masked man, who also left behind a letter. Xingyu immediately demanded to know what had happened. Even though he was deeply worried, Xingyu gently patted Meng's head and reassured her that Nuo Shue would be safe. Opening the letter, Xingyu found only a single sentence. If you want to save your sister, come to Yinnan Mountain. The scene shifted to Yinnan Mountain before dawn. Desperate to save her, Xingyu rushed forward at full speed. As he ran, Xingyu kept wondering who would dare lay a hand on his sister. Before long, he found Nuo Shue unconscious beneath a huge tree, with no one else in sight. Just then, a man in a black cloak stepped out from behind the tree and calmly said there was no need to shout because his sister was still alive. Xingyu instantly flew into a rage and demanded that the man release his sister at once. The mysterious man only smiled and asked if Xingyu was not curious about who he really was. After thinking it through, Xingyu connected all the clues. The only recent enemy was Wang Yan, but he lacked the ability to pull this off. That meant the mastermind could only be his father, Lin Kang. Hearing Xingyu guess correctly, Lin Kang laughed, removed his cloak, and admitted his identity. With a regretful expression, he said that if Xingyu had been his son, he would have trained him into the strongest beast tamer in the Long Kingdom. His face then turned cold. In his eyes, Xingyu had destroyed his son's future, and today he would pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Kang summoned his beast companion, Rock Guardian. A massive rock demon giant bear appeared. Lin Kang proudly introduced it as a beast king. The giant beast let out a thunderous roar. Lin Kang boasted that it could enter an overlord body state, allowing it to cast skills without interruption while resisting almost every control effect. He looked down on Xingyu, saying a 1-star beast tamer could never defeat a beast king, and this mountain would become Xingyu's grave. Faced with the threat, Xingyu calmly replied that Lin Kang would probably be disappointed this time. Lin Kang laughed mockingly, assuming Xingyu was about to send Hao Feng out as food for the rock demon giant bear. Xingyu immediately denied it and said he had more than one beast companion. He then summoned Lulu and called her out to show her true strength. In an instant, the sky was covered by an enormous wave of black demonic energy, and a crushing pressure spread across the entire area. The moment he sensed the terrifying aura, Lin Kang's expression completely changed. A 9-tailed demon fox appeared, lazily stretching as if she had just woken up before asking who had interrupted her sleep. She turned out to be an unbelievably beautiful fox spirit. Clearly annoyed at being awakened, she demanded compensation from Xingyu. Xingyu pointed at the rock demon giant bear and told Lulu to deal with it. She asked if she could go back to sleep once it was over. Xingyu smiled and agreed, promising she could sleep for as long as she wanted afterward. On the other side, Lin Kang sensed the danger coming from Lulu and decided he had to strike first before losing his chance. With that thought, he immediately ordered the rock demon giant bear to charge straight at Xingyu. The fierce attack and blazing flames instantly caught Lulu's attention, even though she had just woken up. Once fully awake, she simply gave her opponent a cold glance. The rock demon giant bear raised its massive weapon, preparing to bring down a devastating blow on Lulu. In response, she casually used a single skill called Eye of Calamity. In less than a second, the rock demon giant bear was completely turned to stone. Lin Kang stumbled backward in horror, trembling as he pointed at Lulu, unable to speak. He finally realized who she really was. The 9-tailed demon fox ranked among the nation's most wanted beast companions, while Lulu looked at him with complete indifference. Lin Kang immediately threatened Xingyu, saying he had formed a contract with the nation's #1 wanted criminal, and once that secret got out, his reputation would be completely ruined. Before he could finish, Xingyu laughed and replied that the moment he summoned the 9-tailed demon fox in front of Lin Kang, he had already decided not to let him leave this mountain alive. Lin Kang angrily shouted that the gap between a 1-star and a 6-star beast tamer could never be overcome with just one powerful beast companion, because he himself was a 6-star beast tamer. Right after that, Lin Kang activated his power, covering the rock demon giant bear's head with layer after layer of solid rock. The rocky shell quickly cracked apart, and the giant beast broke free as chunks of stone fell from its body. The moment the last rocks exploded away, the beast's fury reached its peak. It roared wildly, its crimson eyes burning with murderous intent. Seeing the beast lose control, Xingyu immediately told Lulu to finish the bear and promised to reward her with delicious food afterward. The mountain forest suddenly fell silent, with only the heavy breathing of those present echoing through the air. Lin Kang burst into laughter and said that the nine-tailed demon fox was indeed powerful, but that could never change the fact that Xingyu was still only a one-star beast tamer. He unleashed a massive surge of spirit power and declared that Xingyu would finally witness the overwhelming gap between a one-star and a six-star beast master. Lin Kang's beast companion released its terrifying power, shaking the ground as rocks and dirt exploded into the air. The monster let out a savage roar and swung a weapon far smaller than its massive body, yet sharp enough to strike fear into anyone. The deafening sound echoed through the mountains. The roar spread farther and farther as a thick fog quickly swallowed almost the entire battlefield. The nine-tailed fox sensed the enemy's aura and instantly recognized it as a dark-type beast companion that survived by draining the blood of humans or other beasts. Hearing that, Xingyu finally connected the dots. The disappearances of countless low-rank beast companions in Longyin City had all been Lin Kang's doing. He only smirked proudly. A skull mark slowly appeared on Lin Kang's right cheek. With a cruel grin, he declared that dying beneath the claws of the Nanmo giant bear was an honor for them. Xingyu immediately recognized the mark as the symbol of the Red Skull Guild, an organization that trained dark beast masters and was once branded as a terrorist group. It was also one of the 5 greatest dark factions, filled with countless evil members. Xingyu calmly asked what the world would think if the vice dean of Qinglong Academy was exposed as a member of the Red Skull Guild. Lin Kang coldly replied that now his identity was revealed. There was no way Xingyu would leave this mountain alive. Da Lu immediately warned Xingyu that her current spirit power was nowhere near enough to unleash her full strength. He simply smiled and said he never entered a battle unless his chance of victory was 100%. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingyu swallowed the dragon spirit pill. He lowered his head, took a deep breath, and released every drop of spirit power inside his body. In an instant, an enormous surge of power erupted, leaving Xingyu screaming in agony. Seeing the opening, Lin Kang immediately ordered his beast companion to attack, and coldly said he would burn incense for Xingyu next year. The dragon spirit pill completely dissolved, flooding Xingyu's body with overwhelming spirit power. He immediately shouted Da Lu's name. Empowered by Xingyu's spirit power, Da Lu answered with unwavering resolve and charged into battle. At that moment, Lin Kang's beast companion swung its weapon and rushed forward, wrapped in dense dark spirit power. At the critical moment, Xingyu shouted and activated Blood Slaughter Eye. A powerful beast figure with blazing eyes instantly appeared on the battlefield. It was Da Lu after returning to her nine-tailed demon fox form. The moment she transformed, she raised her head and released a roar that shook the heavens. A gigantic eye filled with overwhelming pressure instantly appeared in the sky. Its pupil quickly locked onto the target and aimed directly at the giant bear's heart. Lin Kang's beast companion remained completely unaware and kept charging forward with a furious roar. Once the target was fully locked, the giant eye immediately unleashed its attack. A beam of spirit power shot down, pierced straight through the enemy's body, and shattered even its toughest armor. The terrifying force continued through Lin Kang himself, knocking him to the ground in unbearable pain. In despair, Lin Kang screamed that he still had not completed his mission for the Dark Guild. But the next second, raging flames erupted and burned his entire body to ashes. From the cliffs of Yunnan Mountain, Xingyu and Da Lu silently watched everything unfold. After the battle, Xingyu began to stagger as the backlash from forcing the dragon spirit pill took effect. His mind slowly faded until he could barely hear Da Lu calling his name. She hurried to her beast master's side with a face full of panic. While calling his name, Da Lu repeatedly slapped Xingyu's face, desperately trying to wake him up. Just then, slow footsteps approached. Da Lu's sharp senses immediately detected someone's presence. She turned to ask who it was, but a hand instantly grabbed her by the throat before she could react. A flash of lightning lit up the area, allowing Da Lu to finally see the stranger's face. Beneath the Huangyu cliff of Yunnan Mountain, the atmosphere instantly became unbearably tense. The one who attacked was Yu Xue. She effortlessly lifted Da Lu with one hand. Feeling that terrifying aura, Da Lu was completely shocked. Yu Xue only said one cold sentence. A nine-tailed demon fox? She frowned slightly and said she never expected a beast emperor-level demon beast to form a contract with her younger brother. Hearing those words, Da Lu's eyes widened as she sensed a strange power radiating from Yue Xue. Faced with Yue Xu's icy expression and tsunami-like a spirit power, Da Lu stood frozen because she had never witnessed such terrifying strength before. her heart filled with confusion. This was clearly Jing Yu's older sister, so why did she possess such an overwhelming power? Who was she really? But before Dalu could finish, Yueshue signaled him to stay quiet. Keeping her cold and mysterious expression, Ye Bishui calmly said Dalu did not need to know her true identity. She set Dalu down and slowly turned to Xing Yu. Yu Xue walked over and sat beside Xing Yu. Her ice eyes softened with worry as she quietly said she was only his older sister. She placed her hand on Xing Yu and poured spiritual power into him to help him recover. Dalu stepped closer and quietly asked if Xing Yu would be all right, while Yueshue continued the treatment. As she checked his condition, Yueshue explained that Xing Yu had taken a pill that boosted spiritual power for a short time, causing a severe backlash. After finishing the treatment, she calmly assured them he was safe and would fully recover after 3 days of rest. Dalu gently helped Xing Yu lean against him. With everything finished, Yueshue dusted off her hands and slowly stood up. She walked to the edge of the cliff as spiritual power wrapped around her body. Dalu panicked and called out to her. Before he could finish, the phantom of a massive dragon appeared behind Yueshue. Strange melodies began flowing from her lips, sounding both mysterious and impossible to predict. She was using the dragon whisper technique through those unique sounds. Waves of sound spread outward and rushed toward the blazing flames below the cliff. Everywhere the melodies passed, the surroundings quickly began to change. Dalu was stunned as he realized it was Dragon Whisper, the legendary secret art of the pure dragon clan. This technique used a special song to heal and restore all life. After erasing every trace of the battle with her spiritual power, Yueshue coldly declared that only the 3 of them would ever know what happened that night. Dalu immediately recalled an ancient legend. Among the pure dragon clan, only one dragon possessed silver golden scales. Watching Yueshue's expression, Dalu instantly confirmed that dragon was chaos. Yueshue released the overwhelming pressure of a silver dragon and warned that she could overlook Dalu once being hunted by the Dragon Kingdom. But, after signing a blood contract with her younger brother, he must never become lazy. She continued that as long as Dalu protected and supported Xing Yu with all his strength, he would have nothing to fear otherwise. Yueshue pointed straight at Dalu and threatened to cut off all 9 of his tails. Terrified, Dalu nodded again and again, promising he would never forget. Before leaving, Yueshue gave one final warning. Xing Yu must never learn her true identity. The scene then shifted to the hospital room. After 3 days of unconsciousness, Xing Yu finally opened his eyes. Yueshue, Ru Yan, and the academy head were all waiting inside. Yueshue let out a relieved sigh and hugged Xing Yu tightly, saying she had been worried sick. He could only smile helplessly as she nearly squeezed the air out of him. Xing Yu suddenly called out, making Yueshue instantly jump to her feet. She quickly explained that she had found Xing Yu unconscious on the mountain after waking up there herself. She had no idea what happened, but she rushed him down the mountain for treatment. She was the one who brought Xing Yu back for emergency care. Hearing that, Xing Yu quietly relaxed. Every trace had been erased, and it seemed Dalu had handled everything perfectly. Ru Yan then stepped forward and informed Xing Yu that he had been unconscious for 3 days, causing him to miss both the semi-final and the final of the freshman tournament. She then continued with the tournament results. In the end, Murong Xinxin claimed first place, while Murong Yangshuo finished as the runner-up. Xing Yu automatically forfeited because he was unable to compete. Ru Yan was about to comfort him, but she never finished. Xing Yu cut her off and asked why he had appeared on Yinnan Mountain and whether she found the whole situation suspicious. Ru Yan kept a calm face, but hesitation flashed across her eyes. The room immediately fell silent as Yueshue and Xing Yu waited for her answer. After a few seconds of thought, Ru Yan let out a soft sigh. Then she spoke in a serious tone. Everyone felt as if a hidden secret was about to be exposed. Beside them, Yushu's eyes turned ice cold as killing intent quietly rose. If Ru Yan threatened Xing Yu, she would strike without hesitation. She had already prepared to take Ru Yan down if necessary. But Ru Yan said she would continue investigating the entire case and firmly believed Xing Yu was innocent. In her opinion, it was time for Azure Dragon Academy to appoint a new vice head. Xing Yu was shocked that the academy head had chosen to stand on his side. Ru Yan sat beside Yueshue and changed the topic. She said she also came to tell him about the Super Rising Star Tournament. Curious, Xing Yu asked what kind of competition it was. Ru Yan explained that it was a major tournament jointly hosted by the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise academies. Each academy would send its 3 best freshmen, and every contestant was a top genius of the new generation. She added that when it came to Azure Dragon Academy's greatest genius, the first name everyone mentioned was Yi Fan. In last year's Super Rising Star Tournament, she lost to Li Mucheng from White Tiger Academy and finished as the runner-up. Ru Yan decided to place her hopes on Xing Yu and wanted him to become one of the Academy's representatives to bring Azure Dragon Academy back to glory. She sincerely hoped he would not refuse and treat it as making up for everything that happened during the freshman ranking tournament. Xing Yu calmly asked what the requirements were to enter the Super Rising Star Tournament. The academy head explained that the rules were simple. Every participant had to own at least 2 beast companions and be an officially certified beast tamer. Ru Yan gently patted Xing Yu on the shoulder, saying the tournament would begin next month and believing he could qualify in time. Xing Yu was deeply moved because no one had ever placed such high expectations on him before. He silently vowed to give everything he had, never let the academy head down, and use this chance to challenge White Tiger Academy. His goal was to surpass Yi Shan and every other powerful rival. Xing Yu confidently declared that the championship would be his. That night, Xing Yu ventured deeper into Yinnan Mountain. From last year's experience, most Super Rising Star contestants had contracts with at least 2 beast companions. He began planning for the tournament. Although he already had 2 beast companions, Dalu was a wanted fugitive and could not be summoned in public. On top of that, Hai Feng was only rank 3, making it difficult to gain an advantage against the tournament's elite competitors. As soon as he reached an open area, Xing Yu stopped. Tonight was the perfect time for Hai Feng to break through. Answering the summoning command, Hai Feng appeared with overwhelming power, roaring amid blazing crimson flames. The ring on Xing Yu's finger began to shine as one item after another flew out. Xing Yu smiled with satisfaction because he had prepared everything in advance. After Headmaster Su left, he used the money he earned as a beast doctor at the Kangxiang Guild to buy fire element nutrition potions and evolution materials. Besides that, Xing Yu gathered loot from previous battles, along with the rewards from the freshman tournament and the Yinnan Mountain trial. The resources quickly piled into a small mountain. Xing Yu believed it was enough for Hai Feng to complete its evolution and signaled it to begin absorbing everything. Following the order, Hai Feng opened its mouth and swallowed every item in one gulp. As soon as the absorption ended, its body began changing at an incredible speed. Flames erupted around Hai Feng, while Xing Yu kept encouraging it to hold on. Right then, Dalu arrived as Xing Yu had instructed earlier to stand guard in case anything went wrong during the breakthrough. She immediately took her position. Hai Feng's eyes gradually turned savage, and its aura grew more violent. Xing Yu repeatedly reminded it to stay strong. Dalu immediately deployed a sealing formation to stop Hai Feng from losing control and charging away. The pressure released by Hai Feng was so overwhelming that it blasted Xing Yu to the ground. He knew it was enduring unimaginable pain. Struggling back to his feet, Xing Yu immediately activated the beast taming system to monitor Hai Feng's condition. He asked the system to check the remaining evolution time. A progress bar instantly appeared, starting at 30. The number climbed to 58, then 73, before slowly reaching 79 and 87. Just a few minutes later, the progress reached 90, and then 92. Finally, the evolution bar stopped at 99. Seeing the number refuse to move, Xing Yu grew anxious, fearing the evolution would fail at the very last moment. At that instant, a powerful paw stepped out from the blazing wall of fire. Hai Feng had completed its evolution. Xing Yu could not hide his excitement and shouted that it had finally succeeded. A new status panel appeared. Hai Feng had evolved into the lightning-eyed nether wolf, reaching tier 1 of the adult stage. It possessed the lightning eye bloodline and the epic bloodline. Its first talent, lightning eye flame, dealt true damage that ignored defense. Its second talent, demonic drain, boosted both attack and defense while giving a 50% chance to convert damage dealt into health recovery. It wielded the fire, wind, dark, and demon attributes and unlocked several new skills, including lightning eye bind, lightning eye howl, shadow sneak, silent claw, and eye of judgment. Seeing this, Dalu was stunned that Hai Feng had even awakened the demon attribute. She could not help admiring Xing Yu's talent. He truly was an extraordinary beast tamer. Xing Yu excitedly ran over and hugged Hai Feng, thrilled that his partner had become much stronger. Dalu then asked how he planned to contract his second beast companion. Hearing that, Xing Yu immediately began thinking seriously about his next move. The scene shifted to Xing Yu talking with Yan Yan. After learning he would join the Super Rising Star tournament, she offered to help, saying he needed another beast companion, and took him to find one. Xing Yu awkwardly thanked Yan Yan for helping him search for a new beast companion. Yan Yan simply smiled and waved it off, saying there was no need to be polite between family. Buying him a beast companion was nothing to her. As soon as they entered the shop, Yan Yan generously told Xing Yu to choose whatever he wanted because she would pay for everything. Seeing the two of them arrive, Sun Yang warmly came over to greet them. She cheerfully asked whether they were looking for lightning element nutrition potions or lightning beast cores. Yan Yan explained that her younger brother would compete next month and needed to contract a new beast companion, asking Sanyang to recommend the best choices. Sanyang immediately agreed. As she guided Xing Yu through the shop, Sanyang introduced each beast companion one by one. The first was the Crimson Reaper Spider, famous for attack power, far beyond others of the same rank. She then introduced several fox-type beasts, along with the extreme shadow purple pattern cat, known for its agile fighting style and devastating critical strikes. San Yang was about to introduce more when Yan Yan suddenly interrupted. She told Sanniang to skip the ordinary options and only bring out the finest beast companions because money was no object. Hearing that, Sanniang finally revealed her premium stock. She opened the door to a private room where the shop kept its best beast companions for Xingyu to choose from. The room was filled with many rare beasts, and Sanniang asked whether Xingyu had found one he liked. She carefully explained the strengths of the Earthblood, burrowing, armadillo, praising both its abilities and growth potential. Next came the three-eyed tyrant snake, feared for its deadly poison and relentless damage. Even the frostbone condor, which possessed a legendary bloodline, was an equally impressive choice. However, Xingyu was still not satisfied, because none of these beast companions had a hidden bloodline. Seeing that, Yan asked what was bothering him. Sanniang was also surprised. Even after seeing such high-quality beasts, Xingyu refused them all, so she asked him to explain exactly what he wanted and promised to find it by tomorrow. Just then, someone outside announced that a new shipment had arrived. A muscular man with a fierce face walked in, carrying a large cage, and proudly claimed this batch was exceptional. Inside the cage, two tiny spirit girls huddled together in fear. At a glance, Xingyu recognized them as spirit-type beast companions. Confused, he asked Sanniang why she would stock beasts that everyone considered useless. Yan immediately pulled him aside and quietly explained that almost no one bought spirits for battle, but wealthy people loved buying them as pets. Only then did Xingyu understand the shipment's true purpose. At that moment, Xingyu suddenly sensed an unusual energy coming from one of the two spirits. He immediately used his ability to inspect the little girl named Fair. The results showed that Fair was a water elemental spirit at tier 1 of the initial stage with a low bloodline and no special talents or skills, but beneath that was a hidden mythic angel bloodline, leaving Xingyu completely stunned. Seeing him frozen in place, Yan called out, unable to understand what was happening. Xingyu turned back with excitement written all over his face and said he wanted to buy that little spirit. Sanniang immediately smiled knowingly, while Yan stared at him in confusion, thinking he was joking. Xingyu quickly denied their misunderstanding. He explained that he wanted to contract Fair and make her his beast companion. Deep down, Xingyu was overjoyed because he knew the true value of the angel bloodline. After leaving the shop, Xingyu brought Fair back to Yinnan Mountain. He gently opened the cage, carried her out, and softly assured her that he would not hurt her. Xingyu then handed Fair a healing pill and told her to eat it so she could recover faster. After taking the medicine, Fair's injuries healed rapidly, and the color quickly returned to her face. Xingyu held out his finger and asked if she would sign the contract and become his partner. Fair was still shy, so she did not answer right away. She remembered the kindness Xingyu had shown her mother and finally made up her mind. Fair gently held Xingyu's finger to show her acceptance. Seeing that, Xingyu happily asked if she had really agreed. He then cut his fingertip and drew a single drop of blood. Fair accepted the drop of blood. After absorbing it, Fair smiled, and Xingyu officially accepted her as his partner. The blood contract was completed on Yinnan Mountain, officially forming a beast master and beast bond. Xingyu happily asked if she truly accepted him now. He gently touched Fair and clearly felt their bond grow much stronger. Then he remembered something and took out another item. A bloodline awakening crystal appeared in his hand. Xingyu smiled and said he had prepared this gift because it could give Fair a chance to evolve. Fair carefully stepped forward and reached out with her tiny hands to touch the crystal. She picked up the crystal and slowly swallowed it. Her puffed cheeks looked incredibly cute as she chewed. Just seconds later, Fair felt her body begin to change. Knowing the evolution had started, Xingyu could only encourage Fair to endure it, because success was within reach. The energy burst grew stronger and stronger. A brilliant pillar of light shot into the sky and released an overwhelming aura. Dalu immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed over to protect Xingyu, asking if he was in danger. She instantly raised a protective barrier around Xingyu while staying on full alert, but he calmly assured her everything was fine. A massive halo slowly wrapped around Fair, making the surrounding space feel different. The radiance around her became brighter and brighter until sparkling light covered her entire body. When the process ended, Fair appeared in a completely new form. Her long golden hair flowed behind her, and her holy, majestic presence felt untouchable. At that moment, the system panel appeared before Xingyu, leaving him stunned. Fair's hidden bloodline had awakened. She evolved into the Azure Light Angel Beast, first stage rank 1, with a mythic angel bloodline. Her Azure Light Guardian talent could remove negative effects from allies and create protective shields. Her attributes were Angel and Azure Light. Her new skills included Azure Light Cross Slash, which unleashed a cross-shaped sword wave with triple critical damage while stacking shields for herself and her allies, and Radiant Feather Sword Array, which fired countless feather-like sword waves across a wide area. Her future evolution path was Azure Light Angel Beast, 4-Winged Angel, 6-Winged Angel, Archangel, and finally Holy Maiden Archangel. Xingyu slowly walked over with a smile, thinking that once he became a 9-star beast master, Freya might even evolve into the 12-winged Seraph. Only then did he realize he had never given her a proper name. Before awakening her bloodline, Fair had only been a water elemental spirit. After thinking it over, Xingyu decided to name her Freya, inspired by mythology to match her new appearance. Freya gently landed on the ground and stood before Xingyu and Da Lu. She respectfully knelt before her master. Xingyu smiled and welcomed her, saying they would fight together from now on. Da Lu watched the scene and said Xingyu had taken another huge step toward the supernova tournament. Xingyu confidently agreed. A confident smile appeared on Xingyu's face. With this goal complete, his next target was becoming a 2-star beastmaster. The scene shifted to the teacher's office, where an angry slam echoed across the room. After hearing Xingyu's plan, Kei Ren was stunned and loudly asked if he really wanted to register for the 2-star beastmaster exam. Xingyu smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and admitted the supernova tournament was approaching, so he had to pass the exam as soon as possible. Kei Ren was deeply surprised. He thought the younger generation was improving far too quickly. Even the Murong siblings had passed the exam just a few days ago. Since Xingyu's Heifeng had already evolved into a first-stage mature form, he also wondered if Xingyu truly met the requirements. After calming down, Kei Ren agreed that if Xingyu's spirit power met the required level, he would allow him to take the 2-star Beast Master exam. Hearing that, Xingyu immediately took the spirit power tester and reminded his teacher to keep his promise. The other teachers watched closely after hearing so much about his talent. The device activated, and the spirit power reading kept climbing. It finally stopped at 2583. The result shocked every teacher present because it far exceeded their expectations. Kei Ren calmly explained that whenever a beast evolved, its master's spirit power also increased. Most 2-star beast masters usually ranged between 2,000 and 3,000. He praised Xingyu without holding back. Even the most gifted students he had trained only reached around 1,500 spirit power after obtaining a mature form beast, while Xingyu had already passed 2,500. With that, Xingyu officially qualified for the 2-star Beast Master exam. Xingyu happily thanked Teacher Chen. He then headed straight for Blood Mist Canyon, the exam site. A massive abyss stretched across the barren land, creating a scene that was both breathtaking and deadly. Xingyu forcefully pulled open the helicopter door and stepped out. He stood calmly at the doorway, looking over the entire battlefield, where the exam would soon begin. Xingyu lightly touched his communication earpiece. Ru Yan's voice quickly came through, informing him that he had arrived at Blood Mist Canyon, and that the 2-star Beast Master exam was about to begin, so he should stay focused. Before the exam started, Kai Ran warned Xingyu that Blood Mist Canyon was filled with dangerous monsters. If anything became too much to handle, he had to send a distress signal immediately. Standing by the helicopter door, Xingyu calmly replied that he was fully prepared for the exam. From the control room, Karen and Ru Yan explained that he only needed to cross Shangli Canyon from the entrance to the exit to pass the 2-star Beast Master exam. After wishing him luck, Xingyu leaped from the helicopter without hesitation. His body dropped freely into the endless canyon below. In the observation room, Kai Ran immediately informed Ru Yan that Xiao Xingyu had officially entered Blood Mist Canyon. With a worried expression, he reminded her that the first challenge was surviving the ferocious Iron Swamp crocodile pack. After that, Xingyu would have to escape the territory of the Blood Demon Spider clan, waiting in ambush ahead. Even worse, some Blood Demon Spiders had already evolved into third-form monsters, making everyone question whether Xingyu could handle them. As if that were not enough, last night's heavy rain had greatly increased the number of scarlet leeches in the swamp. The more they thought about it, the more dangerous Blood Mist Canyon seemed, with a deadly atmosphere that barely showed any signs of life. Deep in the swamp, the crocodile pack quickly spotted the intruder. As Xingyu landed right in the middle of their territory, he realized he was completely surrounded. The system immediately displayed the Iron Swamp crocodile's data. It was a third-form monster with elite bloodline. It possessed crushing bite force, deadly venom, and the Death Vortex skill, which let it spin through enemies before spraying burning red poison that slowed targets, reduced defense, and inflicted multiple negative effects. In the blink of an eye, the crocodiles completely sealed off Xingyu's escape. Kai Ran grew anxious seeing an entire pack of third-form monsters, but Xingyu remained confident, believing everything would be fine once Nether Hell Orchid was summoned. Facing the entire pack, Xingyu calmly called out his beast's name. Instantly, the contract mark on his hand shone with brilliant light. Golden light spread across the area, leaving the crocodiles no time to react to the newcomer. Answering Xingyu's call, Freya appeared with her magnificent wings spread wide as countless holy feathers drifted around her. Kai Ran was completely stunned. He never expected Xingyu to have such a powerful hidden trump card. Even Ru Yan was surprised, because this was the second beast Xiao Xingyu had contracted. As the battle began, Freya immediately cast Holy Light Guardian, creating a gentle barrier of light to protect Xingyu. Kai Ran was shocked to discover that Xingyu's second beast belonged to the angel attribute and possessed an incredibly rare mythic bloodline. He wondered how Long Yin's city had gone so many years without producing another angel beast. Ru Yan suddenly recalled that Xing Yu had once bought a water elemental spirit, but Kai Ran immediately dismissed the idea because its original bloodline had been far too weak to compare with a pure, holy light angel. Ru Yan reminded him not to forget that Netherhell Orchid had also started with a low-grade bloodline. Hearing that, Kai Ran looked back at the screen and smiled. He admitted that Xiao Xingyu always turned the impossible into reality, just like a true beast master. Back at the Scarlet Marsh, the fierce battle between Xingyu and the crocodile swarm was still raging. Xingyu joined forces with Freya and unleashed the Radiant Cross Slash. A massive cross-shaped blade swept across the battlefield and wiped out dozens of crocodiles in an instant. Kai Ran could not hide his shock as a single strike erased the Iron Pool giant crocodiles. In his view, the overwhelming result came from the huge bloodline gap. Just then, an arm suddenly wrapped around Xingyu's waist before he knew what was happening. Freya lifted him into her arms and flew into the sky, leaving Xingyu asking what she was doing. Ignoring her master's protests, Freya carried him across the swamp at incredible speed, while Xingyu blushed and begged to be put down. Seeing the usually fearless Xingyu too, embarrassed to even look up, made the scene oddly funny, while Freya stayed completely serious. After reaching the next area, Freya gently set Xingyu down. Before them was a water fissure overflowing with an incredibly dense demonic aura. The moment he finished speaking, thousands of tiny spiders rushed out of the fissure at terrifying speed. Spiderwebs quickly covered the entire area, signaling a new challenge just as dangerous as the last battle. Seeing the situation, Xingyu warned Freya to stay alert, and she immediately took a fighting stance. Freya tightened her grip on her sword and unleashed another Radiant Cross Slash. The spiders instantly fired webs that wrapped around the blade to stop her attack. But that was only the beginning. The crossing slashes exploded with devastating power, surprising even Xingyu. Right then, a giant blood demon spider crawled out and spread its sinister aura across the entire area. Countless smaller spiders continued pouring out of the water fissure without end. The monster let out a savage roar, as if it wanted to tear them apart on the spot. The system displayed its data: Blood Demon Spider, 3rd generation primordial beast, elite bloodline, known for incredible vitality, resistance to water and fire, reduced damage from swords, poison affinity, and the spider web prison skill that traps targets in giant webs until they suffocate. After reading the information, Xingyu immediately became far more serious. Countless blood-red eyes locked onto him. The blood demon spiders clearly hunted in packs, and many more were hiding inside the nest. Before Xingyu could think further, the leader spider charged in and launched the first attack. Inside the monitoring room, Kai Ran and Ru Yan watched closely. They were amazed that Freya, still at the primordial stage, could injure a blood demon spider at the mature stage. Back on the battlefield, the giant spider kept pressing the attack, forcing Xingyu to keep dodging. At that moment, the beast-taming emblem on his hand lit up. Xingyu calmly called out Heifeng's name. In an instant, Haifeng appeared, with an overwhelming presence that spread across the battlefield. Freya and Haifeng stood side by side in front of their master, ready to fight. Seeing this, Ru Yan quickly reminded Xingyu that the exam objective was to cross the canyon, not wipe out every beast. Hearing the reminder, Xingyu simply smiled. He then ordered Haifeng to use Infernal Roar. The skill activated immediately. The blood demon spider swarm sensed the approaching danger. They all fired webs at Haifeng to seal every possible escape route. Within moments, Haifeng was trapped inside a maze of spider webs. One blood demon spider quickly seized the opportunity. It fired another strand of web, straight at Haifeng. This time the attack landed, and the web tightly bound Haifeng's legs. Bound in place, Haifeng almost completely lost the ability to move. All he could do was let out a furious roar. Taking advantage of the situation, the spider swarm kept firing webs to completely restrain Haifeng. Realizing the danger, Xingyu immediately told Freya to assist. Freya used Holy Light Protection, while Haifeng countered with Infernal Fire Scythe. Freya continued supporting him and boosted the power of the counterattack. Under Xingyu's command, the two beast companions combined their strength. Holy light and blazing flames merged into a solid shield that blocked every attack from the spider swarm. Once stabilized, the powerful force surged straight toward the blood demon spiders. In no time, the entire spider swarm was wiped off the battlefield. Seeing the enemies fall so quickly, Xingyu relaxed and joked that more than 20 blood demon spiders were not that impressive after all. But the moment he finished speaking, the ground beneath Xingyu and Haifeng began shaking violently. Xingyu immediately realized something was terribly wrong ahead. The rock wall suddenly exploded, sending debris flying toward the three of them. As the dust settled, a massive figure slowly emerged from the rubble, revealing a new monster. Its complete form aura alone shocked Xingyu, and the system instantly displayed its information. The system identified it as the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider, evolved from the Blood Demon Spider. It had reached 1-star complete form, possessed an influence class bloodline, the super tough talent, immunity to water and fire, extreme resistance to swords, tunneling ability, and both earth and psychic attributes. Kai Ran immediately shouted for Xing Yu to retreat. He explained that yesterday's heavy rain had accidentally pushed the Blood Demon Spider through its evolution, and Xing Yu had no chance of winning now. Xing Yu asked what would happen to the exam if he ran. Kai Ran replied that he could always retake it, but staying alive mattered more than any test. But Xing Yu refused that choice without hesitation. He declared that retaking the exam would only waste time, and this 2-star test would not stop him, no matter who stood in his way. Understanding their master's resolve, Haifeng and Freya charged at the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider together. Even their strongest combined attack failed to move the giant monster an inch. Seeing the growing danger, Kai Ran shouted again and insisted he would come rescue Xing Yu immediately. Even Dalu urged him to give up, saying defeating that monster with his current strength was almost impossible. Xing Yu's eyes stayed steady without the slightest fear. He even grinned and said, "Now this is getting interesting." Dalu could only shake his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xing Yu clenched his fists and declared that he would pass the 2-star Beast Tamer exam, defeat this monster himself, and discover his true limit. Hearing that, Dalu could only call Xing Yu a complete madman. Facing the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider, Xing Yu remained calm and ordered Haifeng to circle behind the enemy for a surprise attack. Haifeng vanished into stealth and quietly closed in on the spider. The Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider gave no opening and immediately fired a stream of poisonous web straight at Xing Yu. Xing Yu instantly ordered Freya to shield him, while Haifeng launched the counterattack. At that moment, Haifeng appeared behind the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider. He immediately unleashed a powerful strike at the monster's back. But the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider sensed Haifeng just in time and counterattacked, sending him flying backward. Seeing that, Xing Yu quickly shouted Haifeng's name. Haifeng was knocked back and slammed straight toward Xing Yu. All 3 of them were hit by the monster's counterattack. The impact smashed the entire group into the rock wall behind them. Even after taking heavy damage, their fighting spirit never wavered. The Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider let out an intimidating roar. Xing Yu showed no fear. Instead, he raised a hand to taunt it, mocking the human-faced spider and asking who it thought it could scare. The taunt worked exactly as intended, driving the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider into a furious rage. It immediately unleashed wave after wave of poisonous webs at Xing Yu. Xing Yu jumped onto Haifeng's back and ordered him to dodge the poison, while constantly changing positions to widen the distance. Despite its massive body, the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider relentlessly chased after them. While fleeing, Xing Yu kept watching the monster and realized they would eventually lose unless he found a way to break the situation. Just then, he noticed the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider's health was slowly dropping. Looking closer, he saw the spider kept attacking, even though the wound on its back was still bleeding. Xing Yu quickly realized the wound was shallow, but the color of its poisonous webs had noticeably faded, leading him to suspect that its blood was directly connected to its venomous webs. Haifeng had also been injured during the earlier clash. Seeing that he could no longer carry both of them, Xing Yu immediately asked Freya to take over. Freya quickly picked Xing Yu up and flew into the air, helping the team avoid another attack. By now, Xing Yu was almost certain his theory was correct. He laughed excitedly after finally discovering the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider's weakness. He immediately told Haifeng to keep spitting at the spider, just to provoke it. Haifeng understood at once and answered with a fierce roar. Without hesitation, Haifeng kept spitting at the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider. The taunt worked perfectly and drove the giant spider into a blind rage. In its fury, the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider fired 4 poisonous webs at once to wipe them all out. Xing Yu immediately ordered Haifeng to use Shadow Sneak for a surprise attack. Haifeng activated the skill and effortlessly dodged every incoming attack. Watching from above, Xing Yu became even more convinced that every poisonous web cost the spider its own blood essence. He concluded that once the spider ran out of webs, it would quickly burn itself out. Xing Yu quietly told Haifeng to stop holding back and focus on provoking the spider. Haifeng answered with a determined roar. Haifeng constantly changed direction in front of the monster, making it impossible to lock onto him. Every time the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider fired its poisonous web, Haifeng rushed in and dodged at the last possible moment. Even so, one strand of web still caught Haifeng's hind leg. The powerful pull yanked him straight out of the air and slammed him to the ground. Fortunately, Haifeng had enough strength left to react quickly and break free from the poisonous web. Seeing the opening, Xing Yu ordered Haifeng to activate demon power, while Freya cast Holy Light Protection to remove every negative effect. From the helicopter, Kai Ran and Ru Yan finally spotted Xing Yu's group. Kai Ran anxiously asked why they had not stepped in yet. Ru Yan calmly replied that Xing Yu had already found a way to win, though Kai Ran still worried about whether he could hold on. By then, the battle had already lasted 7 straight hours, yet Xing Yu and his beast companions continued fighting the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider. After hours of combat, Xing Yu was nearly exhausted. Between heavy breaths, he realized the spider had lost almost all its blood, and its webs had become much weaker. With Heifeng boosted by demon power and holy light protection, the enemy no longer had a chance. Then a sudden thought crossed his mind. No creature would willingly seek death, so why was the spider still burning through its blood essence? It had never left its nest, which meant it had to be protecting something incredibly valuable. Just then, the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider gathered every last bit of strength and unleashed a gigantic stream of poisonous web. The deadly attack rushed toward them at terrifying speed. Knowing this was the decisive moment, Xing Yu ordered Heifeng to unleash Infernal Roar. Heifeng poured every remaining ounce of strength into the attack and forced the monster back. Looking at the spider, Xing Yu knew victory was close. In his judgment, the monster had almost nothing left. Without wasting the chance, he ordered Heifeng to finish the battle with Inferno. After taking 2 devastating attacks in a row, the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider was clearly at its limit. Even so, it gathered its last trace of strength and launched one final counterattack at Xing Yu. Seeing their master in danger, Heifeng and Freya immediately rushed forward to shield him. Xing Yu stopped them and ordered both companions to abandon defense and finish the fight. Heifeng unleashed Inferno one last time. Heifeng shot into the sky and brought down his strongest strike with all his remaining power. The Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider took the full force of the attack. With no strength left to resist, the giant monster finally collapsed. Only then did Xing Yu breathe a sigh of relief. Delighted by the victory, he praised both Heifeng and Freya for their outstanding performance. Believing the spider's secret was hidden inside its nest, Xing Yu led the group in to search for the treasure it had protected with its life. The 3 of them quickly ventured deeper into the cave. Suddenly, Director Su's urgent voice echoed through the area, warning Xing Yu to leave immediately. She explained that even though the Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider had been defeated, its body could still move for a short time. Hearing the warning, Xing Yu's face turned pale as he quickly looked back in disbelief. The sight behind him left him frozen. The Earth Eye Blood Demon Spider, which had already fallen, was now right behind them and ready to launch one final ambush. Before finally collapsing, it let out a roar that shook the entire cave. Xing Yu and Freya immediately ran for the exit, but the monster blocked their escape. Xing Yu could only mutter that they were truly in trouble this time. Blood continued pouring from countless wounds across the spider's body, proving it was enduring unimaginable pain. Xing Yu immediately told Freya to return to the beast crest before she got hurt. Those words reminded Fire of Xing Yu's promise that he would become her beastmaster and never let her get injured. Without a second thought, Fire suddenly charged straight at the monster. Xing Yu panicked and shouted for Fire to come back, but Fire rushed forward at incredible speed and slammed into the beast, triggering a massive burst of light. The impact was so powerful that the Blood Eye Demon Spider was blasted backward. Fire followed up by launching its huge body into the air, making the monster scream in pain. A split second later, the Blood Eye Demon Spider exploded right in front of Fire. Xing Yu rushed over and asked in shock if Fire had just awakened a brand new skill. Overjoyed, he ran over and hugged Fire like a kid who had just received the best gift ever. The group then searched the cave and quickly found the item. The Blood Eye Demon Spider had risked everything to protect. Holding it up, Xing Yu asked Dalu what kind of seed it was. She said it was the young sprout of the Heavenly Fox Vine, an ancient bloodline plant beast. Xing Yu was thrilled. With a bloodline like that, its quality had to be Phantom God rank, but he still wondered how to grow it. Dalu recalled that raising the Heavenly Fox Vine required phoenix-tailed grass bones, mystic ghost flower nectar, and fertilizer from God body rank monsters. After hearing that, Xing Yu could only sigh. This seed needed even more care than a noble princess. He quickly changed his tone and reminded Dalu that, as a royal monster and a being even the Dragon Kingdom Empress once feared, she surely knew plenty of God body rank monsters. Dalu instantly got angry and asked if he expected her to beg others for help. Xing Yu only grinned and said he never asked her to beg anyone. That answer left Dalu completely speechless. Just then, a loud noise echoed from outside the cave, and Xing Yu immediately ran out to check. A helicopter had just landed outside, and someone quickly shouted to ask if Xing Yu was injured. Xing Yu smiled and said he was completely fine, putting everyone at ease. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed, and 4 Spirit City was packed with people for the upcoming tournament. Hearing the cheers everywhere, Xing Yu could not help saying that a national tournament really had a different level of excitement. Right then, the Murong siblings appeared and walked over to him. Xing Yu happily greeted Yang Shuo and Xin Xin, then teased her with the nickname Lu Jin, and said she had become even prettier. Yang Shuo nearly spat out the water in his mouth. He immediately demanded to know why Xing Yu gave his sister such a strange nickname. Xing Yu calmly replied that her real name was too troublesome, so he made one up. Yang Shuo got even angrier, crushed the bottle in his hand, and declared he would teach Xing Yu a lesson. Seeing her brother about to lose control, Xin Xin quickly stopped him and told him to calm down. Only then did Yang Shuo cool off. Xing Yu took the chance to ask about Xin Xin's training. She said her first beast had evolved to mature stage level 2, while her second beast had awakened the lightning element. Watching his sister chat with Xing Yu on her own left Yang Shuo completely stunned. He grabbed his head and complained. He once called his sister by her childhood nickname and got ignored for days, yet Xing Yu did the same and nothing happened. Yang Shuo looked up and sighed that the world had completely turned upside down, and even his own sister was taking someone else's side. Xing Yu and Xin Xin exchanged confused looks, while Xin Xin helplessly told him to ignore her brother. Xing Yu then changed the subject and asked who their first opponent would be. Xin Xin replied that the draw had not been announced yet. Just then, a voice from behind announced that the results were already out. Everyone turned around and recognized Principal Su. Ru Yan immediately told the team that their opening match would be against White Fox Academy and ordered everyone to dominate every solo battle. A mocking voice suddenly came from behind, asking why Principal Su seemed so nervous. The speaker was Qing Yu. She kept teasing them, asking if Azure Dragon Academy was actually afraid of White Fox Academy. Ru Yan coldly asked Qing Yu why she had left her own academy's area. Qing Yu smiled and said she came to see Azure Dragon Academy's trump card, since she heard Xing Yu could control two beasts with completely different elements at once. Ru Yan refused to back down. She admitted Xing Yu was gifted, but said he would never become another short-lived genius, then asked if Qing Yu was putting too much faith in her own students. The tension between the two principals instantly reached its peak. Yang Shuo quietly told everyone to stay calm, while Xing Yu guessed they had been rivals since childhood and always tried to outdo each other. Before the argument could continue, someone rushed over and announced that the Empress had arrived. Before leaving, Qing Yu sneered that Azure Dragon Academy would soon be packing for home. Ru Yan simply replied, "Well, see." Ru Yan then called Xing Yu, Yang Shuo, and Xing Xin to join her in welcoming the Empress. The massive gates slowly opened as brilliant light flooded the entire plaza. A five-colored cloud appeared in the sky, with the silhouette of a gigantic creature hidden inside. As the cloud drew closer, everyone saw a majestic figure standing proudly on the beast's back. The crowd immediately erupted into cheers, knowing the Empress had arrived. Everyone was thrilled to witness the woman who possessed both breathtaking beauty and the greatest strength in the Dragon Kingdom. She was Shangguanlan, the Dragon Kingdom's Empress. Beside her stood a white Qilin radiating an overwhelming aura. Shangguanlan stepped forward, with unmatched elegance and power, her sharp gaze sweeping across every student present. Xing Yu was stunned by the sight. He silently admitted that the strongest beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom truly exceeded all expectations. After the white Qilin landed, Shangguanlan gracefully stepped onto the ground. The presence of just one woman and one beast was enough to overwhelm the entire plaza. The moment Xing Yu noticed the badge on her chest, he froze. It was an 11-star Beast Master badge, a rank far beyond any 10-star Beast Master. Xing Yu clearly understood that the gap between himself and the Empress was not just a few levels, but an endless abyss. At that moment, his eyes managed to scan part of the information on the beast, following Shangguanlan. It was the 7-colored Holy Qilin, a Godslayer body rank beast with 3 bloodlines. Its pure Qilin bloodline had already reached creation rank. However, its talents, attributes, loyalty, and skills were all completely hidden. Xing Yu immediately realized the power gap was too great for the demon god Eye to reveal everything. He jokingly told Da Lu that she was incredibly lucky to survive the Empress' pursuit. Without meeting him, she probably would have died 100 times already. Da Lu could only stay silent, too annoyed to argue back. After thinking for a moment, Xing Yu asked if the 7-colored Holy Qilin was Shangguanlan's only beast. Da Lu shook her head and said the Empress still had even more terrifying monsters. Looking more carefully, Xing Yu sensed a unique spiritual power surrounding Shangguanlan. He was shocked to recognize an incredibly pure dragon power aura. Xing Yu quickly asked Da Lu if Shangguanlan also possessed a pure dragon beast, even though that race had supposedly gone extinct centuries ago. Da Lu simply shrugged and explained that only pure dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins possessed such noble bloodlines. Among them, dragons were the strongest, followed by phoenixes and then Qilins, but all 3 races had vanished from the world. Even Da Lu was puzzled. If pure dragons were truly extinct, where did Shangguanlan obtain one? She even possessed the Dragon Tear, one of the Dragon Clan's greatest treasures, proving the ancient war still held many hidden secrets. While they were still deep in thought, the official announcement signaled the start of the tournament. Ni Yan came over and told Xiao Xing Yu that the draw had placed him in the opening match. She confidently declared that their principal would claim the first victory. Standing nearby, Yang Shuo could not resist mocking him, saying that even if he lost the solo match, at least his teammates could still save the day. Xing Yu calmly stepped onto the arena as the announcer introduced his opponent from White Tiger Academy, Lin Tianqi, the son of Sword Tiger Guild President Lin Xiang. After the introductions, the muscular young man entered the arena, while Azure Dragon Academy's representative was the rising genius, Xiao Xingyu. As the match began, almost everyone believed Xingyu was at a clear disadvantage. Without hesitation, Xingyu summoned Heifeng. The moment it appeared, it let out a thunderous roar. Lin Tianqi immediately called out a giant scarlet monk python and launched the attack. The audience quickly grew worried because the scarlet monk python had the elemental advantage over Heifeng. Yang Shuo also pointed out that in battles between equal ranks, elemental advantage mattered even more than bloodline, so Xingyu was in for a tough fight. Lin Tianqi continuously ordered the scarlet monk python to unleash its skills. The giant python instantly created a violent tornado and sent it straight towards Xingyu and Heifeng. Facing the attack, Xingyu immediately ordered Heifeng to counter with Thunder Eye Roar. A blazing beam of destructive energy shot out from Heifeng's mouth. The two attacks collided head-on, but the enemy's skill was clearly stronger and slowly forced Heifeng back. Heifeng was injured, coughed up blood, and staggered backward. Seeing that, Lin Tianqi confidently declared that with the elemental advantage, Xiao Xingyu had no chance of winning. If he surrendered now, Lin Tianqi might still show mercy. Xingyu answered with something completely unexpected, simply asking if the weather felt unusually humid today. Then he raised a hand and told his opponent not to celebrate too soon, because that was only the warm-up. The next 2 moves would end the match. The bold claim left Lin Tianqi completely stunned. 2 moves? Before he could react, Xingyu ordered Heifeng to fire Earth Eye Roar straight into the sky. Following its master's command, Heifeng gathered all its power and blasted the attack upward. The maid beside the Empress looked confused, thinking Xingyu was trying to melt the clouds, but the underworld blue flame was nowhere near hot enough. Seeing the Empress smile knowingly, the maid quickly asked what Xiao Xingyu was really planning. Watching the battle unfold, Shangguan Lan revealed an interested smile. She explained that Xiao Xingyu was taking advantage of the rainbow cloud she had created earlier. Heifeng kept firing into the sky, leaving Lin Tianqi more confused with every second as his confidence slowly disappeared. Soon afterward, light raindrops began falling from the clouds. Only then did Lin Tianqi realize Xingyu's plan. He frantically ordered the scarlet monk python to stop it, but it was already too late. Seeing his opponent panic, Xingyu smiled and said the best chance to stop him had already passed. By the time Lin Tianqi understood everything, there was no turning back. The rain had soaked the scarlet monk python, making all of its sand element skills unusable. After completely taking control of the battle, Xingyu immediately ordered Heifeng to finish the fight with Thunder Eye Blaze. Heifeng soared into the air before diving straight down at Lin Tianqi's scarlet monk python. The attack was so fast that the enemy had no chance to defend or counterattack. Thunder Eye Blaze exploded on impact, severely wounding the scarlet monk python and pushing it to the brink of defeat. Not long after, the scarlet monk python finally collapsed. The referee immediately declared Xiao Xingyu the winner and praised his incredible comeback achieved with just 2 moves. Both Lin Tianqi and the scarlet monk python remained unconscious after the final strike. Even the referee could not hide his admiration for Xingyu's overwhelming strength. After watching the entire battle, the Dragon Kingdom's Empress finally spoke, saying that Xingyu had an exceptional sense of timing. The maid reported that Xiao Xingyu's background had been thoroughly investigated, and nothing unusual was found. Hearing that, the Empress decided to give him the very first invitation to this year's Imperial Soul Training, leaving the maid shocked that a commoner had been chosen. The maid immediately bowed, accepted the order, and left to make the preparations. Back in the spectator area, Yang Shuo praised Xingyu as soon as he returned, while Xin happily clapped to congratulate him. Xingyu smiled with satisfaction and confidently said he had never planned to lose the opening match. Principal Su stood up and loudly praised Xiao Xingyu, promising to reward him generously after they returned. Xingyu smiled in response and reminded the principal not to forget that promise. Just then, Dalu suddenly said she had sensed the aura of Phoenix Tail Grass. Xingyu looked surprised. As far as he knew, Phoenix Tail Grass only grew near the border, so how could Four Spirit City have such a rare herb? Standing beside him, Xin curiously asked why he was not staying to watch the remaining matches. Xingyu casually replied that his solo match was already over, so there was no reason to stay. He was about to head to the restroom, making Han pout because the next match was hers. Yang Shuo snapped at Xingyu for his terrible timing. Seeing that, Xingyu encouraged Han to do her best and promised to cheer for her from behind the scenes. Han called Xingyu one more time. Feeling guilty, he apologized and explained that he had an urgent matter and could not stay to watch her match. Han turned away and quietly told him that after the tournament ended, he had to spend some time with her. Hearing that, Xingyu quickly slipped away. At that moment, the referee announced the second match, with Murong Han from Qinglong Academy facing the son of Huangyan City's lord. The scene then shifted to Xiling City, where Tong Yue Pavilion was packed with excitement. Crowds filled both sides of the streets to welcome the army returning from the frontier. Everyone thanked them, offered gifts, and praised the city lord and his soldiers as heroes of the Long Kingdom. Xing Yu squeezed through the massive crowd and could not help thinking that people had gathered everywhere just to welcome the returning army. Before long, the city lord entered the city, riding his mighty beast, as thunderous cheers echoed around him. The demon god Eye immediately revealed the beast's details. It was the War Colossus Rhinoceros Emperor, a second-stage beast emperor, with an extraordinary War Colossus bloodline and a mythical bloodline. Its war roar boosted allied morale, strengthened attack and defense, and reduced enemy defenses. It possessed psychic attributes with overwhelming power, and its loyalty had reached an incredible 150. Xing Yu was stunned and immediately asked Da Lu to take a look. He sighed in amazement because this was the beast of an 8-star beast tamer, and loyalty above 100 meant they had survived countless life and death battles together. Da Lu explained that she knew the War Colossus race well. They were extremely warlike and had long been enemies of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Only those strong enough to guard the 16 western border cities could command such a beast. Xing Yu then remembered that Murong Han Han's opponent was this city lord's son. Da Lu suddenly came up with an idea. She said the phoenix tail grass grew near the ancient Lai Glacier River in the west, where the city lord was stationed, and casually suggested Xing Yu just ask him for it. Xing Yu could only smile, knowing it was not that simple to take something from an 8-star beast tamer. While they were talking, Xing Yu suddenly noticed something unusual. Looking closely at the Rhinoceros Emperor, he realized every step it took was unsteady, as if it were badly injured. He carefully examined the beast from head to toe. Countless wounds covered its body, even its eyes. Realizing the problem, Xing Yu shouted across the crowd and asked the general if the War Colossus Rhinoceros Emperor had been seriously injured. Xing Yu's voice immediately made the city lord stop. He looked at the young student with a stern expression and wondered why he was so certain his beast was sick. Xing Yu calmly showed his special alchemist guild certificate and asked whether the Rhinoceros Emperor often became sluggish, developed red rashes whenever it rained, and even suffered skin ulcers. Hearing every symptom match perfectly, the city lord was stunned. The city lord admitted he had returned this time to find a cure for the Rhinoceros Emperor, but he still was not ready to trust Xing Yu completely. He asked Xing Yu to explain the cause of the illness and see if it matched the conclusions of previous famous doctors. Xing Yu simply smiled and said the answer was actually very simple. He gently picked a tiny insect from the Rhinoceros Emperor's body and showed it to the city lord, saying the savage sandbug was the real cause of the illness. After examining it closely, the city lord nodded and admitted Xing Yu truly knew what he was talking about. He explained that many famous doctors had tried over the years, but none could completely eliminate the savage sand bugs, so he wanted to know if Xing Yu really had a cure. Hearing that, Xing Yu suggested moving somewhere more suitable so he could prepare the medicine. Without hesitation, the city lord invited him to his mansion and promised to provide any herbs he needed. If the treatment succeeded, he would grant Xing Yu any favor within his power. Standing before the city lord, Xing Yu realized he had found a rare opportunity. Not only could he obtain the phoenix tail grass, but he could also build ties with someone of tremendous influence. The scene quickly shifted to the city lord's mansion. In front of a massive herb vault, Xing Yu carefully selected silver blossom petals, heavenly bamboo grass, fuho spirit herb, and other ingredients before combining them with his family recipe to create purple spirit essence. After finishing, he handed the medicine to the city lord and explained that purple spirit essence was specially made to eliminate the savage sand bugs. The liquid should be taken orally, while the herbal paste should be applied to the skin. It worked quickly and left no lasting side effects. If the city lord was still worried, he could test it first. However, the city lord trusted Xing Yu completely, saying he had never doubted the people he chose, and immediately decided to give the medicine to the Rhinoceros Emperor. He quietly sat beside Shi Huang and gently held the bowl of medicine toward it. He softly stroked its head while calmly coaxing it to drink. Only minutes after finishing the medicine, Shi Huang fell into a deep sleep, as if every bit of pain had finally faded away. While it slept, the savage sandworms crawled out of its body one after another. The city lord was stunned by the sight. It had been a very long time since Shi Huang had slept so peacefully. He could not stop praising Xing Yu and was even ready to call him a miracle doctor. Before the city lord could finish, Xing Yu already understood and explained that every savage sandworm would soon be wiped out. He even offered the prescription so every beast under the soldiers of Huangyan City could be cured after the city lord returned. Deeply moved, the city lord asked what reward Xing Yu wanted. Xing Yu only asked for two things: phoenix tail grass and demon firefly flower. The city lord laughed because phoenix tail grass was not rare, and although demon firefly flower was harder to find, it was still obtainable. For Xing Yu, those two herbs were enough. Even more impressed, the city lord warmly invited Xing Yu to stay for dinner and share a few drinks. Xing Yu shyly admitted that he had secretly slipped out of the academy, and his teammates' match was probably almost over by now. After hearing about the tournament, the city lord immediately recalled the long-standing rivalry between Qinglong Academy and Baihu Academy. He decided to accompany Xingyu since he also wanted to meet the empress. Back at the arena, the referee continued giving updates. The match between Murong Xinxin and Zhou Ye had already lasted an hour with no winner yet. The crowd kept cheering without pause. After returning, even Xingyu was surprised that the battle was still going. On the field, Xinxin and Zhou Ye were still locked in a fierce stalemate. Zhou Ye wore a smug smile and kept mocking Xinxin, saying she was already at a disadvantage, but still refused to give up. He also noticed she seemed distracted, as if waiting for someone. Ignoring every taunt, Xinxin could only wonder why Xingyu had not returned yet. She swore she would win so he could see it with his own eyes. Right then, Xingyu shouted to Xinxin from below the stands and asked how much spiritual power she had left. The moment she heard his voice, she quickly turned toward him. Xingyu immediately used divine eyes to examine the battlefield. He realized both Xinxin and Zhou Ye were nearly out of spiritual power. That was both a weakness and an opportunity, so he continued checking the information on their beasts. Xingyu's eyes stopped on Xinxin's beast. He realized she had already summoned her trump card and smiled at her competitive spirit. The information showed it was the Spirit Eye Karma Demon Envoy, a level 2 growth beast with mythical bloodline. Its first talent, Demon Eye, revealed an enemy's weak points and blind spots. Its second talent, Extreme Frost Storm, unleashed freezing energy after taking a hit to strengthen its defense. It possessed the flying and ice attributes, with loyalty at 99. When Xingyu checked Zhou Ye's beast, he instantly understood why the battle had dragged on for so long after discovering its special ability. It was the Copper-Eyed Wolf, a level 2 growth beast with mythical bloodline. Its first talent greatly reduced direct damage to its head. Its second talent, Eye Technique, created 12 clones with mental power. Those clones could deal real damage, but destroying them also drained their master's mental strength. It belonged to the Psychic attribute, with loyalty at 87. Xinxin immediately launched an ice skill to begin another assault. Countless ice spears shot toward the Copper-Eyed Wolf, but Zhou Ye instantly ordered it to use Eye Technique, creating clones that dodged every attack. Every wave of ice attacks was effortlessly avoided by the Copper-Eyed Wolf. It kept charging forward and relentlessly pressured its opponent. Seeing the danger growing, the Spirit Eye Karma Demon Envoy immediately flew into the air to widen the distance. But even after dodging, it was still struck by the Copper-Eyed Wolf. One spectator questioned how anyone could tell the real body from the clones. Xingyu only frowned slightly because he knew there was a way. Xingyu looked towards Xinxin and decided to risk sending her a signal. Standing behind Xinxin, he repeatedly covered his mouth and pretended to cough as if hinting at something. Hearing the sound, Xinxin turned around with a puzzled look. Xingyu kept holding his chest and deliberately continued coughing to send the message. After seeing the signal several times, Xinxin gradually realized Xingyu was trying to remind her of something important. At that very moment, behind Xinxin, Zhou Ye's Copper-Eyed Wolf also began preparing its ultimate attack. Xinxin calmly watched every beast in front of her, searching for the real one. She finally spotted the difference. Only the real beast breathed like a living creature during combat. The moment her opponent slipped up, Xinxin immediately ordered the Spirit Eye Karma Demon Envoy to strike back. For the first time, Zhou Ye's Copper-Eyed Wolf lost its advantage as Xinxin locked onto the real body and unleashed the decisive blow. Zhou Ye cried out in shock, but quickly convinced himself that she had only guessed correctly. Xinxin never changed her target. After 2 devastating attacks in a row, Zhou Ye's beast completely lost the ability to fight. The referee immediately announced the result. Murong Xinxin of Qinglong Academy claimed victory, earning her team's second win in the individual matches. Knowing she had won, Xinxin happily ran back to Xingyu and her brother. Yang Shuo praised her non-stop, and Xingyu smiled as he congratulated her. Overjoyed, Xinxin rushed forward and hugged Xingyu to thank him. He simply smiled and said it was nothing. Seeing that, Yang Shuo immediately stepped in with a wary expression and repeatedly demanded to know what Xingyu had done to his sister. He pointed straight at Xingyu and warned him to stay away from his sister. Xingyu could only laugh awkwardly and explain that he had merely given Xinxin a quiet hint during the match. The scene shifted to Zhou Ye. His earlier arrogance had completely disappeared, replaced by a worried expression as he lowered his head and admitted defeat before the dean. Xingyu looked at the 3 students she had placed the highest hopes on with burning anger, even snapping the cigarette in her hand. She immediately ordered the entire team to hold a strategy meeting that night. Until they found a solution, no one was allowed to rest, and everyone would keep training. Standing nearby, the Empress remarked that her son's strength still needed improvement, while Murong Xinxin had displayed remarkable awareness by spotting the opening at the perfect moment. She truly deserved to be called one of Qinglong Academy's finest talents. Cheng-Gong remained calm and explained that Xinxin had not figured it out on her own. The one who truly guided her was Si Xingyu, the miracle doctor he had praised so highly. Realizing the empress had seen through everything, Chung Gong immediately knelt and begged for mercy, hoping she would forgive the students. The empress calmly replied that Zhou Ye, Murong Xinxin, and Xixing Yu had all performed exceptionally well, so each of them would receive an invitation to the emperor's soul training camp. Hearing that, Chung Gong finally let out a sigh of relief and quickly expressed his gratitude. Back with Xing Yu's group, he smiled and asked Yang Shuo where they should go for the barbecue the dean had promised. Still annoyed, Yang Shuo simply waved them away. Just then, staff from the organizers arrived with invitations for Xin Xin and Xing Yu. They announced that the empress was highly impressed by their performances and personally invited them to the emperor's soul training camp. After receiving the letter, Xing Yu curiously asked Yang Shuo about the place. Yang Shuo explained that the emperor's soul training camp was personally established by the empress for the 4 great academies, where she trained the participants herself. Everyone who graduated from it had become a top pillar of Long Kingdom without exception. Only then did Xing Yu realize the trouble ahead, and cold sweat ran down his back. He suddenly remembered the blood contract between himself and Lulu. If the empress discovered it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lost in thought, Xing Yu did not notice that Xin Xin had quietly walked over. She gently reached out and touched his worried face, leaving him completely stunned. Xin Xin softly comforted him, telling him not to overthink it. Didn't he still want to eat barbecue? The future could wait. Xing Yu could only sigh and nod. Before long, the entire group arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Slices of meat coated in sauce sizzled over the glowing charcoal, and the mouth-watering aroma quickly filled the air. Xing Yu, Xin Xin, and Yang Shuo chatted happily while enjoying the barbecue together. While eating, Xing Yu curiously asked why Yang Shuo and Lu Jin came from one of the 4 great families but still loved ordinary restaurants. Yang Shuo laughed and replied that people from the 4 great families ate just like everyone else, from barbecue to street food, and neither he nor his sister was picky. Compared to the other 2, Xin Xin ate much more gracefully, covering her mouth while quietly glancing at Xing Yu and her brother. The sight reminded Xing Yu of Shimeng back home. He recalled how she had once stared at a fried dough stick and innocently asked what it was, making him laugh because life inside the 4 great families seemed surprisingly sheltered. After hearing the story, Xin Xin simply let out a quiet sigh without saying another word. Noticing her unusual reaction, Xing Yu asked what was wrong. Xin Xin lazily replied that she simply found him incredibly annoying, that if she was hurt, a doctor like him could always examine her. That made Yang Shuo spit out all the food in his mouth. Furious, he pointed his chopsticks at Xing Yu and threatened to beat him up. Xing Yu quickly backed off, begged for mercy, and offered to punish himself with 3 drinks. Yang Shuo crushed the beer can in his hand and shouted that beer was as weak as water and hardly counted as punishment. Hearing that, Xing Yu immediately asked the owner to bring out the strongest liquor available, and the owner quickly agreed. Just a few minutes later, a whole crate of strong liquor was placed in front of the group. Yang Shuo eagerly challenged Xing Yu to a drinking contest. He swore he would drink Xing Yu under the table, or else he would change his own surname to Xing Yu's. But the result was the complete opposite. As soon as the contest ended, Yang Shuo was outside the restaurant, throwing up non-stop. Meanwhile, Xing Yu looked perfectly fine, and even asked if Yang Shuo was all right. Barely able to stand, Yang Shuo still reminded him that if he ever married his sister, he had better treat her well, or this brother-in-law would never forgive him. Xing Yu could only laugh helplessly and joke that Lu Jin would be shocked to hear her brother had already accepted him as his future brother-in-law, while Yang Shuo kept vomiting. Just then, Lu Jin blushed and said that since her brother was with them today, it was not convenient. She asked Xing Yu to go shopping with her another time. Xing Yu awkwardly scratched his cheek and politely declined, explaining that the team competition was the next day, so they would have to do it another time. Yang Shuo collapsed in the middle of the road and, despite being completely drunk, still insisted on tagging along that night. After returning home, Xing Yu held the seed in his hand and murmured that he already had the phoenix seed, and the demon firefly flower would arrive soon. Looking at the glowing rare seed, he sighed because he was still missing the dung of an imperial beast god, and he had no idea where to find it. After thinking for a long time without finding an answer, Xing Yu finally gave up and decided to sleep first. As night fell, something strange began to happen. The mark on Xing Yu's arm suddenly emitted a mysterious glow. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky, yet Xing Yu was still fast asleep. A young woman kept shaking him awake while repeatedly calling his name. Still half asleep, Xing Yu slowly opened his eyes and softly called out, "Lulu." The moment he realized Lulu was actually standing right in front of him, he instantly woke up. Xing Yu jumped to his feet and instinctively pinned Lulu against the wall. In a panic, he demanded to know why she had gone outside and whether the Empress people had noticed her. Lulu calmly replied that nothing like that had happened. She had only gone out to gather information because something extremely important had come up. After hearing her explanation, Xing Yu finally let out a sigh of relief and calmed down. Lulu looked at him with a disapproving expression and reminded him that if he wanted to calm himself by patting his chest, that was fine, but the chest he was squeezing belonged to her. Xing Yu immediately pulled his hand back, repeatedly apologized, and explained that he had acted without thinking in his panic. After sitting down, Xing Yu immediately asked what information Lulu had discovered. Lulu revealed that Murong Jin, the Grand Admiral of Long Kingdom's navy, had captured the Calamity Beast, Ghost Serpent Medusa. Since Medusa knew too many secrets, Lulu believed Long Kingdom would execute her on the full moon 3 days later. Hearing that, Xing Yu was shocked and asked if Murong Jin was not Lu Jin's father, and what any of this had to do with Lulu. Only then did Lulu reveal the truth. She explained that Medusa was someone she knew and was also a beast god demonic beast. Xing Yu was stunned that Long Kingdom's Grand Admiral was powerful enough to capture a beast god demonic beast. Then he suddenly realized Lulu's intention and immediately asked if she wanted to rescue Medusa. Lulu went on to reveal that Medusa held the secret of the Empress Shangguan's role in the dragon-slaying war. The moment Xing Yu heard that, he flatly refused and declared that he would never get involved, even if it killed him. He then analyzed the situation at Medusa's prison. She was being held in the underground prison beneath Navy headquarters, a place heavily guarded by countless high-ranking beast tamers. Xing Yu also pointed out that Murong Jin, a 9-star beast tamer with the terrifying sea god bloodline, was stationed at Navy headquarters. With only the two of them, charging in would be nothing but suicide. Seeing that Lulu was still unwilling to give up, Xing Yu gently lifted her chin and seriously told her that he would never let her throw her life away. As the beast bound to him by a blood contract, she had to follow his decision. Right as they were still arguing, the system suddenly appeared and assigned Xing Yu a new mission. The mission required him to infiltrate Navy headquarters, rescue Medusa, and uncover the secret behind the Empress and the dragon-slaying war. The reward was a pure-blood dragon egg and 10,000 points. But if he failed, Lula's identity as a beast under blood contract would be exposed to the Empress. After reading it, Xing Yu exploded with anger, convinced the system was forcing him to walk straight into his own death. After calming down, Xing Yu realized that if Dalu's identity was exposed, even his sister would be dragged into it. With no way out, he accepted the mission. If he succeeded, he could also form a contract with Medusa and use her power to nurture the heavenly soul vine beast. After making up his mind, Xing Yu looked at Dalu and firmly said she was not just his beast companion but also family. No matter what, they would rescue Medusa together. Dalu was deeply moved and thanked Xing Yu again and again. At that moment, the system announced that her loyalty had risen to 90. Just then, Xing Yu's phone buzzed with another notification. It was an official Navy announcement declaring that Medusa would be publicly executed at Iceflower Island in 3 days. The report praised Admiral Murong Jin for capturing the Calamity Demon Serpent Medusa to showcase the Dragon Kingdom Navy's strength. Xing Yu could not understand why they had chosen this exact timing. Dalu explained that the Divine Serpent bloodline had a unique trait. Only a beheading on the night of a full moon would produce a complete beast core. Any other day would leave the core flawed. Thinking about infiltrating the Navy headquarters as only a 2-star beastmaster, Xing Yu could only laugh at the impossible task. He told Dalu to return to her beast crest while he prepared over the next few days. Though worried, Dalu placed all her hope in him. Xing Yu took a deep breath and reminded himself to win Today's match first. The scene quickly shifted to the tournament arena. The entire battlefield was surrounded by flowing lava. Blazing flames filled the air, while a boiling magma lake below churned with endless bubbles. Xing Yu and Yang Shuo stepped onto the field. Looking at the blood-red lake, Xing Yu wondered why the match was held here. Yang Shuo explained that legend claimed a giant dragon had fallen into Rei Long Lake during the dragon-slaying war, staining the water red with its blood, though no one had ever proven the story. Xing Yu immediately activated his divine eye to inspect the area. He even joked to himself that if he lost, he might have to dive into the lake and uncover its secret. As he stared into the depths, Xing Yu spotted a strange light shining from below. From that light, he sensed an extraordinary energy filled with a powerful dragon aura. Xing Yu instantly recognized it as Dragon Frost, a rare power that belonged to dragonkind. He figured that if his beast companion absorbed Dragon Frost, it would complete another evolution. The real problem was figuring out how to retrieve it. Seeing Xing Yu lost in thought, the Murong siblings urged him to focus because the match was about to begin. They reminded him that countless viewers across the country were watching live. Above the arena, helicopters circled overhead as the announcer welcomed everyone to the Super Rookie Team tournament. Broadcast cameras covered every corner of the battlefield. Back at Xing Yu's home, his entire family was watching the broadcast. The commentator introduced the showdown between Qinglong Academy and Baihu Academy, with all 6 contestants hailed as elite geniuses. Shimeng confidently believed her brother would win, while the adults reminded her not to drink too much cola or she would get cavities. Back in the arena, the crowd erupted as thunderous cheers echoed for both teams. Xing Yu silently promised himself to give his best because he wanted his sister to witness his performance. At Xing Yu's command, Hao Feng was summoned and immediately let out a terrifying roar. The Hell Nether Wolf bared its razor-sharp fangs and stood in front of Xing Yu, ready for battle. Yang Shuo and Xin Xin quickly summoned their own beast companions. The Thunderstorm Lion and Xin Xin's beast companion appeared together, completing their formation. The opposing team showed no fear and was determined to win after all their brutal training. Their fighting spirit instantly surged. A loud command summoned the Azure Wolf. Their two beast companions appeared, a giant serpent and a fierce azure wolf. Xing Yu quickly noticed that one enemy had still not summoned a beast companion. The man's suspicious gaze immediately put him on alert. Seeing the enemy formation was not fully ready, Yang Shuo decided to strike first and ordered the Thunderstorm Lion to attack. But the last opponent never moved. Instead, a blurry shadow suddenly shot forward at incredible speed. Xing Yu immediately shouted for Yang Shuo to be careful because something had changed. In the blink of an eye, the dark shadow flashed past Bai Meng, leaving several deep cuts across its body. When it landed, the shadow revealed itself as a ferret-like beast wrapped in poisonous mist. The beast stood upright with powerful muscles and a savage aura that looked ready to devour its prey. Xin Xin instantly recognized it as the Phantom Marten. Yang Shuo quickly explained that this beast, companion, could teleport repeatedly within a limited range, making it an extremely dangerous opponent. The enemy team launched their attack at once. The giant serpent charged forward and unleashed Serpent Storm Tornado, creating a massive cyclone. The Azure Wolf followed with Clone Vision, instantly creating 3 identical copies that were impossible to tell apart. A raging sandstorm blocked everyone's vision. Yang Shuo asked if Xin Xin could identify the real wolf, but she shook her head. After fighting it for so long, she was exhausted, and the blinding sand made it impossible to spot the original. On the other side, the enemy quickly settled on a strategy and ordered the Azure Wolf to focus all its attacks on the Hell Nether Wolf. Hao Feng endured one attack after another, as fresh wounds rapidly covered his body. Watching this, Xing Yu's anger flared. He immediately told Hao Feng to stay calm and charge straight through the sandstorm. Hao Feng burst forward and slammed his body directly into the center of the cyclone. His furious roars echoed non-stop as he struggled to tear the storm apart, refusing to back down. At that moment, the Phantom Marten unleashed whirling daggers, sending 3 razor-sharp blades straight at Hao Feng. The blades sank deep into his body, forcing Hao Feng to let out a painful roar. Xing Yu immediately ordered Hao Feng to activate Shadow Form. Hao Feng quickly dug into the ground and slipped underground to avoid the next wave of attacks. Xin Xin anxiously asked if Xing Yu was all right, but he calmly assured her that he had expected this. Yang Shuo was furious that the enemy had focused all their firepower on Xing Yu. Xin Xin agreed and warned everyone not to let their plan succeed. Yang Shuo immediately ordered Bai Meng to use Heavenly Thunder and wipe out the Azure Wolf's clones. Bolts of lightning rained down, destroying the clones one after another. Unwilling to give up, the enemy ordered the Phantom Marten to unleash whirling daggers once again. Xin Xin's beast companion immediately jumped in front of the Hell Nether Wolf and blocked the entire attack. The man in black only smirked, convinced that no matter how hard they defended, the Hell Nether Wolf would be the first beast companion eliminated under the pressure of all 3 opponents. In sharp contrast to the tense battlefield, Xing Yu simply smiled with complete confidence. He calmly ordered Hao Feng to activate demon power. Instantly, Hao Feng stood tall as terrifying spiritual energy erupted around him. The man in black stared in shock when he realized Hao Feng had fully recovered. Xing Yu calmly looked at his opponents and declared that the real battle was only beginning. Hao Feng stood proudly in the middle of the arena, with every wound completely healed. The commentator excitedly explained that demon power had fully restored the Hell Nether Wolf and erased all of its injuries. The enemy could hardly believe it. The 3 of them had focused on Hao Feng from the very start, yet any normal beast companion would have fallen long ago. Demon power's healing ability was beyond belief. Just then, they noticed something strange happening to their own beast companions, leaving everyone stunned. Even the fierce giant serpent instinctively backed away in fear. The enemy quickly realized that all of their beast companions were trembling with fear, as if demon power could directly suppress their minds. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Feng unleashed Hellfire Lotus and breathed out a massive sea of flames. Yang Shuo was stunned to discover that Hao Feng possessed 4 different attributes: fire, wind, shadow, and demon power. With the might of Hellfire Lotus, he believed this attack could decide the match. The raging flames pouring from Hao Feng's mouth surged straight toward the enemy team. The Serpent's Master hurriedly defended with Scarlet Serpent Guard before using Serpent Storm Tornado again to forcefully extinguish the sea of flames. This time, the battle completely changed. The gigantic cyclone swept away nearly everything on the battlefield before crashing into the blazing inferno. But the result shocked everyone. Not only did the flames refuse to go out, they exploded even harder and completely swallowed the raging storm. The bald man stood frozen in disbelief because, by all logic, wind should have overwhelmed fire. That overwhelming power made elemental counters meaningless, then immediately ordered Hao Feng to detonate. A massive explosion erupted, tearing the tornado apart until nothing remained. The blast sent dust everywhere, throwing both the camera and the cameraman backward. Thick dust blocked everyone's view, with only flickering flames glowing through the smoke. As the smoke cleared, the giant serpent appeared covered in wounds and looked utterly miserable. The other two beast companions were no better, battered badly and clearly shaken. Han Han clenched his fists and glared at Xing Yu, finally realizing he had not used his full strength yesterday. Xing Yu mocked them again, saying the White Tiger Academy was only this capable, and he alone could defeat all three of them. The bald man tried to argue back, but the man in black stopped him and warned him not to let emotions ruin their plan, telling everyone to fight at full power. The trio attacked together as the giant serpent took the lead with serpent blade, crushing fist. The man in black's beast companion leaped into the air and unleashed a barrage of flying daggers. Evil Eye Wolf refused to stay back and charged straight at its target with razor-sharp claws. Hao Feng was pushed into extreme danger as attacks closed in from 3 directions at once. The bald man laughed confidently, convinced Hao Feng could never survive this assault. Xing Yu simply smiled as if everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out and covered the entire arena. Rocks flew everywhere, and as the dust settled, a gigantic figure emerged. The bald man's face turned pale as he finally realized what had happened. Hao Feng appeared in a towering form wrapped in blazing fire armor. The man in black instantly recognized it as blazing sun armor, a battle skill only extraordinary fire beast tamers could use. Before the bald man could understand, the man in black explained that blazing sun armor could block explosive attacks while absorbing the impact to strengthen itself. What shocked him most was that Xing Yu had mastered such a difficult skill. Xing Yu casually reminded them that they still had not noticed what had changed on the battlefield. All three immediately looked around in every direction. Only then did they realize the Morong brothers' beast companions had disappeared, and the man in black instantly knew something was wrong. Meanwhile, the opposing beast companions remained completely unaware and kept roaring with confidence. The shadow ape sensed the danger, but it was already too late to react. Han Han's beast companion suddenly dove down and pinned its target to the ground. It then shot back into the air, gathered all the energy in its mouth, and fired directly at the enemy. The man in black gritted his teeth as the shadow ape could no longer hold on and was about to be knocked off the arena, leaving him no choice but to summon a second beast companion. Without hesitation, he summoned the rock giant to rescue the shadow ape. Just as Xing Yu expected, he smiled and said they had finally forced the enemy to reveal their fourth beast companion. The rock giant unleashed massive punches, while Xing Yu immediately activated giant strength fist to meet the attack. Fire calmly created a transparent shield with its weapon and blocked every devastating blow. The man in black stammered in shock, recognizing fire as the holy light angel beast from ancient records. Yet he could not understand how a beast companion in its initial form could stop an adult-stage rock giant. Xing Yu calmly replied that his beast companion was far stronger than they could ever imagine. The battle remained fierce, as the heat from the lava threw the entire battlefield into chaos. Yang Heng's beast companion was blasted straight into the boiling lava below. The referee immediately declared Yang Heng's shadow ape the first beast companion to be eliminated, adding that Xing Yu's constant interference had left Yang Heng no chance to save it. Xing Yu still stood proudly in the middle of the arena, with 2 overwhelming beast companions at his side. He ordered Hao Feng to stay out of the fight for now and let fire take the spotlight, and Hao Feng immediately nodded. Yang Heng was furious at Xing Yu's confidence, believing a junior had no right to challenge him. He immediately ordered Serpent Monk Scarlet Python to charge forward and teach Xing Yu a lesson. At that moment, fire flashed and vanished from Xing Yu's side, making him smile because his opponent had clearly underestimated its strength. Only then did Yang Heng realize something was wrong and urgently shouted for the rock giant to protect the Serpent Monk Scarlet Python. But it was already too late. Freya blinked in front of Tianxi's beast companion so fast that only afterimages remained. Before the enemy could react, Freya unleashed a devastating kick straight into the serpent's body. The overwhelming impact launched it dozens of meters away. Serpent Monk Scarlet Python had no chance to fight back, and only survived because the rock giant rushed in to take the blow. Even the rock giant was forced back several steps, proving just how terrifying that kick really was. Everything happened so fast that the camera crew missed it completely. The director immediately ordered a replay, and even wanted to slow it down 1,000 times to see it clearly. Yang Shuo stared in shock and asked Xing Yu what kind of battle skill that was. Was it really a lightspeed kick? Xing Yu proudly smiled and explained that Freya had created the move herself and named it Point of Light. The opposing team could only sigh in disbelief, since even the rock giant struggled to withstand it, while Yang Heng frowned because he still had no answer. Xing Yu calmly stood across from them and called out to Yang Heng. He even joked by asking whether their beast companions had ever been kicked at the speed of light. Yang Shuo could only twitch awkwardly, completely speechless after being teased like that. Even so, they encouraged themselves by believing Freya could not keep using that move forever. They still had 2 beast companions left, and Yang Heng promised to fight with everything he had. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Heng summoned Battle Drum Rhino. A blue rhino appeared, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. Tianxi also activated his Beast Tamer emblem and summoned Blazing Fury Tiger, determined not to lose again. The newly summoned beast companion immediately rushed into position beside its master. The Murong brothers refused to stand aside. The younger brother shouted, while Yang Shuo declared that they would not let Xing Yu fight alone. Xing Yu immediately ordered Freya to charge at Blazing Fury Tiger, and the tiny beast companion rushed onto the battlefield. He declared that he would never let the enemy succeed. Meanwhile, the rock giants switched targets and charged toward the struggling Murong brothers. Freya faced Tianxi's beast companion head-on and landed another lightspeed kick into its stomach before it could react. Across the arena, every pair of beast companions was locked in its own fierce battle. Yang Shua's thunderstorm lion struggled under the pressure of the rock giant. Zhou Ye's battle drum rhino was also taking continuous lightning attacks. As the battle dragged on, Zhou Ye, Yang Heng, and Tianxi all began running out of spiritual energy, their breathing growing heavy. Realizing the situation was getting worse, Zhou Ye admitted that his spiritual energy was almost gone, while Xing Yu still had plenty left. Tianxi also admitted he had reached his limit and could only use one final battle skill. Yang Heng immediately urged everyone to unleash their strongest techniques, calling it their last chance to turn the battle around. Xing Yu quickly guessed their plan and told the Murong brothers to get ready because the enemy was about to unleash their finishing move. He then turned to Yang Shu and suggested they end the battle with their strongest combo. Yang Heng ordered the rock giant to use giant growth, making its body even larger while greatly increasing its defense. Tianxi commanded Serpent Monk Scarlet Python to cast Endless Serpent Sandstorm, surrounding the rock giant with green spiritual energy. Zhou Ye then had Evil Eye Wolf cast Illusion Arts, creating dozens of rock giant clones. Seeing this, Xing Yu smirked and called out to Yang Shuo. Han Han immediately replied that he understood the plan. Without another second of hesitation, both sides launched their counterattack. Dozens of fake rock giants charged toward Hao Feng and quickly surrounded him. Countless gigantic fists rained down like heavy hammers, smashing into the ground. The terrifying impact sent massive clouds of dust across the battlefield, hiding everything from view. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from above, making Yang Heng instantly look up. Han Han's bone wing bat beast was flying overhead, while the thunderstorm lion held Hao Feng high in the air. Hao Feng rapidly gathered magic power and formed a blazing red tornado that continued to grow. Xing Yu could not hide his smile and immediately ordered Hao Feng to finish the battle. The tension in the arena reached its peak as Han Han shouted for Bone Wing Bat Beast to pour all of its Fire Wraith energy into the final attack. Yang Shuo also ordered Thunderstorm Lion to channel all of its power into the combined finishing strike. At the command, both beast companions poured their elemental power into Hao Feng. After absorbing the 2 massive energy streams, the flaming vortex before Hao Feng instantly grew larger and far more violent. The 3 forces merged into one, creating a gigantic storm that covered the entire arena and trapped every enemy inside. Once enough power had gathered, Hao Feng opened his mouth and unleashed all the fire he had been charging. The flames transformed into a ferocious fire dragon that ripped across the sky, leaving a blazing trail behind. Its target was the spot where all of the enemy beast companions had gathered. The moment it struck, a deafening explosion shook the entire arena as rocks and dust blasted into the air. Countless rock giant clones were swept away and shattered into pieces by the overwhelming combo attack. Even the arena trembled violently, while the surrounding water surged as if stirred by the immense power. After a while, everything finally settled as the wind cleared away the thick dust and revealed the battlefield once again. Every rock giant clone had vanished, leaving only the real one unconscious in the middle of the arena. Evil Eye Wolf was no better, covered in wounds and completely unconscious. Serpent Monk, Scarlet Python had also been knocked out, alongside the other 2 beast companions. Yang Heng, Zhou Ye, and Tianxi could only fall to their knees in regret and helplessness before finally accepting defeat. The referee's voice echoed across the arena, officially declaring Azure Dragon Spirit Academy the winner. Overjoyed, Xing Yu hugged Han Han and spun her around, shouting that they had finally won, while she simply smiled back. Seeing that, Yang Shuo immediately rushed over to stop him and reminded Xing Yu not to hug his little sister in front of the live cameras. Just as everyone was celebrating, someone suddenly called out to Xing Yu. Yang Heng and the other 2 walked over, admitted that Xing Yu was simply too strong, and said this defeat had completely earned their respect. Hearing that, Xing Yu awkwardly smiled and sincerely thanked them. his attention was soon drawn to the conversation between the two academy principals. Principal Su accepted the congratulations, while the other principal joked that White Tiger Academy had accidentally made them the center of attention nationwide. The two principals kept chatting and laughing as they shook hands, leaving Xingyu speechless because Principal Su was once again competing with someone. Xingyu jokingly teased her, saying she should keep a close eye on her student because Xiao Xingyu might transfer to her academy next year. Principal Su confidently fired back, asking whether Xingyu was even capable of stealing her student. After saying that, she called Xingyu over. As soon as he walked up, Xingyu had no idea what was happening before she pulled him close. In the blink of an eye, his face was pressed against the principal's chest, making the situation incredibly awkward. Principal Su proudly looked at Xingyu and declared that she had once saved Xingyu's life, so he would definitely stand by her. Xingyu quietly reminded her that the program was still live, but she only let out a soft snort. The scene then shifted to Yueshue's apartment. The television was replaying the intimate moment between Xingyu and Principal Su. Seeing it, Yueshue became so furious that she crushed the remote control, shocking the person beside her. Night gradually fell as lights from the streets and homes illuminated the city, creating a dazzling view. Amid the lively atmosphere, the three of them escorted Xingyu home. They teased him by saying he had drunk so much the night before, yet today he was already wasted after only a few drinks. Xingyu only mumbled that he could not drink anymore. After helping Xingyu into his room, the Murong brothers quietly closed the door and left him to rest. As the door shut, the room quickly fell silent. After confirming no one was around, Xingyu immediately opened his eyes. He had only been pretending to be drunk. After carefully checking his surroundings, his beast tamer emblem lit up. Xingyu summoned Da Lu and asked her to come with him to Dragon Turning Lake. As soon as Da Lu appeared, she asked in surprise why he was still awake and where he wanted to go in the middle of the night. Xingyu replied that he had figured out a way to save Madu Sha and needed her help. Hearing that, Da Lu widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to believe Xingyu had really found a way to save her. Xingyu explained that if they wanted to obtain the Mu, Da Lu first had to break through her current realm and complete her next evolution. She had been stuck at level 3 Beast Emperor for far too long, and her bloodline had not fully awakened. He then asked, what if they could obtain the dragon marrow of a pure-blooded dragon? Da Lu froze in shock, unable to imagine where he could possibly find something so priceless, or what he planned to do with it. That once Da Lu absorbed the dragon marrow and fused it with a pure dragon bloodline, she would evolve into the nine-tailed dragon tiger. She only smiled, convinced he was joking. In her eyes, even the strongest beast emperor could never fuse with a pure dragon bloodline, and dragon marrow was nothing more than a dragon's remains. Xingyu stayed calm and asked what she would say if he really had a way to make it happen. Da Lu could not believe it and forced a smile. Evolving into the nine-tailed dragon tiger felt like nothing more than an impossible dream. She still sounded doubtful, but deep down, Xingyu's confidence made her hesitate. She wondered if she should risk everything on this one chance. The city was buried beneath gray rain. Yellow lights glowed from the buildings, making the empty streets feel even quieter. The rain over Dragon Lake showed no sign of stopping, as Xingyu and Da Lu followed the shore toward their destination. Xingyu said the weather was perfect because no one would notice them. He told Da Lu to protect them with foxfire before diving in, while he guided the way. She agreed without hesitation. The moment he finished speaking, Da Lu wrapped her tail around Xingyu and pulled them both straight into the water, making him quickly tell her to be a little gentler. Before long, they reached the blood-red water at the bottom of the lake and kept moving under Xingyu's guidance. While swimming, Da Lu finally asked where the dragon bones were hidden, as Xingyu kept adjusting their direction. Xingyu continued giving directions, telling her to move slightly right. Their target was only 200 or 300 meters away. As they approached the lakebed, Da Lu finally spotted what they had been searching for, and immediately called out to Xingyu. Before them lay the massive skeleton of a dragon resting beneath the water. Both were stunned that such enormous remains had been hidden here. Then they rushed toward it. Da Lu stared at the giant skeleton with wide eyes, too shocked to say a word. Xingyu quickly recognized it as the heartguard bone, the smallest yet toughest and densest bone in a dragon's body. Da Lu was even more amazed by how much he knew, and started wondering if he was really only 18 years old. At that moment, the ring on Xingyu's finger suddenly began to glow, and his expression completely changed. A stream of golden light spread from the ring and covered the entire dragon skeleton. The massive skeleton slowly shrank before being absorbed into the ring. Xingyu immediately told Da Lu that after leaving the lake, they should head to a forest outside the city to perform the fusion, because it was filled with fierce beasts, but very few people. She understood and nodded. The scene shifted to a cave deep inside the forest while the rain continued pouring outside. Inside the cave, Da Lu squeezed the water from her soaked tails and asked how Xingyu planned to help her evolve into the nine-tailed dragon tiger. He answered by taking out a glowing red stone and telling her to accept this treasure first. Da Lu stared at the glowing red stone in shock and repeatedly asked what it was and where Xingyu had found it. The red stone continued shining with a strange light. Xing Yu then handed Da Lu a fanling pill and a heartguard pill to increase the chance of a successful fusion. He knew they had all come from the system, so he kept the truth to himself because no one would believe it. After everything was ready, Xing Yu seriously warned that evolution always came with danger. If the dragon bloodline fusion failed, Da Lu would suffer a devastating backlash. Hearing that, Da Lu gently held Xing Yu's hand and smiled as she asked if he was worried about her. She reminded him of his dream to become the world's strongest beast tamer and said this was no time to hesitate. Da Lu said that the moment she decided to follow Xing Yu to Dragon Lake, she had already accepted the risk. If she wanted to escape her enemies and stand proudly beneath the sunlight again, she had to become stronger no matter the cost. Her words restored Xing Yu's determination. He smiled, admitted he had hesitated for a moment, and declared that the fusion would begin. The ring on his finger lit up once again. Da Lu quickly returned to her giant fox form to prepare for the new power. Xing Yu released the dragon bones from the ring, allowing them to return to their massive size before Da Lu. He instructed Da Lu to absorb the entire dragon bones, the red stone, and the heartguard pill all at once. Without a second thought, she opened her mouth and swallowed everything. In the blink of an eye, Da Lu swallowed every treasure, officially beginning the dangerous fusion. Only seconds after absorbing the power, her body started changing violently. Her entire body trembled as overwhelming power erupted. She was losing control, and her body felt like it was burning from the inside. Unable to endure the pain, Da Lu burst out of the cave. She charged through the forest, smashing every tree in her path and leaving a long trail behind. Xing Yu immediately chased after her, shouting that the bloodline fusion crystal was working and believing she could overcome this trial. But before long, he had to stop because the terrifying aura ahead was too overwhelming to approach. Da Lu turned her gaze toward the distant city, where faint lights still glowed in the night. A giant screen displayed Guanlin, the Dragon Kingdom Empress. The moment Da Lu saw her enemy, her eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. The fusion grew even more intense, and her rage was quickly slipping out of control. Realizing the danger, Xing Yu hurriedly called out, telling Da Lu to stay rational, because now was not the time for revenge. He reminded her of everything they had talked about. If she surrendered to her instincts now, all their efforts would be wasted. As her mind became more chaotic, Xing Yu's voice was the only thing keeping Da Lu calm. He promised to stay by her side, help her grow stronger, and one day let her live openly beneath the sun. Hearing that, Da Lu could only roar and tell him to leave. The next moment, she let out a furious roar that unleashed a violent storm and blasted Xing Yu away. Xing Yu was unharmed, but he grew even more worried. He feared the fusion had failed and kept calling Da Lu's name. But before his eyes, the giant beast was gone, replaced by the figure of a young woman. Da Lu breathed heavily, her beautiful face filled with exhaustion after the brutal fusion. Seeing the transformation, Xing Yu instantly realized the result. He shouted with joy as Da Lu had finally evolved successfully. But in the next instant, Da Lu suddenly rushed straight at Xing Yu before he could react. In a flash, she knocked him onto the ground. Da Lu pinned Xing Yu beneath her, while he stared at her in complete confusion. Breathing heavily, Da Lu complained that everything he had just said sounded exactly like a marriage proposal. She leaned her face close to Xing Yu, leaving him flustered, as he quickly insisted that he never meant it that way. Da Lu's eyes turned red as if she were about to cry. She softly called Xing Yu's name and said it was something she had always hoped for. The scene shifted to the next morning in the mountains. Sitting alone, Xing Yu quietly reflected like he was writing in a diary, joking that his dream of becoming a great wizard by 30 was officially over. Sitting on a rock with dark circles and an exhausted face, Xing Yu blamed himself for being careless. He remembered that dragon bloodlines greatly increased strength, but forgot how fierce a dragon's instincts were. As an ordinary human, he never stood a chance against the evolved Da Lu. He even answered the questions others might ask. Calling another beast companion would not have stopped Da Lu, and as for what happened, he could only blame instinct. Xing Yu felt the whole situation was even more unbelievable than causing trouble while drunk. Just then, a fair hand suddenly reached toward him. It was Da Lu, pinching him hard while calling him shameless. Xing Yu cried out in pain and argued that she was the one who made the first move. Hearing that, Da Lu finally let go and admitted with an embarrassed face that she did not know why she had completely lost control. If they went back now, everyone would laugh at her. Xing Yu took a cloak from his storage ring and handed it to Da Lu, telling her to put it on because staying like this was not appropriate. Da Lu only smiled knowingly and said that he had already seen everything he should not have seen, and everything that should not have happened had already happened. Acting polite now was just pretending. Xing Yu helplessly draped the cloak over her before speaking seriously. He said they were both adults, so if there were any unexpected consequences, he would take responsibility for the little fox's future. His sincere words left Da Lu completely stunned. But the next second, Da Lu blushed in embarrassment, picked up a rock, and threw it straight at Xing Yu, sending him running away while covering his head. After running for a while, Xing Yu stopped, checked his phone, and smiled. He put the phone away and sincerely congratulated Dalu for surviving the breakthrough and completing her evolution. Looking at her reflection on the screen, Dalu was shocked to see how much she had changed, especially the pair of dragon horns on her head. Xingyu looked at her with a strange smile, but did not explain right away. Dalu happily examined her body before suddenly realizing that every old scar had completely disappeared. Xingyu's system immediately updated her status. Dalu had evolved into a rank 1 beast god nine-tailed dragon fox. She now possessed the nine-tailed bloodline, the mythic bloodline, and a pure dragon bloodline with creation power. Her 4 talents were Eye of Misfortune, which could petrify enemies with a glance; Nine-tailed Fox Fire, which burns souls and dealt devastating mental damage; Dragon Will, which granted control immunity while boosting both physical and mental damage; and Dragon Soul, which automatically protected her from fatal attacks. Her attributes were Dragon Fox, Humanoid Beast, Psychic, and Fire. Her loyalty had reached 88. Her skills included Nine-tailed Beast Bomb, Bloodthirsty Demon Eyes, Nine-tailed Heavenly Blaze, Divine Dragon Tail Sweep, and Dragon Claw. Her next evolution would be the 10-tailed Dragon Fox, and she still loved sweets and sleeping in. Xingyu gave Lulu a thumbs up and praised her as the first beast companion to successfully fuse with a pure dragon bloodline. He joked that she was incredibly lucky. When he kept teasing her about pregnancy, Lulu blushed furiously and warned that she would fight him if he said another word. The scene then shifted to another building. While searching on his phone, Xingyu analyzed that the prison was heavily guarded. The only chance to rescue Medusa would be after reaching Bang Island in 2 days. The Academy Finals would begin 6 days later, giving them only one opportunity. If they failed, they would abandon the rescue, protect themselves, and leave the Academy before anyone became suspicious. After explaining the plan, he turned to Lulu. Xingyu asked if Lulu still had any questions, but she remained lost in thought. After a long pause, Lulu finally asked how a 2-star beast tamer with only 2,000 or 3,000 spirit power could possibly fight a 9-star beast tamer. Xingyu simply smiled and said he already had a solution. He only needed to refine a special pill this time, but he had to make it himself. He also asked Lulu for a little of her blood, because her pure dragon bloodline would be extremely useful. Without hesitation, Lulu cut her fingertip with a knife. As long as it could help Xingyu, she was willing to do anything. Seeing that, Xingyu immediately panicked and shouted for her to stop. But Lulu still let drops of blood fall into a glass bottle as the wound continued bleeding. Worried she would hurt herself even more, Xingyu quickly took Lulu's hand and pressed her finger to his lips to stop the bleeding, gently telling her not to harm herself so carelessly again. That caring gesture made Lulu's heart race. Her face turned bright red as she softly tried to call Xingyu's name. Just as the mood became emotional, Xingyu's phone suddenly started ringing non-stop. He quickly picked it up and checked the messages, completely missing Lulu's adorable, blushing face beside him. Opening the message, Xingyu saw that Lu Jin wanted to meet at the night market entrance because her older brother wanted to treat him to barbecue. Before long, night had fallen. Yang Shuo was already waiting. The moment he saw Xingyu, he waved him over. Xingyu walked up and asked why the siblings had arrived so early. Yang Shuo smiled helplessly and joked that it was because his little sister could not wait to see Xingyu. Everyone immediately looked at Lu Jin. Lu Jin was wearing a beautiful dress that day. She shyly complained that Xingyu was late, and he turned to look at her. Xingyu quickly apologized and admitted that he had stayed up playing games and overslept that morning. He then immediately asked if Lu Jin could do him a favor. The moment he called her so warmly, she blushed and softly asked what he needed. Xingyu honestly said he needed several rare herbs, but they were too expensive for him to afford. Lu Jin agreed to help without the slightest hesitation. Hearing her answer, Xingyu became so happy that he blurted out that he loved her. Yang Shuo immediately interrupted and reminded him that he was still standing right there. Lu Jin tactfully told her brother that she would go buy the herbs with Xingyu first. Yang Shuo immediately understood and claimed he had something to do that night, so he would skip the barbecue. Before leaving, Yang Shuo called Xingyu aside for a private word. Throwing an arm over Xingyu's shoulder, Yang Shuo gave him a serious warning. If he dared take advantage of his little sister, there would be consequences. Since they would be alone, he had better behave himself, and if he even thought about taking Lu Jin to rent a room, he would regret it. Xingyu calmly replied that he had no such intention. Goodbye and left as if nothing had happened. Before leaving, he reminded his sister to have fun and told Xingyu not to stay out too late. After that, the two headed to a traditional herbal medicine shop filled with lively conversation. The shop owner generously gave all the herbs to Xingyu. Thrilled, he thanked Lu Jin for covering the cost. In return, he promised to create custom formulas for each of her beast companions to make them stronger. Lu Jin simply smiled and said she would wait for the results. After a brief pause, Lu Jin quietly asked if Xingyu had noticed anything. He looked confused and asked what she meant. Seeing the hopeful look on her face, Xingyu guessed she wanted him to compliment her outfit. But after thinking for a moment, he pretended not to notice and said he did not feel anything special. That answer left Lu Jin visibly disappointed. She quietly watched his back and softly asked, "Really? Right then, a black cat with glowing eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. Startled, Lu Jin lost her balance and fell. Xing Yu rushed over to check on her. She smiled and said the cat had only scared her, while he immediately knelt down to examine her injury. Xing Yu found that Lu Jin had twisted her ankle and scolded her for being careless. She smiled awkwardly and said she had sprained it many times since childhood, so she was used to it. Seeing her injured ankle, Xing Yu turned his back and told her to climb on, because he would carry her back to the hotel. Even though she kept refusing out of embarrassment, he would not change his mind. While the two kept arguing, the black cat calmly sat in the corner licking its paw like it was watching a show. Xing Yu could only urge her to hurry. In the end, Lu Jin realized she could not walk on her own and obediently let Xing Yu carry her. His steady back and their close distance made her heart race. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Lu Jin softly called Xing Yu's name, and he immediately answered, asking what was wrong. She looked up at the sky and suddenly said it seemed to be raining. Xing Yu looked up as well and saw the first raindrops falling. Without wasting another second, Xing Yu carried her and sprinted at full speed. Lu Jin was shocked by how fast he was, while he laughed and said they would both be soaked if he did not run. After running through the rain, they finally made it back to the hotel safely, while the storm outside only grew heavier. As soon as they entered the room, both of them were breathing hard. Xing Yu wiped his hair and sighed in relief that they had made it back before the rain became even worse. By chance, Xing Yu noticed that Lu Jin's dress was almost completely soaked. He quickly tossed her a towel to dry off, then accidentally asked if she needed help changing clothes. Lu Jin blushed and refused, saying she could handle it herself. Xing Yu then offered to check her ankle instead. At first, Lu Jin wanted to call him a pervert, but before she could speak, Xing Yu had already sat down with a serious expression to examine her injury. Watching the young man carefully massage her ankle, Lu Jin found herself speechless. As he checked the injury, Xing Yu gently asked her a question. He guessed that the first time she injured her ankle had something to do with a demon beast. Lu Jin was stunned that he guessed correctly. Xing Yu almost mentioned the eye of the demon god, but instead smiled and explained that as a doctor, treating people was not much different from treating beast companions. Hearing that, Lu Jin slowly recalled what happened when she was 25 and went out to sea with her father. That day, they were caught in a tsunami, and their battleship came under a fierce attack from demon beasts. Amid the chaos, she fell into the sea and was nearly swallowed by an armored black whale. Her father lost an arm while saving her. Lu Jin calmly said that compared to her father losing an arm, a sprained ankle meant nothing. After hearing that, Xing Yu secretly planned to seize Merong Yuzhuang's tomb from General Merong at the naval headquarters the next day, while also worrying whether it would affect her family. As Xing Yu stood up to leave, he reminded Lu Jin to avoid walking too much over the next few days so her ankle could recover before the finals. Lu Jin quietly agreed, but just as Xing Yu was about to leave, she reached out and grabbed his hand, as if she still had something to say. Xing Yu turned around in confusion. Blushing, she softly said that her ankle still hurt and asked if he could carry her to the bathroom. Xing Yu agreed without hesitation. Before long, Lu Jin's faint silhouette could be seen behind the frosted bathroom glass. The hot water slowly relaxed her body, while steam filled the entire room. Outside the hotel, the rain continued to pour even harder. After finishing her bath, Lu Jin could not help wondering if she had made her feelings far too obvious. Right then, Yang Shuo was already sitting on the bed, with a cup of water in his hand. Without even turning around, he asked if her ankle felt any better, startling her. After a brief silence, Yang Shuo said that Xing Yu had already told him what happened, before leaving, because of an urgent matter. He gently told his sister that he knew she liked Xing Yu, but relationships should take time. If she rushed things, it would only make everything awkward. Though a little disappointed, Lu Jin obediently nodded and said she understood. Meanwhile, Xing Yu, filled with determination, summoned Da Lu to prepare for pill refining. The moment she appeared, Da Lu teased him for not staying with the injured girl. Xing Yu awkwardly denied it and quickly got to work, asking her to control the spirit flame while they refined 2 dragon spirit pills together. Only after finishing them would Medusa's chances of survival improve. Realizing she could not tease him any further, Da Lu pouted and complained that he had no sense of humor. They worked together throughout the entire night. Xing Yu focused on preparing the medicinal ingredients, while Da Lu carefully controlled the spirit flame to support the refining process. The rain finally began to ease just before dawn. At that very moment, the 2 dragon spirit pills were finally complete. Xing Yu was so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open. He told Da Lu to let him sleep for a while. As soon as he woke up, they would leave immediately. But just as he lay down, Da Lu softly called out to him. Xing Yu opened his eyes and looked at her in confusion. Da Lu simply smiled warmly and quietly said, "Thank you, my master." After getting some rest, Xing Yu stood up with determined eyes. He took a deep breath and declared that it was time to begin the dangerous journey ahead. Da Lu still could not hide her concern and urged Xing Yu to abandon the plan. She believed he did not need to risk his life just to save a beast companion, especially now that she had become a divine beast and still had a chance to escape safely on her own. Hearing that, Xingyu gently flicked Dalu's forehead and seriously told her never to think that way again. To him, she was not just a beast companion but family, and no matter how dangerous the road ahead was, he would never abandon her. Dalu froze after hearing those heartfelt words. Xingyu continued, telling her not to look so sad because this mission was not entirely for her alone. Suddenly remembering something, Dalu asked how he planned to explain being absent from the academy for several days. Xingyu calmly replied that he had requested leave to visit his older sister, and the principal had approved 3 days off. Everything had gone even more smoothly than expected. The scene shifted to the training ground of Azure Dragon Academy. As the assembly whistle sounded, everyone was informed that Xingyu had taken leave and would miss training for the next few days. At that moment, Lu Jins was walking beside her brother, Yang Shuo, when he asked where she was going. She claimed she was not feeling well and wanted to return to the hotel instead of joining Today's training. Yang Shuo nodded but secretly wondered what had happened between her and Xingyu the previous night to make her seem so different. Watching the Yang siblings leave, Kei Ren could only sigh helplessly that one student after another kept taking leave without even asking their teacher. Meanwhile, dusk settled over the Balan beach. Xingyu and Dalu had also arrived there. Right in front of them lay Icefire Island. Xingyu pointed toward it and asked Dalu if she could simply swim across since it was not that far away. Dalu immediately shook her head, saying she was a fox, not a fish. Staying underwater for too long would be miserable. Xingyu then asked if she had another plan. Dalu smiled confidently, raised both hands, and began using her power. In an instant, the sea erupted into violent waves, leaving even Xingyu stunned. Countless fish swimming nearby were instantly thrown high above the water. Xingyu quickly told Dalu to stop, because such a huge disturbance might attract demon beasts beneath the sea. She simply smiled and said that was exactly what she wanted. After choosing a suitable target, Dalu immediately launched her attack. Chains suddenly appeared, tightly binding a massive spiked fish before dragging it up from the depths of the sea. Xingyu recognized it as the Rockhorn Whale King, a rank 1 Beast King demon beast with tremendous strength. Unfortunately for it, this time it had run into Dalu. Bound by countless chains, the demon beast could only struggle helplessly. Xingyu and Dalu quickly jumped onto its back. Dalu immediately ordered it to carry them to Icefire Island, and the unfortunate beast had no choice but to obey. During the journey, Dalu still looked worried and asked Xingyu if he was nervous. Sitting cross-legged on the demon beast's back, he smiled and admitted that saying he was not worried would be a lie. Dalu still urged him to turn back while there was still time. Xingyu simply lay down, saying he had never regretted this choice, then told her to wake him when they reached the island. Dalu quietly looked at Xingyu with gentle eyes and softly called his name. Without opening his eyes, he lazily asked what else she wanted. Dalu only smiled and said it was nothing, but silently vowed to spend the rest of her life protecting the man before her. The scene shifted to Icefire Island, a place where ice and fire coexisted just as its name suggested. Inside the naval base, the atmosphere was extremely tense. There, Murong Jun was reading reports about his 2 children and was pleased that everything was going according to plan. When he noticed Xingyu standing beside Murong Jin in the report, he could not help praising the young man's exceptional talent. Just then, General Baiyu walked in with a smile and joked that if Murong Jun cared so much about his children, he should have taken leave and visited Purple City himself. Murong Jun looked up in surprise when he saw Baiyu and immediately asked why he had come. Baiyu explained that Medusa's execution was too important. The Empress wanted extra security, so she sent him to assist. Hearing that, Murong Jun wondered if the Empress doubted his abilities. Baiyu seriously warned everyone not to lower their guard. The mainland was in chaos. Eastern forces had already made secret moves before being stopped. The south was filled with escaped criminals, and the Yan Ming organization would never give up on Medusa so easily. Murong Jun fell silent for a moment, before asking Baiyu whether their enemies had discovered his presence on Icefire Island. Baiyu smiled with killing intent, and said that if they really knew 2 generals were on the island, none of them would leave alive. Baiyu's overwhelming aura alone was enough to make the nearby guards turn pale and tremble uncontrollably. Yang Jin told everyone not to burden themselves with unnecessary worries because they were surrounded by trusted allies. Time was running out, and their priority was to carry out the execution. Soon after, a special prisoner transport coffin was lowered to the ground and slowly opened. Medusa appeared with her entire body bound in heavy chains, as soldiers escorted her step by step toward the execution platform. Beneath the moonlight, she was brought before the guillotine and silently waited for the execution order. From above, Baiyu loudly declared Medusa guilty of grave crimes and said that the Empress had already shown great mercy by letting her live this long. Medusa calmly opened her eyes, looked straight at him, and asked whether she had truly committed any crime at all. At the same time, her status appeared, confirming that Medusa belonged to the humanoid demon beast race and bore the title Calamity Ghost Serpent. Medusa laughed mockingly and brought up Shangguan Lan's secret, asking that if she was truly guilty, then what was that secret that no one dared to mention? Meanwhile, Xing Yu and Da Lu had already arrived on Icefire Island. Seeing the two generals personally overseeing the execution, Xing Yu decided to wait patiently for the perfect opportunity. Da Lu carefully scanned the surroundings, wondering if any hidden experts were still lurking nearby. On another front, the sea suddenly became violent as towering waves roared across the water. Murong Jun's expression turned extremely serious as he immediately took action. Water poured down like a barrage, while Murong Jun's two subordinates used all their strength to pull an enormous locking pin. After tremendous effort, the massive pin was finally pulled free. Seeing that, Medusa immediately mocked Shangguanlan, asking if she really believed her death would bury every secret beneath the sea forever. Every chain around Medusa's body shook violently as she unleashed her spirit power and loudly declared that the crimes committed 200 years ago would one day be exposed to the world. That burst of spirit power immediately struck Murong Jun's subordinates, leaving them in obvious pain as their expressions changed. Everyone else suffered the same fate. Even while desperately holding on to the chains, their faces grew paler by the second. Medusa's spirit power spread across the entire execution ground. Everyone sensed the strange energy and realized this was far from ordinary. Then the inevitable happened as Medusa's spirit power completely enveloped one of the subordinates. He instantly lost control of his body. Terror filled his face, yet he could not resist at all. At that critical moment, General Lu Di suddenly appeared, his thunderous voice echoing across the battlefield as he ordered everyone not to let the ghost aura spread. Bai Yu continued channeling his spirit power to stabilize the situation, unleashing fierce winds, while countless vines and branches burst from the ground. Medusa watched every move while General Lu Di's spiritual power quickly spread across everyone present. Bo Yu tightened the thorn restraints even more, making Medusa cry out in pain. He laughed with confidence and admitted Medusa was a dangerous opponent because she could still cast illusions even in this state. Medusa brought up the old massacre of the Bo clan and demanded to know why a survivor like Bo Yu would willingly serve Shangguanlan. The question clearly hit a nerve. Bo Yu froze for a moment before coldly warning that Medusa had learned something she never should have known. Right then, Yan Ming's forces arrived. Rong Jin reported that they had located the execution ground's power source and only needed to cut it before making their move. The guards suddenly spotted them and raised their guns. The situation turned critical as someone shouted that there was no time left. The moment the order was given, the team instantly triggered the explosives they had prepared. A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves across the island like an earthquake. The devastating blast destroyed part of the execution ground as blazing flames lit up the entire area. Seeing the chaos, Yan Ming's forces immediately launched their assault. Every member summoned their beast companion, and countless roars echoed across the battlefield. Bo Yu quickly calmed everyone and ordered the defense system activated, sealing off the entire island so no one could escape. Even with Rong Jin's forces closing in, he insisted the execution continue because he believed the enemy would retreat once Medusa died. As the situation became more urgent, Xing Yu was still thinking of a solution when Da Lu volunteered to rescue Medusa. She dashed forward at incredible speed, racing through countless paths, while Rong Jin's men fell before they could react. In the blink of an eye, Da Lu reached Medusa, grabbed her, and shot into the sky. The long distance meant nothing, as Da Lu moved with effortless speed and perfect agility. Rong Jin only caught a glimpse of a passing figure, but the distinct features made him realize it was the nine-tailed demon fox. As Da Lu carried Medusa away, Medusa kept staring at her. She tried to speak, but Da Lu cut her off and told her to focus on escaping first. Rong Jin was still in shock. After sensing her aura, he confirmed she was the wanted nine-tailed demon fox hunted across Longguo. Since she had come on her own, he declared they would all be buried here. But just before Rong Jin could attack, a dark figure suddenly landed amid the deafening explosions, drawing every eye. Towering flames rose into a massive wall across the island, splitting the battlefield into two clear fronts. Everyone paused at the unbelievable sight. Bo Yu immediately told Rong Jin to look to the other side. Standing on the cliff was a man in a black cloak with his arms crossed, while Da Lu and Medusa stood behind him. A closer look revealed it was Xing Yu, but he was wearing the exact uniform of a Yan Ming member. Bo Yu grew suspicious, because Yan Ming members rarely carried such overwhelming pressure, so he demanded Xing Yu reveal his identity. Xing Yu answered with a cold stare that they were not worthy of knowing who he was. He had come for one reason only, to take Medusa away, and anyone who stood in his path would die. Behind him, Da Lu secretly praised Xing Yu's performance. Medusa, however, quietly wondered why a beastmaster with such low spiritual power had appeared here. Below, Yan Ming's members could only see the black cloak fluttering in the wind. Someone asked who it was, but another ignored the question and told everyone to keep rescuing Medusa. Rong Jin finally lost his patience and declared that no matter which side Xing Yu belonged to, anyone who invaded Haiguan headquarters would be destroyed without mercy. Bo Yu looked far more interested and said capturing the man in black alive would earn a huge reward. Xing Yu only smiled helplessly before quietly awakening the power inside his body. In an instant, his spiritual power surged at an unbelievable rate. Even Medusa could tell it had become many times stronger than before. Xing Yu looked over the battlefield and told Da Lu this form would only last about 10 minutes. After that, his life would be in her hands. Da Lu calmly nodded in agreement. Without another second of hesitation, Rong Jin ordered the entire army to launch a full assault. His subordinates and every beast companion charged straight at Xing Yu with unstoppable momentum. Before long, the three of them were forced to the edge of the cliff. Even so, Xing Yu stayed calm and signaled Da Lu to move. Da Lu stepped forward and told Xing Yu to protect Medusa no matter what. Her expression turned completely serious. She raised her head and let out a piercing howl as her spiritual power erupted. A massive wave of power swept toward the enemy formation like a raging storm. The attack struck at incredible speed and exploded right in the middle of the enemy ranks. Its overwhelming force left them helpless, and all they could do was scream in despair. Even their beast companions collapsed one after another, foaming at the mouth and unable to stand. Some of Yan Ming's members were caught in the blast as well. One asked why they had been hit too, and another could only laugh bitterly, saying that proved the man in black was really on their side. After witnessing Da Lu's terrifying strength, Rong Jin immediately dropped his arrogance and became cautious. Bo Yu was shocked to realize she possessed the powers of dragon scales, dragon armor, dragon grass, and dragon eyes, legendary dragon clan abilities lost for 200 years. Rong Jin immediately warned him that this enemy must never leave Banghe Island alive. Bo Yu clenched his fists in anger and replied that he did not need anyone to remind him. The moment he finished speaking, the ground around Bo Yu began to shake violently. Xing Yu watched in shock as the rocky mountain collapsed, while sensing a gigantic creature moving beneath the earth. In the next instant, an enormous plant beast burst from underground. With a massive and ferocious body, Xing Yu, Da Lu, and Medusa had no chance to dodge because they were standing right above the monsters, huge mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. The creature snapped its jaws shut and swallowed all three before they could react. Inside its blood-red maw covered in slime, the three were dragged deeper into its body. The loud swallowing sound echoed across the battlefield, leaving everyone outside stunned. Rong Jin's subordinate explained that it was the Flower Demon King origin tree, an ancient bloodline plant beast at the beast god level. Only seeing it in person revealed how terrifying it truly was. The subordinate praised Bo Yu, saying he truly was a master of plant beasts, since one move was enough to deal with the intruders. Meanwhile, Xing Yu and the others landed inside the beast's body. He pushed himself up, without caring that he was covered in slime. Looking at Da Lu nearby, Xing Yu immediately asked where they were. Medusa answered first, explaining that they were inside the Flower Demon King origin tree's internal space. Before they could discuss anything else, countless guardian beast companions appeared from every direction and surrounded them. Medusa looked around in shock as enemies packed every path, leaving almost no escape route. Xing Yu's eyes glowed crimson as he scanned the entire battlefield for a weakness. At the same time, Da Lu unleashed purple spiritual power and formed a barrier around the three of them. Suddenly, Xing Yu's gaze locked onto a special spot inside the monster. He pointed at it and shouted for Da Lu to strike the Flower Demon King origin tree's weak point on its right side. Without hesitation, Da Lu sent a spiritual power dragon charging toward the exact spot Xing Yu had marked. Outside, the attack hit the weak point, causing the beast's stomach and body to swell unnaturally. Rong Jin immediately asked Bo Yu what was happening. Bo Yu remained calm and explained that anyone swallowed by the Flower Demon King origin tree would slowly be digested until nothing remained, so there was no way they could survive. Before he could finish speaking, the Flower Demon King origin tree exploded violently. Its body ripped apart as flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Seizing the chance, Da Lu tore through the beast's stomach, burst outside, and let out a loud roar. Bo Yu stood frozen in disbelief that Da Lu had pierced straight through the Flower Demon King origin tree. Even Rong Jin was stunned. He admitted that Dragon Flame was unbelievably overpowered, and even an ancient bloodline plant beast could not withstand its burning power. Rong Jin then said he had fought Yan Ming for over 100 years, but had never seen someone this powerful on the wanted list. He stared directly at Xing Yu and demanded to know his true identity. Xing Yu only answered with a mysterious smile. When Xing Yu refused to reply, Rong Jin coldly declared that he would capture him alive and throw him into the prison beneath the sea for interrogation. The moment he finished speaking, he summoned a gigantic fish-like beast companion that burst out of the sea. Xing Yu was briefly stunned when Rong Jin summoned another beast companion at a moment like this. The giant fish monster opened its mouth and unleashed devastating waves of sonic attacks at the three of them. Just as the attack arrived, Da Lu quickly raised a barrier to block it. Even Xing Yu broke into a cold sweat after witnessing the terrifying destructive power of the sonic waves. Wave after wave kept crashing in without the slightest sign of stopping. Realizing they could not keep defending forever, Da Lu immediately unleashed Dragon Flame to strike back. The two forces collided in midair, creating a massive explosion that shook the sky. Knowing time was running out, Xing Yu reminded Da Lu that her enhanced state would only last about 3 more minutes, so they could not afford a drawn-out battle. Hearing that, Da Lu immediately changed direction and prepared to retreat, but Bo Yu seemed to have predicted it. He simply smiled and made his move. In an instant, countless vines wrapped tightly around Da Lu's body, locking her in place. Bo Yu laughed proudly and said that although the Flower Demon King origin tree had been destroyed by Dragon Flame, plant beasts felt no pain, so their plan had completely failed. As the situation grew worse, Xing Yu quickly realized the enemy had prepared a pincer attack from the start, and this time they were truly in danger. The vines tightened more and more until Da Lu could barely struggle. Beneath the sea, Rong Jin's beast companion opened its eyes wide and let out a thunderous roar. A massive trident shot into the sky, aiming straight at Da Lu. Standing on Da Lu's head, Xing Yu suddenly told her to stop resisting and dismiss the defensive barrier herself. Da Lu looked up in confusion, but Xing Yu calmly signaled her to trust him. At that exact moment, the vines below and the flying trident struck together. Seeing Da Lu make no attempt to fight back, even Bo Yu began to look confused. Rong Jin remained completely confident, declaring that no one could survive his beast companion's sea god's trident. A blinding flash erupted across the battlefield, blocking everyone's view. But moments later, everyone was shocked to discover that their target was still alive. From within the brilliant light, a purple-pink dragon soared into the sky. Rong Jin's expression immediately changed as he realized it was not a real dragon, but a dragon's soul. His face turned grim. The fact that the enemy could summon a dragon soul made him wonder just how terrifying the man in black truly was. Everyone was stunned that Da Lu had survived, but Xing Yu quickly explained that it was Lu Lu's innate talent. It automatically activated to block fatal attacks, countering both Wei Can's strike and the Demon King curse. Hearing that, Da Lu simply pouted and complained that Xing Yu could still stay so calm. The system displayed the information for the nine-tailed dragon fox, a first-generation beast god. Its bloodline was a fusion of the mythical nine-tailed fox clan and the Genesis dragon divine species. Its first talent, Calamity Petrifying Eyes, could turn any weaker opponent to stone. Its second talent, Nine-tailed Fox Flame, burned the enemy's soul while unleashing overwhelming mental attacks. Its third talent, Dragon Force, maintained an uninterrupted casting state that ignored control effects while dealing both physical and spiritual damage. Its final talent, Dragon Soul, automatically protected its master from fatal attacks when critically injured. Its attributes were Dragon, Beastman, Psychic, and Fire. Loyalty stood at 8 Yite. Its skills included Beast Tail Bullet, Bloodthirsty Crimson Fury, Nine-tailed Heavenly Blaze, Divine Dragon Tail Sweep, and Dragon's Breath. The evolution path to the 10-tailed Dragon Fox remained unknown. Xing Yu frowned and admitted that his spiritual power was nearly exhausted. He could last at most 1 more minute before passing out or falling into critical condition, so retreat was their only option. Da Lu immediately suggested they split up to improve their chances of escaping. Bo Yu gritted his teeth and coldly ordered everyone to eliminate the targets. At once, 2 massive chains burst out from beneath the ground. Lu slashed with her claws, instantly splitting the earth apart. A gigantic pillar of energy erupted through the crack and shot into the sky. Xing Yu's expression changed as he shouted, Blood Rage Crimson Eye. A purple vortex suddenly appeared. At the center of the vortex, a gigantic eye slowly opened. Rong Jin narrowed his eyes at the sight and firmly declared that they fought for the honor of the Longguo Navy and the hundreds of millions of people behind them. A 3-pronged spear instantly formed in the sky. An enormous force propelled the spear straight upward. The giant purple eye flashed brilliantly before unleashing a terrifying beam of energy. The 2 attacks collided head-on, triggering a world-shaking explosion. A blinding flash instantly swallowed the entire area. Wei Can let out a painful roar. Then, a deafening explosion ripped through the battlefield. The blast wave hurled Xing Yu away, forcing a cry out of him. Thick smoke and dust quickly covered the sky. The 2 stared into the smoke, while Rong Jin quietly lit a cigarette. After a careful look, he said the enemy had escaped during the chaos. Bai Yu sighed and admitted the Dragon Soul was far too powerful, and they still failed to stop them. Rong Jin shouted in anger, saying this was Navy headquarters, not a place where anyone could come and go. Warships immediately formed up across the sea, as every naval unit was ordered to search the region. But at that moment, a sudden attack slammed into the area and shook everything. The radio burst with urgent reports. The South Island Alliance had launched a surprise assault, and Ship 1 had already been breached. Rong Jin's face immediately changed. Before anyone could react, more reports flooded in. One officer claimed the situation was under control, but moments later, Ship 7 was heavily damaged, and Ship 3 also came under attack. One disaster followed another, until even the flagship was destroyed, leaving Rong Jin crushing the radio in fury. He immediately changed the orders, called off the pursuit of the black-cloaked group, and sent every unit to reinforce the naval battle. Elsewhere, Dalu surfaced from the sea and desperately called out while searching for Xingyu. Beneath the freezing water, Xingyu kept sinking deeper. He weakly muttered that the side effects of the dragon armament were too overwhelming. He had no strength left and only felt sleepy and freezing cold. Just then, a massive shadow glided past him. The creature quickly transformed into Medusa, gently lifted Xingyu onto her palm, and carried him back to the surface. Medusa studied Xingyu with curiosity and remarked that such a tiny human could withstand 2 9-star beast tamers. It was truly unbelievable. Then her long tongue slowly reached out, as if checking his condition. She softly whispered an apology before diving beneath the sea. After looking around, Medusa confirmed Xingyu was badly wounded and unconscious. Spotting a deserted island ahead, she decided to take him there to recover. In the distance, the outline of the island slowly emerged through the mist. Meanwhile, Rongjin forced a bitter smile and admitted this battle had completely disgraced both admirals. He turned to Qin Xiong and said they could only prepare to face the Empress' wrath. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the sky. The Seven Seas Holy Kiln slowly descended from above. An overwhelming aura instantly covered the entire area. Standing atop the Kiln was a majestic figure, making both men panic as they called out, "Your Majesty, the Empress." Guanlan frowned slightly and questioned them with an icy stare. Trembling, the two explained everything and admitted they had failed her trust. They said Medusa had been taken, and a mysterious force had ambushed them, allowing the enemy to escape. After hearing the report, the Empress's expression turned cold. She said she did not care about anything else. She only wanted to know who had taken Medusa. Bai Yu turned pale and stammered that the culprit wore black robes and a demon mask. The 9-tailed fox Da Lu was Zhang Han's beast, and he knew nothing beyond that. Guanlan simply waved her hand as if hearing a joke, and coldly said the explanation was ridiculous. Even 2 admirals could not secure Navy headquarters. Both men immediately knelt to accept any punishment. They also reported that the enemy possessed dragon power, while the 9-tailed demon fox carried the dragon's soul. Hearing that, Guanlan recalled the purple power she had sensed earlier and began to wonder, could it really have been dragon power? The thought came, but she quickly dismissed it. After a few moments of silence, Guanlan ordered them to reveal the direction the masked man had fled and declared she would deal with their punishment later. Bai Yu immediately answered that the target had escaped toward the southeast. With her answer in hand, Guanlan left without hesitation. Watching the Empress disappear, Bai Yu said, in a deep voice, that even she had personally stepped in. It seemed a major storm was about to hit the Long Kingdom. Heavy rain soon poured from the sky without stopping. Inside a nearby cave, a small fire flickered and pushed back the cold darkness. Medusa gazed into the distance and said Dalu had been through far too much lately. Dalu rested Xingyu's head on her lap and quietly admitted that without meeting her master, she would have remained nothing more than a dying silver fox. Medusa smiled and teased that their relationship seemed to have gone far beyond ordinary. Just then, Xingyu let out a weak groan and mumbled that he wanted water. Dalu hurried to help, but Medusa reminded her there was no fresh water on this deserted island. Dalu said nothing and quietly pulled out a knife. She cut her fingertip and held it to Xingyu's lips, letting drops of blood flow into his mouth. Even Medusa was stunned. She never expected Dalu to sacrifice her own blood essence just to save a human. After drinking, Xingyu slowly drifted into a strange dream. He looked down at the small hands in front of him. The unfamiliar scene left Xingyu completely confused. Looking closer, he realized the person standing before him was Guanlan. Guanlan suddenly reached out her hand. At that instant, the entire space shattered, making Xingyu scream. He jolted awake and sat up in panic. Seeing Xingyu open his eyes, Dalu rushed over in relief and said he had slept through the entire morning, leaving her worried sick. Xingyu held his aching head and asked where he was. Dalu explained they were on a deserted island near the Beast Strait, beyond the Long Kingdom Navy's control, so they were safe for now. Xingyu shook his head, feeling like he had dreamed something important, but could not remember it. Suddenly, he caught the scent of dragon blood and asked if Dalu had used her own blood to save him. She shyly looked away and admitted he had been severely dehydrated, and with no fresh water on the island, she had no other choice. Xingyu sincerely thanked her. The system immediately announced that their affection level had risen to 99. Just then, Medusa walked in carrying a cup of water and teasingly asked how much longer the two planned to keep flirting. Xingyu looked at her in confusion. His eyes quickly stopped on the striking purple mark on Medusa's forehead. Medusa walked over and handed the cup to Xingyu, but his gaze accidentally wandered somewhere it should not have. Xingyu instantly turned bright red and had no idea where to look. Medusa quickly covered herself and said he did not need to thank her. Instead, she was the one who owed him because he had saved her life. Dalu looked confused from behind. Medusa explained that it was the highest gesture of gratitude in the divine serpent tribe. Xingyu only smiled awkwardly and said it was nothing. Medusa remained serious and declared that the divine serpent tribe always repaid their debts, especially a life-saving one. As long as Xingyu asked, she would do her best to fulfill it. Hearing that, Xingyu immediately asked if she truly meant any request. A sly smile spread across his face as he pointed straight at Medusa. Xingyu bluntly said he wanted her to sign a blood pact with him. Medusa put her hands on her hips, frowned, and immediately refused. She said she knew he would ask that, but she would never agree. The firm rejection left Xingyu frozen with his eyes wide open. An awkward silence filled the cave. Medusa flicked out her snake tongue and seriously said she could do anything to repay him except sign a blood pact. Xingyu immediately asked why. Medusa proudly declared that beast folk would never become anyone's slave. Xingyu still refused to give up and even offered free food and shelter, but she firmly shook her head. Quietly listening nearby, Dalu could not help recalling how she had once been forced into a blood pact herself. Seeing persuasion fail, Xingyu suddenly pretended to collapse. Medusa rushed to catch him, and he began lamenting that he had risked his life to save her, believing he could melt her icy heart, only to discover she was truly a cold-blooded serpent with no heart at all. When Dalu saw him coughing up blood, she panicked. Xingyu kept up the act, muttering that if Medusa refused the blood pact, life was no longer worth living. He even declared that in his next life he would never save her again, and called her a heartless snake. Dalu desperately shook him, begging him to wake up, while Medusa finally began to waver. Seeing Xingyu ready to throw his life away, Medusa completely panicked. She finally burst into tears and gave in. Fine, I'll sign the blood pact. Hearing those words, Xingyu immediately grabbed Medusa's hand and smiled with relief. As long as she agreed, he finally had a reason to keep living. Dalu instantly saw through Xingyu's scheme. She pinched his cheek and teased that when he could not get a blood pact, he even used his own life as leverage. He was becoming more and more like a rogue. Xingyu only laughed awkwardly and said that as a beast tamer, using a little strategy was nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, a life-saving debt was worth far more than a single blood pact. Without that sense of honor, Medusa might have already run off to claim Guanlan's reward. Xingyu's expression suddenly turned dangerous. He admitted that if Medusa had not fallen into this trap, she would have eventually joined Guanlan anyway. Dalu could only sigh. Good people were rare these days, and Medusa was truly one of a kind. Xingyu walked up to Medusa and seriously told her it was time to complete the blood contract. She no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. Xingyu placed a fingertip on Medusa's forehead, and a drop of his blood merged into her body. A massive magic circle instantly appeared beneath Medusa's feet. When the ritual ended, Medusa opened her eyes, and a contract mark had appeared on her forehead. Xingyu happily gave a thumbs up and declared that Medusa was now officially his beast companion. Medusa was still in shock that she had truly signed a blood contract with a human. Dalu walked over, patted her shoulder, and showed he understood exactly how she felt. The system displayed Medusa's profile at once. She was a rank 2 divine beast with the mythic divine serpent bloodline. Her first talent, Calamity Descends, brought endless disasters like tsunamis, tornadoes, storms, and volcanoes wherever she appeared. Her second talent, Dream Shadow Distortion, trapped anyone with a weaker soul who looked into her eyes in an endless nightmare. Her terrifying skills included dragging enemies into 9 layers of nightmares to destroy their souls, crushing targets with her massive body, and injecting venom before draining their life force to heal herself. She preferred dark and freezing places, could evolve into the catastrophe Ghost Serpent, and her hidden evolution led to the World Serpent, a form large enough to coil around an entire planet. After reading everything, Xingyu broke into a cold sweat over her overwhelming power. He only regretted running out of dragon bones, and immediately started thinking about finding the Eye of Reincarnation, Underworld Kitchen, and Monster Cores to help her reach her final evolution. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly tore through Xingyu's body. Seeing his pale face, Dalu quickly asked what was wrong. Xingyu still answered that he was thinking about gathering the resources Medusa needed to evolve. Suddenly, streaks of purple lightning began flashing across the sky. The pain inside Xingyu grew even worse and spread through his entire body. Dalu became deeply worried as Xingyu's face turned deathly pale. Xingyu said he had an overwhelming sense of dread, even though they had just escaped danger. Xingyu's face grew even paler. Then he suddenly realized he had already rescued Medusa, yet the system had not given him the reward, which meant the mission was not truly over. The moment he realized it, Xingyu turned around and shouted for Dalu to leave the island as fast as possible. He quickly put on his mask and urged everyone to move, warning that any more delay would be too late. Dalu did not ask why and immediately agreed. Medusa also told everyone to climb onto her back because she could swim incredibly fast. The purple lightning in the sky became even more violent and struck the sea one bolt after another. The ground below kept exploding as shattered rocks flew everywhere. Looking back, Dalu was horrified to see the entire island behind them had already been completely flattened. Xingyu looked up at the sky and suddenly pointed upward, warning that something was coming. A majestic 7-colored holy kiln appeared, carrying a woman as it slowly approached. Guanlan released an overwhelming pressure the moment she arrived. Locking her gaze on the black-cloaked figure, she coldly said she had finally found them. Medusa recognized her at a glance. She was the master of the seven-colored holy Qilin. Medusa silently cursed, never expecting Guanlan to appear in person. Medusa looked up at Guanlan with a tense expression, knowing that once the enemy had chased them this far, escaping was almost impossible. Xingyu narrowed his eyes as countless plans raced through his mind. Before him stood the strongest beast emperor. His spiritual power was exhausted, his spirit pills were gone, and none of his beast companions could keep fighting. They had reached a complete dead end. Just then, Dalu stepped forward and stood in front of Xingyu. Shielding his master with his own body, he firmly said to leave everything to him. The two sides stared directly at each other, neither willing to back down. Guanlan broke the silence and asked Dalu how a little fox could possess the bloodline of a pure dragon clan. She wondered if everything was connected to the black-cloaked man behind him. Then she coldly ordered Xingyu to reveal his identity, or she would grant him a complete death. Dalu immediately raised a hand to stop her and hurriedly asked Guanlan to wait a moment. Guanlan looked at Dalu with a meaningful gaze, as if she had already recognized who he really was. Knowing he stood no chance, Dalu chose to beg. He was willing to accept any punishment, even execution, as long as Guanlan spared his master's life. She could imprison Xingyu forever if she wished. Hearing those words, Xingyu was left completely speechless. Dalu kept pleading, but Guanlan coldly replied that the dead had no right to bargain with her. Hearing those ruthless words, Dalu realized begging was useless. She gave up pleading and chose to risk her life instead. Medusa also charged forward with her jaws wide open. Their only choice now was to fight until the very end. Guanlan's eyes suddenly shone with a blinding light as killing intent flooded the air. Since they had chosen to resist, then they would all die together. In the blink of an eye, a colossal golden dragon with majestic horns appeared before everyone. The overwhelming dragon aura froze everyone in place, leaving them almost unable to move. The dragon's tail swept across the battlefield with devastating force, crushing everything in its path. Guanlan also revealed her true form, with wings spreading behind her and sharp horns rising from her forehead. Medusa turned pale and trembled in fear. That terrifying aura was beyond belief. She never imagined Guanlan possessed such a form. Medusa gritted her teeth and told Dalu that this was Guanlan's true appearance. To keep that secret hidden, Guanlan would never let any of them survive. Dalu clenched her fists as power surged through her body. But only seconds later, her grip relaxed. The gap in strength was simply too great, and she knew there was no hope left. Both the seven-colored Holy Qilin and Guanlan radiated overwhelming pressure that no one dared underestimate. Even so, Dalu's eyes remained filled with determination. She refused to surrender. Without hesitation, Dalu transformed back into her true fox form and charged into battle. She knew she could not win, but she still rushed straight at her enemy without fear. After only a few exchanges, Dalu was coughing up blood. Her entire body was quickly covered in countless wounds. In the middle of the battle, one of Dalu's legs was suddenly severed. Before she could recover, one of her arms was cut off as well. The next attack was even crueler as Dalu's body was torn into pieces, painting the battlefield red with blood. Xingyu stared at the scene with wide eyes, his face filled with panic. Medusa could no longer stand by and watch. She immediately returned to her human form and rushed Xingyu toward Dalu. As Xingyu lifted Dalu from the water, he desperately asked if she was all right, how badly she was hurt, and begged her not to scare him. Blood still flowed from the corner of Dalu's mouth, and her eyes had become incredibly weak. Her blood-stained hand trembled as it touched Xingyu's face. Through choked sobs, Dalu said they had met too late. If only they could have spent a few more days together. Her only regret was dragging him into all of this. Xingyu kept shaking his head as tears streamed down his face. He insisted he had never regretted anything because every choice had been his own. Dalu gently stroked Xingyu's face and pulled him closer. With tears rolling down her cheeks, she quietly placed one final kiss on his cheek. A gentle smile remained on Dalu's lips as she softly apologized for leaving first. As soon as she finished speaking, her arm fell limp, and her life quietly slipped away. Xingyu's pupils shrank as he screamed in despair, calling Dalu's name again and again. Tears poured down endlessly, and he could not stop them. Holding Dalu's body tightly, Xingyu remembered every moment they had shared together. Guanlan frowned, unwilling to watch any more farewells, and coldly declared that it was time to end everything. The moment she finished speaking, Guanlan's power erupted once again. With a single wave of her hand, she created a massive fire vortex that swept away everything in its path. Medusa immediately stood in front of Xingyu and vowed to protect him until the end. If she had to die, she and Dalu would go first and wait for him on the other side. Xingyu could only shake his head. He desperately denied everything, his eyes filled with complete disbelief. Clutching Dalu's body tightly, Xingyu threw back his head and screamed. This was never the ending he wanted. He wanted to see Dalu alive, not like this. At his lowest moment, a mysterious pearl suddenly appeared before Xingyu. The pearl slowly floated upward as everyone watched in shock. It then split into countless glowing fragments that hovered in the air. The fragments surrounded the three of them and released a mysterious power. Guanlan's eyes widened in shock. It was the dragon's tear. Time began flowing backward like the hands of a clock reversing, and every wound slowly disappeared. As time continued to rewind, every attack Guanlan had unleashed was pulled back one after another. The devastated ground gradually returned to its original state. In only a few moments, the entire island had been completely restored, as if the battle had never happened. Xing Yu's eyes widened when he saw Dalu standing safely in front of him. Seeing her unharmed, Xing Yu let out a huge sigh of relief, knowing his plan had worked. Dalu looked confused and asked what he was thinking. Before she could figure it out, her face suddenly turned bright red. Without giving her time to react, Xing Yu pulled her into a hug and kissed her, leaving Dalu completely stunned. Medusa could only cover her mouth in embarrassment, unsure where to look after that sudden moment. Xing Yu quickly let Dalu go and urgently said there was no time to explain. They had to head for the monster sea strait immediately and create as much chaotic aura as possible to throw off their pursuers. Even though she did not understand why, Dalu chose to trust him and nodded. As soon as they left, the ground behind them exploded again and rocks flew everywhere. Standing atop the 7-colored holy Keelan, Guanlan scanned the area, but found that all traces of their aura had completely vanished. Only the monster sea strait lay ahead. Guanlan frowned slightly, her eyes turning cold, before she immediately turned and left. Before leaving, she glanced back at the deserted island and coldly declared that the next time they met, the black-cloaked man would be torn apart. After Guanlan departed, the entire area finally fell silent. The three quietly hid in a secluded corner, still on edge. Xing Yu guessed Guanlan would stop chasing them, because entering the monster sea strait would only make things even more dangerous. Hearing that, Dalu asked why he was so certain Guanlan would hunt them down so relentlessly. Xing Yu turned and tightly held Dalu's hand, his face filled with fear. In a trembling voice, he admitted he never wanted to experience losing her again. Medusa teased him, asking if he was confessing to a fox. Dalu only looked even more confused, having no idea what he meant. Xing Yu raised the pearl that had just appeared and explained that it was the dragon's tear, which he had accidentally activated. If the two of them touched it, they would probably understand everything that had happened. After saying that, he held the dragon's tear out toward Dalu and Medusa. After a brief silence, Xing Yu suddenly asked Dalu why she was crying and whether she had been moved. Dalu quickly wiped away her tears, blushed, and insisted that sand had simply gotten into her eyes. Just then, the system displayed a notification congratulating the host for completing the mission to rescue Medusa. The rewards, a dragon egg and 10,000 points, had been issued and were ready to claim. Seeing the notification, Xing Yu finally let out a relieved sigh. Since the system had given the reward, everything had truly ended safely this time. After thinking for a moment, Xing Yu reminded Medusa that she had once promised to reveal the secret behind the dragon-slaying war 200 years ago. He wanted to know whether Guanlan was truly human or something else. Medusa sighed softly and began telling the story. According to Medusa, two supreme powerhouses stood above everyone in the Dragon Kingdom at that time. One was Guanlan, and the other was Li Yan. Back then, Guanlan had not yet become the Dragon Kingdom's empress, and Li Yan had not yet founded the Flame Alliance. Medusa explained that when she was still a tiny snake, she hid inside the lava-filled crevices of Dragon Pool Valley. Since the great battle took place where she lived, she witnessed everything with her own eyes. The scene remained forever etched into Medusa's memory. After slaughtering countless dragons, Guanlan stood in Dragon Pool Valley drenched in blood. Consumed by madness, she transformed into a colossal black dragon, far larger than any other dragon. She completely lost her sanity and massacred every living being in sight, friend and foe alike. Returning to the present, Medusa sighed that after that battle, the Dragon Clan was nearly wiped out, and the Dragon Kingdom's beast tamers were almost driven to extinction. The only survivor was Li Yan, who later founded the Flame Alliance. Medusa survived only because she had been too far away, but Guanlan had remained someone she deeply feared ever since. After hearing the story, Xing Yu finally understood why Li Yan had left the Dragon Kingdom and become Guanlan's enemy. Xing Yu fell into deep thought. He could not understand why Guanlan had turned into an evil dragon. Was it because of a special physique? Or was there another reason? Medusa shook her head and admitted she did not know. If he wanted the truth, only Li Yan could answer that question. Xing Yu suddenly remembered that he was only a 2-star student at Azure Dragon Academy. Li Yan was the leader of the rebel forces and had nothing to do with him. If he became involved in that conflict, both he and his sister would be dragged into serious trouble. Seeing Xing Yu stay silent for so long, Dalu asked what he planned to do. Now that he knew Guanlan's secret, Xing Yu forced a smile and said he had no plan at all. Was he supposed to play the hero and expose the crimes of a monster that had existed for 200 years? He had no intention of throwing his life away. Dalu was still worried and warned that Guanlan would definitely keep an eye on him after this. Xing Yu just laughed and said Guanlan was only hunting the man in black. So what did that have to do with the real him? Dalu grew even more confused because the man in black was Xingyu himself. He quickly stopped her and said they should stay hidden here for now, then find a chance to return to Xiling City. Right then, the dragon's tear in Xingyu's hand suddenly began glowing with a strange light. His body instantly gave out as all his strength vanished, making Dalu call out his name in panic. Xingyu's eyes slowly turned blank. He looked around in confusion and wondered where he was and why he had ended up here. The first person Xingyu saw after opening his eyes was Guanlan. He instinctively turned and ran, convinced Guanlan was hunting him down once again. While running, Xingyu suddenly spotted a mirror in front of him and wondered why something like that was here. A second later, he froze in complete disbelief. The mirror showed dragon scales spreading across Xingyu's body. He realized in horror that he was slowly transforming. Clutching his head, Xingyu screamed in despair that he never wanted to become a man-eating monster. Wings burst from his back, and 2 horns grew from his forehead, leaving him even more terrified. Back in reality, Dalu anxiously asked about Xingyu's condition. Medusa checked him and said his body was extremely weak and burning with a high fever. With a human body, his endurance was too low, so he would likely stay unconscious for several more days. Dalu immediately asked how they could save him. Medusa revealed that beast milk could strengthen his resistance and help Xingyu recover faster. But as she spoke, her eyes drifted toward a rather sensitive part of Dalu's body. Realizing what she meant, Dalu blushed and shouted in embarrassment, insisting she did not have any beast milk. Under Medusa's stare, Dalu could only nod shyly, reluctantly agreeing before saying she would go take care of it. Ahead of him stood the entrance to a deep cave, so dark that its end could not be seen. Xingyu suddenly woke with a start and hurriedly insisted that he was not a monster. He panted heavily before calming himself down. It was only a dream, but it had nearly scared him to death. After learning he had been unconscious for 3 full days, Xingyu was stunned. Medusa, sitting beside him, reminded him they were still in the Demon Beast Sea and that he had slept through the last 3 days. Counting the days since they set out, Xingyu realized 4 or 5 days had already passed. He became anxious because he had to return to Ling City for the finals before the academy grew suspicious. Just then, Dalu returned. The moment she saw Xingyu awake, she happily shouted that he had finally recovered. Dalu tried to calm Xingyu down, but he could not hide his fear of running out of time. Seeing the strange bottle in Dalu's hand, Xingyu asked about it. She hesitated before admitting it was demon beast milk prepared especially for him. Xingyu immediately refused in shock, saying he was human and could never drink something like that. But Dalu firmly insisted he finish every drop. Medusa explained that during the 3 days, Xingyu was unconscious. This milk had kept him alive. The fox had gone through great trouble to prepare it for him. Only then did Xingyu finally understand everything, and countless emotions filled his heart. Looking at the bottle of milk, he could not help letting out a helpless sigh. Medusa urged Xingyu to drink it, because Dalu had worked incredibly hard to get it. If he refused, she would be heartbroken. Dalu also pleaded with him, saying she had put so much effort into it and hoped he would drink it all. Faced with her sincerity, Xingyu finally gave in. He silently promised himself that Dalu had sacrificed far too much for him, and he could never let her down this time. With that thought, Xingyu closed his eyes and drank the entire bottle in one gulp. The moment he finished, Xingyu immediately recognized the unique taste of Silver Moon Fox Emperor milk and muttered to himself. Seeing his puzzled expression, the others asked if he had actually thought it was something else. After taking a long drink of water, Xingyu asked how long it would take to reach the coast of Long Kingdom at Medusa's speed. She smiled and said half a day would be enough. Hearing that, Xingyu suggested they hunt a demon beast to roast while they had time. Both of them agreed and told him to wait there. After the two left the cave, Xingyu took out the reward egg from the system to see what it really was. Opening the information panel, he learned it was a wind attribute dragon insect clan egg. To raise it, he had to constantly feed it dragon power and gather many rare treasures to speed up the hatching process. Most importantly, the egg could never come into contact with evil energy, or it would mutate into an evil dragon insect. After reading the description, Xingyu looked at the egg and sighed. Raising it would be difficult, but it was worth it because it possessed an incredibly noble bloodline. Just then, a sudden noise echoed from the cave entrance. Dalu returned with a huge pile of prey and happily announced the hunt was over. Xingyu smiled at how quickly they had finished. The 3 of them quickly built a fire and started roasting the meat. After going hungry for days, everyone enjoyed the meal to the fullest. Medusa happily bit into a roasted drumstick, completely satisfied. The meal filled their stomachs, and they spent the time chatting together. Noticing Xingyu lost in thought, Medusa asked what was on his mind. He cautiously asked about their relationship now. Medusa replied that he was her lifesaver, so he could speak freely. Hearing that, Xingyu smiled, and suddenly asked Medusa for a pile of dung. She froze on the spot while he calmly repeated the request. The moment she realized he was serious, Medusa exploded with rage. Her claws came out as she prepared to teach him a lesson. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Dalu rushed over to stop her. Medusa angrily shouted for her not to interfere because she wanted to beat the brat up. Xing Yu calmly replied that if Medusa refused, Dalu could help instead, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Dalu held Medusa back while blushing furiously. She scolded Xing Yu for making such a shameless and bizarre request. Even after hearing him out, both Medusa and Dalu called him a pervert and told him to stay away. Watching their fierce reaction, Xing Yu could only hold up the bucket with a helpless smile and explain that he only wanted dung to fertilize a plant. After hearing the explanation, Dalu helplessly said that even though she and Medusa were beast folk, they still had a woman's pride. Then she noticed the flower pot and realized it contained a plant-beast companion. Xing Yu awkwardly admitted he had been too abrupt. He knew the request sounded disrespectful, but he truly needed fertilizer, and only dung from a beast god rank demon beast would work. After hearing that, Medusa confidently patted her chest and said it would not be difficult. Countless beast god rank demon beasts were sleeping beneath the demon beast strait. After making up their minds, the group rushed to the shore and hurled 3 fireballs into the sea. The 3 blazing fireballs shot toward the ocean floor at incredible speed. Massive explosions erupted, shaking both the sea and the land. Not long afterward, a small figure burst from the water and angrily demanded to know who had interrupted its sleep. A creature emerged from the sea with an arrogant expression, loudly cursing whoever had the nerve to throw fire into the ocean. Standing on a rock, Xing Yu crossed his arms and recognized it as an extremely rare mutated emperor flame wing whale. The creature immediately snapped back, asking who exactly was supposed to be rare. After taking a closer look, the flame wing whale realized Xing Yu was only a human and arrogantly declared he had come to die. Xing Yu calmly taunted it and told it to come ashore if it wanted to fight. The whale flared up and claimed it only needed 3 seconds to finish him. The moment it finished speaking, the flame wing whale blasted out of the sea like an arrow. But the instant it landed on shore, all of its arrogance vanished. Overwhelmed by fear, it immediately dropped to its knees. Medusa and Dalu were standing right in front of it. They released their overwhelming pressure and warned that anyone who dared attack their beastmaster would pay the price. The flame-wing whale was so terrified that it repeatedly begged for mercy, claiming its elderly mother and several eggs were still waiting for it back home. Seeing how frightened it was, Xing Yu laughed and patted its head, saying he was not a bad person and had no intention of killing it. Even so, the whale remained skeptical. Then Xing Yu changed his tone and said he would spare it if it handed over a pile of dung. The flame-wing whale instantly froze. Once it realized it had heard correctly, the furious whale whipped Xing Yu across the face with its tail and called him a pervert. Dalu and Medusa could only watch their beastmaster get smacked. A while later, the group continued traveling across the sea as though nothing had happened. The mark from the tail slap was still clear on Xing Yu's face. He complained that he had only asked for a little dung and still got hit. Dalu laughed so hard she could barely stand, while Xing Yu comforted himself by saying he had at least collected some. Halfway through the journey, Medusa pointed ahead and said they would reach Xiling City after crossing the Changlua Mountains. Xing Yu nodded and decided to stop for a bath first. If he returned smelling like this, people would definitely become suspicious. As dawn fully broke, sunlight poured over the waterfall, creating a peaceful scene that brought a smile to Xing Yu's face. He looked at the 2 girls with a grin and asked if they wanted to bathe together. He even offered to scrub their backs and give massages. Dailu rejected him without a second of hesitation. Even so, her eyes drifted to Xing Yu's toned abs, and she could not help thinking the kid was overflowing with energy. Dailu instantly blushed and covered her mouth. Watching them bicker, she felt they were surprisingly close, just like the rumors about the snake woman and the fox spirit in Silver City. Hearing that, Medusa quickly shook off Dailu's hand and denied being that kind of person. Xing Yu curiously asked if they had met before, but Medusa said they had never crossed paths. After that, Xing Yu headed deeper into the forest alone to gather a few things he needed. Suddenly, a dark figure burst out from the bushes. In the blink of an eye, the creature landed right on Xing Yu's head and startled him. Dailu took a closer look and recognized it as a lightning ear rabbit. Right then, a pack of wind wolves emerged from the forest. Every wolf locked its fierce gaze on the little rabbit, and the atmosphere turned tense. Xing Yu looked between the lightning ear rabbit and the wolf pack, guessing they thought he had stolen their prey. He smirked and signaled Medusa and Dailu, leaving the whole situation to them. The 2 instantly understood and stepped forward to prepare for battle. Moments later, the entire wolf pack was burned to ashes. Xing Yu could only click his tongue because they never even had a chance to escape. Medusa thought he was criticizing her and shot him a glare, forcing Xing Yu to explain himself. While everyone was talking, the lightning ear rabbit jumped out of Xing Yu's hands. He warned it that he would not save it again if it kept running around. The rabbit hit the ground and shot away like lightning before disappearing. But only a few seconds later, it suddenly dove straight into Xing Yu's pants, making him scream in panic. Xing Yu yanked at his pants and shouted for the rabbit to get out. He even tried threatening it with the law. Dailu could only laugh because he was trying to reason with a rabbit. In the end, Xing Yu grabbed the struggling lightning ear rabbit and held it up. Smiling, he said he would give it one chance. If they were truly meant to meet, he would raise it from now on. Xing Yu opened the system panel to check the lightning ear rabbit's information. It was a mutant beast with a fixed starting rank that could never evolve. Its bloodline was extremely weak. Its only talent was weak lightning, and the system practically rated it as nothing more than a portable power bank. It had no skills, but it possessed a hidden combat ability that could refresh up to 3 times a day. It also loved carrots and stormy weather. The moment Xing Yu read about the hidden combat ability, his eyes lit up. He cheered that luck had finally smiled on him. Holding the rabbit in his palm, Xing Yu told Medusa and Dai Lu that he wanted to sign a contract and make it his beast companion. Medusa immediately objected because the lightning ear rabbit could never grow stronger and was even more useless than a swift wind hound. Dai Lu believed the beast master must have his own plan, so there was no need to stop him. The scene quickly shifted back to the bustling four-spirit city. At the outdoor arena, the stands were packed as everyone waited for the Beastmaster tournament finals. The host introduced each team on the giant screen, including the representatives from Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird. The final team was led by Xie Lian, and they were all waiting in the preparation room. Inside the waiting room, Yang Shuo paced back and forth, complaining that Xing Yu had vanished. His calls went unanswered, his messages were ignored, and the match would begin in just 15 minutes. Han Han suggested calling one more time. Yang Shuo helplessly said he had already called over 10 times and only got a message saying the phone was out of service. Even so, he gripped his phone and prepared to try again. After thinking it over, Yang Shuo decided to make one final call. This time, the call connected, but instead of being out of service, the automated message said the number had insufficient balance. Yang Shuo burst into laughter from frustration. While scrolling through his phone, he muttered that at least Xing Yu finally had a signal. He was just out of phone credit, so he might as well top it up. Just as Yang Shuo was still fuming, Xing Yu pushed the door open with a bright smile and greeted everyone as if nothing had happened. Yang Shuo immediately scolded him, while the system announced he had just recharged 100,000 yuan of phone credit for Xing Yu. Yang Shuo pointed straight at Xing Yu and warned that since he had topped up his phone this time, Xing Yu had better never disappear like that again. Xing Yu could only smile awkwardly and promise it would not happen again. Standing behind him, Han Han curiously asked if Xing Yu had already returned to Hidden Dragon Sichi with his sister. Then why had no one been able to reach him for days? The question instantly left him speechless. Trying to change the subject, Xing Yu suddenly took Han Han's hand and praised her for looking especially beautiful today, making her beam with joy. Seeing such an obvious attempt to dodge the question, Yang Shuo could only sigh and reminded his sister not to let her crush on Xing Yu distract her from the fact that he was clearly avoiding the answer. Right then, the loudspeaker announced that only 10 minutes remained before the finals, ordering every contestant to head to the arena for the opening ceremony. Yang Shuo immediately called everyone to move out. Han Han blushed and asked to stop by the restroom for a moment. Yang Shuo simply told her to come back quickly. The scene shifted to the closed restroom. While Han Han was washing her face, a familiar voice suddenly called her name from behind. She turned around and was surprised to see that the newcomer was Xie Lian. She immediately asked why she was there. Xie Lian folded her arms with a smile and asked if Han Han was surprised that she was competing too. Han Han looked even more confused. Xie Lian calmly explained that the original contestant had been injured, so she took the spot instead. There was nothing unusual about it. After hearing that, Han Han said nothing and turned to leave. Behind her, Xie Lian reminded her that even though they had been childhood friends, she would show no mercy in the arena. Han Han never looked back. She simply replied that they could settle everything once they met in battle. Watching Han Han walk away, Xie Lian revealed a calculating smile and silently vowed to humiliate her in front of the entire audience. As soon as she stepped outside, Mei An called for Xie Lian because it was time to enter the arena. She nodded and said she was ready. The Badrunthran sister looked at each other and clenched their fists, strengthening their resolve. Moments later, they confidently headed toward the competition area. Standing at the center of the arena, the host proudly announced that the Beastmaster Tournament Finals had officially begun. Yi An's team was the first to enter the arena. The host introduced them as the representatives of Vermilion Bird Academy, while Xie Lian smiled and waved at the crowd. The audience instantly erupted in cheers when they realized Xie Lian had really appeared. Many discussed how the original contestant had fallen ill, while some overzealous fans even dreamed of marrying her and having lots of children. On their side, Yang Shuo quietly reminded Xing Yu that the Xie siblings came from an incredibly powerful family. Their father was a 10-star beastmaster and also served as the military strategist of the Dragon Kingdom under the Empress. Han Han added that Yi An was even rumored to become Princess Chan's future husband. Hearing that, Xing Yu immediately declared that he would defeat him in the arena. After introducing the opposing team, the host turned to the other side and loudly invited the representatives of Azure Dragon Academy onto the field. Yang Shuo immediately led the team forward, while Xing Yu calmly followed behind. The host then directed everyone's attention to the VIP section, where the special judge was watching the match. It was none other than the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom. Standing beside the Empress, someone covered her mouth with a soft laugh and looked down at the arena, recognizing the young man below as Xing Yu, whom she had met before. She smiled and told the strategist that before long, the boy would face his prized disciple. Was he not curious who would win? The strategist only smiled and replied that the children should decide the outcome with their own strength. Even though he said that, his words carried a deeper meaning. He then changed the subject and asked whether the Empress had discovered the identity of the man in black. Guanlan immediately replied that the Imperial Soul had secretly mobilized every Silver Priest to investigate all Rank 9 and Rank 10 Beast Masters, but they still had no leads. The strategist reminded her that the man in black might not even be a high-ranking Beast Master. He could just as easily be a high official, a general, or even. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he continued. He could also be a complete nobody living quietly in some ordinary city. At that moment, Xing Yu suddenly felt as if someone was secretly watching him. He immediately looked over, and the moment their eyes met, he froze. Noticing something was wrong, Han Han quickly asked Xing Yu what had happened. Xing Yu quickly regained his composure, shook his head, and said he was fine. Even so, his eyes never left the woman in the VIP section. Remembering how he had nearly died at Guanlan's hands, Xing Yu still burned with anger. He reassured himself that she probably had not recognized him as the man in black. After all, he was only a 2-star Beastmaster now. Putting that aside, the referee explained the rotating challenge format and told both teams to get ready. Yang Shuo would defend first, while Xing Yu teased him not to become the first one knocked out. Yang Shuo could only grit his teeth and tell him to shut up. After the referee's introduction, the first contestants from both teams stepped onto the arena. Yan casually cracked his knuckles and smiled with complete confidence. The crowd erupted because Vermilion Bird Academy had already sent out its strongest trump card in the opening match. Yang Shuo felt the pressure since he had expected to face Fang Jing or Xi Lian first. Even so, he reminded himself that he was the son of the Dragon Kingdom's Navy General and could not embarrass himself in front of his teammates and sister. Yan suddenly declared that the match had already been decided. When Yang Shuo asked what he meant, Yan coldly replied that the outcome was set the moment they stepped onto the stage, and he would personally wipe out the entire opposing team. Those arrogant words enraged Yang Shuo, and he immediately summoned his Thunderstorm Lionhawk to fight. In an instant, his spirit beast appeared high above the arena. Yan wasted no time and loudly summoned his heavenly demon Scythe Flame Beast. The moment Yang Shuo saw the strange creature, he became highly alert because he had never encountered a spirit beast like it before. Watching from outside the arena, Xing Yu focused on the beast and used the system to inspect it. The system showed that the heavenly demon Scythe Flame Beast was a level 3 adult with a mythic heavenly demon bloodline. Its talent reduced the attack power and movement speed of all enemies within range by up to 70%. It belonged to the psychic element, had a loyalty of 68, and its weakness was its tail. Xing Yu then checked the Thunderstorm Lionhawk's data. It was also a level 3 adult with a legendary bloodline. Its spirit thunder could paralyze an enemy's soul. It possessed both lightning and flying attributes, had a loyalty of 94, and even had a hidden evolution path into the Azure Thunder Lionhawk. It also wielded both fire and lightning, but its stamina in flight was poor, making prolonged battles its greatest weakness. Seeing Xing Yu's serious expression, Han Han worried that Yang Shuo was in danger. Xing Yu reassured her that there was still a chance if Yang Shuo could strike the beast's tail. Unfortunately, the cameras were everywhere, so he could not warn him. As he watched the fight, Xing Yu analyzed that the Thunderstorm Lionhawk's greatest advantage was its explosive power during the first 3 minutes. If that window passed, its weakness would become obvious. He silently vowed to help Yang Shuo evolve his spirit beast in the future. On the battlefield, Yang Shuo launched the first attack with the Thunderstorm Lionhawk. Wave after wave of lightning attacks rushed forward, but every one of them was blocked by the Flame Beast. The commentator, Zhong Li, excitedly remarked that the Flame Beast had absorbed the Thunderstorm Lionhawk's full barrage without suffering any real damage. On top of that, Yan had not even used his spirit power yet. Seeing his attacks accomplish nothing, Yang Shuo unconsciously clenched his fists. He carefully observed the fight and realized that Yan was deliberately using the Flame Beast's body to tank every attack as a way of mocking the power Yang Shuo was so proud of. Seeing Yang Shuo fall silent, Yan became even more contemptuous. He claimed the Thunderstorm Lionhawk relied only on its explosive burst, and that advantage would not last long. Yang Shuo immediately shouted back and ordered the Thunderstorm Lionhawk to unleash even more firepower while pressing the attack. Yan simply smirked and calmly ordered the heavenly demon Scythe Flame Beast to use Devouring Tiger Strike. The Flame Beast slammed the ground, sending shattered rocks flying before exploding forward. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance and locked both of the Thunderstorm Lionhawk's wings with its arms. Watching the scene unfold, Yang Shuo broke into a cold sweat and gritted his teeth. He was shocked that the thunderstorm Lionhawk still could not break free as the flame beast kept tightening its grip. A moment later, the flame beast slammed its opponent into the ground. The audience burst into cheers, loudly, celebrating its overwhelming performance. Yian pointed directly at Yang Shuo and ordered the flame beast to release the thunderstorm Lionhawk. Once the spirit beast was let go, blood was already dripping from its mouth after the brutal exchange. The thunderstorm Lionhawk had completely exhausted itself and lay motionless on the ground. Yian calmly landed in the arena and mocked Yang Shuo with a smile, saying it was only a match and he should surrender now. Yang Shuo immediately refused, declaring that he would never give up in front of his little sister, and demanded the fight continue. Yian simply laughed at his stubbornness. Someone was about to speak, but Xing Yu immediately stopped them. The girl looked at him in confusion. Xing Yu quietly told Lu Jin that Yang Shuo was no longer fighting just for the team. He was protecting his pride as an older brother. On the arena, Yang Shuo clenched his fists. Lei Bao Shisis' wings were badly injured, and using its skills would drain far more spirit power. Even so, he refused to give up in front of his little sister. Refusing to surrender, Yang Shuo summoned another spirit beast. It was the Lai Gang giant ape. The strange armless beast appeared and roared alongside Lei Bao Shizi. Yang Shuo immediately ordered the giant ape to use Steel Giant Club. As soon as the command was given, two massive arms grew from its body. One giant arm slammed into the ground and shook the entire arena. At the same time, Yang Shuo ordered Lei Bao Shizi to unleash thunder strength. The two spirit beasts charged at their opponent together. The giant ape swung its massive arm down with crushing force. Sensing the danger, Ruan An immediately ordered Yan Beast to use absorption. Yan Beast opened its mouth and fired a strange stream of energy. The violent energy instantly shattered the giant ape's combined attack. Yang Shuo froze in disbelief as his hard-trained combo was broken with ease. Ruan An smiled confidently and declared the match over before ordering Yan Beast to use Luo Mo Roaring Cannon. A blue blast shot from Yan Beast's mouth and struck both the giant ape and Lei Bao Shizi. Zhongli immediately announced Ran An of Zhu Ke Academy as the winner. Both spirit beasts collapsed on the arena, coughing blood with rolled-back eyes and twitching from their injuries. Lei Bao Shizi also lay motionless beside them, completely unable to fight. Ruan An turned to leave, coldly told Yang Shuo he was too weak, and called for the next challenger. Watching from the sidelines, Xing Yu guessed that Ruan An's father was a 10-star beastmaster. With that strength, capturing a heavenly demon bloodline beast in blood-refining Ice Mountain would not be difficult. He then asked Lu Jin why Xie Lian and her siblings always targeted them. Lu Jin recalled the past. As children, she and Xie Lian fought over a bone-wing bat beast that the Empress had brought back from the blood-refining Ice Mountain campaign. Both insisted it belonged to them. During the struggle, the beast's wing accidentally cut her hand and drew blood. Han Han quickly let go and anxiously asked if she was hurt. Xie Lian, however, angrily claimed she had embarrassed him and stolen the spirit beast. That was when their grudge truly began, and Xie Lian never stopped looking for revenge. Xing Yu noticed Han Han's red eyes and wondered why they were different when everyone in her clan had gray eyes. Han Han explained that it was heterochromatic eyes, a family trait with no special feature besides the unusual color. Right after saying that, her eyes turned completely crimson. The system also revealed Ruan An's ability. Heterochromatic eyes could track every movement, predict incoming attacks, and create invisible pressure during battle. After reading the information, Xing Yu realized that both key figures of Long Kingdom were connected to extraordinary spirit beasts, proving the dragon-slaying war still hid many secrets. Just then, Zhang Li's voice announced that the second match was about to begin. Han Han stepped onto the arena with determined eyes. Zhongli introduced the match as Ran An of Zhu Ke Academy versus Han Han of Qinglong Academy. From below the stage, Xie Lian coldly told Ruanan not to hold back and to cripple her spirit beast in front of her. Ruanan only glanced back and replied that he was a gentleman. Even so, he looked at Han Han with contempt and told her to surrender now or end up worse than Yang Shuo. Han Han firmly declared that she would defeat Ruan An. Xiang Li excitedly commented that this would be an incredible battle, wondering whether Ruan An would keep his winning streak or Han Han would restore her brother's honor. Without hesitation, Han Han summoned the Bone Wing Bat Beast. The moment it appeared, the spirit beast spat a stream of liquid straight at Yan Beast. Ruan An immediately shouted for Yan Beast to dodge. Yan Beast obeyed at once and leaped aside to avoid the attack. The sight shocked Xiang Li because the heavenly demon Yan Beast chose to evade instead of confronting the attack, as if it feared the Bone Wing Bat Beast's flames. In the audience, Xiezhong stroked his chin and realized the girl had already seen through Lan Yan Beast's weakness, while the young man guiding her from behind was clearly no ordinary person. His son was controlling the battle beast, so the answer was obvious. Still, as a father, he would always stand by his own child. Guo Yao kept launching poison attacks, leaving Lan Yan Beast no chance to get close. Before long, Lan Yan Beast was beaten into a daze. Xing Yu cheered excitedly for Lu Jian, but he knew Lan Yan Beast's talent only ignored 70% of normal physical and magical damage. Undead Flame dealt soul damage, so the ability was useless. Realizing this, he immediately ordered Guo Yao to keep attacking. A barrage of poison orbs shot toward Lan Yan Beast. With no time to dodge, Lan Yan Beast took the full attack. Ruan An reacted at once and ordered Lan Yan Beast to use Blood Slaughter Vortex. Its roar summoned a spinning wall of flames that blocked the poison orbs. Right after that, he activated Damage Reflection and sent every attack back at its source. Guo Yao was caught off guard, and its lower body was instantly destroyed. Han Han frowned. Heavenly Demon Lan Yan Beast was already this difficult to fight, yet its tiger head had not even revealed its true ability. Ruan An rubbed his hands with confidence and declared the battle was over, as Lan Yan Beast erupted with overwhelming power. Facing the danger, Han Han immediately let Guji recover itself before unleashing Undead Wrath. Both battle beasts charged straight at each other. Their terrifying clash created a massive tornado that engulfed the entire arena. Han Han poured every bit of her remaining strength into Guji. On the battlefield, Lan Yan Beast finally began to lose ground. Yui watched anxiously. If this continued, Lan Yan Beast would fall into a serious disadvantage. The tornado created by Guji quietly closed in from behind. Han Han knew Undead Wrath alone could not defeat Lan Yan Beast, so she prepared the finishing blow. The moment the opportunity appeared, she gave the command. A blade of frost sliced through the air and flew straight toward Lan Yan Beast. Ruanan only sneered with disdain. Sure enough, Lan Yan Beast casually knocked the frost blade away. The sight left Han Han stunned. Guji was blasted back behind her, breathing heavily. While Han Han searched for another way to turn the battle around, Undead Wrath had already drained all of Guji's spirit power, forcing it out of the fight. Xie Lian laughed mockingly, saying Han Han had finally lost, while Ruanan arrogantly shouted for the weak to get off the arena. Hai Lin hurried forward to stop him, but before he could finish speaking, Ruan An ordered demonic cannon to fire. A massive blast of energy shot straight toward Guji and Han Han. Guji still rushed forward to shield her, but Han Han desperately told it to move away. At that very moment, another battle beast suddenly appeared behind her. It instantly fired an energy beam and completely blocked Lan Yan Beast's attack. As the dust settled, Xing Yu stood firmly in front of Han Han, shielding her. Ruan An was visibly surprised that Xing Yu's battle beast had neutralized demonic cannon so easily. Xing Yu pointed straight at Ruan An and demanded an explanation. Once an opponent ran out of spirit power, they automatically lost. So why had he ignored the referee and kept attacking? The audience also spoke up, saying that if the attack had landed, Han Han could have been crippled for life. Even then, Ruan An acted innocent, claiming the referee had not announced the result, so he had no way of knowing his opponent was out of spirit power. From the stands, Xi Zhong immediately blamed the referee, saying he was unfit to judge the match. He ordered Hai Lin arrested and banned from officiating for life. Watching Hai Lin being dragged away, Xing Yu could only sneer inwardly. Xi Zhong shamelessly shifted all the blame onto the referee, while the Empress stayed silent despite Hai Lin's desperate pleas. Xiang Li quickly stepped in to calm the crowd before announcing the second match was over. Ruan An remained the champion of the arena, and Xing Yu would be the next challenger. Han Han felt something was very strange about Ruan An because he seemed to read every one of her moves. Xing Yu calmly told her to leave the rest to him. Standing below the arena, Xie Lian glared at Xing Yu with hatred. If he had not interfered, her brother would have seriously injured Han Han. In her eyes, no matter how strong the opponent was, they could only surrender before her brother. Long Yan walked over and handed Ruan An a spirit recovery pill, reminding him that according to the rules, any contestant who defeated 2 opponents in a row earned this reward. Ruan An grabbed the pill with annoyance and coldly replied that he did not need the reminder. Xiang Li kept the crowd excited, saying Qinglong Academy only had Xing Yu left after the Morong siblings were defeated, while Juk Academy still had all 3 contestants. Would Ruan An extend his winning streak, or could Xing Yu turn the tide? Ruan An stared at Xing Yu with a mocking smile and said that if he surrendered now, his beast would suffer a lot less. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly froze. Xing Yu's icy glare locked onto Ruan An, sending a chill down his spine. That single look carried overwhelming pressure. Xing Yu clenched his fist and declared that Ruan An's little sisters would watch her brother lose in the arena, and her own beast would be crippled afterward. Ruan An instantly exploded with rage, shouting that anyone who wanted to touch his sister's beast would have to defeat him first. He then ordered Heavenly Demon Lan Yan Beast into battle. Xing Yu wasted no time and summoned Hei Feng to meet the challenge. Ruan An opened the fight by ordering Lan Yan Beast to use Blood Slaughter Vortex. Xing Yu calmly answered with vein-severing Tide Slash. The 2 battle beasts clashed fiercely in the middle of the arena. To everyone's shock, Hell Nether Wolf unleashed 23 consecutive vein-severing Tide Slashes, leaving Lan Yan Beast no chance to use a single skill. Realizing the battle was slipping away, Ruan An quickly ordered Lan Yan Beast to stop defending and retreat. The instant the enemy tried to pull back, Xing Yu seized the chance and ordered He Feng to use Hell Cannon. Chains instantly wrapped around Lan Yan Beast and locked its movements. He Feng leaped high into the air, dragging its opponent along. It then slammed Lan Yan Beast down with devastating force, and its painful roar echoed across the arena. Unable to withstand the attack, Lan Yan Beast crashed straight to the ground. The impact shook the entire arena. Lan Yan Beast lay motionless, completely unable to fight for the moment. Seeing that, Ruanan roared in fury. Xing Yu also sensed something strange. Ruanan's strength and aura had changed dramatically in just a few days. Backed into a corner, Ruanan finally stopped holding back and ordered Lan Yan Beast to use Flame Heavenly Judgment. Zhang Li excitedly announced that Lan Yan Beast was finally getting serious. With the power of Flame Heavenly Judgment, Hell Nether Wolf would instantly lose if it was forced out of the arena. At the same time, all three heads of Lan Yan Beast unleashed a sea of flames. Xing Yu quickly ordered He Feng to use Shadow Sneak. He Feng immediately accelerated at full speed. Meanwhile, Lan Yan Beast continued flooding the battlefield with flames. Taking advantage of the opening, He Feng silently circled behind its opponent. But just as it was about to strike, Lan Yan Beast's tail suddenly swept into He Feng. Ruan laughed proudly, convinced Xing Yu had fallen into his trap and that the battle was over. Xing Yu remained completely calm, leaving Ruan confused. Then it happened. A thunderous impact suddenly echoed through the arena. Only then did Ruan realize the one he hit was just a clone, not He Feng's real body. Without giving him a chance to recover, Xing Yu immediately ordered He Feng to unleash Hell Blast Cannon. He Feng opened its mouth and fired a massive wave of spirit power that blasted Lan Yan Beast away. After taking the heavy hit, Lan Yan Beast crashed to the ground once again. Ruanan completely lost his composure because Xing Yu had read his strategy once again. He clenched his fists until the veins bulged, then admitted Xing Yu was finally an opponent worthy of his full strength. Ruanan raised his hand and shouted, activating the second form of Heavenly Demon Flame. Lan Yan Beast's body immediately began transforming again. More arms grew from its back, creating a completely new form. Zhongli could not hide his excitement as Heavenly Demon Flame evolved into a three-headed, six-armed humanoid beast. Its terrifying appearance left the entire audience stunned. Even so, Xing Yu remained perfectly calm and declared that changing into a humanoid form would not change the outcome. At that moment, another blue light appeared in front of Xing Yu. Ruanan stared in shock, unable to understand what Xing Yu was about to summon. A few seconds later, a second battle beast appeared. It was an evil lightning rabbit. The entire arena fell into complete silence. Ruanan stood there with his mouth wide open, too stunned to react. Yang Shuo was just as shocked. Even Han Han stood frozen, unable to say a word. Only Xie Lian still wore a smug grin. Guanlan froze in disbelief when the newly summoned beast turned out to be nothing more than an evil lightning rabbit. Ruanan burst into laughter, mocking Xing Yu for bringing out a low bloodline beast with no attribute as his trump card. Still sneering, he ordered the Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast to finish the fight with 6 Harmony's domain. Spiritual power quickly gathered into all 6 of the beast's arms. The Blue Flame Beast then charged straight at its target. It kept pressing He Feng, while Xing Yu immediately called for the evil lightning rabbit to assist. At the command, a surge of power instantly covered the rabbit's body. He Feng threw back his head with a mighty roar as demonic energy wrapped around him, and his aura exploded. Even though Ruanan felt uneasy, he insisted the Blue Flame Beast's second form was 3 times stronger, so Hellfire Lotus could never hurt it. Xing Yu only smiled and asked, what if 1 Lotus was not enough, then 2 or even 3? Ruanan scoffed, saying Hellfire Lotus had a massive cooldown and could never be cast back to back. Before he could finish, the scene before him left him speechless. Ruanan widened his eyes in horror and ordered the Blue Flame Beast to use Blood Slaughter Vortex with a sea of flames to stop it. He also tried to take out the evil lightning rabbit, but it was already too late. A Hellfire Lotus wrapped in lightning shot straight toward the Blue Flame Beast, making Ruanan turn pale. He screamed that defeat was unacceptable and desperately ordered the beast to block the attack. Before anyone could react, another Hellfire Lotus appeared, leaving Ruanan crying out in despair. The Blue Flame Beast hurriedly raised a shield to defend itself. A massive explosion instantly swallowed the entire arena. When the smoke cleared, the Blue Flame Beast was trembling so badly it could not stand, and the referee declared Xing Yu of Azure Dragon Academy the winner. Zhang Li shouted in excitement that this was Xing Yu's signature move, the Lightning Hellfire Lotus Triangle Kill, while Ruanan collapsed to his knees. He muttered in disbelief that Hellfire Lotus had been unleashed 3 times in a row, finally realizing that was why Xing Yu had contracted the evil lightning rabbit. Xing Yu calmly explained that the rabbit did not triple the attack power, but instead refreshed his skill usage. Holding up 1 finger, Xing Yu said he could normally cast only 1 Hellfire Lotus, and Ruanan finally understood Xing Yu's true trump card before swearing they would meet again. Outside the arena, Yang Shuo laughed excitedly and kept praising Xing Yu as the crowd erupted into applause. The Vermilion Bird Academy headmaster coldly declared they could lose the match but never their honor, then called Xie Lian to fight. She hesitated because her brother was still there and knew stepping onto the stage meant certain defeat. Even so, Xie Lian had no choice but to step into the arena. The moment she appeared, she looked at Xing Yu with arrogance and said she never expected him to be worthy of standing before her. Xing Yu calmly replied that he had been waiting for her for a long time, leaving Xie Lian stunned. He then declared that he was here to avenge Lu Jian and crush her beast. Though shaken inside, Xie Lian acted proud and even used her father on the judges' panel to threaten Xing Yu, promising him wealth and power if he deliberately lost and joined her family. Xing Yu simply answered that it had nothing to do with him. Unable to hold back any longer, Xie Lian summoned the berserk peacock and ordered it to attack. But in the blink of an eye, her beast was blasted straight into the wall. Xie Lian quickly turned around just in time to see the berserk peacock suffer a devastating blow the moment it appeared. Xing Yu calmly tilted his head and reminded her that he had already said he would defeat her beast. Lin Yan immediately signaled Zhong Li to begin the commentary. Zhong Li excitedly announced that Xing Yu had defeated his opponent with a single move, even overcoming the elemental disadvantage to crush the fully healthy berserk peacock. Xie Lian could not believe it. By all logic, her water beast should have held the advantage over the fire-type Hell Nether Wolf, yet it was defeated in a single strike. She clenched her teeth in fury. Even though she knew victory was unlikely, she thought she could at least last a few rounds to save the honor of Vermilion Bird Academy and the Xie family. But Xing Yu humiliated her from the very first move. Zhong Li stepped forward and reminded Xie Lian that the rules still allowed her to summon a second beast and continue the match. Xie Lian immediately snapped at him, telling him to stop because she had already embarrassed herself enough. Ruan An quickly stepped in to smooth things over, announcing that his sister admitted defeat and asking the referee to move on to the next match. Though puzzled, the referee agreed. Regaining his serious tone, Zhong Li announced that Xing Yu of Azure Dragon Academy had successfully defended the arena, and the final challenger was Fang Jing. Watching his opponent approach, Xing Yu thought this was the only one who had not fought yet, so he might be the strongest hidden card. Fang Jing calmly entered the arena, thinking he never expected the final battle to fall to him, so he had to give it everything. With that, he signaled that he was ready to fight. Moments later, Fang Jing summoned all three of his beasts one after another. But before long, he raised his hand and surrendered. Zhong Li immediately declared Azure Dragon Academy the overall champion. The result left every other academy feeling even more humiliated by their crushing defeat. Someone forced a smile and asked Fang Jing if his strength was a little lacking. Fang Jing could only shrug helplessly, saying that if even Ruan An had lost, someone like him never stood a chance. After waiting all this time, Yang Shuo finally rushed over to congratulate them, while Han Han cheered excitedly as the whole team celebrated. Xing Yu turned to Lu Jin with a grin and asked why she still looked so calm after winning the championship. Overjoyed, Xing Yu lifted Lu Jin into the air and said this was Azure Dragon Academy's greatest moment, so she should smile. Blushing deeply, she kept telling him to put her down. On the other side, Ruan An vented his frustration over the loss by taking it out on a vending machine. Even so, both he and Xie Lian still wore stubborn expressions of refusal to accept defeat. After everything was over, the top three competitors stepped onto the stage to receive their honors. Right then, the system announced that Xing Yu had unlocked the Super Rookie Champion achievement and received 2 rewards, an Attribute Fusion Crystal and a Bloodline Upgrade Crystal. After reading the notification, Xing Yu smiled with satisfaction because the mission was finally complete. He opened the inventory to inspect the rewards. The first crystal could add another attribute to a beast, so he planned to save it for Freya, while the Bloodline Crystal was perfect for He Feng. After the award ceremony, Guanlan personally praised Huijiang and Xing Yu for their outstanding performance. After receiving their rewards, everyone happily thanked the Empress. Seeing Guanlan walking toward him, Xing Yu immediately stood at attention. Guanlan gently placed a hand on his head, making Xing Yu freeze on the spot. She suddenly asked if the two of them had met before. That single question made Xing Yu break into a cold sweat, fearing his identity had been exposed. His entire body stiffened with tension. At that moment, the official in charge of the medals reminded the Empress, and Guanlan simply signaled for the trophy and medals to be brought over. Before presenting the medal, Guanlan teased him with a smile, asking why someone so fearless in battle was suddenly trembling now. Xing Yu forced a smile and said it was his first time standing so close to the Empress, so he could not help feeling nervous. Even after Guanlan left, Xing Yu kept wondering whether she had been testing him, or truly noticed nothing. The more he thought about it, the more he believed Guanlan had simply been joking, and had no intention of exposing his identity. Even so, Xing Yu still could not completely relax, or believe he was truly safe. Suddenly, countless voices echoed from the stands as talent scouts from major guilds repeatedly called Xing Yu's name. Within moments, guild representatives surrounded him. Some invited him to join Tyrant Guild, while others promoted sword dance with promises of countless beauties. Everyone tried their hardest to recruit him. However, Xing Yu politely turned down every offer. As he walked away, he muttered that being famous was nothing but trouble. Yang Shuo asked why he rejected the nation's top guilds, and Xing Yu replied that everyone at Changyu had always treated him well, so he would never betray them. The moment Yan Ran's name came up, Yang Shuo's expression changed. Xing Yu noticed and asked what was wrong, adding that they were like family to him. Just then, Yan Ran came running over with a bottle of wine, waving as she invited everyone to celebrate. Kei Ran immediately reminded her that academy rules banned students from drinking during the tournament. Hearing that, Yan Ran pointed her finger and declared the rule ridiculous, then ordered the disciplinary office to remove it. The people beside her could only nod helplessly, since she was the academy headmaster. Yan Ran wrapped an arm around Xing Yu's shoulders and told him he was the hero behind the championship, so he should not put so much pressure on himself. Seeing that something was bothering him, she gently encouraged him to speak, saying she might be able to help ease his mind. Without any hesitation, Xing Yu immediately turned to Ru Yan and asked to see her legs, just like she had promised. Hearing that, Ru Yan grabbed his collar and dragged him away. Only then did Xing Yu panic and desperately call for Chen and Lu Jin to save him. But Yang Shuo, Cabran, and everyone else simply stood there watching as if nothing was happening. Even the people behind them calmly enjoyed the show. Ru Yan dragged Xing Yu straight into a room and locked the door, leaving him crying for help in complete despair. As soon as they were inside, Ru Yan cornered him against the wall and scolded him for getting bolder every day. Xing Yu could only force a bitter smile and beg for mercy, saying he was just joking because of the pressure. To his surprise, Ru Yan gently lifted the hem of her skirt, making Xing Yu blush and quickly turn his head away. Smiling, she explained that this was his reward. If he could pass the 4-star Beast Tamer exam before the semester ended, reaching 9-star Beast Tamer within 10 years would become much easier. Xing Yu could only stand there awkwardly. Just as the atmosphere became strange, a soft cough came from outside. Xiao Ni stood at the door with an embarrassed look, asking them to stop whatever they were doing. She then seriously relayed that the Empress wanted to meet Mr. Xiao alone at the Imperial Palace. The round trip would take about 4 hours, so she asked if he could make time. Xing Yu froze for a moment. Though uneasy, he knew he had no right to refuse, so he agreed and silently accepted that the moment he had feared had finally arrived. The scene soon shifted to the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, inside the Imperial City. At the palace gate guarded by golden sacred keelins, Xiao Ni respectfully pointed the way and said the Empress was already waiting inside the hall. Looking at the golden sacred keelins, standing guard at the entrance, Xing Yu was shocked and thought that if anything went wrong, there was no chance he could escape. Carrying a heavy heart, he followed the path deep into the palace. The moment he entered the grand hall, Xing Yu saw Guanlan already waiting. She looked at him and asked if he knew why he alone had been summoned today. Xing Yu immediately lowered his head and respectfully replied that he did not know and asked the Empress for guidance. Guanlan got straight to the point, saying that a major incident had happened in the Dragon Kingdom a few days earlier when someone openly rescued a death row prisoner in front of countless witnesses. She then asked whether he had been in Sealing City during that time. Xing Yu's smile instantly froze. He calmly replied that he did not understand what the incident had to do with him, but inside he was panicking, afraid she had traced the clues back to him. Resting her chin on one hand, Guanlan repeated General Xi's theory that those who deliberately hid themselves were usually concealing either their strength or their identity. Xing Yu forced a smile and replied that the logic was a little far-fetched because, by that reasoning, any worker, teacher, or student could become a suspect. Guanlan suddenly rose from her seat. She slowly walked toward Xing Yu. As the distance closed, Xing Yu's expression grew noticeably worse. Suddenly, Guanlan stared straight into his eyes and asked a single intimidating question. Was he the man in the black cloak? That one question left Xing Yu completely stunned. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. If his identity had really been exposed, should he run or fight to the death? Either way, there was almost no escape. He thought about his sister, Lu Jin, the championship everyone had worked so hard to win, and Azure Dragon Academy. If something happened to him, they would all be dragged into it. Just when Xing Yu felt completely hopeless, Guanlan suddenly laughed, patted his head, and said she was only joking, telling him not to be so nervous. She explained that her people had already confirmed he had only taken 2 days off to capture a new beast, the rabbit. She even praised his good judgment and said his performance had changed her opinion of him. Guanlan continued by saying she had never truly suspected him because someone who had been a beast tamer for less than a year could never compare to a 9-star powerhouse. Hearing that, Xing Yu secretly let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that he had narrowly escaped disaster. Deep down, he silently thanked his sister for unintentionally giving him a solid alibi and promised himself he would repay her someday. Guanlan turned serious again and said she had not called him here just to joke around. She then asked what path he planned to take after graduating from Azure Dragon Academy. Xingyu honestly replied that he still had 3 years left and had never really thought about it. Guanlan calmly explained that graduates of Beast Tamer academies normally had only 3 choices. They could join Beast Tamer guilds, serve in the military across different divisions, or become international mercenaries hunting bounties along the border. As she spoke, Guanlan extended her hand toward Xingyu and asked if he would accept a 4th path if she offered one. Xingyu immediately became curious about this special opportunity. A strange thought suddenly crossed his mind, one so ridiculous it embarrassed even him, but he kept a calm face. After asking about the 4th option, Xingyu was stunned when Guanlan said she wanted him to join the Emperor Soul and serve under her. The offer shocked Xingyu. He knew Emperor Soul was Guanlan's elite force, where every mission was a fight for survival. Even the Silver Priest rank saw members replaced almost every month, proving how deadly it was. He recalled that Red Robe priests suffered even higher casualty rates, with most dying during missions or while hunting spies. Only the Black Underworld High Priest had a better chance of surviving, but reaching that rank required becoming an 8-star Beast Tamer, earning great merit, and gaining the Empress' complete trust. Seeing him stay silent for too long, Guanlan asked if he had made up his mind or planned to keep thinking forever. Xingyu immediately lowered his head and thanked the Empress for placing such trust and confidence in him. The moment she heard his tone, the atmosphere inside the hall turned heavy. Guanlan asked if he was about to refuse her. Xingyu quickly explained that he wanted to improve himself, but he could not join Emperor Soul yet. Guanlan simply smiled and gently patted his shoulder, saying he had made a very wise decision. Deep down, Xingyu could only sigh because he never truly had a choice. After calming himself, he convinced himself that staying close to the Empress might not be so bad. At least this conversation showed Guanlan still did not fully trust Shi Zhong. Maybe one day he could replace him. Xingyu kept planning ahead. If he ever became the Black Underworld High Priest while keeping his Black Cloak identity, he might finally have the power to turn the tables against the Empress. Just then, Guanlan interrupted his thoughts and ordered someone to bring in the item for Xingyu. As soon as she finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A maid slowly walked inside, leading a massive figure that made the entire room seem to shake. When the covering was removed, it revealed an adorable little blue Qilin. The moment Xingyu saw it, his eyes lit up, and he immediately activated his appraisal system. After checking all of its information, he could not help but admire it. The Qilin bloodline truly deserved its place among the 3 strongest bloodlines, with outstanding stats in every category. Xingyu knew the Qilin was Guanlan's signature beast, and a race reserved only for the royal family. Even though this one was still young, its potential was beyond imagination. Seeing him stare at it so closely, Guanlan smiled and asked if he liked it. Xingyu froze for a moment. Guanlan repeated the question, wanting to hear him admit with his own words whether he liked the Qilin. Xingyu answered honestly that any beast tamer in Long Kingdom would find it almost impossible to resist the charm of a Qilin beast. Satisfied with his answer, Guanlan nodded and suddenly announced that she would give the Qilin to him. Xingyu was so stunned that he pointed at himself, unable to believe what he had just heard. Guanlan repeated herself once more. Xingyu quickly apologized and explained that he had been so overwhelmed he accidentally forgot his manners before the Empress. He was completely shocked. Qilins belonged exclusively to the royal family, and only Guanlan and her daughter Shangguan Chan remained from the Shangguan bloodline. Offering him a Qilin proved just how highly she valued him. Guanlan smiled and explained that the Qilin was not a free gift. To earn it, Xingyu had to clear an rank mission during next month's supernova trial. The moment he heard that, he understood why the reward was so incredible. Xingyu recalled the rules of the trial. It was an event for competitors from the supernova tournament, held 1 month after the competition, with 4 difficulty levels ranging from C, B, A to S. Most participants only dared choose B rank, while only the most confident challenged A rank. He also remembered the academy head saying that during the previous trial, only 8 people accepted an rank mission. 6 failed, and only 2 succeeded. It was obvious Guanlan was using this challenge to see if he was worthy of becoming an Emperor Soul candidate. After understanding everything, Xingyu placed a hand over his chest and solemnly promised to complete the rank mission. He also asked the Empress to judge whether he was worthy of joining Emperor Soul based on that result. Guanlan smiled and praised his intelligence before revealing that Shi Zhong had once wanted Shi Yuanan to join Emperor Soul, but she had never agreed. It was getting late and allowed Xingyu to leave. He immediately bowed and respectfully took his leave. After Xingyu left, Guanlan leaned back in her chair, with her chin resting on one hand. She felt he was an exceptionally promising young man, and even wondered why she enjoyed teasing him so much. Guanlan's golden eyes gradually turned distant as she drifted into old memories. The memory unfolded with the booming sound of war drums, each beat shaking the ground. A bright smile spread across Guanlan's face as she happily recalled those days. At the same time, in another place, lights illuminated a massive hotel, signaling that a new event was about to begin. The moment he returned to his room, Xingyu dropped onto the bed after an exhausting day. He looked at Lulu and Che with a smile, saying they were far too serious and should lighten up. Dalu immediately called him an idiot. She reminded him that staying close to an emperor was like standing beside disaster. Xingyu admitted she was right, but if he had refused back then, he probably would not have survived. Maduja also spoke up, saying she understood that accepting Shangguanlan's offer had been his only choice. Still, she warned him that even the lowest rank in Emperor Soul, the Silver Priest, had a death rate of over 90%. Xingyu simply smiled and reminded everyone about Shangguanlan's final words. Che immediately guessed she meant how the Empress had refused Xiezhong's request to let Xie Yuanan join Emperor Soul. That proved Shangguanlan had always been wary of Xizhong and never fully trusted him. Dalu agreed because if Xizhong's influence kept growing, it would eventually surpass the Empress' control. Xingyu nodded and said this was the only opening that could change everything. He was just an ordinary man with no power, no backing, and a spotless background, making him the perfect piece for the Empress to use against Xiezhong. He continued that as long as he kept playing his role perfectly, Shangguanlan would slowly lower her guard. Once he became strong enough, he would personally overthrow her. By then, Long Kingdom might no longer belong to the Shangguan family, but the Xiao family instead. Dalu warned that he was playing with fire, but Xingyu only smiled and said the real gamble was human nature. His confident words left the young woman speechless, and her face slowly turned red. After a while, she quietly asked if he really became the ruler of Long Kingdom one day. Would there be many women by his side? Xingyu immediately denied it, insisting he had never thought about that. Maduja reminded him that once he stepped onto this path, there would be no turning back. If he failed, his fate would be complete ruin. Xingyu remained confident and told them to trust him. He would lead everyone to victory in the final game. Hearing that, Maduja immediately knelt on one knee and swore that her life had been given by her master. Even if the road ahead led into an abyss or certain death, she would never abandon him. Dalu could only mutter that she never expected the snake girl to say something so touching. Xingyu then turned to Dalu. Seeing Maduja had already declared her loyalty, Dalu could only sigh and say he could do whatever he wanted, because she would always stand behind him. Hearing that answer, the three of them looked at each other and burst into relaxed laughter. Not long afterward, the airplane slowly took off and soared into the clear blue sky beneath the bright sun. Xingyu carried a backpack and held an ice cream in one hand, happily looking forward to finally going home. Kai-ran asked if everyone had packed everything. Xingyu looked around the cabin and curiously asked why only their group was on the flight. Teacher Chen explained that the academy head was in such a great mood that he had chartered the entire flight early that morning. Xingyu could only laugh and say that was incredibly generous. Yang Shuo looked at the pile of local specialties like beef jerky and malt candy, then joked that Xingyu looked more like he had come here to stock up on goods. Xingyu laughed and said he had bought so much because his older sister loved those snacks. Yang Shuo praised him for being such a devoted younger brother. Xingyu proudly replied that his sister was the greatest woman in the world, and that he would always take care of her, making everyone smile and say that was the right attitude. He then glanced at the young man beside him and wondered how things were going between him and his younger sister, thinking maybe he should give them another push. The airplane continued racing through the bright blue sky. Without warning, the entire passenger cabin shook violently, startling all four people in their seats. Yang Shuo panicked and asked Teacher Chen what had happened, but even he had no idea what was going on. Xingyu suddenly caught a strange smell coming from behind the plane and immediately warned everyone, making the group uneasy. Inside the cockpit, the pilot turned red-faced after finding a bruised man inside. Someone outside shouted for the academy head, reminding her that it was the cockpit, not the restroom, and telling her to come out. She even looked confused and asked what a control stick was. The moment she said that, everyone realized the situation was far more serious than they thought. The airplane suddenly pitched downward without warning. Fortunately, they landed safely in the end. As soon as they touched the ground, everyone let out a sigh of relief, saying they had almost died before making it back to Longyin City. The moment they stepped outside, a huge crowd rushed over, cheering loudly. Everyone shouted Xingyu's name, calling him the pride of the academy and the greatest genius Longyin City had ever seen. As soon as Xingyu appeared, his two roommates ran over excitedly, saying that sharing a dorm with him was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to them. They even declared that Boss Yu was the only one they would ever follow. Xingyu pretended not to recognize them and asked who they were. The two immediately complained that he had forgotten his friends after being away for such a short time. Laughing, he called Mu Shengyu and Song Hu his adopted sons. Both of them exploded in anger and threatened to beat him up if he kept saying that. One of them quickly took off his backpack and carefully pulled out a notebook. Xing Yu explained that he had prepared personalized training plans based on each person's beast to help them grow stronger. The instant they heard that, both of them changed their attitude and shamelessly started calling him Boss Yu again. He then invited the other two, who had been standing quietly behind, to come over. Yang Shuo simply smiled and declined, saying today belonged to Xing Yu and they should not steal the spotlight. Just as Xing Yu stepped forward, someone suddenly called out for him to stop. Seeing what was happening, everyone around him immediately raised their cameras and started taking pictures. His image was soon displayed on the giant screen covering a nearby building, drawing even more people to watch. At the same time, somewhere else, someone slammed a fist into a wall in fury. It was Wang Yan. Sweat covered his face, and his entire body trembled with rage. Watching Xing Yu receive endless praise on the giant screen only made Wang Yan's expression even more vicious. Clenching both fists, he gritted his teeth and repeatedly muttered Xing Yu's name. He blamed Xing Yu for everything, saying his beast would never have died, and he would never have been expelled from the academy without him. Consumed by hatred, he blamed every tragedy in his life on Xing Yu, from his father's disappearance to becoming homeless and being looked down on by everyone. A man dressed in black silently appeared behind him, but Wang Yan never noticed and continued insisting that he should have been the academy's top student and the one who deserved all the glory. A hand suddenly tapped his shoulder, making Wang Yan spin around in shock as he demanded to know who it was. The man in black called Wang Yan by name and mentioned his father, Wang Dongsheng. Wang Yan immediately demanded to know the stranger's identity. The man coldly asked if he had already forgotten his own father, then tossed him a piece of paper and said that if he wanted to defeat Xiao Xing Yu, he should come find him. As the man in black disappeared into the distance, Wang Yan became even more confused about who he really was. But the moment he unfolded the paper, his face instantly turned pale with shock. Printed on it was the emblem of the Dark Abyss Guild, along with information about beast tamers, making him realize he had become involved with an extremely terrifying organization. Back in the classroom, the entire class erupted in surprise after hearing a new announcement. Standing at the podium, Kai Ran adjusted his glasses and announced that this semester's midterm would consist of 2 parts, a written exam and a live combat test, where students would fight magical beasts. He continued by explaining that the whole class would escort military supply train number 13 from Longyin City to Huangyan City over the next 24 hours. Hearing the destination, Xing Yu suddenly remembered that Zhu Xiong had promised to help him find the Firefly Demon flower there. That meant the final requirement for evolving the Heavenly Soul Lamp Beast would soon be within reach. A student raised a hand and asked which route they would take and whether they might encounter powerful beasts. Kai Ran replied that the convoy would pass through 5 Poison Gorge, Kundi Mountain, and Whitebone Abyss, where Transcendent class beasts and even Demon King class beasts could appear. The entire class immediately groaned. Some even joked that dropping out sounded better because this exam was practically a fight for their lives. Kai Ran quickly reassured everyone that the escort mission would be handled by the Sky Guild. If powerful beasts appeared, the guild would deal with them, while the students were mainly there to gain real combat experience. Sitting below, Xing Yu took out his phone. With a mission this important, Yan Ran from the Sky Guild would most likely show up. Thinking that, he quickly sent a message and got a reply almost instantly. Just then, Kai Ran suddenly called Xing Yu's name. He jumped, thinking he had been caught texting in class. The teacher simply motioned for him to follow out into the hallway. The classmates laughed, teasing that Xing Yu was definitely about to get a lecture. Outside, Xing Yu cautiously asked if he was about to be punished. Kai Ran laughed and said the dean would punish him first if he ever dared. Then he took out a complete stage, Blazing Flame Demon Rhino Core, and explained that it was a gift from the dean to help Xing Yu's Nether Thunder Wolf break through. Xing Yu accepted the gift with gratitude and asked Kai Ran to thank the dean for him. Kai Ran then brought up Xing Yu's previous leave. He had asked Xing Yu's sister and found out he had never gone home. Xing Yu could only smile, knowing he had finally been exposed. Kai Ran seriously warned him not to leave without permission again and to go straight home with his sister after class. Xing Yu nodded and promised he would listen next time. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a strange aura approaching. His expression changed at once. He threw open the window as he clearly felt powerful lightning energy. Kai Ran looked confused and asked what was happening. Looking into the sky, Xing Yu realized the lightning power was incredibly pure. It was nothing like Shangguan Lan's aura. That made him wonder if another ancient dragon god still existed. High above the clouds, a figure tore through the sky at incredible speed. A massive creature beat its mighty wings, making it seem as if the entire sky was shaking. Standing atop the dragon's head, the man smiled and said Xiao Yu had grown this much in less than half a year. The person beside him reminded the leader that Xiao Yu was right below in the city and suggested stopping for 2 days to meet him. The leader calmly replied that the time was not right. At Xiao Yu's current pace, their reunion would not be far away. After saying that, he ordered the spirit beast beneath him to continue flying. Meanwhile below, Xingyu found it strange. The lightning aura had been so clear just moments ago, yet now it had vanished completely. As long as it was not Shangguanlan, he decided not to worry. Time quietly passed, as night slowly covered the entire building. The moment Xingyu walked inside, he happily called out, "Sis, Meng Meng, im home." The little girl immediately ran over and hugged his leg, saying she had missed him, after he had been gone for half a month. Xingyu patted her head and said he had missed her too. Meng Meng beamed and said he looked incredibly cool in the tournament. She even declared she would marry someone just like him when she grew up. Xingyu laughed and said she was still too young. Besides, he liked mature girls. Meng Meng innocently asked what they had, that she did not because she had everything too. Just then, Yu Shui walked out of the bathroom and gently told Meng Meng to let Xiao Yu go so he could unpack. The moment he saw her, Xingyu warmly called out, "Sis." He quickly dropped his backpack and stopped caring about everything else. The next second, he rushed over and hugged Yu Shui tightly, unable to hide how much he had missed her. Yu Shui gently patted his shoulder and smiled, saying she had missed Xiao Yu just as much. Watching everything from the side, Meng Meng felt confused, because Xiao Yu and sister Yu Shui acted nothing like she and sister Yi Ning. In the quiet night, the light from the window still shone brightly against the silent darkness. Xingyu cautiously asked if he could sleep in the same room with his sister tonight. Yu Sui bent down, looked at him, and gently refused. She reminded him that he was already 6 feet tall and no longer a child. Xingyu refused to give up. He reminded her they had always slept together since childhood. Yu Sui smiled and explained that back then they had no separate rooms. Now they lived in a new apartment, and Meng Meng was here too. It would not be appropriate anymore. Even so, Xingyu kept begging because Meng Meng was already asleep and asked for just this one time. In the end, Yu Shui gave in and reluctantly agreed, but warned him this would be the only exception. Time quickly passed. Beneath the crescent moon hanging in the sky, the room fell into peaceful silence. Lying side by side, the warm atmosphere brought a rare look of peace to both of their faces. He looked much thinner after being away for so long. Xingyu smiled and said he was fine, then mentioned he had a midterm mission next week. Hearing that, she immediately asked why he had to leave again. Xingyu explained the exam was to escort train number 13 to Huangyan City. Yu Shui reminded him it was the western fortress of the Long Kingdom, where the road was filled with danger and magic beasts. Xingyu simply smiled and said he was much stronger now. Yu Shui teased that she used to carry him with one arm, but now even 2 arms might not be enough. Xingyu grinned and said from now on, he would be the one carrying her. As soon as he said that, Xingyu smiled and moved a little closer, making the atmosphere even warmer. As the distance between them closed, Yu Shui's cheeks turned slightly red, and her eyes were filled with gentle affection. Xingyu slowly shared his dream of earning enough money to buy a seaside villa where his sister could take peaceful walks along the beach every day. He went on to picture himself making achievements every day and coming home to meals cooked by her. To him, that was the perfect life. Yu Shui smiled and said that future sounded beautiful enough to make her look forward to it. Deep down, however, she quietly reminded herself she could never stay by his side forever. After a long silence, Yu Shui softly asked if Xiao Yu could promise her one thing. He immediately asked what it was. Gently clasping her fingers together, Yu Shui wished that no matter what happened in the future, he would keep living well. Xingyu immediately said she would be fine, and he promised to honor her wish. Old memories suddenly returned, bringing them back to the days when they walked hand in hand beneath the crimson sunset. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight spread across the academy, welcoming a warm new day. Xiangyu sighed and said failing the exam was not the worst part. Losing your life during it was far more terrifying. Xingyu jokingly asked if he should prepare a will in advance. Xiangyu quickly waved him off and said not to jinx him like that. Songhu jumped onto a desk and laughed, inviting Xingyu to the cafeteria. He proudly declared he was paying for everything today as a dutiful adopted son. Xingyu smiled and declined because he already had plans. After Xingyu left, the two immediately started wondering who he was meeting. One guessed it had to be one of the academy beauties chasing after him. Songhu began listing the 4 great beauties: Ye Shuangning, Murong Xingxin, Chen Karen, and the dual pupil girl, but he could not remember the last name. The person beside him reminded him it was Bai Wangge. Songhu instantly nodded and said that was right. The other guy analyzed that Bai Wanga was unlikely because she was rarely seen. In his opinion, Murong Xingxin was the most likely since they were on the same team. Just then, someone spotted Xingyu and called out to him. Yang Shuo walked over with the others and asked why Xingyu looked so happy. He even invited him over for dinner because his father wanted to cook and get to know him. Xingyu apologized because he already had plans to meet an older sister. Yang Shuo looked surprised and asked if Xingyu had another sister. In the distance, a young woman quietly watched him and thought that Xiao Yu had truly grown up. As a few embarrassing thoughts crossed her mind, her face slowly turned red. It seemed he had grown in more ways than one. At the academy gate, Yang Shuo curiously asked if she was Xingyu's foster sister. Xingyu explained they had met before he entered the academy. She was Qin Yan Ran from the Hunters Guild. Just then, Xingyu's phone suddenly rang. A gentle voice came from the other end, telling Xing Yu to come to the academy's back gate because she was waiting outside. The moment he heard the familiar voice, Xing Yu immediately replied, "I'll be right there, Sister Yan Ran." Before leaving, he waved goodbye to Yang Shuo and Lu Jin, promising to hang out another day. Watching Xing Yu leave, Yang Shuo muttered that a foster sister was not related by blood anyway. Murong Xingxin quietly called his name, and he instantly got the hint and decided to follow them. Outside, the peaceful street stretched beneath the gentle sunlight, lined with rows of buildings and overhead power lines. The moment Qin Yanran saw Xing Yu, she happily ran over and hugged him, saying it had been so long and that she had missed him terribly. Hiding in a corner, Yang Shuo could not help being shocked by Yan Ran's stunning figure. He turned to his younger sister and warned her that guys like Xing Yu were extremely popular with girls, so she could not afford to let her guard down. That if she wanted Xing Yu to become the Murong family's son-in-law, she needed to be more proactive. Xingxin shyly admitted she had no idea where to start, and even if she wanted to, it would not be easy. Yang Shuo thought for a moment and said it was time for him to help his little sister. A short while later, the two arrived at an upscale restaurant with a sleek glass front. Holding the menu, Qin Yanran generously said this was the best restaurant in the city and told Xing Yu to order whatever he wanted because she was treating him today. Xing Yu awkwardly told her not to spend so much money. Yan Ran simply smiled and said this amount meant nothing to her, then ordered one serving of every dish on the menu. The waiter immediately bowed and left. Before long, the entire table was covered with steaming dishes. They gently raised their glasses, and the clear clink echoed through the cozy atmosphere. Yan Ran reminded Xing Yu that although her team would be escorting the convoy to Huangyan City, he still had to be careful. The magic beast army along the border had been acting strangely lately, making the mission far more dangerous. She sighed and said that if the border defenses ever fell, the Long Kingdom would lose its peaceful days. Xing Yu smiled and said that if the time came, she still had him. Yan Ran laughed and said she would be counting on him then. Just then, someone at the next table mentioned the Tianji Pavilion auction for beast upgrade materials, reminding Xing Yu that it was the largest auction house in Longyin City. Hearing that, Yan Ran smiled and asked if he was interested in the auction. Before Xing Yu could answer, she stood up, grabbed his hand, and said she would take him there to broaden his horizons. Xing Yu awkwardly reminded her they had not finished eating yet, but Yan Ran simply smiled and said they could pack the food to go. As night fell, the towering building shone brightly beneath the star-filled sky. The manager respectfully bowed and personally escorted Miss Qin inside. Xing Yu quietly thought how convenient it was to have such a wealthy big sister. Inside the grand hall, beneath a magnificent dome, the two slowly walked through the luxurious surroundings. Xing Yu looked around with curiosity and spotted countless rare treasures, including feathers from the medicine hunting Eagle King, a tail from the Ice Island Naga Queen, and the horned skull of the Black Whale King. Yan Ran explained they were all part of Jiang Shuiros' private collection, not auction items. Just as Xing Yu quietly repeated Jiang Shuiros' name, an arrogant voice suddenly shouted from behind, ordering everyone to clear the way or face the consequences. Hearing that arrogant tone, Xing Yu immediately turned around with a guarded expression. A richly dressed young man stood before him, with a group of guards following behind. Xing Yu quickly recognized him as Li Heng, the notorious young master of the Gale Guild. The man walked over and started the conversation himself. Li Heng smiled hypocritically and said he did not expect to meet Yan Ran here. She coldly replied that they were not close and told him to stay away from her. Li Heng glanced at Xing Yu with disdain and asked who the inexperienced brat standing beside her was. Yan Ran firmly introduced Xing Yu as her younger brother and the champion of the Super Rookie Tournament. Li Heng sneered, saying a two-star beastmaster from a small city was nothing worth noticing. He bluntly warned Xing Yu that Yan Ran was the woman he had his eye on and told him to leave Tianji Pavilion if he knew what was good for him. Xing Yu calmly interrupted and asked, "Or what?" Just as the tension peaked, a dignified voice reminded everyone that this was Tianji Pavilion. Anyone with personal grudges could settle them outside instead of damaging the treasures. Someone immediately shouted that Lady Jiang had arrived. Slow footsteps echoed down the staircase, and the entire hall instantly fell silent. A stunning beauty slowly appeared, her graceful presence making the whole hall seem brighter. Jiang Shuiro gently waved the fan in her hand and smiled, asking if everyone could do her the favor of keeping the peace. The moment Li Heng saw Jiang Shuiro, his attitude changed completely. He hurriedly apologized for causing trouble in her territory and asked for her forgiveness. Jiang Shuiro kept the same faint smile on her face, without the slightest change. Even so, an invisible and dangerous pressure spread from her, making everyone present feel uneasy. Xing Yu frowned at the uncomfortable feeling and looked up at her with suspicion. Jiang Shuiro turned around and announced that the auction was about to begin, inviting all guests to the auction hall on the top floor. Xing Yu and Yan Ran quietly watched as her figure gradually disappeared from sight. Yanran lightly poked Xingyu and teased that men really could not stay calm around beautiful women. Xingyu could only laugh awkwardly and apologize for getting distracted. Xingyu quietly wondered if that beast was clearly an overlord beast king. Then could Jiang Xuero also be an incredibly powerful beast tamer? Before leaving, Li Heng turned back and coldly warned Xingyu to just wait. Xingyu calmly replied that if Li Heng wanted a fight, he was ready to see it through. On the way, Yanran asked if Xingyu knew what kind of person Li Siheng was. When he admitted he only knew a little, she explained the conflict between the Sky Guild and the Gale Guild. Yanran said the Gale Guild always abused its top ranking to bully customers. They charged outrageous fees and still demanded full payment even after failed missions. More and more clients switched to the Sky Guild, and surpassing the Gale Guild was only a matter of time. As they climbed the stairs, Yanran angrily added that the Gale Guild kept using Li Heng to harass her. He even tried to force her into becoming his 8th wife, while constantly plotting to ruin her reputation. After hearing everything, Xingyu was furious and vowed to teach Li Heng a lesson if the chance ever came. Right then, a voice called out from behind Mr. Xiao. Xingyu turned around and quickly recognized the person who called him. She smiled and said she wanted to speak with him in private, inviting him to follow her. Xingyu guessed it was probably related to the Empress. He asked Yanran to wait for him for a moment. With that, Xingyu followed her into a private room. She took out an item and said he had left too quickly last time, so she had not been able to give it to him. It was something Her Majesty had personally ordered her to deliver. Xingyu looked at it in confusion. Xiao Ni introduced it as the Emperor's Soul Token. Xingyu accepted it and quietly repeated the name in surprise. Xiao Ni explained that the Emperor's Soul Token represented one's status within the Emperor's Soul Organization. Holding it was the same as meeting the Empress herself. Even though Xingyu had not fully met the requirements, Her Majesty still decided to grant him the token, so his time at the academy would be much smoother. Hearing that, Xingyu respectfully thanked both Xiao Ni and the Empress for their special care. Xiao Ni simply smiled and said she was only delivering it on the way. Then she glanced behind her and said she still had to escort an important guest downstairs. Xiao Ni smiled and explained that the guest was taking a bath. A door separated them, so there was nothing to worry about, and that person would not blame Xingyu for it. Xingyu walked to the door, said goodbye, and left the room. As soon as they met again, Yanran asked if anything had happened. Xingyu smiled and said everything was fine, then urged her to hurry to the auction. Yanran teased that he had been alone with 2 stunning beauties and still came out unharmed. Xingyu wiped his sweat and laughed helplessly, saying he had only been inside for 5 minutes, so what could possibly happen? Yanran kept teasing and asked whether Xingyu liked someone like Jiang Xuero, Xiao Ni, or someone like her. Without hesitation, he answered that he liked women who were bold, strong, and loyal like Yanran. Satisfied with the answer, Yanran finally turned away and secretly thought the kid really knew how to talk. In another corner, Li Heng clenched his fists in anger, unwilling to accept how close Xingyu had become with Yanran. The steward leaned over and suggested dragging Xingyu into an alley after the auction to teach him a lesson. Li Heng only sneered, saying there was no need to wait that long to deal with one brat. Hearing that, the steward took out a photo and handed it to Li Heng. He said this was Xiao Xingyu's older sister. The moment Li Heng saw the photo, a wicked smile spread across his face. Greed filled his eyes as he praised her as an exceptionally beautiful woman. On the auction floor, the bids kept climbing from 4.5 million to 6 million, then 8 million. Someone even offered 10 million just for the chance to receive a smile from Lady Jiang or share dinner with her. Watching the scene, Xingyu could not help sighing. A heavenly blade spirit beast horn was only worth about 3 million, yet the price had been pushed to 10 million. Some people truly had more money than they knew how to spend. Yanran laughed and said he was too innocent. Those people were never interested in the item itself. What they really wanted was a chance to win Lady Jiang's favor and get closer to her. Xingyu quickly flattered her by saying that no matter how outstanding Lady Jiang was, she still could not compare with Yanran. Yanran beamed and asked if he meant she was both young and beautiful. Hearing exactly what she wanted, Yanran smiled brightly, while Xingyu looked up toward Xueru. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes as he carefully observed everything before him. Xingyu thought to himself that although he had never been especially interested in this woman, the mysterious aura surrounding her made her impossible to read. If the opportunity came, building a friendship with her would be the better choice. At that moment, Xueru continued the auction and introduced the 9th item. The cloth was pulled away, revealing an extremely rare treasure called the 100-year dragon horn, said to revive a dying beast. The opening bid was set at 80 million. The entire hall erupted as everyone recognized the legendary dragon horn. One bidder even declared that not just 80 million, but even 800 million would be worth paying to win it. The moment Xingyu saw the item, he noticed something unusual and realized a valuable opportunity. Just as the bidding intensified, a sudden noise shattered the atmosphere. A glass crashed onto the floor and shattered, spilling water everywhere. Xingyu pretended to sigh and apologized, saying he had accidentally broken the glass. Li Heng immediately mocked him, saying poor people only came here to embarrass themselves. Zhui Ru calmly instructed her staff to escort the guest to the restroom so he could clean up. However, Xingyu smiled and asked if Lady Jiang could personally take him instead. Zhang He instantly lost his temper and demanded to know what gave Xingyu the right to ask the hostess to serve him herself. The crowd also mocked him, believing he was just looking for an excuse to get close to the goddess, and urged the guards to throw him out. Li Heng sneered that such a clumsy pickup attempt was embarrassing, especially with Yan Ran right there. Even Yan Ran frowned and complained that bringing someone so shameless had been a mistake. Unlike everyone else, Xueru simply smiled and agreed to escort him herself. Xingyu politely thanked her and followed. The entire hall nearly exploded with outrage. No one could accept that after years of chasing the goddess, they had lost to a complete stranger. Yanran secretly guessed that Xingyu had broken the glass on purpose, just to approach Jiang Xuero. She even wondered if he liked women in kipaos, thinking she might buy one herself next time. The two of them then left the auction hall. They walked down the hallway and soon reached the restroom area. As soon as they arrived, Xueru asked directly if Mr. Xiao had staged the whole scene, just to speak with her in private. While drying his hands, Xingyu said the dragon horn up for auction was actually a fake. Xueru immediately rejected the claim, stressing that Tianji Pavilion had always valued its reputation, and warning him to choose his words carefully. Xingyu calmly replied that he was only a 2-star beast tamer, while Xueru commanded a beast king-ranked snowstride eagle. Offending her would bring him no benefit, so he had no reason to lie. Xueru was surprised that he even recognized the snowstride eagle. She then asked him to explain why he was certain the dragon horn was fake. Xingyu explained that a real dragon horn came from Hanbang Kingdom and always carried a faint grassy scent from absorbing natural spiritual energy. The one before them had none of those traits and was most likely a forged blood vine root. After hearing that, Xueru immediately ordered it to be inspected. Not long afterward, the inspection confirmed Xingyu was right. Xueru sighed, realizing she had been deceived by a seller from Lingnan, and sincerely thanked him. Xingyu simply smiled and said it was nothing. To show her gratitude, Xueru took out a Supreme Gold VIP card from Tianji Pavilion and personally presented it to him. Xingyu politely said such a generous gift seemed inappropriate. But the moment he finished speaking, he accepted the card anyway, saying he would hold on to it for now and decide later, making Xueru cover her mouth with a smile. She said they would meet again later. Xingyu nodded and said he would return to his seat first. Xueru quietly stood there, watching his figure disappear into the distance. She softly remarked that he truly lived up to being the leader's son. Outside, people were still gossiping about how long the two had been alone together. At the same time, the organizers suddenly announced that the dragon horn would no longer be auctioned. Xingyu calmly returned to his seat beside Yanran. As soon as he sat down, Yanran curiously asked what he had talked about with Jiang Xuero. Xingyu simply smiled and said it was nothing important. They had just become friends. Yanran looked suspicious and asked how they could already be friends after just meeting. Xingyu even swore that he and Lady Jiang were only ordinary friends. Only then did she reluctantly accept it. On stage, Xueru apologized that the dragon horn had already been reserved by a valued client and could no longer be auctioned before introducing the next treasure. The cloth was lifted, revealing an extremely rare Holy Light Beast core. The host immediately announced a starting bid of 10 million. The audience quickly discussed how holy light beasts were incredibly rare, so even if someone bought the beast core, it would most likely end up as nothing more than a collector's item. The moment Xingyu saw the crystal core, he was stunned. Its holy light power even surpassed demonic energy, making it the perfect gift for Friar. Seeing his interest, Yanran smiled and said she would buy it for him. Xingyu was deeply moved. Before he could finish speaking, Yanran raised her bidding paddle and offered 20 million. Li Heng immediately raised the price to 30 million. Yanran instantly realized he was targeting her on purpose and could not hide her anger. Refusing to back down, she raised it to 40 million. Li Heng laughed and bid 50 million. He even declared he would always add another 10 million no matter what Yanran offered. Hearing that provocation, Yanran angrily said he had gone too far. Li Heng openly admitted he was making things difficult for Xingyu. He even challenged Yanran to use the entire Commerce Guild fortune if she dared. After a few seconds of silence, Yanran gritted her teeth and gave up the bidding. Xingyu quickly told her not to force herself for his sake. He thanked her kindness and said it was only one crystal core, and there would be more chances later. Though reluctant to lose such a rare treasure, she could only let it go. Just then, Xueru picked up the crystal core from the auction stage. She gently called out Mr. Xiao before the entire audience. Xueru then announced that Xingyu was the owner of Tianji Tower's Supreme Gold Card, and also her friend. She declared the crystal core would no longer be auctioned, and would instead be her personal gift to him. The entire hall erupted. Many people protested, saying they had spent fortunes at Tianji Tower and only reached diamond membership, so they could not accept such special treatment for a young man. Li Heng also questioned the decision. He argued it was completely unfair and asked if all the money he had spent meant less than a newly formed friendship. Xueru simply smiled and calmly replied that it was her personal decision. She would bear every consequence herself, so young Master Li had no reason to worry. Xing Yu was also surprised. He thought helping her expose the fake dragon horn and receiving the supreme card was already generous enough. He never expected this level of favor and guessed she highly valued his appraisal skills. The more Li Heng watched, the angrier he became. Through gritted teeth, he said Xing Yu was far too lucky with women, but once he crippled him, no one would help him anymore. After saying that, he ordered everyone to move aside and walked straight toward Xing Yu. Seeing him approach, Yan Ran immediately asked what he was trying to do. Li Heng sneered and declared he would teach this brat a lesson right here in Long City today. Xing Yu did not retreat. He stood up and positioned himself in front of Yan Ran. Li Heng pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of Yue Shui. With a wicked grin, he said Xing Yu should be grateful for having such a beautiful sister, then insulted her with filthy words. In an instant, Xing Yu's eyes turned ice cold and his killing intent exploded. Even so, Li Heng showed no fear. He kept insulting Yan Ran and Xing Yu's sister, claiming he would make them cry in regret today. Unable to endure it any longer, Xing Yu threw a straight punch into his face, sending teeth flying everywhere. Li Heng was blasted backward and crashed onto the ground. He staggered back to his feet with uneven breathing, looking utterly miserable. Agonizing pain quickly spread through his body, leaving him barely able to stand. Holding his face, Li Heng screamed and asked if Xing Yu knew who his father was. Pointing at Xing Yu, he arrogantly declared that his father was Li Jianghe, the president of the Giant Gale Guild. Touching him meant making an enemy of the entire Longyin city. Before he could finish, Xing Yu drove a powerful kick into his stomach and coldly replied, "So what if you have your father backing you?" Li Heng was sent flying again, before slamming onto the ground. Even then, he stubbornly threatened that if Xing Yu kept hitting him, he would make Xing Yu's sister. Before he could finish, Xing Yu rushed forward at incredible speed and stopped his hand right in front of Li Heng's face. The next second, he slammed it down with overwhelming force, shocking everyone watching. Xing Yu's face was colder than ice. He warned that if Li Heng dared mention his sister one more time, he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. Li Heng instantly broke into a cold sweat, his eyes filled with panic. Xing Yu said nothing more and silently clenched his fist, ready to strike again. A series of heavy impacts echoed through the hall, leaving everyone frozen in shock. One bodyguard asked the steward if they should rescue young Master Li. The steward frowned and replied that Li Heng was still in Xing Yu's hands, so they could not act recklessly and should first inform the guild president. After beating him for a while, Xing Yu dusted off his hands and joked that hitting people too much had made his fists hurt. Meanwhile, Li Heng lay motionless on the floor, with a swollen, bruised face that looked like a pig's head. Two of his subordinates hurried over and helped him leave. Li Heng screamed in rage and ordered them to kill Xing Yu immediately. The steward instantly urged the men to attack. Just as the situation reached its peak, a commanding voice echoed through the hall, asking who dared lay a hand on his son. One subordinate shouted in excitement that the guild president had arrived. An elderly man in a white and purple robe slowly appeared, surrounded by a powerful aura and black spirit rings. The moment Li Heng saw his father, he desperately cried for help. Li Jianghe froze for a second before asking if that was really his son, because the swollen face was almost unrecognizable. He turned to Xueru and asked if Xing Yu was the one who had beaten his son. Li Heng immediately confirmed it. Facing everyone's gaze, Xing Yu calmly admitted that he did it and asked, "So what?" Xueru quietly watched everything unfold without saying a word. Furious, Li Jianghe immediately ordered his men to chop off one of Xing Yu's arms. Yan Ran quickly stepped in front of Xing Yu and declared he belonged to the Sky Guild. Anyone who touched him would be declaring war on the guild. Li Jianghe completely ignored the warning, saying Yan Ran was not from Longyin, so he had nothing to fear. Xing Yu gently pulled Yan Ran aside and told her to relax and watch whether they truly dared make a move, leaving her completely stunned. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he took out a command token. He then deliberately dropped it onto the floor and casually apologized for letting it slip. The token rested on the ground, and its unique patterns immediately released a majestic aura. The moment Li Jianghe saw it, his face turned pale. Even the cigarette in his mouth fell as he cried out, "The Emperor's Soul Token." Li Heng still had no idea what was happening, and kept shouting for everyone to cripple Xing Yu. Before he could finish, a loud slap landed across his face along with an angry roar. Li Heng held his cheek in confusion and called for his father. Li Jianghe ignored him and hurriedly picked up the token. He carefully brushed away the dust and respectfully held the token with both hands. Cold sweat covered Li Jianghe's forehead as he repeatedly bowed in apology and promised that any auction item Xing Yu wanted tonight would be paid for by him. Although the Dragon Kingdom had famous powerhouses like Mu Junshi, Shi Zhong, the Four Sea Fish King, and the Three Army Grand General, none of them were the Empress Guanlan's most trusted followers. To strengthen her rule, Guanlan founded the Emperor Soul Organization, which answered only to her, and every member received extraordinary privileges. There was also an unwritten rule in the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the Emperor Soul token was the same as standing before the Empress herself. Li Heng angrily demanded to know why his father had hit him, but Li Jianghe shouted that he had no foolish son like him. Xing Yu calmly asked if Li Heng had nearly killed him. So was the matter supposed to end without any explanation? Li Jianghe immediately lowered himself, admitted the Giant Gale Guild was at fault today, and sincerely asked for Xing Yu's forgiveness. He offered other auction treasures as compensation, but Xing Yu flatly refused because he had no interest in money. Xing Yu smiled faintly and said that if Li Jianghe truly wanted to apologize, then he would decide the price. Li Jianghe could only agree. Xing Yu made his demand clear. Li Heng had insulted both of his sisters and even tried to kill him, so breaking one of Li Heng's arms would be enough. He calmly asked if that request was really unreasonable, leaving Li Jianghe speechless. Li Jianghe tried to plead for mercy, but Xing Yu forced him to choose. Either his son accepted the punishment, or he would take it himself. In the end, Li Jianghe bitterly accepted and asked which arm should be broken. Xing Yu coldly chose the right arm and warned that if he ever saw it working again, the consequences would be severe. Li Heng cried out in panic and warned Xing Yu not to go too far, but no one paid him any attention. Li Jianghe personally broke his son's arm, and Li Heng's agonizing screams echoed throughout the hall. After it was done, Li Jianghe suppressed his anger and cautiously looked at Xing Yu. He asked if Xing Yu was finally satisfied. Xing Yu simply glanced at him and waved them away. Li Jianghe hurriedly thanked him and promised to properly discipline his rebellious son before leaving. As soon as he turned around, he shouted at his men to take his disgraceful son away at once. With everything finally over, Xing Yu called for Yan Ran and left together with her. Just then, Xue Ru announced that the auction would continue, as if nothing had happened, and everyone quietly played along. On the way back, Yan Ran scolded Xing Yu for being too reckless. Xing Yu smiled and admitted he had only been putting on an act. Without the Emperor Soul token, he might not have survived today. Yan Ran was even more shocked. She never expected his fearless attitude had all been an act, and asked why he had done it. Xing Yu calmly explained that he had deliberately exposed a weakness to achieve his real goal. At the same time, a secret conversation was taking place in another room. Guan Qianjian quietly asked if the recording of Xing Yu's performance was ready. Her secretary respectfully replied that everything had been prepared. She nodded and ordered the entire recording to be sent to her mother. The secretary immediately carried out the order. On the other end, the woman curiously asked if the young heir of the family had finally appeared. Qian Ru smiled and confirmed that she had already met him. Watching everything from above, she honestly remarked that Xing Yu was far more cunning than she had imagined. Meanwhile, Li Jianghe was dealing with an angry Li Heng, who blamed his father for breaking his own son's arm just to protect Xing Yu. Because of a single Emperor Soul token, Li Jianghe furiously called him a fool. Grabbing his son's collar, Li Jianghe warned that the Empress herself was backing Xing Yu. Surviving today was already a miracle. From now on, he should avoid Xing Yu whenever possible, and if he could not, he must endure everything without fighting back, even if he was humiliated. Li Heng still refused to accept it, saying he could never swallow this humiliation. Li Jianghe coldly declared that if Li Heng continued to oppose Xing Yu, they would cut all family ties, because he would never allow the Giant Gale Guild to be dragged into ruin. Hearing that, Li Heng bitterly wondered if the guild meant more to his father than his own son. All of his hatred fell upon Xing Yu. He believed Xing Yu had cost him his arm, his father's respect, and everything he valued. Not long afterward, Li Heng called his third uncle, while crying, saying someone had broken his right arm. The scene shifted to a towering mansion under heavy snowfall. Xing Yu was slightly drunk when his phone suddenly rang. Still groggy, he answered the call and asked who it was. Yang Shuo replied that he was already downstairs. Xing Yu asked why Yang Shuo was looking for him. Yang Shuo invited him over for dinner, saying his father was home and wanted to meet him. The moment Xing Yu heard Merong Qin wanted to see him, he instantly sobered up. He awkwardly tried to decline, hoping he would not have to go. Yang Shuo jokingly threatened that if Xing Yu did not come down, he would personally come upstairs and drag him out. Knowing he could not refuse, Xing Yu agreed and quickly got ready. Before leaving, Mu Xue asked where he was going in such heavy snow. Xing Yu simply smiled and said he was having dinner at a friend's house. Not long afterward, he arrived before a grand and ancient estate. At Yang Shuo's residence, the steward and servants were already waiting. Yang Shuo confirmed that Xing Yu was the guest he had invited. Yang Shuo warmly showed him around the estate, and Xing Yu could not help admiring its enormous size. Yang Shuo laughed and explained that the mansion had been a reward from the Empress, but with only a few family members living there, it often felt empty. As soon as they entered, Yang Shuo loudly announced to his father and younger sister that he had brought the guest home. Hearing that, Murong Qichin cheerfully told them to wash their hands. He only had one more dish to finish before dinner was ready. Xing Yu was surprised that a Navy general personally cooked for his family. Yang Shuo proudly said that he and his sister had grown up eating meals prepared by their father. Murongqin warmly greeted Xing Yu, and Xing Yu immediately bowed in respect, saying it was an honor to finally meet the famous general. Murongqin laughed and told him to simply call him uncle. Xing Yu smiled politely, but deep down he remembered risking his life fighting Murongqin on Fire and Ice Island, making it hard to feel completely at ease. After everyone sat down, Murongqin praised Xing Yu's performance in the Super Rookie tournament, saying he had watched the recording. Xing Yu humbly said he had only been lucky, but Murongqin laughed and took the chance to tease his own son for never accomplishing anything impressive. Yang Shuo immediately protested and proudly claimed that his essay had been the longest in the entire school. Murongqin doubted him because he knew his son was terrible at academics, so he demanded to see the certificate. Yang Shuo quickly handed it over. Murongqin was stunned to discover that his son had actually won an award with an essay titled My Father, the Great General, complete with words of encouragement, signed by Si Yang. Yang Shuo excitedly pointed at the words on the paper and asked his father if he had finally earned the right to carry on the family tradition. Murongqin laughed in embarrassment and scolded his son for making light of the family's loyal legacy, saying their ancestors would be furious if they knew. Even so, he gently placed more food into Xing Yu's bowl, making the dinner table feel warm and welcoming. When Xin served Xing Yu more food, Murongqin was about to complain that she had never done that for him, but Yang Shuo quickly stuffed a piece of meat into his father's mouth. Yang Shuo signaled his father to play along, saying this was about his sister's future happiness, and they could not ruin it. Murongqin froze as Yang Shuo slowly explained that Xin had fallen into depression after watching their mother die. Since that tragedy, she had spoken less and less, avoided strangers, and rarely even talked with her father or brother. That was why Murongqin was so shocked. Xin had known Xing Yu for only a short time, yet she had already spoken nearly 20 sentences to him, more than she usually said to her father after 20 meetings. Xin quietly served Xing Yu another dish, and softly told him the pineapple pork was delicious and worth trying. Watching the scene, Murongqin began to wonder if his daughter had truly fallen for the young man sitting before her. The thought immediately awakened his fatherly instincts as he stared at Xing Yu and started asking about his family. He questioned everything in detail, from the size of his family and their land, to his parents' jobs, his grandparents, and even the strength of his relatives. Seeing things getting out of hand, Yang Shuo hurriedly stopped his father before he scared the guest away. But Murongqin refused to back down, saying he could not let his daughter suffer. Yang Shuo got so desperate that he bit his own hand and cried out in pain. After that, the room fell into an unusual silence. Yang Shuo could not understand why his father objected when Xin had finally shown interest in a young man. Murongqin admitted Xing Yu was outstanding, but worried his poor background would make his daughter suffer. Yang Shuo replied that they could help Xing Yu if needed. Yang Shuo also revealed that Xing Yu was now a special alchemist for the Sky Guild, and his future would surely rival their own family. Even after hearing that, Murongqin kept frowning, clearly still full of doubts. Back at the dining table, Murongqin kept staring at Xing Yu without blinking, making him feel uncomfortable. Although Murongqin continued serving him food with a smile, Xing Yu secretly joked that the general's strange stare almost made him wonder if he was about to be executed. A while later, Murongqin asked how Xing Yu had become a special alchemist for the Sky Guild so soon after entering Azure Dragon Academy. Xing Yu humbly replied that he simply had some talent in alchemy and had developed medicines that helped spirit beasts recover much faster. Murongqin praised his ability, but remained curious, saying such a prestigious position could not be earned with only a little knowledge. Xing Yu smiled and asked if he meant that he had gotten the job through connections. Murongqin answered honestly that he did think so because pharmaceutical research was never simple. Knowing words alone would not convince anyone. Xing Yu decided to prove everything with his own work. He calmly explained that the Navy general should know naval spirit beasts often suffered from a blood-clotting disorder that made it extremely difficult to stop bleeding, and no effective cure existed. When Murongqin asked if he had a solution, Xing Yu took out a medicine he had personally developed and said it was designed specifically to treat that condition before explaining its ingredients. Murongqin examined the bottle and became more astonished as he heard about the rare materials used in the formula. Realizing this could be a major breakthrough, he immediately ordered Xiao Liu to summon his spirit beast for an on-the-spot test. Everyone quickly moved to the pond and fountain outside. Xiao Liu focused and summoned his spirit beast, a storm fury sea beast. In the next instant, a round white creature covered in wounds emerged from the water. It slowly crawled onto the shore, and every movement showed just how weak it had become. Xing Yu stepped forward and explained how to use the medicines, telling Xiao Liu to add it to the water and let the spirit beast soak in it for a while. Xiao Liu immediately followed the instructions and gently reassured his spirit beast that everything would be fine after a short soak. He carefully applied the medicine, drop by drop, onto every wound. The results were incredible. As the medicine took effect, the wounds visibly closed and healed before everyone's eyes. Ya happily realized that all the pain had completely disappeared. It immediately bounced around with excitement. Its adorable appearance had fully returned, and waves rippled across the water from its excitement. Watching the scene, Xingyu's eyes lit up as Yaya's skin had completely recovered. Murong-chin stared at the medicine bottle in disbelief. He believed its effects even surpassed the Royal Hospital's SK92 formula. Unable to hide his excitement, he asked Xingyu if he finally believed in his medical skills. Overjoyed, he patted Xingyu on the shoulder and immediately asked if the medicine could be mass-produced. Xingyu calmly replied that as long as there was a pharmaceutical factory, it would not be a problem. Delighted by the answer, Murong-chin praised Xingyu as a once-in-a-generation genius who could greatly strengthen the Navy. After he finished, Xingyu cautiously brought up the technology licensing fee. Murong-chin blinked in confusion and repeated the words, "Technology licensing fee?" He laughed and asked if Xingyu really planned to charge him, hinting that sooner or later they would become family. Even so, Xingyu firmly replied that he had invested enormous effort into developing the medicine. Only then did Xingyu realize what Murong-chin had implied, so he pretended not to hear it. Yang Shuo quickly stepped in and told his father to be more careful, or people would think he was desperate to marry off his daughter. After calming down, Murong-chin seriously asked how much Xingyu wanted. Xingyu smiled and said 100 million would be enough. Hearing that number, Murong-chin jokingly threatened to hit him with a brick. Xingyu explained that SK92 still charged a 500 million licensing fee, despite failing to cure the disease, while his medicine was the only real hope, making 100 million more than fair. Murong-chin could only stare in shock after hearing the explanation. Yang Shuo quietly suggested treating the money as Xin's future dowry and adjusting the contract later. Murong-chin immediately looked satisfied with the idea. Seeing the father and son whispering together, Xin scratched her head, feeling like she was somehow being plotted against. The two exchanged knowing looks before breaking into smug smiles. Xin softly asked Xingyu if he wanted her to take him home. Xingyu thanked her but declined because he still had something to do. She simply nodded and reminded him to stay safe. Looking at the money he had just received, Xingyu wondered what gifts to buy for Meng and his spirit beasts. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered Freya. Without wasting another second, he immediately completed the transfer and loudly called for Freya. In an instant, Freya appeared before him. Xingyu smiled as he handed Freya a gift, saying he had never truly given her anything worthy since she started following him. Seeing Freya's excitement, Xingyu explained that it was a light element demon core and that he wanted to use it to help her break through. Freya happily nodded without hesitation. Xingyu also explained that he had prepared Meridian Guard Herb and Heart stabilizing pill. If the breakthrough became too painful, she should endure as long as possible, but if she truly could not continue, he would stop channeling spiritual energy. After giving his instructions, Xingyu looked at Freya and asked if she was ready. He quickly picked up the demon core. Then he placed it into Freya's mouth for her to swallow. The moment she swallowed it, Freya's body trembled and her heartbeat surged. She clutched her chest as the new power spread throughout her body. The next moment, Freya raised her head and unleashed all of her energy. In an instant, she shot high into the sky with all her strength. The unbearable pain forced Freya to scream, as if her entire body were being torn apart. Her skin split open, blood poured down, and the sight was terrifying. As her strength faded, Freya could no longer maintain her form. She lost control and fell straight from the sky. Finally, Freya slammed hard into the ground. Xingyu rushed over in panic, saying that if she could not endure it, he would immediately stop channeling spiritual energy. Just as he was about to withdraw his power, Freya's eyes suddenly became filled with determination. In that instant, memories of being sold like merchandise flooded back. Those people had dismissed her as defective goods, while Liu Peng had looked down on her because he saw no value in her. The slave trader roughly dragged Freya's companion away. Liu Peng hugged the person tightly as if claiming ownership, and forced them to serve only him from now on. In despair, Freya could only pray to the ancestral spirit for someone to come and save her. At that exact moment, the little one's eyes suddenly opened and saw Xingyu still standing firmly right in front of her. As her senses returned, Freya struggled to turn her head toward him. Using the last of her strength, she reached down and touched the snow. On the snowy ground, Freya slowly wrote 3 words that showed her resolve. "I can do it." The scene shifted to a desolate, snowy mountain range. Freya endured the overwhelming energy surging through her body. Every release of power brought unbearable pain. Unable to withstand the pressure, she collapsed and rolled across the snow. Xingyu rushed over and begged Freya to stop forcing herself. If necessary, she should give up the breakthrough. Just then, the wings behind Freya suddenly burst into flames. Feather after feather drifted down as Xingyu anxiously shouted Freya's name. But before he could finish calling out, Freya stepped forward and gently kissed Xingyu on the lips. The sight instantly made Lulu jealous, while Medusa reminded her to stay calm because this was Freya's critical moment. Lulu refused to back down and insisted that kissing trick belonged to her. As everyone argued, Freya's wings began to regenerate. Her new wings quickly took shape, glowing with a pure angelic white. The evolution was finally complete. Blushing deeply, Freya slowly pulled her lips away from Xingyu. She then closed her eyes and unleashed all of her newfound power. Xingyu cheered with excitement as Freya finally completed her breakthrough. The system displayed new information. Freya evolved into a four-winged holy angel, adult stage 1, with angel bloodline and mythic bloodline. Her talents included holy light protection, star power that borrowed the strength of 200 stars and triggered a 10-fold supercritical hit, plus star mark to tag targets and empower holy light star slash. Her new skills were cross light sword slash, holy light shield, radiant sword array with 188 light swords, holy light star slash that instantly teleported to marked targets, and the ultimate light flash that dealt massive damage with a supercritical hit. The system also revealed her future evolution path and noted that she naturally absorbed light while staying beside her master. Xingyu could not hide his excitement and kept congratulating Freya on overcoming the evolution. After celebrating, he quickly noticed that Freya still seemed to be injured. Xingyu innocently said her body looked swollen and offered to check if something was wrong. Freya instantly blushed and called him a shameless pervert. Xingyu awkwardly denied it with a nervous laugh, while Lulu could only stare with a dark expression. She smiled knowingly and teased that the two of them seemed much closer than she had imagined. Xingyu then asked in surprise why Lulu and Medusa had left the beast space on their own. They replied that they had witnessed everything. As the atmosphere grew even more awkward, Xingyu could only promise to make it up to both of them. Lulu seized the chance and said she was free tonight, so Xingyu could personally make it up to her. Hearing that, he immediately tried to escape. Medusa then looked hurt and asked if he disliked her. Xingyu quickly explained that they were both his most important companions and suggested taking them shopping for new clothes. The scene shifted to a shopping mall in the city. Xingyu excitedly told Lulu and Medusa to pick whatever they liked. The two girls shyly admitted it was their first time visiting a human shopping mall. Xingyu immediately became their guide and introduced each section. The first outfit he picked was a business suit, making one of the girls blush, as she commented that it looked fairly modest. Undeterred, Xingyu introduced a second outfit, and after looking it over, Medusa nodded and said it was acceptable. Finally, he proudly revealed his favorite choice, a maid outfit. Right then, the wall behind them suddenly exploded. Both girls immediately turned toward Xingyu with furious expressions. They demanded to know if he had brought them there just to satisfy his twisted fantasy. Xingyu frantically explained that they were simply clothes for wearing outside. Lulu slowly walked toward Xingyu and angrily said that the more she looked at him, the more she wanted to claim him for herself. She declared that she would personally change his clothes. Xingyu desperately tried to stop her because the store was still full of employees. Lulu ignored every protest and declared that Xingyu had nowhere left to run. His cries for help echoed throughout the store. Shui Ling nervously asked if they should help, but Huo Ling calmly replied that they should not interfere in the private affairs of rich people. The scene shifted to the classroom. Kai Ran seriously announced that today was the midterm exam. Train number 13 would depart at 2 p.m. and arrive at Huangyan City the following morning. He reminded everyone to review the handbook because the full route and all dangerous areas were clearly marked. The base evaluation was rank C, while the highest was rank S. Meanwhile, a student looked at Xingyu and asked why he looked completely drained today. Songhu guessed he had probably exhausted himself preparing for the exam. Right after that, Kai Ran revealed the exam rewards. The entire class immediately erupted when they learned that anyone who made outstanding contributions to the nation during a dangerous situation could earn SS or even SSS instead of just rank S. He even mentioned that a senior from the previous class earned SS and was now the deputy commander of Huangyan City. Kai Ran added that anyone who achieved an SS evaluation would personally receive a transcendent rank Lightning Beast Core from him. He then frowned and called out to Xingyu after noticing he was nodding off. Startled, Xingyu looked up and asked if the teacher was calling him. The student beside him quickly repeated the reward. After hearing it, Xingyu confidently declared that he would definitely earn rank S. Everyone else could only laugh awkwardly, saying that surviving the exam was still the most important thing. Kai Ran wrapped up the briefing and told the class to head to the station immediately. The scene quickly shifted to a bustling train station covered in snow. Students asked each other which carriage they had been assigned, and some groups found themselves together in car number 13. Just as Xingyu was shivering from the cold, Xinxin happily called out his name. Xingyu turned around in surprise and wondered why she was there since they were not supposed to depart from the same station. Blushing shyly, Xinxin handed him a gift. Xingyu curiously asked what it was. When he opened it, he found a scarf. Xinxin blushed and admitted she had prepared it long ago, but only now found the courage to give it to him. Without any hesitation, Xing Yu immediately wrapped the scarf around his neck. He smiled sincerely and thanked Sin Sin for the thoughtful gift. Just then, the train whistle sounded, signaling departure. The train slowly pulled into the station. Xing Yu reluctantly said it was time to board and promised to take Xin Xin to a movie after the exam. She happily agreed, and the two smiled as they waved goodbye. Seeing the scene, Song Hu immediately teased that the smell of love was everywhere. Another student chimed in, saying they finally understood why Xing Yu had looked so lifeless these past few days. Hearing them whispering, Xing Yu asked what they were talking about. They only laughed awkwardly and said it was nothing. The three of them then boarded the train together. On the train, Yan Ran warmly welcomed the students. She introduced herself as the team leader responsible for transporting supplies, and also the vice president of the Sky Guild. The entire carriage immediately buzzed, because everyone knew she was a 5-star beastmaster. With her leading the way, the journey would be much safer. Yan Ran quickly explained the situation. According to her, cars 2 through 5 were the most common targets for ambushes, while cars 6 through 10 were relatively safer. As for cars 11 through 15, they were the most dangerous, with a high chance of enemy attacks and even possible derailments. One member of the group excitedly called for Xing Yu and his two friends to join them. Yan Ran smiled and praised them as outstanding students, hoping they would perform well in this exam. She then decided to personally lead Xing Yu and his two friends to the last carriage, while assigning Xiao Wang to continue organizing the remaining students. Xiao Wang immediately acknowledged the order and carried it out as everyone continued toward their assigned carriage. Along the way, Yan Ran casually put an arm around Xing Yu's shoulder and asked if he had ever visited Huangyan City. When she learned it was his first time, she smiled and promised to show him around because the city's food and wine were famous. She even suggested celebrating together after completing the mission. As soon as they arrived, Shi Hao immediately invited Xing Yu to share a drink after reaching the city. Shen Yuan enthusiastically introduced all kinds of local specialties and attractions, insisting that the Sky Guild would cover every expense. Liu Yang added that Xing Yu was an honored guest of the guild and would certainly receive the best treatment. Xing Yu simply smiled and replied that he was there to take the exam, not to go sightseeing. Just then, Xin Xiao cut in with a joke, saying Xing Yu did not look like an exam candidate at all, and seemed more like someone on vacation. Song Hu laughed and said that if Xing Yu were not wearing the Azure Dragon Academy badge, he would have mistaken him for one of the Sky Guild elders. Hearing that, Xiao Fu proudly declared that with Xing Yu's status as a specially recruited alchemist, his position truly was no lower than the guild elders. Lin Yu immediately showed his jealousy and mocked Xing Yu, saying a specially recruited alchemist, that Young must have gotten the job through connections. Hearing that, Vice Captain Li sternly scolded him. He said that if Lin Yue was not as capable, that was his own problem, and he should not attack Xing Yu out of jealousy. But Lin Yue refused to back down, insisting Xing Yu was just an outsider who would never have been specially recruited without Captain Qin's support. Yan Ran immediately stepped in to defend her younger brother. She firmly stated that every special alchemist recruitment had always been fair and transparent, with absolutely no favoritism. Still unconvinced, Lin Yue began listing his achievements. He claimed he had served the Sky Guild for 8 years, survived countless life-or-death missions, and helped complete many Rank S operations. Lin Yue demanded to know why the position went to Xing Yu as soon as he returned. Captain Qin replied that the selection was based on medical skill, not seniority or past contributions. Hearing that, Lin Yue challenged Xing Yu to settle it with a medical duel. Xing Yu simply shrugged and calmly asked how he wanted to compete. Lin Yue declared they would compete in medical skills. If he lost, he would leave the Sky Guild. But if Xing Yu lost, Xing Yu would have to leave instead. Xing Yu accepted without hesitation. At that moment, the train continued, racing through the raging snowstorm. As the train stopped at the designated point, several dark figures quietly appeared on the nearby cliffs. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of savage rats charged toward the train. The emergency alarm instantly blared throughout the train. A combat order was issued, telling everyone to prepare for battle. Before anyone could fully react, razor-sharp claws pierced through the roof of the carriage. A giant rat suddenly dropped inside. It roared like a wild beast and charged straight at everyone. Yan Ran immediately ordered a counterattack. The students quickly summoned their beasts, from Lion Fang to Ancient Hound, and all of them joined the fight. At the same time, 2 more giant rats shattered the windows on both sides and burst into the carriage. Surrounded from every direction, Yan Ran shouted in shock that enemies were attacking from this side too. Xing Yu volunteered to handle them and told Yan Ran to leave everything to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his warrior, Freya. The pack of vicious rats charged forward at incredible speed. Xing Yu remained perfectly calm and carefully watched every movement. Freya's eyes flashed brilliantly, releasing a burst of dazzling light. She gathered her strength and launched herself forward. Freya tightened her grip on the spear and poured all her power into its tip. She tore through the wind and pierced straight through the rat swarm at astonishing speed. A series of deadly spear strikes completely wiped out the monsters surrounding them. Seeing that, Xingyu smiled with satisfaction and praised Freya for doing an excellent job. Freya simply glanced back and gave him a confident smile. Just then, a panicked teammate shouted that Captain Qin had been taken onto the roof of the train. Xingyu's expression immediately changed as he looked up. Standing proudly on top of the carriage was the rat leader. Yan Ran was being held hostage. Even as she struggled desperately, she shouted for the monster to let her go. Without hesitation, Xingyu climbed onto the roof and pointed at the rat leader, ordering it to release Yan. The moment he finished speaking, Freya shot toward the enemy. Her spear aimed directly at the arm, holding Yan Ran. The painful strike forced the rat leader to fling Yan Ran aside. She screamed in panic as she lost her balance and nearly fell off the speeding train. Xingyu immediately called for Lao Wu and Song Husheng to rescue her. The two instantly responded, and Song Husheng summoned the storm butterfly. At the critical moment, the giant butterfly flew in and safely caught Yan Ran. Seeing its plan fail, the rat leader immediately prepared to throw a knife at the storm butterfly. But Song Husheng acted first and ordered Yumo to unleash a combat skill that intercepted the attack. Sensing the danger, the rat leader quickly spun around and changed the direction of its throw. Xingyu seized the opportunity and signaled Freya to finish it. Without the slightest hesitation, Freya accelerated straight toward the enemy. The rat leader viciously spat a stream of acid directly at her. Thanks to her agile wings, Freya effortlessly dodged every attack. She then landed on the roof, right behind the enemy. Without wasting the opening, Freya delivered a powerful kick that launched the rat leader high into the air. She raised her head, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. The instant the enemy exposed an opening, Freya burst forward. Her spear struck the weak point with perfect precision, tearing the rat leader apart in a single blow. As soon as the battle ended, Xingyu hurried over to check on Yan Ran. After confirming she was unharmed, she looked at Freya in amazement and asked if she was a light angel. Xingyu nodded and confirmed the divine beast had evolved into the purple-winged sky seraph. Just then, Husheng rushed over with the news that the ultra-poison star crane beast had fully matured. Xingyu calmly gave the next order. A moment later, Yan Ran turned pale and pointed toward the front of the train. She reported that a transcendent blood spear Great King Ape was still there. Xingyu immediately looked over and recognized the massive monster. Suddenly, the train slammed on the brakes, and the powerful momentum threw everyone forward. At the same time, the ape leader stretched out its giant arm and grabbed the front of the train. With overwhelming strength, it forced the entire train to a stop using its own body. Without hesitation, the monster ripped apart the locomotive and shattered it into countless pieces. It then casually grabbed a passenger like a toy, leaving the victim screaming in terror. Before the cries for help could end, the ape stuffed the person into its mouth and swallowed them whole. The horrifying bloodbath left everyone frozen in fear. Xingyu quickly realized the magic beasts had been hibernating, but the smell of blood awakened their hunting instincts, driving them to search for fresh prey. Seeing the situation getting worse, Yan Ran rushed back to the train and ordered everyone to defend it at all costs and drive the magic beasts away. A trembling student admitted their beast was far too weak to stop such a giant monster, and the others could only agree in despair. Lin Yue pretended to reassure the student, patted his shoulder, and said he would lend a hand. Right then, a golden fox unleashed a barrage of lightning whip attacks against the giant ape. Seeing its power, everyone praised the three-tailed thunder fox. Its owner proudly claimed things would have been different if her sister had not been ambushed by those rats. Provoked by the attack, the giant ape let out a furious roar. Its blood-red eyes instantly locked onto its target. At the leader's roar, the entire ape troop charged forward. They quickly occupied the cliffs and surrounded everyone from every direction. The ape leader stood above them like a true king. Xingyu sighed that they had barely finished dealing with the rats before facing another ape horde, then immediately summoned Ha Feng into battle. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, he shouted with excitement, "Finally, you're here! Everyone, attack!" The giant ape suddenly launched itself forward. Its target was Red Fox, while it also unleashed a crushing wave of star power. It lunged in and bit savagely, making Red Fox cry out in agony. Watching the battle, Xingyu felt something was very strange about these beasts. Just then, someone urgently shouted that something seemed to be moving beneath the water. Everyone immediately turned toward the river. The river suddenly churned with huge waves as countless bubbles rose to the surface. Hidden beneath the water, a gigantic black snake silently waited for its prey. An instant later, it suddenly attacked. A massive water column spiraled into the sky before crashing toward the train. Xingyu immediately ordered Ha Feng to use lightning eye blast to stop it. Ha Feng opened its mouth and fired a blazing beam of energy to meet the attack head-on. The two powers collided in a blinding explosion that violently shook the river. Even before the smoke cleared, Xingyu kept staring ahead with full caution. The giant snake slowly rose from the water, flicking its venomous tongue with deadly intent. Wang Wenjinghai immediately recognized it as the fully matured crown corruption serpent. Yan Ran decisively ordered every student back onto the train, leaving the battle outside to the Sky Guild. Everyone panicked and reported that all of their beasts had lost control, including Lin Yu's. Hearing that, Yan Ran immediately understood what had happened and angrily confronted Lin Yue for causing this disaster. Meanwhile, Xing Yu quickly assigned the tasks. He told Yan Ran to handle the Blood Spear Great King Ape, while he dealt with the Crown Corruption Serpent and the Blood Spear Spirit Apes. Yan Ran still worried and asked if he could really do it. Before anyone could say another word, the monster opened its jaws and charged. Xing Yu immediately ordered Freya to use Light Flash counterattack. Freya understood at once and delivered a devastating kick to the Crown Corruption Serpent's jaw. She then unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes at its vital points. Freya's figure shot high into the air. Without giving it a chance to recover, she kept the pressure on. She poured all her strength into one crushing blow aimed straight at the serpent's abdomen. The impact sent the monster flying backward before it slammed into a massive boulder. Without giving the enemy a chance to fight back, Xing Yu immediately told Freya to finish the battle. The Crown Corruption Serpent struggled with every bit of strength it had left, but it was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Just then, the ape horde charged in once again. Seeing her enemy weakened, Freya immediately closed the distance. She locked onto her target with a cold and unwavering gaze. Without the slightest hesitation, Freya swung her sword and cleanly severed the serpent's head. The monster's head hit the ground and rolled far away. Xing Yu told Freya to collect the Crown Corruption Serpent's core, then ordered Ha Feng to assist Yan Ran. But Yan Ran immediately refused, insisting she needed no backup. She and her divine beast stood proudly against the ape leader. Her divine beast fired a bolt of lightning from its tail, using the Heart-Tail Thunderburst skill. In an instant, a black energy sphere pierced straight through the ape leader's abdomen. It let out a painful roar as its stomach suddenly swelled in a bizarre way. A second later, the ape leader's body exploded and vanished on the spot. With their leader dead, the entire ape horde panicked and fled. Yan Ran and everyone else could not hide their joy after the victory. At last, the battle to protect the train ended with their complete victory. At the same time, the atmosphere inside the train was unbearably tense. Vice Captain Li slammed the table and angrily accused Lin Yue of forcing every beast to take nerve stimulants. Lin Yue remained calm and loudly defended himself, claiming everything was for everyone's benefit. He argued that without his decision, the students would have stayed hidden on the train and never defeated the Blood Spear Spirit Apes. Yan Ran immediately rejected his argument and called it completely absurd. In her eyes, Lin Wei cared nothing for other people's lives. Xing Yu only gave a faint smile and asked, "Dr. Lin, are you accusing me?" Lin Wei fired back with a challenge, demanding that Xing Yu cure a single beast. If he succeeded, Lin Wei would admit defeat. Yan Ran and Xing Yu exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other. Lin Yue became even more arrogant, mocking that if the healer was powerless, he should kneel and beg, and only then would he save every beast. Xing Yu simply sneered and told him to check the other train cars, because every beast had already been cured shortly after they boarded. Lin Yu's face instantly changed as he jumped to his feet in shock. He could not believe the nerve toxin he had spent 10 years developing had been cured in just a few hours. Xing Yu calmly replied that nothing was impossible because their abilities had never been on the same level. Xing Yu then stepped closer and quietly said that Yan Ran had already told him everything. He knew Lin Yue had been denied the title of Special Alchemist because he repeatedly betrayed teammates, trafficked beast parts and cores, and even worked with guilds beyond the border. Xing Yu looked at him with utter disgust, saying it was revolting to make a bet with trash like him. Captain Qin had already uncovered the entire truth as well. Driven into a corner, Lin Yue suddenly pulled out a dagger. He rushed at Xing Yu with murderous intent, screaming that if he could not become a special alchemist, then Xing Yu would not live in peace either. Yan Ran reacted instantly, kicking him away before coldly declaring that Lin Yue had chosen his own death. Xing Yu did not even bother looking at him. "You think that's enough to kill me? Freya, deal with him. Cut off his head." Freya carried out the order without the slightest hesitation. After Lin Yue was executed, the captain announced that all of the traitor's crimes would be published on the official page. She then ordered everyone to prepare to cross Whitebone Abyss and Kundi Mountain. The entire team readied for battle, and Vice Captain Li immediately acknowledged the command. Meanwhile, the train continued through the winding mountain ranges. By nightfall, the group stopped in the middle of a fierce snowstorm. Looking out the window, Yan Ran found it strange. Every previous trip through Whitebone Abyss and Kundi Mountain had been swarmed by magic beasts, yet today was eerily quiet. Xing Yu agreed and sensed the beasts were secretly preparing something. Just then, someone reported that they were approaching Tianling Lake Station. The captain simply nodded, saying she already knew. Vice Captain Li added that the princess had sent word she wished to travel with them to Huangyan City. Xing Yu was surprised to learn it was the princess of the Long Kingdom. Not long afterward, the train arrived at Songhu Station. The entire group erupted in excitement after hearing that the princess of the Long Kingdom had passed the Beast Master exam and would travel with them to Huangyan City. Someone even joked that since the empress had only one daughter, a new hairstyle might be enough to become the royal son-in-law. Another immediately poured cold water on the idea by saying Xing Yu was already there, while Xing Yu could only sigh and tell them to stop dragging him into everything. Suddenly, cheers erupted as everyone spotted the princess. They were amazed that she was even more beautiful in person than on TV. Hearing that, all three of them turned to look at the princess. Guanchan smiled warmly, waved to everyone, and thanked the entire group for their hard work during the journey. Xing Yu quietly observed her and admitted that Guanchan was truly beautiful, though she did not resemble the empress very much. Yanran and the others stepped forward to greet her and informed her that a VIP room had been prepared. Guanchan simply smiled and told the captain not to be so formal. After that, Guanchan kept looking around as if she were searching for someone. Seeing this, Xing Yu grew curious, while his teammates joked that the princess was probably looking for her future husband. Everyone could only shake their heads at the teasing. To everyone's surprise, Guanchan directly called Xing Yu's name and asked him to attend to her, leaving the whole group stunned. Xing Yu pointed at himself in confusion and asked, "Me?" The next morning, the train continued along its planned route. Inside the VIP room, Xing Yu quietly stood to one side, waiting for Guanchan's orders. He cautiously asked if they had ever met before. Guanchan smiled and replied, "Do I need to know you to keep you by my side, or do you dislike standing next to a beautiful woman?" Xing Yu quickly laughed it off, joking that if she were not the princess, he would have already hugged her. Guanchan stopped teasing him and immediately told Xing Yu to take out the item she needed. Startled, Xing Yu instinctively covered himself. He looked completely confused and asked what she was talking about. Losing her patience, Guanchan bluntly said she meant the Emperor's soul token. Only then did Xing Yu understand. He immediately took out the Emperor's soul token and realized the princess was also a member of the Emperor's soul organization. He handed her the token and admitted he had thought his identity had already been exposed. Seeing where he had hidden it, Guanchan instantly blushed and covered her face in embarrassment. Guanchan then seriously delivered the Emperor's Soul's secret mission. A month ago, a humanoid magic beast had secretly entered Huangyan City. Despite repeated military operations, it had never been captured, leading them to suspect it had infiltrated the city's leadership. The Empress ordered the two of them to investigate together and capture it alive. After hearing this, Xing Yu was shocked because not even Whitebone Abyss or Kundi Mountain had such a creature, meaning a much larger conspiracy was unfolding. At that moment, the system issued a special mission. If Xing Yu earned an SSS rating in the preliminary exam, he would receive a random SSS Beast upgrade crystal and 20,000 reward points. After reading the mission, Xing Yu was stunned. This challenge was so difficult that even the princess had joined it personally. Still puzzled, he asked why someone of Guanchan's status had been assigned by the Empress to join the dangerous Emperor's Soul organization. Guanchan calmly replied that it was not something he needed to know. Xing Yu immediately became suspicious. The princess carried no Dragon Clan aura at all, making him wonder if she was truly Guanlan's biological daughter. Just then, the train's announcement informed everyone that they were approaching the final destination, Huangyan City. That night, the group stayed at a small inn. The city lord raised a toast, thanking Guanchan for personally coming to Huangyan City, despite her busy schedule. Guanchan humbly replied that the one deserving thanks was the city lord for guarding the frontier for so many years. At another table, Vice Captain Li quietly asked Captain Qin why Xing Yu was so close to the princess that he was invited to the main table, while Yanran grumbled that he always forgot everyone else whenever a beautiful woman appeared. The city lord greeted Xing Yu and presented him with the glowing demon flower he had been searching for. Xing Yu repeatedly thanked him with great excitement. Just then, Guanchan suddenly reached out and touched Xing Yu. She quietly reminded him not to get so distracted by gifts that he forgot the mission. Xing Yu immediately nodded and said he had not forgotten. The city lord then took the opportunity to introduce the princess to Xing Yu. He introduced each officer in turn, including Deputy General Jiang Ming, who commanded 3 elite Beastmaster squads, Vanguard Officer Rui Jie, and the Assault Unit Commander Xun Lu. Everyone who was introduced politely stood up and greeted Guanchan and Xing Yu. Guanchan quietly observed each of them, but noticed nothing unusual. She began to wonder if the target was someone else, or perhaps even City Lord Zhu Sheng himself. At that moment, Xing Yu suddenly stepped forward and firmly grabbed Jiang Ming's hand. The unexpected move left Jiang Ming completely bewildered, unsure of what Xing Yu was doing. Xing Yu looked him straight in the eye and confidently declared that this man closely matched the target they were searching for. The city lord immediately objected, unable to understand why Xing Yu had suddenly become suspicious of his deputy general. Jiang Ming quickly defended himself and reminded everyone that investigating humanoid beast monsters was exactly why Xing Yu's team had been sent here. Guanchan carefully asked what proof Xingyu had that the enemy was a humanoid beast monster, and he admitted he had no solid evidence. Hearing that, Jiang Ming immediately accused him of slandering an innocent man. Xingyu calmly explained that humanoid beast monsters could never summon a beast companion. If Jiang Ming was truly innocent, he only had to summon his right away. The moment he heard that request, Jiang Ming was left speechless. The city lord suddenly recalled that Jiang Ming had once claimed his beast companion was injured, making him suspicious. Right then, a strange flower suddenly grew from Jiang Ming's hand. Unable to hide any longer, he angrily admitted his identity and demanded to know how Xingyu had exposed his disguise. The instant he finished speaking, he charged forward and attacked. Guanchan immediately ordered everyone to fight back and confirmed that Jiang Ming was a humanoid beast monster. Guanchan then ordered his capture alive, as countless beast companions rushed in to surround him. Devouring demon poison vine quickly summoned countless vines that wrapped around its body. In the blink of an eye, the vines formed a tough cocoon for protection. Every beast companion unleashed its skills and focused all their firepower on the cocoon. The scene left everyone completely stunned. Even Xingyu was caught by surprise. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted as smoke and shattered vines flew everywhere. As the dust slowly cleared, a bizarre creature gradually appeared. It was the true form of devouring demon poison vine. She lightly leaped onto a nearby wall and looked down at everyone. Devouring demon poison vine laughed and said it was already too late. Huangyan City's defense map had long been sent out, and once the monster army arrived, humanity's end would begin. Guanchan immediately summoned the Frost Soul Qilin. The Frost Soul Qilin fired countless icy spears straight at the enemy. Devouring demon poison vine was struck and screamed in agony. The powerful blow sent her flying dozens of meters away. The city lord flew into a rage, believing Jiang Ming had been killed by the monster, and vowed revenge. He immediately ordered his beast companion into battle. As soon as the command was given, he shouted for the enemy to be crushed. The giant rhinoceros instantly stomped down on devouring demon poison vine. Vice Captain Li thought the monster was weak, but Yan Ran explained that its abilities were meant for hunting beast tamers and ordinary people, not fighting beast companions. On the verge of death, devouring demon poison vine still left behind a final wish, praying that Heavenly Father would lead the monster army to wipe out humanity. She struggled to raise her thorn-covered arm and declared she would drag the Princess of Long Kingdom into hell with her. The moment she finished speaking, countless sharp thorns shot straight at Guanchan. They reached her in an instant. At the critical moment, Xingyu rushed over and hugged Guanchan to shield her. He even joked that her perfume smelled amazing and asked what brand it was. The city lord seized the chance and immediately ordered the monster's execution. The giant rhinoceros completely crushed devouring demon poison vine before she could resist. Only then did Xingyu awkwardly look at Guanchan. Even after surviving the attack, he still could not help asking about her perfume again. Guanchan blushed and cut him off, telling him to stop asking silly questions and get up. Just then, Yan Ran rushed over in panic. Xingyu quickly explained that he had never meant to offend the princess. Yan Ran shook her head and said that was not important. The urgent matter was that Xingyu had to leave Huangyan City immediately, leaving him completely confused. Guanchan revealed that Heavenly Father, a rank 1 mutated oath beast human monster, was about to appear. Yan Ran urged him to leave before the war began. Capturing a humanoid beast monster was already enough to raise his evaluation to SS rank, so there was no reason to risk his life. But Xingyu firmly refused and declared he would stay to protect the city. Yan Ran helplessly warned that their enemy was the terrifying oath beast god. But Xingyu insisted that protecting the nation was every man's duty and promised he would survive. Hearing those words, the city lord praised Xingyu's courage and declared that nothing mattered more than defending Huangyan City. He immediately rallied the entire army and ordered everyone to prepare for the coming battle to the death. Every soldier shouted in unison that they would fight until the very end. Guanchan remained calm and analyzed that the oath beast god was far too powerful, and only 2 pranking generals could face it head-on. She let out a sigh and called for reinforcements, hoping the only person who could reach Huangyan City in time would arrive. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky as thunder roared without end. Inside the city lord's mansion, a general reported that everyone from Azure Dragon Academy had been evacuated except Xiao Mingyu. After confirming another humanoid beast monster had appeared inside the city, Guanchan quickly analyzed the situation. She believed they only had to hold out until noon before the general arrived. Since devouring demon poison vine was dead, the monster army would launch a full assault immediately. Everyone's mission was to defend the city until reinforcements arrived, while the city lord swore to fight with his last breath to protect Huangyan City. While the entire city prepared for war, Xingyu happily stared at his flower pot. Phoenix Tigerbone Essence, Demon Glow Flower Nectar, and Oath Beast God Pollen were finally ready, so it was time to cultivate his new spirit plant. He carefully poured the 2 prepared bottles of liquid into the flower pot. A strange phenomenon appeared as the tiny sprout rapidly grew before Xing Yu's eyes. In just a moment, the sprout stretched into a lush green vine. Its incredible growth rate even shocked Xing Yu. Then its growth became so powerful that the flower pot cracked apart. Free from the pot, the vine immediately wrapped around him. It coiled around Xing Yu's arm and swayed back and forth as if asking for affection. Smiling, he told it to stop playing around and remember to obey him from now on. He officially named it Xiao Yin Niu, the first plant spirit beast he had ever owned. After hearing the name, it gently swayed as if nodding obediently. Xing Yu could not help admiring its ancient bloodline with mystic divine quality. On the battlefield, it would surely display tremendous power. The system immediately displayed all of Tianhun Teng's information. Rank 1 complete body stage, ancient bloodline, mystic divine quality. Its first talent used vines to imprison targets and temporarily prevented them from using weapons. The second talent, Sun Moon Fragrant Bloom, created a fragrant mist that restored allies' vitality within a certain range while also repairing structures. Its attributes were ancient, plant, and psychic. The third talent, Crimson Soul Core, automatically absorbed the souls of dead monsters to speed up skill growth. Upon death, it unleashed countless vines from underground to create a thorn field that continuously damaged and slowed enemies. Its death effect also imprisoned enemies and kept tightening around them. Loyalty was 100%. Its evolution path was Tianhun Dung, Blood Tianhun Dung, Soul Lantern King, Soul Lantern Emperor, and finally Heavenly Illusion Divine Lantern. Its fragrant blossom skill scattered countless glowing spores over allies and restored up to 60% of their vitality each time. It also loved clinging to people and soaking in demon flower nectar. There was even a hidden evolution branch, leading to Yellow Springs Tianhun Dung and Immortal Emperor. Elsewhere, Huangquan Mingye Dai Duo Meng, a rank 3 beast king, regretfully confirmed that the target was truly dead. He had witnessed it himself, so this operation had failed. After hearing the report, one man calmly swirled the wine in his glass. He possessed the Undi talent and was a rank 1 beast god with an icy presence. He immediately ordered everyone to stop waiting, because Long Kingdom would likely send Bo Fu or Lu as reinforcements. One force would intercept the reinforcements, while the main army attacked and coordinated from both inside and outside to capture Suo City. His subordinate immediately knelt and swore absolute loyalty. The princess looked at Xing Yu with concern and asked how he was feeling. He honestly admitted that something about the situation felt terribly wrong. She immediately asked why. Xing Yu carefully analyzed the situation. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet, with no signs of a siege. If they truly feared the general's strength, they would have attacked long ago, instead of delaying because of a little rain. Suddenly, Xing Yu's expression changed as he realized something. The princess anxiously asked what he had remembered. Xing Yu immediately shouted a warning. He mentioned the sand burrow worm, a creature capable of tunneling beneath the city's defenses. The moment he finished speaking, the ground exploded, and many people below fell into a massive pit before they could react. Moments later, giant monsters burst out of the earth from below. Seeing the horrifying scene, everyone realized the city had already fallen into chaos. When they looked down, a series of violent explosions erupted behind the city walls, drawing everyone's attention. Before their eyes, thousands of monsters surged forward like a tidal wave. The commander could only blame himself for allowing such a disastrous mistake. After a brief moment of hesitation, the princess decided to gamble everything. Huangyan City had only 5,000 defenders left, while the enemy numbered nearly 20,000. Their only chance to survive was to fight with everything they had. Without another second of hesitation, the commander immediately summoned her beast companion and prepared for battle. She pointed forward and shouted, "Warriors of the Long Kingdom, follow me and meet the enemy outside the city." Beneath the city, the students fled in panic as monsters poured in from every direction. A goblin drove its sharp horn straight through a student's body, right before everyone's eyes. Several fox tigers rushed in and tore the victim apart within seconds. Just then, a little girl let out a terrified scream. She shut her eyes, and blood splattered everywhere. Yan Ran's little fox tiger instantly flew into a rage. It charged forward and ripped the monster into pieces to save her. Yan Ran hurried over, hugged the little girl, and gently asked if she was hurt, but Miu Miu could only burst into tears. Then Yan Ran anxiously looked toward the tower. The monsters inside the city were already dangerous, and an even larger army was closing in outside. She could only pray that Xing Yu would survive. At that moment, Xing Yu focused all his energy on casting Lightning Flame Lotus. The blazing flames instantly struck the goblin. The attack severely wounded it and dropped it to the ground on the spot. Xing Yu took a deep breath and quickly assessed the battlefield. Countless monsters had appeared, including undead, giant, and creatures from Bone Abyss and Kundi Mountain. Guanchan asked whether he could still keep fighting. Xing Yu smirked and replied that he was a man, so he would never admit defeat so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the Frost Soul Kilin opened its mouth and unleashed a freezing blast. The attack hit its target in an instant. The Sand Demon Flash King was immediately sealed in ice. the frost-souled Qilin seized the opportunity and shattered both the ice and the enemy trapped inside. Watching the battle, Xing Yu could not help admiring it. As expected of the princess's beast companion, it defeated a Beast King Sand Demon Flash King with only 2 attacks. The princess calmly said she did not lack beast cores, so the Sand Demon Flash King's loot would be Xing Yu's reward. He happily bowed in thanks. Guan Chan still looked worried, because the Sand Demon Flash King's counterattack ability could reflect up to 80% of the damage it received. Because of that, the Frost Soul Qilin had suffered devastating injuries and was no longer able to fight. The princess thought she could only fall back to the rear lines. Just then, Xing Yu smiled and called Xiao Meng to use Sun Moon Fragrant Bloom. As soon as the command was given, green energy spread out and healed the Frost Soul Qilin. Seeing the silver vines appear, the princess asked in surprise if it was the fantasy beast species Tian Hun Tung. Xing Yu nodded and explained that Xiao Meng could restore 60% of the entire team's vitality. Fire possessed Holy Light Protection to remove abnormal status effects, while Hao Feng increased both attack and defense by 20%. He alone could support every ally on the battlefield. The princess could not hide her admiration and said it was a waste for Xing Yu to remain only a 2-star beast tamer. Xing Yu confidently replied that he would skip ahead and become a 4-star beast tamer after the war. Guan Chan immediately announced that, on behalf of the evaluation committee, she was upgrading his midterm assessment to SSS rank. Xing Yu gratefully bowed once again. The system then announced that a special mission had been completed. The rewards were 1 random SSS beast skill and 20,000 experience points, all delivered to the host's inventory. Looking at the reward, Xing Yu was delighted to receive Hell Path, an SSS beast skill from the 6 Paths series. It seemed Hao Feng had truly hit the jackpot this time. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield. A student rushed over and reported that the north gate had fallen and urgently needed reinforcements. Surrounded by smoke and flames, Xing Yu sighed quietly, knowing he still had no chance to rest. The princess immediately signaled for them to move out. At the same time, reports kept arriving from another front that the 3rd Division had lost more than half its forces, and 5th Squad Captain Chen Nian had fallen in battle. More devastating news followed. Veteran General Wang Fan had been killed fighting the Beast Emperor Giant Ocean Beast, and the entire 3rd Squad had been wiped out. After hearing every report, the City Lord stood there in stunned silence. Before him towered the massive skeleton of the fused Beast Emperor, Giant Ocean Giant, rank 2. Even though the enemy had combined the power of Bone Abyss and Kundi Mountain to become a Beast Emperor, the City Lord refused to yield. He declared that Huang Yansem City was not a place where they could do as they pleased. Even if it cost him his life, he would defend this gate to the very end. With those words, the City Lord stepped forward to face the Giant Ocean Giant. Just as the monster raised its enormous axe for a devastating strike, he immediately ordered the War Giant Rhino Emperor into battle with thunderous force. The divine beast charged forward and unleashed a devastating attack. Its unbreakable horn slammed straight into the giant nation sea giant's axe. With overwhelming strength, the Rhino Emperor knocked the axe off course. Seizing the opening, it rammed straight into the sea giant's body. One decisive strike was enough to bring the massive beast crashing to the ground. Guan Qian was still worried because endless demon beasts kept pouring in, and the city lord could not hold out much longer. Xing Yu thought for a moment and realized that cutting off the demon beasts at the tunnel source would turn the battle around. He quickly asked the princess to gather Imperial Ridge Grass, Bamboo Spirit Mushroom, Yin Spirit Flower, and Fire Sun Jade Ginseng to brew a special potion against the underground monsters. The princess immediately ordered everyone to collect the herbs on Xing Yu's list, and the students quickly split up to complete the task. Meanwhile, Hao Feng used his flames to refine every ingredient inside the cauldron. The horrible smell made Guan Qian frown, but Xing Yu only smiled and told everyone to wait and see. Before long, he happily announced that the potion was complete. Xing Yu told everyone to pour the entire batch into the tunnels, guaranteeing the demon beasts would become confused and lose their way, and everyone followed his orders. Soon, every team reported that no more demon beasts were appearing in their area. The princess praised Xing Yu without holding back, but he only smiled and said he was still just an ordinary 2-star beast tamer. Just as everyone relaxed, a hooked chain suddenly pierced Xing Yu's shoulder. He was yanked away in the blink of an eye. The monster saw Xing Yu as nothing more than fresh prey. It was the Demon Scythe Crocodile, a mutated Transcendent-class demon beast. Facing mortal danger, Xing Yu immediately searched for a way to fight back. At the critical moment, Xiao appeared and sliced through the chain to save him. The moment he was freed, Xing Yu collapsed from severe dizziness. Guan Qian rushed over in panic to check on him. She quickly realized Xing Yu had been poisoned and became extremely worried. Xing Yu struggled to breathe but assured everyone it was not fatal because holy light purification could remove the poison. After saying that, he stood up and fixed his determined gaze on the demon scythe crocodile. Xing Yu called for He Feng, Dianmu, and Bao He to launch a coordinated attack. A stream of purple flames shot straight toward the demon scythe crocodile, but the monster reacted with incredible speed and dodged every attack. As the enemy closed in, Xing Yu immediately changed tactics and gave a new command. He ordered Freya and the beast companions to take control of the sky. Medusa asked if he needed help, while Dalu believed Xing Yu could never defeat a mutated transcendent beast alone. Even so, Xing Yu calmly declared that he could handle this battle himself. He tossed an SSS beast energy crystal toward He Feng and ordered it to swallow it immediately. He Feng caught the crystal the instant it flew over. It swallowed the crystal without a second thought. Moments later, He Feng's aura exploded as its power surged dramatically. It instantly unleashed its ultimate skill, making the entire ground tremble. Xing Yu continued boosting He Feng with his spirit-enhancing aura, urging it to release everything it had. Following the command, He Feng opened its mouth and began charging a massive attack. Its earth-shaking roar echoed across the sky and created overwhelming pressure. Dalu and Medusa were both left completely stunned. The underworld flame blazed brightly and engulfed the entire battlefield. Even in the sea of fire, Freya stood firmly at the very center, without moving an inch. Xing Yu raised his hand and gave the order to attack. Countless flames shot forward like blazing meteors. They merged into a single point and formed a gigantic flaming lotus above the demon scythe crocodile. Without hesitation, the lotus exploded with terrifying force, and smoke instantly covered the battlefield. As the flames faded, a silhouette slowly emerged from the smoke. The demon scythe crocodile had already been crushed flat by the overwhelming blast. After it died, its body disappeared and left behind a glowing crystal. Guanqian stared in shock as Xing Yu ended the battle with a single attack, proving he was even more terrifying than a true monster. At that moment, violent disturbances erupted from the distant mountain range. Nis finally lost all patience and angrily shouted because 4 hours had passed, yet the army still had not captured Huangyan City. A subordinate quickly dropped to his knees and reported that the enemy had an extremely troublesome 2-star beast tamer. Nis immediately cursed him out, and the subordinate begged for one more chance, promising to capture Huangyan City within 10 minutes. But Nis refused to wait any longer and decided to deal with the 2-star beast tamer himself. Meanwhile, Xing Yu told the princess that the Ice Soul Qilin had fully recovered, and she curiously asked why he always wore that scarf. Xing Yu gently stroked the scarf and smiled, saying it was a gift from someone very important, making her even more curious. Just then, the city lord happily announced that Xing Yu had earned another great achievement. Before he could finish, a guard rushed in with the news that the demon beast army had arrived, and the city lord's face instantly turned pale. Before long, countless demon beasts flooded the battlefield in overwhelming numbers. Leading the army was a figure whose presence crushed everyone else. It was Andis, the demon beast, ranked 78th on the leaderboard, and he casually greeted the city lord. The moment the city lord saw Andis, his face turned deathly pale. Without hesitation, he ordered everyone to evacuate Huangyan City immediately. But Andis gave them no chance to escape and charged straight into the battlefield. A single slash sent rocks flying and blasted everyone into the air. At the same time, every structure inside the city was shattered into pieces by the impact. After just one move, Huangyan City was reduced to little more than flames and smoke. Everyone struggled to get back on their feet after the devastating attack. Xing Yu could not believe one strike had flattened the entire city, while Guanqian said they would all have died without the defensive barrier. The city lord endured his injuries and urged the princess to leave at once, because there was no other choice. Just then, Xing Yu suddenly realized his scarf was gone. Looking around, he spotted it caught on a steel beam. At the same moment, Andis noticed Xing Yu and recognized who he was. Without a second thought, Andis rushed straight toward Xing Yu. Everyone was horrified when they realized he had used teleportation. Before Xing Yu could react, Andis grabbed him and lifted him into the air. Seeing this, the princess cried out Xing Yu's name in panic. Andis smiled strangely and said he had planned to kill Xing Yu, but now he wanted to see whether this special specimen would be more entertaining than the girls before him. Crushed by the terrifying pressure, Xing Yu trembled as he gripped the scarf, feeling his consciousness fade while realizing how terrifying a divine beast truly was. Just as Andis let his guard down for a moment, Xing Yu suddenly used all his strength to throw the scarf straight into Andis' face, refusing to let him have his way. Andis grabbed Xing Yu by the throat, lifted him high, and slammed his double-bladed axe into the ground. The impact unleashed a violent shockwave that blasted rocks in every direction. Tightening his grip, Andis coldly mocked Xing Yu for resisting even at death's door before hurling him down from the sky. The terrifying impact spread across the battlefield. Blinding rays of light erupted as intense heat engulfed the entire area, threatening to burn everything to ashes. At the critical moment, General Lu arrived in time to catch Xing Yu and carried him in his arms, while Xing Yu awkwardly asked him not to hold him like that. General Lu laughed and said that if Xing Yu could still joke around, then his life was not in danger. Guan Qian rushed over in panic, repeatedly calling Xing Yu's name. General Lu apologized to the princess for arriving late, then told her to take Xing Yu away immediately. At that moment, Andis stepped out of the smoke and charged straight toward them. As he rushed forward, he dragged up clouds of dirt and rocks while roaring in fury. The instant Andis saw General Lu, he called him out by name. General Lu answered proudly, making Andis furious enough to order every demon beast to attack at once. Instantly, countless ferocious beasts surged toward him. General Lu calmly ordered his beast companion to unleash the ultimate skill, Blazing Inferno. The giant bird soared into the sky and circled repeatedly as the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. It let out a thunderous cry, and flames instantly covered its entire body. After gathering enough power, it dove from the sky with terrifying force. A sea of blazing fire swept across the battlefield, burning the beasts and sending them fleeing in panic. In moments, the battlefield had become a scene of complete devastation. Every mutant beast that failed to retreat was swallowed by the flames. Meanwhile, the hospital was eerily quiet, completely different from the battlefield outside. The doctor told the princess that Xing Yu's injuries were serious, but not life-threatening. Hearing that, Guan Qian finally sighed in relief and told everyone to get some rest. She gently stroked Xing Yu's cheek and said she preferred seeing him full of energy instead of lying still, hoping he would wake up soon. As the hospital room door closed, silence filled the room. A moment later, Xing Yu slowly opened his eyes and recalled everything the princess had said. Da Lu looked at him with suspicion and knew at a glance he was already plotting something. Xing Yu immediately sat up and declared it was time to move, leaving everyone asking why he was not resting longer. Medusa reassured everyone that Andis was no match for the air marshal, so he could handle it alone. But Xing Yu got dressed anyway, because he still had not recovered his scarf. He also sensed the presence of another divine beast somewhere nearby. Everyone was stunned to hear there was a second divine beast. Meanwhile, the battlefield remained locked in fierce combat as smoke and flames covered the land. General Lu raised his sword, and blazing crimson flames instantly wrapped around the blade. It was his legendary phoenix sword. Standing atop his beast companion, General Lu pointed the sword at Andis and unleashed blazing fire to burn him down. Even as the firestorm swept across the battlefield, Andis stood firm without taking a single step back. He admitted that General Lu truly deserved the title of the strongest young 9-star beast tamer. General Lu coldly replied that half an hour was all he needed to crush Andis' beast core. Andis laughed with contempt and reminded him that he was not fighting alone. The moment he finished speaking, the sky suddenly changed as massive streams of water gathered into a giant whirlpool. Everyone was shocked to smell the salty sea in the middle of the desert. As the sky turned into a vast ocean, a colossal waterspout surged upward while endless lightning crashed toward the ground. Within the sea of water, a majestic figure slowly emerged. The newcomer mocked Andis for being completely overwhelmed by the air marshal. Andis hurriedly urged his ally to attack before their master punished them. The newcomer coldly brought up the Sky Island incident and declared that this time, neither the red-haired girl nor the entire city would survive. Hearing those words, General Lu suddenly recalled the past, and unbearable pain filled his heart. He clearly remembered the red-haired little girl he once carried beneath a great tree. General Lu's fury instantly erupted, and the flames around him burned hotter than ever. The two sides charged into another fierce clash, throwing the entire battlefield into chaos. Nagar loudly declared that the previous defeat was an unforgettable humiliation, and today all of it would be repaid. Andis sneered and said that once Nagar dealt with General Lu, he would personally target the princess of the Dragon Kingdom. General Lu roared that anyone who wanted the princess would have to get through him first. His rage exploded as his eyes turned crimson, and he unleashed myriad flame tide, surrounding himself with a massive sea of fire. The blazing inferno spread across the battlefield, burning everything in its path, while even Andis coughed up blood under the unbearable heat. The terrifying temperature consumed the battlefield, and no creature dared face General Lu's wrath head-on. Andis blamed Nagar for provoking their enemy, but Nagar fired back that threatening the princess was what truly caused this. Refusing to back down, Andis raised his giant axe and roared that even if he could not kill them, he would destroy the entire city before activating his gravity power. A massive meteor quickly formed and crashed straight toward General Lu. He immediately ordered Zhu Ke to intercept it. Without hesitation, Zhu Ke shot into the sky and shielded its master. The two overwhelming forces collided and unleashed a massive wave of energy. The meteor finally gave way under the pressure and exploded into countless fragments. The deafening blast tore through the sky as rocks crashed everywhere and sparks scattered across the battlefield. Amid the chaos, General Lu remained standing proudly without moving an inch. Just then, a streak of purple light suddenly flashed. Nagar silently appeared behind him with a calculating smile. She immediately activated a secret art called Mirror Image World. A massive net instantly descended and trapped both General Lu and Zhu Kei inside. Seeing the plan succeed, Andis burst into laughter, convinced that no one could protect them anymore. He slammed his axe into the ground, throwing the surrounding gravity into complete chaos. General Lu was caught by the overwhelming pull and floated into the air alongside countless massive boulders. At the critical moment, a pink beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky at incredible speed. Andis was shocked to realize that he was the target of that light. The attack landed head-on, blasting Andis away and breaking his control over gravity. He rolled across the ground as dirt and rocks exploded in every direction. Struggling back to his feet, Andis roared in anger, demanding to know who had attacked him. Looking up, he saw several figures standing atop the platform. Xingyu told Da Lu he could only maintain this state for 10 minutes before falling unconscious again, so Qingqi's safety was now in her hands. Nagar was horrified as she sensed the pure dragon bloodline and could not believe a dragon tamer had appeared after more than a century. At that moment, General Lu suddenly rushed in from behind and coldly mocked Nagar. Before Andis could react, a heavy punch slammed straight into his face. A relentless barrage of blows rained down, leaving him no chance to defend himself. Da Lu finished with a devastating kick that sent Andis flying. Andis forced himself up, shocked by Da Lu's strength, but too afraid of his master to retreat, so he decided to target Xingyu instead. Ignoring Da Lu, he charged straight toward Xingyu at full speed. Leaping into the air, Andis brought his axe down toward Xingyu's head and shouted that he would kill the beast tamer. Da Lu instantly appeared in front of Xingyu. She caught the axe blade with her bare hand without suffering a single scratch. Andis froze in disbelief, unable to understand how she had stopped the attack. Da Lu coldly shouted that someone with such pathetic strength dared to threaten her master. She tightened her grip and crushed the axe into countless pieces. The next instant, Da Lu rushed forward and drove a crushing punch into Andis' face. The terrifying force surged through his body, as if every bone was about to shatter. Andis' eyes widened as blood poured from his mouth. The punch also forced blood to burst from his chest. But Da Lu suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong and immediately stopped. Seeing her reaction, Xingyu quickly asked what had happened. Da Lu realized her fist had passed straight through Andis' body, but there were no organs inside at all. Right before everyone's eyes, Andis' body shattered into pieces and vanished without a trace. Xingyu stared in disbelief at what had just happened. Meanwhile, Nagar anxiously shouted that she could not hold General Lu back much longer. Having narrowly escaped death, Andis let out a sigh of relief and admitted that a third direct punch would have killed him. He quickly came up with a new plan and told Nagar to keep Da Lu occupied while he killed Xingyu. After saying that, Andis rushed toward Da Lu at full speed and loudly challenged her. Da Lu did not dodge and charged straight at him. Their fists collided head-on in an evenly matched clash. Even as blood kept pouring out, a smug grin flashed across Andis' face. He suddenly looked behind Xingyu and loudly ordered his ally to make a move. A butterfly appeared out of nowhere and quickly transformed into a human figure, making Xingyu immediately turn around. The moment he saw the figure charging toward him, Xingyu realized the danger. Zhou Wang grabbed the back of Xingyu's collar. With one hand, she lifted him completely off the ground. Da Lu instantly turned back and shouted in fury that no one was allowed to take her master away, her eyes filled with determination. Just then, Zhou Wang suddenly noticed her own body beginning to break apart. She released Xingyu and coldly said, "Tianfu, you handle the rest." With nothing supporting him, Xingyu could only fall helplessly through the air. At that moment, Naga waved her hand and created a swirling vortex, calmly telling him to enter her mirror world. Xingyu's body spun through the air before being completely pulled into the strange dimension. Da Lu rushed forward in panic, desperately calling out to her master. But after only a few steps, Indus blocked her path and declared that he was her opponent. Out of patience, Da Lu glared at him and shouted for him to get lost. A devastating punch followed, twisting Indus' face from the impact. Inside the mirror world, Xingyu immediately examined his surroundings. Countless images of Manhwa surrounded him, gently tempting him with sweet words, like asking him to go out together or give her a hug, but they were all illusions. Xingyu had already seen through it and calmly declared that this illusion was only using his memories, and the game was over. At that moment, Naga finally appeared before him, carrying herself like a queen. She looked genuinely surprised and admitted she had never expected Xingyu to be such a rare beast tamer. Xingyu coldly replied that since she had uncovered his secret, she would have to be buried with it. Naga laughed arrogantly, claiming that without his beast companion, he had no chance of killing her. A massive bow appeared in her hand as she drew the string and gathered power into the arrow. In the blink of an eye, countless razor-sharp glass shards burst toward Xingyu. The attack was so fast that he had no time to dodge and could only cry out in shock. At the critical moment, General Lu suddenly rushed in and shoved Xingyu out of the attack's path. Wave after wave of glass shards pierced straight through his body, leaving a horrifying sight. General Lu's body slowly faded before Xing Yu's eyes, making him cry out in despair. Xing Yu stood frozen as the last fragments of General Lu's body disappeared. Naga laughed triumphantly, celebrating the fall of the Dragon Kingdom's legendary general. She excitedly declared that she had waited 10 years for this moment, and now no one could protect Xing Yu anymore. But instead of showing fear, Xing Yu suddenly laughed, leaving Naga stunned. Clenching his fist, he declared that today would be Naga's death, and he would rip out her beast core himself. Seeing his raised hand, Naga suddenly felt uneasy. Even so, she drew her bow again and mocked him, saying a beast tamer without a beast companion was nothing to fear. But before she could fire, a terrifying force blasted both Naga and Dissa away. The impact was so powerful that it punched straight through the wall behind them. Naga gritted her teeth and cursed Indus for being too useless to stop their enemy. She immediately rushed forward and ordered Medusa to hold the enemy back, and Medusa calmly agreed. In the distance, Indus was still struggling in blind fury. At that moment, a gigantic figure appeared behind Xing Yu. Xing Yu realized that if General Lu had not bought those extra few seconds, he would have been the one lying dead, and now that blood debt would be repaid in blood. Naga still refused to back down, claiming she had once killed the Phoenix Master's beast tamer, even when backed by a divine beast. Aki looked up in shock as Zhu Kui freely spread its wings across the sky. Even Xing Yu could not hide his surprise at Zhu Kui's appearance. Aki could not believe it. If Zhu Kui was still alive, then that man must have survived as well. General Lu sneered and reminded Naga that commander-rank beast tamers could share their abilities with their beast companions. Naga immediately realized the tide had turned. Facing two divine beasts, retreat was her only option. Before fleeing, she unleashed a new ultimate skill, raising countless giant glass walls called Mirror Sea. General Lu stepped in front of Xing Yu and told him to fall back because he would handle the rest, and Xing Yu trusted him completely. He strode forward and merged with Zhu Kui's true soul. The instant the fusion was complete, a massive ring of fire erupted into the sky and twisted into a violent inferno. A thunderous explosion followed, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. When the dust settled, General Lu still stood proudly, with Zhu Kui's blazing wings spread behind him. He called out to He Bao to fight beside him, while Xing Yu answered with a grin, secretly amazed by the incredible transformation. Realizing the plan had completely failed, Naga hurriedly urged her allies to retreat because they could not defeat the two of them. But all three escape routes were instantly blocked, and General Lu coldly asked where she thought she was going. Medusa smiled faintly and declared that this time they would never leave this place alive. Indus completely lost his composure and roared that since there was no escape, they would fight to the bitter end. Naga also unleashed her full power, declaring that everything would be decided by this final attack as she joined forces with Indus. Their combined power formed a gigantic sphere of energy that shot straight toward the three opponents. In sharp contrast, General Lu remained perfectly calm and even jokingly asked Xing Yu if he knew how to play with fire. Xing Yu smiled in response as crimson flames ignited across Da Lu's hand. General Lu charged forward and unleashed Blazing Heaven Slash with overwhelming power. Da Lu followed close behind and unleashed Dragon Finger Breath to support the attack. Two roaring seas of fire surged forward one after another with unstoppable momentum. The four immense forces collided violently in a fierce deadlock. General Lu poured even more spiritual power into the attack, unleashing Thunder Phoenix Origin alongside Flame Court Tribulation Fire. The final collision exploded with terrifying force, blasting everyone away. Crimson flames soared into the sky as the overwhelming shockwave swept rocks and debris across the battlefield. Naga panicked as he felt flames burning through his entire body. Indus was almost completely swallowed by the fire and could only scream in despair. From the sea of flames, General Lu charged out and braced himself with one hand as he landed. Thick smoke covered the sky, while countless burning embers drifted through the air. After the clash, the battlefield was left in ruins, with a massive crater carved into the ground. At the bottom of the crater, two beast core crystals shimmered brightly, marking the end of the battle. On the city walls, the soldiers erupted in cheers and praised General Lu for his overwhelming strength in protecting the fortress. Still surrounded by flames, General Lu thanked Xing Yu for his help and handed over the two beast core crystals. Xing Yu gladly accepted them without hesitation. Suddenly remembering something, General Lu asked if Xing Yu had found the item he was looking for, and Xing Yu confirmed that he had. Xing Yu was stunned because it sounded like General Lu already knew everything about him. General Lu calmly explained that Xing Yu was the Empress's secret, wanted target, so he had access to part of the intelligence. Hearing that, Xing Yu immediately asked if General Lu planned to arrest him. Before he could finish speaking, General Lu suddenly collapsed to the ground, shocking Xing Yu. The unexpected sight made Xing Yu turn pale, as he feared something serious had happened. General Lu gave a helpless smile and admitted that his spiritual power was completely drained, leaving him too dizzy to arrest any criminal. Xing Yu could only ask helplessly if General Lu was seriously acting like that. Just then, Dalu and Ma Shui walked over to check on them. Xing Yu simply said everything was fine and told everyone to continue the journey. He also realized the effect of the dragon spirit pill had completely worn off. Suddenly, General Lu's phone kept vibrating with incoming messages. He took out his phone and checked the screen. A message from Little Monster complained that she was hungry but refused to eat food from outside. After reading it, General Lu's stern expression instantly softened. He gently replied, asking her to endure 2 more days because he would cook for her himself once he returned home. Elsewhere, a table was covered with stacks of newspapers. Outside the hospital entrance at dusk, the atmosphere grew heavy. Yan Ran anxiously asked the doctor why Xing Yu had seemed fine before, but now his condition was getting worse. The doctor helplessly admitted that none of the equipment could find the cause and could only advise Guanqian to stay calm. Guanqian immediately demanded that they save Xing Yu at all costs, leaving the doctor with nothing but an awkward smile under the pressure. At that moment, General Lu and Guanlan entered. Guanqian immediately greeted her as both Mother and Your Majesty. Guanlan took out a vial and explained that Xing Yu's injuries could not be treated by ordinary methods, but she had already prepared what he needed. Guanqian accepted it as Guanlan explained that it contained the blood of the 7-colored qilin, and 1 dose would wake Xing Yu quickly. Guanqian was stunned because she had heard that the blood of the 7-colored holy qilin could pull someone back from the brink of death. She clearly remembered that her mother had only used this precious blood to save her own life before, yet now she was willing to use it for Xing Yu, who shared neither blood ties nor any special relationship with her. Even though she complained about the favoritism, Guanqian carefully poured the medicine into Xing Yu's mouth and quietly hoped he would recover soon. Inside a dim room where wet clothes still hung from the ceiling, a murderous voice raged that a 10-year plan had been ruined by a mere 2-star beast tamer. The Zi Yao members below could only tremble with their heads lowered, not daring to look up. Nihu sat on a large chair while casually controlling a sphere in his palm. His fury exploded as he slammed the armrest and cursed his subordinates for being completely useless. Terrifying heat poured from Nihu's body and quickly spread throughout the room, crushing everyone with overwhelming pressure. The little demons were forced to their knees by the immense power, crying out in pain without stopping. Still unable to calm down, he waved his hand in frustration and secretly added Xing Yu to the list of people he absolutely had to eliminate. Sometime later, Xing Yu finally woke up. The strong smell of disinfectant in the hospital room immediately made him frown. Looking around, he realized he was still in the hospital, instead of being taken away as he had feared. Standing beside the bed, Guanlan smiled with relief when she saw that he had awakened. Xing Yu quickly sat up and greeted Her Majesty the Empress, but Guanlan simply gestured for him to lie back down and rest. Suddenly feeling something strange at the corner of his mouth, he wiped it away with his hand. Xing Yu curiously asked what it was, and General Lu explained that it was the incredibly rare blood of the 7-colored qilin, urging him to thank the Empress at once. Hearing that, Xing Yu immediately stood up and bowed to thank the Empress for her gift. Deep down, he smugly thought everything had gone exactly as planned. With enough merit, he kept his life and even earned a reward. If he had guessed wrong, he would have just started over in another life. Guanlan looked at General Lu and asked if he was still here because he had something else to say. He gave an awkward smile and praised Xing Yu's exceptional talent, saying he would surely become a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. Guanlan frowned and told him to stop beating around the bush. General Lu finally admitted that his army was short on manpower and wanted Xing Yu to join his ranks. Guanlan coldly asked if he was trying to steal her person. He hurriedly explained that Xing Yu was afraid of heights and was not suited for the Air Force, hoping the Empress would assign him somewhere else. Guanlan did not bother listening and simply threw him out. General Lu could only back toward the door and prepare to leave. Before he left, Guanlan reminded Xing Yu that many people wanted him on their side. The path she had chosen for him was dangerous, but the rewards would be second to none. If he ever betrayed her, he should remember his older sister. Hearing the warning, Xing Yu immediately stood at attention and said he understood. Guanlan told him to recover well before leaving the room. Xing Yu respectfully saw her off, but secretly vowed that one day he would take the Empress's throne for himself. Outside, Guanlan noticed General Lu was still leaning against the wall and asked why he had not left yet. He replied that he wanted to talk about the man in black, but Guanlan immediately told him to get to the point. Lowering his voice, General Lu said the man in black felt strangely familiar, exactly like that man from years ago. Guanlan froze instantly. Seeing her reaction, General Lu claimed there was an urgent matter on Sky Island and quickly slipped away. Left alone, Guanlan wondered if the man in black could be the child born from Xiao Lian and an unknown soul. At that very moment, Lian suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Jian Mei anxiously asked if their leader had caught a cold. Half a month later, the story shifted to the imperial capital. Across the city, the lights from countless skyscrapers illuminated the night. The moment Xing Yu appeared, he was surrounded by reporters, eager to hear about his heroic achievements. Questions came one after another, from the old scarf around his neck, to the rumor that he had defeated 800 demonic beasts alone, and even his relationship with the princess. Xing Yu simply shook his head and told them to ask her instead. The reporters immediately turned to Guan Qian and asked if the empress valued Xing Yu enough to make him the future royal consort, then pressed further about the relationship between her, Xing Yu, and Wei En. Guan Qian smiled faintly, but her reply carried immense pressure, as she asked if they were trying to spread rumors about the royal family. That single sentence was enough to make every reporter back away in fear. Xing Yu could not help admiring her. She truly lived up to being the princess. Guan Qian sighed and told him not to dump all his problems on her next time, and he quickly agreed. Just then, a very familiar voice called out from the distance. Hearing his older sister's voice, Xing Yu lit up with joy like a child receiving a gift and ran toward her while shouting that he was back. Suddenly remembering Guan Qian was still beside him, he turned around and asked for permission to leave. She simply smiled and said that with their relationship, they were bound to meet again. Xing Yu immediately ran over and happily greeted his older sister, Teacher Chen, and the academy director. As soon as he arrived, he covered his nose because the director reeked of alcohol. Yan laughed and said he had only been drinking out of happiness because Xing Yu's achievements would bring many more students to Azure Dragon Academy next year. She then took out a card and handed it to Xing Yu. Startled, he joked that the director was openly trying to use hidden rules on him right in front of his sister. Yan could only helplessly explain that his sister had received the exact same card. She told him to stop overthinking, because it was the ownership card to a villa in Bihai Jinfu. Xing Yu stood there in disbelief. Bihai Jinfu was a luxury villa district on the eastern side of Long City. Mu Xue happily added that the siblings would never have to squeeze into their tiny apartment again. Just then, Xing Yu remembered that Lu Jin also lived in Bihai Jinfu, meaning they were now neighbors. Before him stood a magnificent villa with dazzling golden gates, radiating unmatched luxury. Xing Yu calmly walked forward, making sure to strike his most handsome pose for a grand entrance. But just as he was about to step inside, Yang Shuo and Xin Xin stopped him at the gate. Xin Xin stared at Xing Yu, unable to hide the emotion in her eyes. Embarrassed by her gaze, Xing Yu casually grabbed his scarf and draped it over his shoulder. Xin Xin stepped closer and gently stroked the scarf as if it were a priceless treasure. Seeing that scene, Yang Shuo could not take it anymore and immediately interrupted, telling them to stop because it was too hard to watch. Inside Bihai Jinfu, everything still reflected unmatched elegance and luxury. On a large table rested a sword and a beast core crystal, neatly prepared. Xing Yu picked up the sword and could not hide his excitement. The beast core came from the Scarlet Flame Heavenly King beast and contained the power of hellfire. The Drunken Brother sword was an Asrank demonic artifact forged from the spine of the Black Scale Light Beast King. Together with the villa, the academy had truly gone all out this time. Holding his phone, Xing Yu thought that since the academy valued him so highly, it was time to register for the 4-star Beast Tamer examination. He immediately called Teacher Chen and asked him to arrange his registration for the 4-star Beast Tamer exam. Teacher Chen was both surprised and excited by the decision. He agreed to make the arrangements and said the exam would be held next Wednesdays at the Sea Order Clan ruins. Just then, Tian Ying walked over and softly called out to him. Xing Yu turned around with a smile and asked what she needed. Tian Ying quietly said she wanted to summon a beast companion, defeat enemies, protect the border, and become someone useful just like him. She admitted that she had tried summoning countless times, but had never succeeded. After hearing her out, Xing Yu confidently said he understood, then led Tian Ying outside to train. She obediently followed him. The two ventured deep into a silent forest, where moonlight barely slipped through the dense canopy. The gloomy atmosphere frightened Tian Ying so much that she clung tightly to Xing Yu's clothes and begged him to go back because there were demonic beasts in the forest. Just then, a dark figure suddenly burst out from the bushes ahead. It was a second-generation initial-rank Scarlet Poison Wolf. It let out a savage roar and prepared to attack. Tian Ying turned pale, stumbled backward, and screamed as she recognized the beast. Xing Yu grabbed her hand and said that until she defeated the Scarlet Poison Wolf, he would not summon a single beast companion. His life now depended entirely on her. Trembling, Tian Ying begged him to change his mind because she could not do it. The Scarlet Poison Wolf charged forward, each step sending dirt and rocks flying. Yet Xing Yu stood perfectly still without dodging, allowing the beast to bite into him, leaving Tian Ying horrified. The wolf's sharp fangs sank deep into his shoulder, and blood immediately began to flow. Even so, Xing Yu calmly winked at Tian Ying and reminded her that if she did not act, he really would die. Tian Ying was still shaking with fear, her legs frozen in place as she could not move forward. The Scarlet Poison Wolf roared once more and lunged again, ready to deliver the killing blow. At that moment, Tian Ying's determination to protect Xing Yu exploded from deep within her heart. Even Xing Yu was shocked when he saw her knock down the Scarlet Poison Wolf with a single strike. The fear on Tian Ying's face slowly gave way to unwavering determination. Behind her, a majestic phoenix spread its enormous wings and officially appeared. Xingyu silently marveled. As expected, Tianying possessed a natural affinity with pure-blooded phoenixes. Even at the initial rank as a third-generation beast, it was still powerful enough to suppress most ordinary demonic beasts. The beast companion's information appeared. Golden Feather Phoenix. Initial rank, 3rd generation, pureblood phoenix bloodline, primordial soul quality. Talents included Phoenix Rebirth, allowing it to revive after death at the cost of returning to the lowest rank, and Golden Lotus Karma Flame, which inflicted burning damage and reduced the target's defense. It possessed the Phoenix, Fire, and Flying attributes. Loyalty was 93. Its weakness was underwater combat, because wet feathers greatly reduced its strength. Skills included Golden Lotus Karma Flame, which launched golden fireballs that burned and knocked back enemies, and Golden Feather Burst, which fired hundreds of razor-sharp feathers before detonating them for 2 waves of damage. Its normal evolution path was Golden Feather Phoenix, Mystic Gold Crimson Feather Phoenix, Golden Phoenix King, and Black Gold Phoenix. Its hidden evolution path was Golden Feather Phoenix, Purgatory Blood Phoenix, Guardian Soul Blood Phoenix King, and finally Dawn Flame Heavenly Phoenix. Its favorite habit was sleeping high in the sky. Tianying immediately ordered the Golden Feather Phoenix to use Golden Feather Burst. The Golden Feather Phoenix folded its wings and unleashed countless arrow-like feathers from its tail. The Scarlet Poison Wolf was struck again and again, screamed in agony, and rolled across the ground. Tianying angrily swore she would make it pay for hurting Xingyu. A massive fireball shot straight at the Scarlet Poison Wolf at incredible speed. A violent explosion shook the entire forest, forcing everyone watching to step back in shock. Xingyu clapped with a smile and congratulated Tianying on finally succeeding. Tianying froze. Even she could not believe she had finally summoned her beast companion. She rushed over and hugged Xingyu, scolding him for risking his life. Xingyu only smiled and said she would never awaken her fighting spirit unless she faced her fear. Besides, Meng was already 16. It was time to grow up. Wiping away her tears, Tianying pouted and complained that he still treated her like a child. Xingyu could only smile and say everyone could tell, and both he and her sister had known it for a long time. Tianying fell into deep thought. Ever since a beast attacked her at 6 years old, the trauma had haunted her for 10 years. Her family always hoped she would overcome it, but she kept letting them down. She remembered the day Xingyu helped her break free from her shell of fear. With Wu Shuo always protecting her, she believed she still had plenty of time to grow, but she had only been using that as an excuse to run from her fear. The more she thought about it, the harder it became to hold back her tears. Right then, Xingyu suddenly collapsed, making her scream in panic. Tianying quickly caught him and tried to rush him to the hospital, but Xingyu laughed and admitted he was only scaring her. He would never gamble with his own life so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned Xiaomin and Freya. Freya appeared behind him, surrounded by vibrant life-filled vines. Tianying lightly punched Xingyu, angry that he had tricked her. He only smiled and admitted he was injured, but it was nothing serious. At that moment, the systems that the host had unlocked the title Healer with a kind heart and rewarded him with a divine-grade alchemy cauldron and the Azure Dragon Purple Bronze Cauldron. Xingyu secretly celebrated, because this time he had received an unexpected bonus reward. Seeing that it was getting late, he told them to head home since her older sister was waiting. Tianying then revealed she had decided to apply to Qinglong Academy. Xingyu smiled and told her to share the good news with 4th sister Ning herself. Xingyu nodded in agreement. Soon after, he was summoned to Yilan Hall, where a magnificent dragon-carved gate stood before him. As soon as they met, Guanlan asked if Xingyu knew why she had called him. He immediately guessed. She planned to reward him with the Thunder Jade Keelin. Guanlan dismissed the guess at once, reminding him that his assessment was not over yet. She had actually called him to discuss the operation known as Starfall. Xingyu looked completely confused, because he had never heard of the plan. Guanlan took out a notebook containing an assassination list, targeting talented beast tamers. In the past, only those at 5-star rank or higher were targeted, but Xingyu had become the first exception. She also warned that the assassins would likely strike at the Sea Spirit clan ruins, and made it clear that no one would be sent to protect him. Guanlan then handed him a key and explained it unlocked the Sea Spirit clan treasure vault. If he had the strength to enter the Forbidden Zone, every treasure inside would be his. If he chose safety instead, she would protect him until he reached 5-star beast tamer, but he would lose the chance to claim the treasure. Xingyu thought it over and realized greater danger meant greater rewards, so he accepted the challenge. Guanlan tossed him the key and told him that, since he had made his choice, he should do everything possible to return alive. Xingyu happily caught the key and promised he would come back safely. Guanlan waved to end the meeting, and Xingyu respectfully bowed before leaving. As he walked out of the Great Hall, his eyes turned cold with determination. Guanlan quietly watched Xingyu's back as he left, her gaze still filled with scrutiny. Meanwhile, at the Sea Spirit clan ruins, huge waves crashed endlessly against the rocky shore. Team leader Chen inspected the preparations and repeatedly reminded everyone to check every detail because the trial candidates would arrive the next day. Liu Li asked to use the restroom, and team leader Chen pointed the way before telling her to hurry. Inside the restroom, a strange fragrance spread through the air, despite only a thin wall separating the stalls. Just as Liu Li relaxed, her expression suddenly changed as a strong sense of danger washed over her. At that moment, a strange noise came from behind her. She jumped, thinking a water pipe had burst. But slowly crawling down the wall was a bizarre creature with a twisted appearance. Moments later, a terrified scream echoed throughout the restroom. Then everything suddenly went silent. Behind that door, something terrible had happened in secret. The door stayed shut, without revealing a single sign that anything was wrong. When she returned, her face was cold and gloomy, nothing like her cheerful self before. At the riverside dock, construction machines were still working non-stop. Xing curiously asked Uncle Mu if this was really how they would reach the Hailing clan ruins. Uncle Mu laughed and said he could not afford a yacht, so they would take public transport instead. It was slower, but it would get them there. Looking at the massive vessel ahead, Xing was stunned and joked that the whole country must know he was taking the exam and had prepared such an impressive ride. Uncle Mu took a drag from his cigarette and urged him to hurry, because this was the last ride to the Hailing clan ruins. Xing wasted no time and boarded at once. Mu Rongjin thought to himself that with Xing Yu's talent, strength, and reputation, they had to reveal his identity soon. Otherwise, someone else might steal his future son-in-law. He wanted everyone to know Xing Yu belonged to the Mu Rong family. Teacher Wang was clearly annoyed because every candidate had arrived early except Xing Yu, who was still nowhere to be seen. Just then, Teacher Huang pointed into the distance and asked if that was the Sea God battleship, leaving everyone shocked as they wondered why a warship had appeared there. Mu Rongjin walked over, patted Teacher Wang on the shoulder, and apologized for bringing his friend's son a little late. He then asked if it would affect the exam. Teacher Wang quickly replied that it would not because Xing Yu had still arrived on time, and he appreciated punctual candidates. Liu Yi began explaining the rules. The first round required defeating 20 Black Star Serpents, 10 Shadow Demons, and 1 Poison-Winged Flowing Emperor Python. In the second round, the candidates had to cross the thorn swamp at the center of the ruins and find the exit. The third round strictly forbade entering the restricted zone, and anyone who did so would face the consequences alone. There was no time limit, and anyone could quit at any time. With that, the exam officially began. Mu Rongjin asked if Xing Yu was confident. Xing Yu answered without hesitation that he would definitely pass, but Mu Rongjin still warned him not to get careless and embarrass himself. Every moment of the exam was being monitored live in the control room, and Liu Li's eyes quickly locked onto Xing Yu's image on the screen. When Liu Li suddenly left the control room, Chen Yang immediately asked where she was going. Yuan Xing looked confused when his monitor suddenly went black, and Chen Yang realized his screen had done the same. A peaceful landscape of mountains and rivers unfolded before Xing Yu inside the ruins. He immediately ordered Hai Feng to use Hell Roar. Hai Feng let out a furious roar, unleashing a blast of power from its mouth and instantly killing a Black Star Serpent. The defeated Black Star Serpent immediately turned into a blue spirit crystal that dropped in front of Xing Yu. Xing Yu smiled in satisfaction. In no time, he had defeated all 20 Black Star Serpents, 10 Shadow Demons, and the Poison-Winged Flowing Emperor Python, clearing the first round with ease. Right then, a strange sound came from behind him, making him spin around on full alert. Liu Li slowly stepped out from behind a tree and praised Xing Yu for clearing the first round, even faster than she expected. Xing Yu awkwardly scratched his head and politely thanked his teacher. But the instant he let his guard down, Liu Li suddenly threw a blade straight at him. Xing Yu reacted instantly and narrowly dodged the surprise attack. Liu Li only smiled and admitted she had not expected him to detect the ambush. Xing Yu calmly replied that the exam was not over yet, so there was no reason for a teacher to appear here. At that moment, Medusa immediately warned Xing Yu that Liu Li was the Dark Emperor Walker, a trusted subordinate of Ni Huo. She was a true beast emperor. Medusa added that, although Liu Li specialized in curse abilities and was not especially strong in close combat, Hai Feng was still no match for her at his current level. Medusa then asked Xing Yu if he was finally able to use the Dragon Spirit Pill. Liu Li smiled and praised his intelligence, but declared that he had no way out today. As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned giant flowers covered in sharp thorns that looked like terrifying monsters. One by one, the flowers transformed into humanoid creatures. Facing the monsters, Xing Yu held his defensive stance as they all charged at him. Liu Li ordered them to kill the human because he was the one who had slaughtered their kin. Xing Yu pointed at Hai Feng and said all their hopes rested on him. Without another word, he ordered Hai Feng to unleash the ultimate skill, Hellfire Lotus. A massive fireball blasted forward like a raging storm, wiping out everything in its path and crushing rocks into pieces. 3 devouring demon thorn vines immediately appeared to intercept the attack. They swung their razor-sharp arms and unleashed countless thorn-covered vines. a rain of deadly spikes tore through the air toward Xing Yu, but he calmly stood his ground and waited for them to get closer. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly rushed to his side. The newcomer blocked every spike with a sword, sending sparks flying after the fierce clash. The young warrior steadied his footing and prepared to strike back. In the blink of an eye, Freya shot into the air, knocked back 2 devouring demon thorn vines, and unleashed Light's first sword. The remaining 2 quickly leaped back to counterattack, but Heifeng sprang up from below and joined Freya in the assault. Heifeng clamped down with his sharp fangs and bit the upper body off 1 devouring demon thorn vine. Freya tightened her grip on her sword as her killing intent surged. Liu Li suddenly spoke with a curious look, recognizing the Srank spirit weapon created by omniscience and realizing how highly Xing Yu was valued. Xing Yu calmly replied that everyone she had sent before had already died by his hand. Liu Li only sneered, saying they were nothing but worthless foot soldiers. The moment she finished speaking, Liu Li launched a lightning-fast attack that caught Xing Yu completely off guard. Freya instantly stepped in front of him and took the full force of the attack to protect Xing Yu. Liu Li stepped onto Freya's blade and coldly praised her quick reaction, but said it was still not fast enough. The next instant, she struck back. A thunderous kick slammed into Freya's stomach, leaving her gasping for air before she was sent flying. The devastating blow shattered Freya's ribs, leaving her body unable to endure any longer. Freya crashed into Xing Yu as blood burst from her mouth and stained the air red. Seeing his teammate badly injured, Heifeng immediately lunged from behind and tried to bite Liu Li to death. But Liu Li remained perfectly calm. Without even turning around, she closed her eyes and casually threw her blade behind her. The blade pierced straight through Heifeng's abdomen with terrifying force. Liu Li then leaped up and stomped Heifeng's head into the ground. With one powerful swing, she sent Heifeng flying into a pile of rocks. Xing Yu held Heifeng's battered body in his arms and anxiously called out its name. Liu Li raised her hand and recalled the blade still lodged inside Heifeng. The blood-soaked blade quickly returned to its master's hand. Licking the blood from the blade, Liu Li mocked them for breaking after so little pain and promised to send them all to the underworld soon. Xing Yu clenched his fists in shock. Even in her human form, Liu Li had completely overwhelmed 2 beast kings, and she clearly had not used her full strength. Gritting his teeth, Xing Yu loudly called for Xiao Yin to launch a surprise attack. Liu Li calmly stayed in her stance and told him to use every trick he had, because she would deal with them all. Xiao Yin burst out from Xing Yu's body as a silver thorn-covered vine. Even Liu Li was briefly stunned by the strange sight. Xing Yu seized the opportunity and immediately ordered Xiao Yin to attack. Xiao Yin wrapped tightly around Liu Li's arm, catching her so off guard that she dropped her weapon. The blade flew from her hand and stabbed deep into the ground. Liu Li glared in disbelief, unable to accept that her weapon had been forcibly taken away. Xing Yu explained that this was Xiao Yin's ability from its previous life. As long as a weapon remained in a mortal's possession, it could not escape Xiao Yin's control. At the same time, Xiao Yin released life essence to heal the team, while Heifeng and Freya prepared to strike again. Xiao Yin's rank information also appeared on the Imperial ranking board. Even while restrained, Liu Li sneered and said a mere 2-star beast could never hold her. With a single burst of demonic power, she shattered every vine. The overwhelming pressure forced both Freya and Heifeng to retreat. Liu Li's eyes suddenly changed, signaling that the battle had entered a new phase. Meanwhile, at another location, inside the control room, Chen Yang urgently reported to the chief examiner that they had detected the demonic aura of a beast emperor on the island. Even Liu Yi was stunned. After checking the tablet, he was shocked to see the demonic energy level had risen to 27. He immediately ordered an emergency call for reinforcements, hoping the Navy general had not gone too far yet. The scene returned to the mountaintop, where the aftermath of the clash had sent shattered rocks flying everywhere. Xing Yu, Freya, and Heifeng were all seriously wounded. Their faces were covered in blood, yet none of them were willing to give up, while Liu Li spread her wings and slowly landed before the 3 of them, calmly telling them to get back on their feet because the fun was not over yet. Hearing that, Xing Yu could only curse under his breath. Heifeng lay on the ground with murderous intent still burning in his eyes, but his body trembled from the pain. Freya had to lean on her sword just to stay standing after enduring the relentless attacks. Xing Yu's injuries were lighter than his teammates, but his stamina was almost completely drained. As he struggled to catch his breath, he noticed a stone monument beside him, engraved with the words, "Hai Ling Clan Forbidden Zone. Candidates are not allowed to enter." As if an idea had struck him, Xing Yu immediately gathered spirit power into his hand and signaled his teammates to prepare to retreat. He then unleashed every bit of power he had stored. Liu Li was slightly surprised that Xing Yu remained calm even in such a hopeless situation, and she even praised him for having far more courage than many Southern Star beast tamers. She admitted that if it were not for Nihai's orders, she truly would not want to kill Xing Yu, but now everything had to end. As soon as she finished speaking, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy erupted from Lu Li's body. Killing intent engulfed the entire area as she raised her blade high. Lu Li immediately hurled the blade, sending it flying toward Xingyu with terrifying, demonic power. Xingyu froze for a split second at the incredible speed of the attack. By pure instinct, he twisted his shoulder to take the fatal strike. The blade pierced straight through his shoulder, and the impact threw his entire body backward. Xingyu plunged into the deep abyss as his scream echoed through the air. Lu Li stood at the edge of the cliff and coldly watched everything unfold. A smug smile curled across her lips as cruelty filled her eyes. Holding the paper bearing Xingyu's name, Lu Li smiled in satisfaction. She declared that Xingyu was dead. As night slowly fell, voices calling out in search of him echoed everywhere. Mu Rongjin led a search party, carrying lanterns through the darkness, while constantly shouting Xingyu's name. At last they found something, but everyone's faces turned pale with horror. What they discovered was a gigantic stone monument. The sight before them left everyone speechless. Junqing immediately questioned his mother, Guanlan, asking if leaving Xiao Xingyu out of the protection plan meant she had known the Dark Emperor Walker would appear. Guanlan calmly replied that it was because Xingyu was never a Southern Star beast tamer. Shang Guanqian could not hide her anger and demanded to know why her mother valued Xingyu enough to nurture him with 7-colored Qilin blood and even give him the Emperor's soul token, only to leave him to face death in the end. Guanlan coldly looked at her daughter and reminded her not to forget her identity and responsibilities. In the imperial clan, personal feelings had no place. Shang Guanqian lowered her head and accepted the reprimand. Guanlan then closed her eyes, turned away, and said she was tired and wished to be alone. Elsewhere, Yang Shuo saw Xinxin staring at her phone and gently told her that Xingyu was gone. No matter how many messages she sent, he would never reply. But Xinxin firmly insisted that he was still alive. Hugging her pillow tightly, she choked back tears. He had survived falling into a cliff before, and he had promised to take her to the movies, so she believed that promise was not over yet. Just then, her phone suddenly lit up with a new message notification. Xinxin stared at the screen in complete shock. The next moment, she burst into joyful tears, because the sender was Xingyu. Beneath the moonlight, the quiet canyon looked almost dreamlike, as silver light stretched across the landscape. At the bottom of the abyss, Xingyu leaned against a boulder, holding his phone as he quietly stared at the screen. After thinking for a few seconds, he sent a message telling her he was safe and promised that after the exam, he would take her to the movies and then to the arcade to win stuffed toys. After sending the message, Xingyu let out a quiet sigh of relief, knowing everyone would worry less. He pushed himself up against the rock wall and slowly stood, every step sending sharp pain through his wounds. While gritting his teeth and cursing Lu Li, Xingyu swore he would make her repay this debt one day. For now, his most important goal was reaching the Hailing clan forbidden zone. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped when he discovered a massive structure hidden deep within the abyss. Xingyu carefully climbed along the surrounding stone pillars as he moved closer. The nearer he got, the more magnificent the ancient structure became. The enormous pillars were covered with moss and seashells. At the base of the pillars were concentric circles, decorated with countless shells. Looking at the scene, Xingyu recalled the legend of the Hailing clan, a race born from the fusion of humans and sea beasts, 200 years ago. It had once been an incredibly glorious civilization, but it mysteriously vanished and faded into history. Xingyu took the golden key from his pocket and was startled to see it begin to glow. The key slowly floated into the air, shining brightly before shattering into countless tiny fragments. The fragments quickly merged and crystallized into a glowing golden cube. The moment Xingyu saw the cube in his hand, he knew he had uncovered a hidden secret. A beam of light shot from the cube into the lake, reminding Xingyu that Shangguanlan once said, only this key could reveal the true treasure of the Sea Spirit clan. Only then did he realize this was the destination she had spoken of. Without hesitation, Xingyu dove into the lake and swam toward the depths. A magnificent palace appeared at the bottom, hidden beneath the crystal-clear water. Suddenly, a powerful force dragged him even deeper, leaving Xingyu completely unable to keep his balance. He crashed onto the moss-covered ground, hit his back hard, and looked up. A majestic palace towered above him, leaving Xingyu completely stunned. He stared at the cube and wondered how to enter, or if another path existed. Right then, a jellyfish calmly drifted overhead, leaving Xingyu in shock. He recalled the legend that after the Sea Spirit clan fell, their souls became vengeful spirits that should never be approached. The jellyfish suddenly stopped and spoke, making Xingyu's eyes widen in disbelief. At the same time, countless streams of dark energy gathered at the palace center, forming a blood-red vortex. Xingyu froze as he watched the terrifying scene. The dark energy twisted like countless tentacles, climbing toward the palace roof. The evil power continued flowing into the silent cocoons, resting on the steps. The dark energy seeped inside, as if awakening something that had long been asleep. Soon, pale arms with razor-sharp claws slowly reached out from the cocoons. The sealed vengeful spirits burst free and awakened all at once. Every spirit raised both hands, as if performing an ancient ritual, creating a chilling scene beneath the crimson water. Xing Yu clenched his fist and poured spiritual power into the glowing mark on the back of his hand. This battle was unavoidable. Without waiting another second, Xing Yu charged straight at the vengeful spirits. He summoned Freya. The moment she appeared, she spread her wings and shot forward like an arrow, launching a fierce assault. Friar swung his sword, sending a blazing slash straight toward the vengeful spirits. The sharp strike split them apart instantly, crushing them before they could react. But something unbelievable happened. Their destroyed bodies regenerated as if they had never been harmed. Once restored, every vengeful spirit glared at Friar and Xing Yu with pure hatred, ready to tear them apart. Xing Yu was stunned. Even a holy light beast could not destroy them. Looking closer, he noticed a pale blue tentacle connected to the back of every spirit, as if someone was controlling them. Every tentacle led toward a single point at the center of the area. Xing Yu immediately swam after the trail and finally reached its source. At that moment, he suddenly saw Vinton calmly swimming toward him. Freya and Vinton said nothing. They simply moved closer and silently watched Xing Yu. Xing Yu signaled Friar to hold off the vengeful spirits while he searched for a way out. More vengeful spirits rushed in from the distance. They charged like ghosts, reaching out with their shriveled arms to seize their prey. Freya instantly swung her sword and split apart a spirit that had just closed in. Her relentless attacks cleared away every spirit around her. Xing Yu looked at Freya and said, "If you do not intend to harm us, then help everyone survive." Hearing that, Vinton immediately summoned a series of pale blue bubbles. Xing Yu curiously asked what those bubbles could actually do. Just then, a vengeful spirit rushing toward Friar suddenly changed targets and lunged at Xing Yu with its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Xing Yu stayed calm and raised his hand, ready to fight. Suddenly, Vinton body expanded, and the tentacles around her swayed with the current. She used her massive body as a shield, blocking the spirit's full-force charge. She then controlled the bubbles to carry the monster far away from Xing Yu. Watching this, Xing Yu finally understood another way the bubbles could be used. He immediately shouted to Friar, ordering fire to reach maximum speed and create a whirlpool that would pull in air and produce countless bubbles. As soon as Fire received the signal, he immediately followed Xing Yu's command. A brilliant light surrounded him, forming a massive cyclone powerful enough to sweep away everything in its path. Vinton immediately joined the fight to support them. She continuously released hundreds of pale blue bubbles across the battlefield. Each bubble trapped a vengeful spirit, leaving them no chance to escape. The bubbles carried the spirits downward like heavy rain, creating a scene both eerie and breathtaking. Seeing this, Xing Yu clenched his fist in excitement, convinced every vengeful spirit had been dealt with. He turned to Vinton with a smile and thanked her for fighting beside them against the Sea Spirit clan's vengeful spirits. As he touched Vinton fading body, Xing Yu anxiously asked if she had exhausted too much of her strength. But the instant he grabbed her, his pupils shrank as a horrifying vision appeared. Terror instantly covered Xing Yu's face. Before him stood a colossal creature with razor-sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. It was clearly a black dragon. Its enormous body slowly emerged, overshadowing everything below. The vengeful spirits looked like grains of sand beneath it, screamings in despair as everyone panicked and shouted that the black dragon had appeared. The crowd scattered in every direction, desperately calling for the Sea Spirit King. The monster opened its hideous jaws, drool flying from its massive fangs like a beast that had starved for ages. Its thunderous roar shook the sea, and its mouth was large enough to swallow an entire ship. Riding the waves, the Sea Spirit King appeared with his trident in hand, glaring at the monster in fury. Without hesitation, he hurled the trident with all his might, unleashing terrifying power. Xing Yu jerked his hand away from Vinton, his face turning pale as if he had just awakened from a nightmare. He quickly wondered if the terrifying black dragon could be Shang Jun, but that made no sense since the Sea Spirit clan vanished over 200 years ago, and the Dragon of Despair was known as Ni He. Xing Yu seriously asked Vinton where the Sea Spirit King was, and whether he had defeated the black dragon. But Vinton remained silent, and the two simply stared at each other. Xing Yu mocked himself for being naive. Since Ni He still existed while the Sea Spirit clan had vanished, he decided to search for the treasure on his own. About an hour later, Xing Yu and Friar looked upward, but there was still no exit. The only path seemed to be the pillar of light above, so Friar flew straight toward it. He grabbed Xing Yu, spread all four wings, and shot into the sky. The two quickly escaped that place. Behind them, only Vinton remained, standing alone in silence. Friar carried Xing Yu directly toward the pillar of light rising from the center of the land. Looking down from above, Xing Yu suddenly saw two vengeful spirits fighting each other. The green spirit effortlessly tore apart the blue one, making Xing Yu suspect it was a different kind of spirit, perhaps even a grand monarch beast. Deep beneath the sea, the ancient Yue Palace still stood in silence. the ice surrounding the sea spirit suddenly exploded, shattering the palace that had imprisoned him for countless years. Dark flames engulfed his body as the sea spirit gripped his trident and roared in fury. Xing Yu could only stare in complete disbelief. The Sea Spirit King charged forward with overwhelming force, determined to crush anyone in his way. Just then, Vinton Lung appeared beside Xing Yu, startling him before immediately releasing a bubble. The bubble shot straight toward the Sea Spirit, shocking everyone who witnessed it. Even the Sea Spirit widened his eyes as he saw the attack approaching. Without hesitation, he hurled 7 tridents in rapid succession to intercept it. The tridents sliced through the water at incredible speed, aiming directly at the bubble. The collision triggered a massive explosion that shook the entire sea. The shockwave blasted everyone away, and Xing Yu slammed into something so hard that he gritted his teeth in pain. At the same time, an immense darkness continued, gathering around the sea spirit. A strange blue glow spread across his body, and the overwhelming pressure shattered the surrounding reefs. The sea spirit calmly raised his head. His gaze locked onto Xing Yu's group above, before he tightened his grip on the trident and resumed the pursuit. Fryer immediately grabbed Xing Yu and accelerated to escape the deadly chase. But moments later, both of them were swept away. A gigantic whirlpool appeared, spinning them violently until Xing Yu became so dizzy he could not even open his eyes. Even so, the sea spirit stayed right behind them, determined not to let his prey escape. At the critical moment, Vinton, resting in Xing Yu's arms, suddenly burst with dazzling light. A massive barrier instantly formed around Xing Yu, barely blocking the sea spirit's fatal strike. The Sea Spirit King slowly lowered the tip of his trident toward the water. He stood there in silence, as if deep in thought. Sensing an opening, Xing Yu held Vinton tightly and urged everyone to move. Freya understood immediately and dove straight down. She prepared to ambush the Sea Spirit King, but he spotted her at the last second. With a single turn, the Sea Spirit sent Freya flying. She lost all sense of direction from the impact. Her body slammed into a boulder, and she passed out instantly. The Sea Spirit King continued gathering power, creating a gigantic whirlpool that left Xing Yu desperate. He quickly shouted for Freya to come back, but the moment he finished speaking, the attack suddenly changed direction. This time, Freya was the target. Xing Yu instantly realized the situation had become extremely dangerous. In a panic, he asked Vinton if she had any backup plan, otherwise, they would all die here. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly flashed beneath the water. The control center had finally been activated. With no other choice, Xing Yu swam toward the ancient city at full speed, knowing any delay meant certain death. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself through the entrance. At last, Xing Yu made it inside the city and surfaced above the water. Breathing in the fresh air, he let out a sigh of relief after finally escaping. Before him stood an ancient palace that had long fallen into ruin. At its center sat a mysterious figure upon a throne. Xing Yu gently laid Vinton on the ground. Then he slowly walked forward. Looking at the figure that had turned to stone, Xing Yu wondered who it was. At that moment, Vinton spoke with a trembling voice. Xing Yu was shocked that she could speak. Vinton shyly apologized and introduced herself as Princess Vini of the Sea Spirit clan. She also revealed that Jie Qing had been turned to stone long ago. Sadly pointing at the statue, she said it was Guifan, a vanguard under Nai He, and the one responsible for the Sea Spirit clan's souls never finding peace. Vini earnestly begged Xing Yu to destroy him, because she had waited many years for the hero who could fulfill that wish. After hearing her story, Xing Yu asked what would happen to the Sea Spirit souls once everything was over. Vini smiled with quiet sorrow and said they were only wandering spirits who longed to be freed. Xing Yu fell silent in thought. In the end, he nodded in agreement and summoned He Feng into battle. Following Xing Yu's command, He Feng immediately unleashed Earth Eye Burst Roar. But at that exact moment, the Sea Spirit King burst out of the water. His face was filled with rage. The Sea Spirit King immediately launched a fierce assault. He stood before the statue and shattered every incoming attack with his trident. Then he raised his head and let out a roar that echoed through the entire chamber. Seeing how stubbornly the Sea Spirit King protected the statue, Xing Yu could not help complaining that he simply would not give up. In the middle of the tense battle, the area suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Xing Yu immediately shouted Freya's name. Beside him, Vini quietly added that the noble Sea Spirit King had become a puppet under Hui Rong's control. Hearing that, Xing Yu became even more determined and declared that he would defeat him. Vini softly said that although she did not wish to see the Sea Spirit King harmed, she still hoped Xing Yu could defeat him and free everyone. Xing Yu immediately ordered He Feng to prepare the ultimate skill, Lightning Earth Rend. He took a deep breath and locked his eyes on the Sea Spirit King. The moment He Feng roared, the Sea Spirit King charged first. Spotting the incoming attack, He Feng quickly dodged to the side. Without missing the chance, He Feng slashed with his claws. A surge of lightning burst from his claws and struck the Sea Spirit King. The blow made him roar in pain, but in the next instant, he grabbed He Feng's leg. With only one hand, The Sea Spirit King slammed Hai Feng into the ground. He pressed forward again. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, Xing Yu summoned Shadow Clone in time to stop him. At the same time, Friar seized the chance to attack from behind. Unfortunately, the Sea Spirit King had already seen through the plan. He immediately summoned wild spirits to join the battle. Their sudden appearance left everyone stunned. Friar barely had time to react before being forced onto the defensive. Although he blocked the attack, he still suffered serious injuries. Seeing Friar stagger, Xing Yu immediately told him to use Holy Light Protection to defend himself. The Sea Spirit King kept closing in. Luckily, the barrier blocked the full force of his attack just in time. Knowing there was no time left, Vini told Xing Yu that she and the spirit beasts would hold her father back while he destroyed the red orb. Xing Yu immediately rushed toward the stone statue at full speed. Seeing his daughter in danger, the Sea Spirit King hurled his trident at her with deadly intent. Vini was struck and cried out in agony. Xing Yu shouted her name in panic. Enduring the pain, Vini urged him to ignore her and finish the mission, or everything would be lost. Xing Yu quickly reached out and grabbed the red orb from Guifan. The moment his hand touched it, the Sea Spirit King suddenly shouted for him to stop. Xing Yu looked confused and asked what he was trying to prevent. Even so, he yanked the orb away. Caught off guard, the orb slipped from his hand. It hit the ground and shattered into countless pieces. Xing Yu angrily demanded to know why the Sea Spirit King stopped him from destroying it. At that moment, Vinton's body suddenly turned crimson and she burst into triumphant laughter. She smiled with satisfaction at the result before her. Her completely different demeanor sent chills down Xing Yu's spine. The jelly-like fluid inside her body kept dripping onto the floor. Vinton gave a sinister smile and calmly said it was time to reveal her true identity. Both Xing Yu and the Sea Spirit King were stunned by her words. They stood frozen in place. Vinton revealed herself as Vincent Nunes, the former deep-sea vanguard of the Demon Beast Army, infamous for cunning and cruelty. Xing Yu clenched his fists. Furious, he accused Vincent of deceiving him, but Vincent calmly admitted that deception was simply her race's nature. Saving Xing Yu before had only been mutual exploitation, and neither owed the other anything. Xing Yu demanded to know why she betrayed the Sea Spirit clan, if she belonged to it as well. Vincent sneered and claimed that following Manhwa was the only right choice, while the fate of the Sea Spirit clan meant nothing to her. She revealed her resentment because the Sea Spirit King would rather let the entire clan perish than pass its power to her, choosing someone else instead. The moment she finished speaking, the Sea Spirit King charged forward. Vincent casually knocked him away and mocked him for still trying to suppress her. The Sea Spirit King weakly called out, "Father," before crashing into the wall. Right then, a purple spear suddenly shot out from the cloud of dust. The spear pierced straight through Vincent's abdomen. The Sea Spirit King rushed in and tore her body apart. But Vincent was even more ruthless. She slammed him away with her tentacles. Vincent roared in anger, saying the dead should stay buried instead of interfering with her plans. She then offered Xing Yu a deal, promising to spare his life and recommend him to join Manhwa if he helped kill the Sea Spirit King. Xing Yu frowned and repeated, "Work with Manhwa?" He immediately pointed at Vincent and said he had long been on Manhwa's assassination list, so there was no reason to cooperate. He then ordered Hai Feng and Friar to keep attacking. Vincent laughed coldly and mocked a mere South Beast master for daring to challenge her. She coldly admitted she had never planned to keep her promise, because both the Sea Spirit King and Xing Yu would die in the end. As soon as she finished speaking, Vincent threw back her head and spewed all the fluid from her body. The liquid splashed across the entire hall. It was a powerful acid capable of corroding anything. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was flooded with deadly acid. Realizing the danger, Xing Yu immediately retreated to keep his distance. At that point, only 2 safe spots remained for the group. Just then, a strange beam of light suddenly erupted from the center of the hall. Both Vincent and the Sea Spirit King were shocked by the sight. Neither of them could say a word. Xing Yu turned around and instantly realized it was the key. He quickly figured out that the Sea Spirit clan's treasure could only be unlocked with the key now in Vincent's possession. Duo Dian let out a furious roar. Sensing the tide power and the Sea Spirit scepter, she was stunned that the one she had looked down on was still alive. Without hesitation, Vinton Nan charged forward and demanded the tide power back, ordering the other side to return it immediately. At that moment, the key suddenly burst with dazzling light, leaving everyone speechless. Consumed by rage, she charged like a savage beast. But at the critical moment, the Sea Spirit King suddenly grabbed him and used his own body to stop the attack. He burned the last of his strength just to hold the enemy back for one more moment. Furious, she flung Hai Ling King aside and shouted through gritted teeth, "You will never stop me." The counterattack was so devastating that his body shattered on the spot. At the same time, Guifan crashed hard onto the ground. Suddenly, Guifin's body burst into a brilliant light unlike anything seen before. Seeing the scene, Vinton Nan could only scream in despair. The memory drifted back to the past. Back then, she angrily questioned Hailing King about why he would give the tide power to an outsider when she was the only rightful heir. Hailing King calmly replied that he had never given that power to anyone, and no human could possess it yet. Filled with hatred, Vinton Nan swore she would remember those words and make her father pay one day. After she stormed off, Gui Fin worriedly asked why he refused to explain the truth. He only let out a quiet sigh. Hailing King then revealed that the tide power ruling the seas came from the sea dragon god. Now only a lifeless dragon egg remained, so explaining the truth would only invite greater disaster. He entrusted the mission of reviving the dragon egg to the only one he truly trusted, because only a Hailing clansman loyal to their promise could complete that mission. Gui Fin accepted without hesitation. At that moment, Gui Fin caught a glimpse of Xing Yu. The scene quickly shifted to a secret base deep beneath the sea. Manhwa dreamed of ruling the ocean. He believed that if he absorbed the power of a pureblood dragon, the entire Sea Clan would submit to him. But the Hailing clan base was too heavily fortified, leaving him unsure who to send. Just then, a subordinate reported that a girl claiming to be from the Hailing clan wished to meet him. Manhwa only smirked. It seemed the prey had walked right to his door. Meanwhile, Xing Yu curiously walked over to speak with Gui Fin. Gui Fin slowly explained that the Hailing clan was born from dragons and survived because of dragons. Even at the end of her life, she failed to fully hatch the dragon egg. Perhaps that was the fate of their entire race. Hearing this, Xing Yu asked where the tide power and the dragon egg were now. Gui Fin calmly revealed that she had merged with the dragon egg and had become the new Hailing king. Xing Yu was stunned and asked if she really was the Hailing king. She gently nodded, then sadly admitted that she had died long ago. Seeing her strange behavior, Xing Yu asked in confusion. Gui Fin smiled and said it was simply because she had finally smelled the scent of her homeland again, after so many years. Xing Yu suddenly realized she had probably sensed the dragon aura within him. Trusting Xing Yu, Gui Fin said he gave her the same sense of belonging as one of her own people, so she decided to pass the tide power and her final gift to him. Xing Yu accepted the gift and sincerely thanked her. Before her figure completely faded away, Gui Fin earnestly asked him to promise her one thing. She said with deep longing that if Xing Yu ever returned to her homeland, he should see how it had changed for her. Looking at the floating fragments around them, Xing Yu asked in confusion which planet she meant. The next moment, he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes back in reality. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Xing Yu was shocked to realize it was the Hailing clan's sacred relic, known as the Eye of Tidal Dusk. He carefully examined the exquisitely crafted ring when the system suddenly appeared. The system updated the information on the Eye of Tidal Dusk. It was the hereditary sacred relic of the Hailing clan, and the legacy left behind by Hailing King. It could control the power of the sea, but its full potential could only be unleashed in the ocean, or during rainy days on land. The sacred relic had 3 forms. The first was the Eye of Tidal Dusk. When worn, it continuously restored spirit power, increased combat strength at sea, and opened paths to unexplored waters. The second was the Longyuan Dragon Trident, transforming into a golden trident capable of controlling ocean waves and unleashing devastating water attacks, while the Seaquake skill remained locked. The final form was the Sea Soul Beast Along Jing, allowing its user to summon Along Jing into reality with the power of the Hailing clan. This creature possessed the strength of a beast emperor and commanded the primal power of the ocean. It would continue growing stronger alongside its master. After reading the full description, Xing Yu was left speechless. What shocked him most was that Along Jing had the potential to grow into a Titan Beast Emperor. Right then, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted across the entire battlefield. Both Vinton Nan and Hailing King could not hide their shock. Both sides instinctively retreated at once. Vinton Nan roared in fury, unable to accept that the tide power had fallen into the hands of an outsider. Xing Yu smirked calmly and raised the relic in mockery. Want this back? Those words only pushed Vinton Nan into an even greater rage. Without hesitation, Xing Yu activated the Eye of Tidal Dusk and switched it into its third form. In an instant, a gigantic dragon appeared before everyone. Vinton Nan froze in shock. The system immediately displayed the information for the Sea Soul Beast Along Jing. It was a rank 1 Titan Beast Emperor carrying the mutated bloodline of the ancient Azure Dragon and the Dragon Clan. Its first talent was Tide, tripling all attributes in water while allowing it to control ocean currents. Its second talent was Dragon Might, which could suppress all creatures without dragon blood, and it could also self-destruct to deal massive area damage while healing allies. Its attributes were Water, Spirit, and Darkness, with absolute loyalty. It also possessed powerful skills such as Ocean Barrier, Raging Waves, Dragon Roar, Ultrasonic Wave, Wrath of the Sea God, and many more. Even Hailing King was left stunned by the appearance of such a terrifying creature. Vinton Nan immediately launched her poison dragon at Along Jing, determined to kill it no matter what species it was. Xing Yu instantly ordered Along Jing to use Water Dragon Breath. Following the command, it opened its mouth and unleashed a roaring torrent. Vinton Nan was horrified to discover that her power had been completely neutralized, making her even more furious. She clenched her teeth in frustration. Once a divine beast, she had now fallen to nothing more than a Titan beast emperor. Along Jing continued firing streams of pure water. The attack directly erased her poison-piercing skill. Realizing she was at a disadvantage, Vinton Nan immediately dived into a nearby lake. She used the water to rapidly restore her strength. The moment her power returned, she prepared a sneak attack. But Along Jing had already predicted her move. It spun around at incredible speed. Then it blasted a violent stream of water straight at Vinton Nan's hiding place. Forced into the open, Vinton Nan launched a fierce counterattack. Poisonous energy instantly covered her body as she charged forward. Xingyu calmly shouted, "Use ultrasonic wave." A devastating sound wave exploded across the battlefield. The overwhelming pressure left the entire swarm of jellyfish completely dazed. Even so, a few still managed to cling onto Along Jing. In the blink of an eye, it was struck again and again by the poisonous jellyfish. Seeing this, Vinton Nan grinned, convinced she finally had the chance to finish her enemy. But just as she rushed forward, she suddenly stopped. Along Jing was still standing proudly before her. It looked completely unaffected. A moment later, countless bleeding wounds suddenly appeared all over Xingyu's body. The unbearable pain forced him to let out a loud scream. Blood poured from the corner of his mouth as his body doubled over. Vinton Nan laughed triumphantly, convinced Xingyu's beast had been fatally poisoned and would soon die. Xingyu simply folded his arms and smiled with complete disdain. The next moment, he decisively ordered Along Jing to bite her. Without a second thought, Along Jing charged straight at Vinton Nan. She panicked and shouted that her body was filled with deadly poison, warning that it would only kill the beast faster. Ignoring the threat, Xingyu ordered it to use dragon power together with Mutation Burst. Vinton Nan instantly realized the situation was completely out of control. As Along Jing folded its wings to unleash the attack, she screamed in panic and begged to be spared. But before she could finish, a massive explosion erupted. Rocks flew everywhere as overwhelming energy swept through the entire area. Xingyu could only close his eyes and shield his face from the debris. When everything finally settled, thick smoke still filled the entire chamber. Vinton Nan finally collapsed, barely clinging to life. She lay motionless on the ground while Xingyu recalled Along Jing into the eye of tidal dusk. With her final breath, Vinton Nan still cried out in resentment, asking why the Tide Power always chose an outsider. Xingyu coldly replied that her own greed had destroyed her entire clan, so she had never deserved that power. Hearing those words, Vinton Nan burst into a crazed laugh and wondered if she truly had never been worthy. Lying weakly on the ground, she choked back tears and admitted that what had haunted her was never the Tide Power itself, but her unwillingness to accept the truth. After those final words, Vinton Nan slowly closed her eyes. The room immediately fell into an eerie silence. Outside, darkness continued to swallow the glowing tower. The remaining souls within the castle slowly faded away like sea foam. Even after losing his head, Hailing King still gripped his trident tightly. Xingyu looked at him in shock and asked, "Are you still going to fight?" Hailing King said nothing and quietly kept walking. He slowly stopped in front of Xingyu with a look of deep respect. Standing before him, he bowed in gratitude and drove the trident into the ground. The earth cracked open as seawater surged upward. Hailing King's body slowly faded away, leaving behind his final words of thanks. He sincerely thanked Xingyu and entrusted him with his final wish, asking him to lead those who remained. At that moment, countless souls flew out from within the ancient city. They circled endlessly above Guifin. The souls sobbed with sorrow and longing. Xingyu nodded and accepted their request, telling them not to cry anymore, because their king had finally found peace and would never suffer again. Xingyu declared that instead of guarding an empty throne forever, they should follow him. Raising both hands, he made a solemn vow. As Xingyu of the human race, he promised to avenge the Hailing clan. The moment they heard those words, every merfolk soul turned toward him. Carrying new hope, they immediately flew to his side. Without hesitation, every one of them willingly chose to follow Xingyu. One by one, the souls merged into the ring, causing the relic to shine with dazzling light as it absorbed their power. The system immediately updated its information. The Tide Dragon Eye was the sacred relic of the Hailing clan, a legacy artifact with the power to command the ocean, reaching its full potential only at sea or during rainfall. It could freely switch between three forms. The first was the original Tide Dragon Eye, which continuously restored spirit power, boosted combat ability at sea, and opened hidden sea routes. The second was the Longyuan Dragon Trident, transforming into a golden dragon-patterned trident that controlled waves and tides while unleashing devastating water, attacks powerful enough to shake the ocean floor. The final form was the Sea Soul Beast Along Jing, summoning an Along Jing with the strength of a Titan Beast Emperor and the primal power of the Sea God. Its strength would grow alongside its master, but if destroyed, it could not be summoned again for 72 hours. Right after that, the system announced that the Divine Spark Resonance feature had officially been unlocked. Xing Yu quietly observed everything before him and thought for a moment. In the end, he chose the trident form and firmly accepted the responsibility, declaring that he would carry their burden from now on. Heavy rain continued to pour over Snake Island. A search party carrying lanterns spread out across the island, looking everywhere for Xing Yu. Murong muttered that his daughter insisted Xing Yu was still alive and had even exchanged messages with him, so the kid had most likely fallen into the Hai Ling clan ruins. Just then, Xing Yu shouted to him from the mountaintop. Murong nearly burst into tears with relief. He had finally found Xing Yu, because if he returned without him, his daughter would never let him hear the end of it. Xing Yu laughed and replied that his life was far from over, so he was not dying that easily. But the moment Murong noticed what was behind Xing Yu, he immediately shouted for him to get behind him. Turning around, Xing Yu saw countless Hai Ling clan souls flying toward them. Murong instantly stepped in front of Xing Yu, believing the sea soul beasts were dangerous, vengeful spirits, and preparing to face them himself. Xing Yu simply smiled and told him there was nothing to worry about. He then raised the sacred relic and, in the name of the Hai Ling king, guided every soul back to its final resting place. Hearing his call, every soul stopped where it was. Then they slowly drifted toward the sacred relic. At last, they transformed into countless white lights and completely merged into the relic. Murong curiously asked what had happened. Xing Yu explained how he had been ambushed by the Dark Knight Bat Emperor, accidentally fallen into the Hai Ling clan ruins, and inherited the legacy of the entire clan. After hearing the story, even Murong admitted that Xing Yu truly was blessed by fate. Murong then urged them to return at once and report the Dark Knight Bat Emperor's attack to His Majesty. However, Xing Yu calmly asked him to wait a little longer. His 4-star beast tamer examination was still not over, leaving Murong no choice but to agree. The scene shifted to Fu City under a relentless downpour. Inside a house, Xiezhong believed Xing Yu was already dead, so there was no need for him to make another move. At that moment, Wei Un admitted that even if Xing Yu was gone, he still could not accept it. Xiezhong let out a cold laugh and told his son that his vision was still far too narrow. In his eyes, Xing Yu had only succeeded because of his talent, but in the end, he was nothing more than a passing figure in his son's life. The one who survived to the very end would be the true winner. After hearing that, Wei Un convinced himself his father was admitting he could never match Xing Yu, and that talent alone decided every victory and defeat. The moment Xing Yu hugged the Thunder Jade Kalin, he beamed with joy and declared the little guy finally belonged to him. Shangguan gently reminded him the Qilin still did not seem to like him, and offered to catch another one instead. Xing Yu refused right away, saying this was the one he wanted, and believing they would get along soon. She asked again, because Qilins carried an incredibly noble bloodline, and were famous for being impossible to tame, wondering if he had enough patience. Xing Yu confidently claimed he would not need long, and that one day was enough to make it willingly accept him. While the blood contract ceremony was taking place, Xiezhong asked his son if he still remembered the Xie family's greatest ambition. Ruan An answered without hesitation that their goal was to make the entire Ngund the property of the Xie family, while Xielian secretly listened nearby. Hearing those words, she realized her father and brother wanted the whole world to belong to the Xie family. Right then, Xiezhong's phone suddenly rang. After hearing the report, he was shocked to learn Xing Yu was still alive and had already been escorted into the imperial palace. Ruan An was equally stunned. Xiezhong immediately ordered Ruan An to enter the imperial palace under the excuse of visiting the princess. Ruan An rushed off at once, while Xie Lian hurried after him and called for her brother to wait. At Yelan Hall, Shangguan Lan looked at Xing Yu with deep admiration. She praised him for never disappointing her, and said he reminded her of her younger days. Xing Yu humbly replied that everything was thanks to the Empress, or he would never have reached this point. She then reminded him of their agreement. She asked if Xing Yu still remembered the promise he had made before. Seeing his confused face, she could only shake her head because he clearly remembered nothing. Shangguan Lan reminded him that passing the 4-star trial earned him a royal beast Qilin. The reward had now been delivered, so she told him to bring it forward. The Thunder Jade Qilin stepped before everyone. Its massive body towered over the Great Hall with an overwhelming presence. The Empress smiled and asked if he still had the same confidence as before. She gave him exactly 1 day, and if the Thunder Jade Qilin still refused the blood contract afterward, she would take the reward back. Xing Yu quickly tried to bargain for 2 days, but Shangguan Lan teased that she preferred the confident version of him, instead of someone backing down so fast. In the end, Xing Yu accepted the 1-day limit and encouraged himself by remembering all the miracles he had created before. Shangguan Lan waved him away and told him to return tomorrow. Xing Yu walked over to the Thunder Jade Qilin, called to it warmly, and invited it outside with him. Just then, Shangguan Chan appeared and explained that the Qilin naturally favored those with the Shangguan bloodline, so he should not expect too much. Xing Yu was surprised to see her. The princess gently asked the Thunder Jade Kilin to stay with Xingyu for one day. If it truly refused afterward, neither she nor the Empress would force it. Watching its reaction, Xingyu admitted the Shangguan bloodline really was effective. He then activated the demon god's eye to inspect its information. The data showed it was a pure-blood Thunder Jade Kilin at 1-star body completion with mythic quality. Its lightning sense talent tripled all attributes during thunderstorms. Flying Thunder Mark let it mark a target and instantly teleport behind them. 2 more talents would unlock after evolving into Supreme Body Grade, namely, Blood Nurturing Divine Thunder, that caused mental chaos, and Thunder Purification that summoned 18 heavenly lightning strikes across a wide area. It also possessed a Lightning Prison skill, an Unopened Awakening skill, a multi-stage evolution path, and especially loved playing in the rain and grinding its teeth. Seeing the rain outside, Xingyu realized it was the perfect chance to raise its affection, and all he needed now was a suitable lightning ore for it to chew on. He also remembered its affection was only around 30 points before. With that in mind, Xingyu asked Shangguan Chan where he could find lightning attribute ore. She curiously asked why he needed it, and he replied that it was obviously to win over the Thunder Jade Kilin. Shangguan Chan laughed and joked that he cared for his royal beast even more than people. Xingyu immediately flattered her by calling her a beautiful and kind young lady, making her blush before finally agreeing to help. At that moment, Ruanan arrived. As soon as he got there, he loudly ordered Xingyu to stay away from Her Highness, the princess. Shangguan Chan immediately stepped in front of Xingyu and coldly declared that he was her friend. Until she told him to leave, no one else had the right to drive him away. Xingyu looked at Ron An and recognized him as the same opponent he had defeated before, leaving the man speechless. He then cheerfully greeted Xie Lian behind him, saying it had been a long time, and she looked much better. She only replied with a cold and brief thank you. Gathering his courage, Ruan An confessed to the princess that he had liked her since childhood. Shangguan Chan cut him off immediately and made it clear she had no feelings for him at all. Not wanting to stay any longer, she invited Xingyu to the Treasure Ore Bureau. Xingyu immediately called the Thunder Jade Kilin to follow. Xingyu and Shangguan Chan casually walked past them, leaving Ruan An and his group standing behind. Watching them leave, Ruan An grew even more furious. In his eyes, Xingyu was the super rookie champion, the hero who saved Huangyan City, a threat feared by countless forces, and someone who enjoyed special treatment from the princess. He had survived against all odds and even obtained the Thunder Jade Kilin. Ruan An could not understand why all the luck kept falling into Xingyu's hands. Xie Lian softly urged her brother to stop fighting Xingyu. Since he had already lost, he should accept it and move on. The moment he heard that, Ruan An turned and grabbed his sister by the throat. He shouted that Xie Lian had lost her fighting spirit. In his eyes, Xingyu was both their greatest enemy and the biggest obstacle in their path, so he had to be eliminated. She was never allowed to defend him. Struggling to breathe, Xie Lian could only apologize and beg her brother to spare her. Meanwhile, Xingyu curiously asked if Ruan An was the one pursuing the princess. Shangguan Chan said that was more or less true, but so many people chased after her that the line stretched from the Imperial City to the Long Kingdom border, and he was nowhere near the front. She added that countless people pursued her because she was the princess of the Long Kingdom, but most only wanted the title of prince consort instead of truly caring about her. Ruan An was no different. She even joked that Ruan An still ranked below Xingyu. Hearing that, Xingyu widened his eyes and asked if the princess was interested in him too. The question made Shangguan Chan blush. She quickly denied it and scolded him for always calculating personal gain, saying it was obvious at a glance. Just then, a familiar fragrance suddenly drifted through the air, making Xingyu stop in his tracks. He immediately followed the scent and realized it was identical to the Demon Glow flower that City Lord Zhu Xiong had once given him. Shangguan Chan confirmed it was indeed the Demon Glow flower, and that the fragrance came from the Royal Academy of Science. Hearing that name left Xingyu completely stunned. He instantly switched to a flattering tone and begged Shangguan Chan to take him to the Royal Academy of Science. She could only sigh and call him a shameless opportunist. Even while complaining, she grabbed Xingyu's hand and led him away, saying she would show him the most advanced scientific research institute in the Long Kingdom. Upon arriving, Xingyu was amazed by the sheer scale of the Royal Academy of Science and could not stop praising it as the nation's greatest research center. Shangguan Chan laughed and told him to stop flattering her. Seeing that he only cared about the Demon Glow flower, she simply told him to go take it. Xingyu happily thanked her and walked inside. The scene before him broadened his horizons with all kinds of strange mechanical royal beasts, from enormous machines submerged in giant tanks to combat models equipped with modern weapons. There was even a gigantic display model of the mechanical sea god Leviathan. Shangguan Chan explained that technology was the foundation of the Long Kingdom's growth. While magic beasts constantly threatened the land, and not everyone could become a beast master, mechanical royal beasts could be mass-produced, never feared sacrifice, strengthened national defense, and created jobs for ordinary people. Xingyu curiously asked how powerful they really were. Just as she was about to explain, a mechanical royal beast suddenly charged toward them. Alarmed voices shouted that mechanical revelation had gone out of control. Without hesitation, Xingyu stepped in front of the princess and warned her to be careful. The machine quickly locked onto the two of them as its targets. Its mechanical arm immediately began releasing a stream of poisonous gas. Its glowing mechanical eyes signaled that it had entered attack mode. A researcher rushed over and warned that Revelation had been equipped with a body completion combat module, making it extremely dangerous, and urged the princess to leave immediately. Shangguan Chan calmly replied that there was nothing to worry about while she was here. Besides, mechanical royal beasts also needed real combat data, so she told Xingyu to fight without holding back. Hearing that, he confirmed one last time that he would not be punished even if he destroyed the machine. After getting her approval, Xingyu immediately summoned his royal beast and declared that he would show no mercy this time. "Hey Feng, let's go." Hey Feng let out a thunderous roar the moment it appeared, its eyes locking onto the massive machine ahead. Xingyu calmly ordered Hey Feng to use lightning prison burst. Hey Feng fired a massive purple energy sphere straight at the target. Violent flames instantly swallowed the entire machine. But when the fire faded, mechanical revelation stood completely unharmed. Xingyu was stunned because lightning prison burst ignored defense, yet it failed to leave even a scratch. The machine's rank was clearly far higher than expected. The machine opened its mouth, revealing a hidden cannon inside. A barrage of firepower immediately blasted toward Haifeng. Xingyu quickly ordered Haifeng to use Shadow Sneak to evade. The two attacks collided and triggered a massive explosion. Mechanical revelation was forced backward by the impact, cracking the ground beneath it. Even so, Haifeng was thrown high into the air by the shockwave. Watching the entire exchange, Xingyu realized the machine could analyze the battle and respond almost instantly. It truly lived up to the Royal Academy of Sciences' reputation. Without hesitation, he ordered Haifeng to use Judgment Blade, channeling all its power into a devastating tail strike. The machine reacted at incredible speed and instantly raised a shield to block the attack. Xingyu immediately directed Haifeng to circle behind the enemy and strike from its blind spot. But the rear of the mechanical royal beast was no safer because it also concealed deadly weapons. Sensing the danger, Haifeng immediately raised its guard. Two cannons hidden on the machine's back activated at the same time. Beams of energy shot straight at Haifeng, forcing it to duck out of the way. The blasts slammed into the wall behind, triggering another violent explosion. Seeing that, Xingyu became even more excited because this mechanical royal beast was unbelievably powerful. Haifeng could only complain, reminding Xingyu that he should worry about his partner first. At that moment, strange liquid suddenly spread across the ground. Haifeng quickly escaped the cannon's targeting range. It kept moving non-stop, skillfully avoiding every incoming attack. Xingyu quickly came up with a plan, telling Haifeng to get close and use Silent Claw. Understanding instantly, Haifeng calmly searched for an opening. After careful observation, it found the machine's weak point at the neck. The moment the cannon ran out of energy, Haifeng shouted that this was the chance. Just as the enemy combined both arms into one gigantic cannon, Haifeng slipped behind it and unleashed Silent Claw. The claw struck the target's head, activating its disabling effect at the perfect moment. Xingyu seized the opening and immediately ordered Lightning Eye Fire Lotus. Haifeng landed behind the machine and unleashed all of its power as blazing flames erupted. A massive torrent of fire crashed straight into the mechanical royal beast. Thick smoke covered the battlefield while arcs of electricity exploded around the machine. Its entire body froze as violent current spread across its frame. Its glowing eyes flickered as if they were about to explode before all movement gradually stopped. In the end, the machine completely lost its ability to fight and collapsed motionless. Xingyu let out a sigh of relief. Even after defeating it, he had to admit its armor was unbelievably tough. It had taken a direct hit from Lightning Eye Fire Lotus, and still suffered only about 43% damage. If it had not run out of energy, the battle would have lasted much longer. Shangguan Chan explained that this was the result of Xuanji technology, famous for its unique defensive designs. Hearing that name, Xingyu immediately remembered. It was the technology founded by Lin Bei Xuan, and asked for confirmation. Shangguan Chan nodded and explained that most magical equipment and mechanical royal beasts across the nation were built on Xuanji technology. Even the Azure Mystic Wine Sword used by Freyr had been created by them. Xing Yu quietly judged Lin Xuan to be an incredibly formidable figure. He was not only the nation's leading technology expert, but also a 9-star beast master and one of the 4 guardian beast kings. If Xing Yu wanted to challenge Shangguanlan in the future, he would have to find a way to earn Lin Xuan's support. Just then, an elderly man approached and thanked Xing Yu for stepping in to help, leaving him surprised. Shangguan Qian immediately introduced him as Meng Zhongguang, the president of the Royal Academy of Science, whom everyone respectfully called Elder Meng. Elder Meng looked at Xing Yu with admiration, praising him as an outstanding young talent. He said he had already heard about the battle at Huangyan's city and asked what had brought Xing Yu here. Xing Yu got straight to the point, explaining that his heavenly soul lamp needed demon glow flower nectar and that he hoped to obtain as much of it as possible. Elder Meng was surprised to hear that, because the heavenly soul lamp was a plant-type royal beast with an ancient bloodline. He turned to Shangguan Qian as if asking for confirmation. Meng Lao then decided to give Xing Yu 10 magic glow flowers, because he was the princess's friend, but Xing Yu boldly asked for more since 10 was far from enough. Seeing hundreds of magic glow flowers in the garden, Xing Yu figured even 15 would not satisfy Xiao Min. Still, he did not want to put Shangguan Qian in an awkward spot by asking for too much. Just then, Hong Xuan rushed over with news that the 8th trial of Project Calamity 379 had failed again. Meng Zhongguang could only sigh because this had happened too many times. Hong Xuan remained deeply worried because the Empress valued this project above all else, making Xing Yu curious. He asked Meng Lao to explain what Project Calamity 379 was, saying he might even be able to help. Hong Xuan immediately looked doubtful, believing someone as young as Xing Yu had no place in such a top-secret project. Meng Zhongguang thought differently. He decided to give Xing Yu a chance and handed over all the research files. Xing Yu thanked Meng Lao for trusting him. Meng Lao made it clear that if Xing Yu failed, the reward would still be only 10 magic glow flowers, and Xing Yu agreed without hesitation. After reading the files, Xing Yu learned that flying insect-type demonic beasts were weak alone, but existed in overwhelming numbers. Every swarm could wipe out an entire city. Project Calamity 379 was created to stop millions of them at once, but after 3 years and 8 attempts, the researchers still had not succeeded. Xing Yu opened the files and carefully read every page. Zhongguang admitted he did not expect Xing Yu to solve everything. Even a few ideas would be helpful, but after only a quick look, Xing Yu spotted a mistake in the data. Everyone was stunned and quickly asked what he had found. Xing Yu pointed at the formula and explained that the mixing ratio between electric spirit soil and ice marrow fluid was wrong. Changing it to a ratio of 1 to 2.35 would greatly improve the success rate. Zhongguang took the files back with a doubtful look and asked how Xing Yu could be so certain and whether he even knew anything about alchemy. Xing Yu calmly replied that he was a special alchemist of the Kangjiong Guild. Although still unconvinced, Zhongguang felt it was worth trying Xing Yu's method since it was better than starting everything over from scratch. Zhongguang immediately ordered Hong Xuan to verify the formula in a small-scale testing area, and she quickly carried out the order. 2 hours later, Hong Xuan rushed back with exciting news. The researchers had followed Xing Yu's formula, and the experiment was a complete success. Inside the testing area, all 3,000 blood-refining emperor insects had been completely wiped out. Seeing the results, Zhongguang trembled with excitement. After 8 straight failures, the project had finally succeeded. He grabbed Xing Yu's hand, repeatedly apologizing for underestimating him and thanking him for helping protect the nation's people. Xing Yu humbly said he only hoped to earn a little more merit for himself. Overjoyed, Zhongguang declared that the entire magic glow flower plantation was now open for Xing Yu to use. If it was still not enough, the institute would grow even more. He also sincerely invited Xing Yu to join the Royal Academy of Science. Xing Yu asked about the position of Hot Shi. Shangguan Qian explained that it was the chief advisor of the Royal Academy of Science. The previous holder was Lin Xuan, but after becoming one of the 4 guardian kings and defending the Eastern Dragon Vein, he no longer had time to keep the position. Xing Yu was surprised and asked if he was truly qualified to stand beside such a legendary senior. Zhongguang assured him not to underestimate himself because his talent matched Lin Xuan in his prime and could even reach the level of a 9-star beast tamer. Xing Yu turned to Shangguan Qian for her opinion. She advised him to accept because, as an emperor soul-bearer, holding an official royal position would make many things much easier in the future. After thinking it over, Xing Yu officially joined the Royal Academy of Science and accepted the position of Hot Shi. Zhongguang warmly welcomed him, while Shangguan Qian smiled and joked that he now had a secure future within the royal family. Just then, Xing Yu remembered his plan to visit the Mineral Treasure Bureau. Shangguan Qian suggested going another day, but he immediately refused. Xing Yu explained that he had only 1 day left to capture the Thunder Jade Keelan, so there was no time to delay. Shangguan Qian nodded and agreed to leave at once. Before parting, Zhongguang waved goodbye and promised to have magic glow flower nectar delivered straight to Xing Yu's home. Xing Yu thanked him and said he understood. the scene shifted to the research lab, where the staff surrounded a mechanical beast and discussed it non-stop. Everyone wondered why it had suddenly gone out of control and completely drained its energy, even though it was supposed to fight for an entire day. The staff quickly reported to the vice director that the armor was 48% damaged, the internal structure had suffered 7% damage, and the power core was completely drained. The vice director inserted a card into the machine's central control system, and warning alarms immediately echoed throughout the room. Just a few seconds later, the machine's eyes lit up with their familiar golden glow. Then it suddenly sat upright, as if it had never been defeated. The sight shocked everyone, and the staff feared it was about to go berserk again. The vice director studied it closely and wondered whether Xing Yu had truly fought with full strength or had still been holding back despite causing such damage. Zhongguang thought for a moment before saying that, in his opinion, Xing Yu had not revealed his full power at all. The vice director immediately ordered the entire battle record to be saved and sent directly to the Empress. At the same time, another meeting was taking place inside the headquarters of the Mineral Treasure Bureau. Tai Nan smiled and asked the guest before him what young Master Shi wanted. Young Master Xie said that the mining team had discovered a new 9 Thunder Jade Stone in Phoenix King Valley. Tai Nan explained that it was an extremely rare mineral, perfect for magic artifact research, and that most of it had already been sent to the Xuanji Technology headquarters. Young Master Shi smiled and guessed that Director Luo had surely kept one piece for himself. Director Luo openly admitted that he had indeed secretly kept one block. Young Master Xie got straight to the point. He had recently obtained a top-tier lightning beast and urgently needed a 9 Thunder Jade Stone. He even mentioned his father to add more pressure. Director Luo immediately asked young Master Xie to wait and personally went to retrieve the 9 Thunder Jade Stone. A short while later, Director Luo returned with a box, explaining that the 9 Thunder Jade Stone inside had been mined from more than 1,300 meters underground. He continued praising the treasure, saying its hardness surpassed thousands of industrial minerals. Its resistance to oxidation was exceptional, and it was even tougher than the bones of many beast god-level demonic beasts. Even its color and patterns were worthy of being called a masterpiece. Ruan An was instantly thrilled. He declared that this was exactly what he needed, and was certain his lightning beast would finally evolve successfully. He reached out for the box and promised that if Director Luo ever needed anything, he would gladly return the favor. But just before Ruan An touched it, Director Luo suddenly snapped the box shut. He reminded Ruan An that this was the last remaining 9 Thunder Jade Stone. Ruan An's expression instantly darkened as he reminded Director Luo, who had helped him keep his position at the Mineral Treasure Bureau. Director Luo looked troubled and admitted that he had never forgotten the Xie family's kindness. Seeing that, Ruan An urged him to hand over the stone immediately. Just then, a staff member rushed in and reported that the princess and Lord Xiao had arrived. Director Luo was visibly surprised. He immediately went out to welcome them, respectfully greeted them, and warmly invited them inside. As soon as they met, Xiangguan Chan got straight to the point and asked whether the Mineral Treasure Bureau still had any lightning element minerals with extremely high hardness. Director Luo curiously asked what it would be used for. Xing Yu smiled and explained that his mother had gifted him a kilin, so he needed an outstanding lightning element mineral to nurture it. Hearing that, Director Luo was stunned. Killins were exclusive beasts of the Xiangguan family, yet one had been given to someone with the Xiao surname, making him wonder about Xing Yu's true identity. He immediately asked about Xing Yu's current position. When he learned that Xing Yu had just become Hachi of the Royal Academy of Science, he was even more shocked. Standing nearby, Ruan An burst into laughter and mocked Xing Yu, claiming he was making everything up because just a few hours earlier, he had held no official position. Xiangguan Chan directly confirmed it was true, saying that Meng Zhongguang had personally invited Xing Yu to accept the position, and that the announcement would be made public the very next day. Ruan was left speechless. Director Luo's attitude changed immediately. He repeatedly praised Xing Yu as a rare genius, and willingly brought out the treasure for him. He carefully placed the precious mineral before everyone. Director Luo opened the box and said Xing Yu truly had a sharp eye for recognizing the 9 Thunder Jade Stone at a glance. Since only one piece remained, he was willing to give it to Xing Yu if he wanted it. Ruan An immediately exploded in anger, arguing that he had arrived first. Director Luo calmly replied that arriving first did not guarantee getting it first, and he had never promised to sell the stone to Ruan An. After being rejected, Ruan An resorted to threatening him with the influence of the Xie family. Xiangguan Chan immediately stepped in and demanded to know what right Ruan An had to pressure Director Luo. She warned that if he wanted to rely on power, she could make him pay the price. Ruan An turned to the princess and asked if she was determined to stand with Xing Yu. Xiangguan Chan calmly replied that there was nothing wrong with protecting the person she chose to protect. Seeing the situation had turned against him, Ruan An could only leave in frustration. Although he backed down on the surface, he swore to find a chance to kill Xing Yu and settle this grudge. Xing Yu felt guilty for causing Director Luo to offend the Xie family. Director Luo simply smiled and said that an official could not remain controlled by powerful families forever, and he had already decided to cut ties with the Xie family long ago. Hearing that, Shang Guanshan praised Director Luo for his foresight. The scene shifted to the Xie family estate. Ruan An knelt before his father and admitted that he had failed to obtain the 9 Thunder Jade Stone, so his lightning beast could not evolve. He was consumed by resentment. He begged his father to eliminate Xing Yu and avenge today's humiliation. His father calmly replied that killing someone did not always require doing it personally. Besides, the lightning beast did not have to evolve through the 9 Thunder Jade Stone alone. Ruan An immediately asked for guidance. His father took out a purple void crystal and said the pure lightning energy inside surpassed even the 9 Thunder Jade Stone. He stopped Ruanan from asking more questions and simply told him to follow his instructions. Even so, Ruanan secretly wondered if the crystal was somehow connected to Rakshasa. The next day, the scene shifted to the Peace Forest. Xing Yu held the 9 Thunder Jade Stone in front of Xuan the Qilin and asked if it wanted this gift. He moved the precious stone closer so the Qilin could see it clearly. Then Xing Yu tossed the 9 Thunder Jade Stone straight into the Qilin's mouth and said it was a special gift just for Xuan. The Qilin happily caught the stone and clearly loved it. Seeing its reaction, Xing Yu smiled and asked if Xuan liked the present he had prepared. He raised his hand to activate the contract and thought to himself that this was only the first step, while the next part of the plan was already prepared. Medusa appeared as soon as Xing Yu summoned her and curiously asked why her master had called her. Xing Yu took out the core of the purple naga he had defeated earlier, saying it contained SSS-level power, and asked her to absorb it before helping him with something. Without hesitation, Medusa swallowed the core. The enormous surge of energy quickly spread throughout her body. Medusa's eyes shone brightly, but her expression briefly tightened as she struggled with the overwhelming power. A blue-white light immediately spread outward, surrounding the mirror sphere. Its power continued expanding in every direction. Xing Yu instantly realized the entire area had been pulled into the mirror world. He explained that inside this space, the environment could be changed at will, even creating a thunderstorm. Hearing that, Medusa immediately began testing her new power. Blue streams of energy appeared across the sky, and moments later, rain began to fall. The rain quickly covered the Qilin's body, washing over its scales with a refreshing feeling. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful aura erupted around the Qilin. Xing Yu watched with excitement and asked if the Qilin liked this kind of weather. When it nodded, he smiled and continued. Xing Yu said with a sigh that if the Qilin did not become his beast, it would never be able to enter the mirror world and enjoy rain like this. Then he told Medusa to dismiss the mirror world. As soon as he finished speaking, the mirror world slowly faded away. The Qilin immediately bit onto Xing Yu's coat, as if trying to tell him something. Xing Yu understood and laughed, asking if it had finally agreed to make a contract with him. Medusa sighed from the side, saying her master looked exactly like someone tricking a child, leaving her completely speechless. Xing Yu raised a finger to his mouth and gently bit it. Then he pressed the bleeding fingertip against the Qilin's forehead. The drop of blood slowly seeped into the crystal core embedded on its head. A magic circle immediately appeared on the center of the Qilin's forehead. Xing Yu quickly snapped a photo as proof that the contract was complete and sent it to Shangguan Lan so she would not reclaim the Qilin later. After finishing everything, he jumped onto the Qilin's back and told it to take him back to Longan City because he had an appointment with Lu Jin the next day. The Qilin instantly accelerated and shot forward. At first, Xing Yu remained surprisingly calm while riding on its back, but the terrifying speed quickly turned his face pale, and he clung on desperately while begging the Qilin to slow down before he threw up. Back in Longan City, Xing Yu arrived at the busy street where they had agreed to meet. Seeing it was almost 10 o'clock, he guessed Lu Jin would arrive any minute. Just then, the clock tower rang. The flock of pigeons nearby suddenly took flight in panic. Lu Jin hurried over and apologized right away for making Xing Yu wait. Xing Yu smiled and said he had only just arrived, so it was no problem. To Xing Yu, Lu Jin was still as beautiful as ever. He felt underdressed, but she only smiled as she accepted the drink from him. Just that brief touch made Xing Yu's heart race. Lu Jin linked her arm with his and said she liked him, not his clothes. Xing Yu blushed and stammered as he asked if she wanted popcorn before the movie. Lu Jin gently said she would follow his lead. The two of them walked into the theater together. Once the movie started, Xing Yu kept sneaking glances at the girl beside him. His face turned bright red from embarrassment. His eyes lingered on Lu Jin's soft lips. Feeling his stare, she shyly asked if there was something on her face. Xing Yu quietly shook his head. He slowly reached his arm behind her and rested it on the back of her seat. Then he gently pulled Lu Jin into his embrace. Suddenly, she asked what he would think of first if they faced real danger. Xing Yu said he would probably just hope to stay alive. But Lu Jin softly shook her head because that was not her answer. She confessed that when she heard Xing Yu was in danger on Spirit Snake Island, all she wished for was to be by his side, even if they had to sink beneath the sea together. Hearing those words, Xing Yu blushed deeply and softly called her name. He hugged Lu Jin close, gently kissed her, then quietly apologized. Lu Jin slowly relaxed her grip and stopped resisting. Yang Shuo, sitting behind them, could only worry as he silently reminded his little sister to be careful since other people were still in the theater. He was even about to interrupt them. But the moment he turned to the person beside him, he immediately noticed she looked extremely upset. A chilling aura spread around her, making the whole atmosphere heavy. Someone was clearly jealous this time. Yang Shuo glanced farther back and spotted several familiar faces. Shangguan Chan was quietly watching from among them. Realizing how delicate the situation was, Yang Shuo decided staying silent was the safest choice. Just as the kiss deepened, Xing Yu's phone suddenly vibrated. Annoyed, he pulled it out and cursed whoever dared call at a time like this. But the moment he saw the caller ID, his expression changed because it was the Empress. As soon as the call connected, the Empress, assigned an urgent mission, a sea beast capable of creating tsunamis, was heading toward Yuguan Island, and Xing Yu accepted the order without hesitation. After hearing the mission, Xin Xin immediately asked where the Yuguan Island mentioned by the Empress was. Without wasting any time, the two left the theater and boarded a ship bound for the open sea. On the way, Xin Xin explained that Yuguan Island was where she and her older brother grew up, their second hometown. Village Chief Li treated them like family and often grilled fish for them. She could not hide her worry. The beast itself was not too powerful, but the tsunami it created was the real threat, and many elderly villagers still refused to leave. Xing Yu assured her he would protect everyone. Murong Jin walked over and praised Xing Yu's spirit before saying they were about to reach Yuguan Island. He asked if Xing Yu was confident enough to face an Emperor TA monster. If not, he would handle it while Xing Yu provided support. Xing Yu remained completely confident. With the Eye of Destruction in his possession, he refused to believe a mere sea beast could run wild in human territory. He also saw this as the perfect chance to impress Lu Jin. Seeing his confidence, Murong Jin took charge of evacuating the villagers and told Xing Yu not to disappoint him. Xing Yu immediately nodded. At that moment, the deep sea began to churn violently. A gigantic octopus slowly rose from beneath the waves. The warships immediately opened fire on the monster. The octopus opened its blood-red eyes and glared ahead with murderous intent. Explosions echoed one after another, shaking the sea without end. Standing on the deck, Xing Yu loudly taunted the octopus and called it a disgusting monster. He even declared that if it kept resisting, he would chop off every tentacle and grill them. Furious at the insult, the giant octopus lashed out, sending massive waves crashing across the sea. Xing Yu smiled to himself, because provoking the enemy still worked on every living creature. He immediately ordered the warship to change course. At the same time, he instructed the entire fleet to keep a safe distance from the monster. After judging the distance, Xing Yu realized that if they failed to stop it here, it would return to attack Yuguan Island. He shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Every cannon immediately locked onto the target. A barrage of shells blasted straight toward the giant octopus. Relentless firepower rained down across its massive body. Under the non-stop assault, the monster's eyes grew even more savage as it sought to destroy everything ahead. Its giant tentacles rose into the air, sending towering waves across the sea. Xing Yu took a deep breath, knowing the real battle had finally begun. He immediately summoned a Long Gui and quickly boosted its power. Even a Long Gui looked cautious when facing the colossal octopus. Xing Yu calmly ordered it to unleash furious wave surge. Tremendous power gathered around a Long Gui's claws. A devastating torrent of energy crashed straight toward the target. The giant octopus was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming force. Following Xing Yu's command, a Long Gui launched a relentless chain of attacks. The octopus watched its opponent with wary eyes. Then it suddenly dove deep beneath the sea. The monster rapidly accelerated. It shot forward at incredible speed. Xing Yu immediately shouted another command. He ordered the octopus back into range and activated Ink Barrier Sea Lock. At the same time, he called for a Long Gui to return at once and neutralize the danger. A Long Gui's body quickly split into countless glowing fragments. Its entire power was instantly recalled. Xing Yu gripped his weapon, shifted into his second form, Jade 3 Dragon Halberd, and wielded the golden trident. A dazzling beam of light suddenly burst forth from Yuguan Island. Loudspeakers on the nearby boats repeatedly ordered everyone to evacuate because a tsunami was approaching, with priority given to the elderly, children, people with disabilities, and pregnant women. Murong Jin urgently urged Village Chief Li and the villagers to board the boats before disaster struck. But the old chief calmly replied that this was his home, and even if the island sank into the sea, he wanted to stay until the very end. Just then, a subordinate rushed over in panic and reported that the tsunami had appeared, instantly changing Murong Jin's expression. Staring at the towering wall of water, he feared Xing Yu had failed. Sin Sin immediately reminded her father to put everyone first and summon his beast companion for support, and he agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the distance, leaving Murong Jin stunned. It was Xing Yu floating high in the sky, his entire body shining like a star. Father and daughter stood frozen in shock as they realized Xing Yu had broken through to the Soul Ascension realm. A spinning spear blazed in his hand, trailing streams of fire. Xing Yu raised the spear high and gave a commanding order. He shouted for everyone to fall back while he alone would stop the incoming power. Across from him, the giant octopus had fully entered battle mode. The spear shot forward at incredible speed. Tearing through the air, its tip closed in on the monster. Xing Yu switched to a Long Gui's second Sea Soul Beast form and launched another assault, refusing to let the enemy escape. The spear gradually transformed into a majestic dragon. The dragon locked onto its target without taking its eyes off the octopus. Xing Yu ordered it to charge, unleashing Poseidon's wrath combined with Dragon Pillar Sea to finish the battle. The dragon spread its wings as immense energy lit up the entire sky. Gray currents spiraled violently before converging into a single point. The dragon's claws came together as if forming a sacred seal. Then countless blazing flames erupted from its body. Every flame streaked toward the giant octopus. Unable to withstand the attack, the monster's body exploded into countless fragments. As the battle ended, the thick black clouds overhead slowly dispersed. Bright sunlight once again bathed the land. Xing Yu slowly descended from the sky. His hair also returned to its original black color. Xin Xin immediately ran over, while Xing Yu smiled and asked Lu Jin if he had looked cool just now. She threw her arms around him and praised him without stopping, saying Xing Yu was unbelievably powerful. Murong Jin laughed with satisfaction, convinced he had chosen the perfect future son-in-law. The system announced the mission complete. Yuguan Island had been saved, the tsunami had been stopped, Xing Yu had earned the admiration of the entire navy, and he received Qing Xiao, a star rank increase, and the dragon egg incubation feather in the system inventory. Hearing the rewards, Xing Yu secretly celebrated because he could finally hatch the dragon egg. His achievement quickly spread across the headlines, praising him for single-handedly stopping the tsunami and saving Yuguan Island. The islanders even decided to build a statue in Xing Yu's honor. After that, Xing Yu from Qinglong Academy entered the palace to meet the empress. The empress welcomed him with a smile and immediately ordered a table and chair to be brought for him. The command left every official in the court stunned. Even Xing Yu was caught by surprise. When he finally saw the chair, he realized it was a golden throne. Zuo Zhongjin immediately stepped forward and argued that Xing Yu was too young to receive such great honors. Shangguan Lang turned to him and demanded to know what was so inappropriate. He pointed out that Xing Yu had earned great merit in Huangyan City, Yuguan Island, and even stopped a massive storm. None of the officials' descendants had achieved anything close. Hearing that, Zuo Zhongjin was left speechless. The ministers quietly whispered that the left strategist had served for 20 years without ever receiving a seat. It seemed the empress was deliberately putting him in his place. He secretly clenched his fists, swallowed his anger, and vowed to eliminate Xing Yu when the chance came. Returning to official business, Shangguan Lang asked Xing Yu if he remembered what would happen in half a month. Xing Yu respectfully answered that it was the Four Nations Martial Tournament. The event gathered the young geniuses of Long Kingdom, Chaema Empire, Ying Kingdom, and Li Kingdom. Only 4-star beast tamers under 21, without transcendent beast companions, could compete. The Empress confirmed it and instructed Xing Yu to first pass Qinglong Academy's internal selection. He accepted the order at once. Xing Yu then asked where the remaining tournament spots would go. Shangguan Lang explained that Xuanwu Academy had no suitable candidates, so the remaining places would be given to Baihu Academy and Zhuke Academy. After everything was settled, the Empress dismissed the court, and the officials respectfully took their leave. The moment Xing Yu stepped outside the hall, he was surrounded by officials eager to win his favor. Some praised him as a young hero, while others tried to introduce their daughters. Xing Yu politely excused himself by saying he was busy. Just then, Tiannan appeared to remind him about buying lightning element ore. Xing Yu immediately used his appointment with Lord Luo as an excuse to leave. After escaping the crowd, he finally let out a sigh of relief and thanked Lord Luo. However, Lord Luo admitted he also had something to discuss. Lord Luo explained that a fortune teller once said his daughter possessed a fate that brought great fortune to her husband. Before he could continue, Xing Yu hurriedly refused, saying Mu General would surely strangle him if he became Lord Luo's son-in-law. At the same time, the scene shifted to the Xie family's mansion. The siblings were having dinner, but Xie Lian looked deeply worried. Mian An casually mentioned that the family doctor had found problems with her menstrual cycle. Hearing that, Xie Lian panicked and nervously asked if it was something serious. Her older brother sternly reminded her that the Xi family was about to carry out a major plan, so she had to stay healthy and not interfere with it. After saying that, he placed a piece of beef into her bowl. Xie Lian quietly accepted it and thanked him. Deep down, she wondered if this so-called major plan was actually a rebellion, and whether she would become a burden to the entire family. At that moment, all Xie Lian wanted was to escape as soon as possible. Back at the palace, Xiangguan Chan curiously asked how Xing Yu had convinced the Jade Kilin to willingly form a blood contract with him. Xing Yu smiled and said it was only a blood contract, nothing special, and anyone could do it. Xiangguan Chan could only roll her eyes at his shameless bragging. She then asked if he planned to join the Four Nations martial tournament. Xing Yu nodded before wondering why Long Kingdom had finished as runner-up for 3 straight years, despite having so many talented youths. Xiangguan Chan explained that the Che-Ma Empire also had countless geniuses like Xing Yu, but the frightening part was that they were willing to sacrifice everything. Xing Yu still did not understand because he was not afraid of taking risks. She asked whether he could truly sacrifice the beast companions he had raised with care, sending them to perish alongside the enemy and even trading away their futures and lives. Just imagining such a scene made Xing Yu feel he would lose his mind. Xiangguan Chan said that was the greatest difference. To the people of the Che-Ma Empire, beast companions were merely weapons of war, not partners, so they would always go further than anyone else. She believed Xing Yu had the strength to fight for the championship, but she was not sure he could both win and keep every beast companion safe. No matter the outcome, she said she would not blame him. Even so, Xing Yu firmly declared that none of his beast companions would be harmed, and he would definitely bring the championship back to Long Kingdom. Hearing his determined promise, Xiangguan Chan finally felt relieved and hoped he would make it come true so she and her mother could hold their heads high. A moment later, the scene shifted to the busy streets of Longyin City. Yang Shuo had been waiting for a while, checking the time and worrying Xing Yu would not make it back from the imperial capital. Han Han invited him to sign up for the 3-star Beast Tamer exam next month, but Yang Shuo simply said any time was fine. Right then, Xing Yu rushed in on the Jade Kilin at an unbelievable speed, shocking everyone. Yang Shuo could only yell for him to slow down. The Jade Kilin slammed on the brakes, and Xing Yu almost fell to the ground. He quickly apologized for being late, while Yang Shuo urged everyone to leave, since they had only been waiting for him. Yang Shuo brought up the Four Nations martial tournament again. Xing Yu sighed because everyone kept asking the same question. Han Han explained that almost no one in their age group could match him anymore. Yang Shuo handed Xing Yu his phone to show the hot news that Luo Yuanqing from White Tiger Academy had secured a spot in the tournament. The name sounded very familiar to Xing Yu. Yang Shuo suddenly blushed and declared he had fallen for Miss Luo at first sight. Han Han instantly exposed him, saying she was already the 183rd girl he had a crush on. Yang Shuo insisted he was loyal in love, but Han Han kept teasing that if he ever settled down, it would only be because he had finally found the prettiest girl. Only then did Xing Yu remember that Luo Yuanqing was Luo Tianan's daughter. He could not help thinking that someone as serious as Luo Tianan actually had such a beautiful daughter. He even felt a little regret for turning down the man's offer before. Soon, the group entered the food district. There, Xing Yu overheard people talking about Xie Yan passing the 4-star Beast Tamer exam. Everyone was amazed by how fast he had advanced. Xing Yu immediately became suspicious because, in his opinion, Xie Yan was only at the 3-star level. He guessed the man had probably used dirty tricks or forbidden drugs to qualify for the tournament. That night, the scene shifted to another house. Ruan An raised a glass to congratulate Yun Yue for passing the 4-star exam, while Yun Yue humbly said he had only been lucky. After a few drinks, Ruan An asked if Yun Yue would join Azure Dragon Academy's internal selection. Yun Yue firmly said he would, because he wanted to win glory for his country. As he said that, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Ruan An then mentioned that even first-year student Xing Yu would be competing, and his strength was no joke. Yun Yue calmly replied that if he lost, it would only prove he was not good enough. There was nothing to complain about. Ruan An changed his approach and asked if Yun Yue really did not want to impress the girl he liked. Yun Yue immediately asked what he meant. Ruan An bluntly said he knew Yun Yue had always secretly liked a junior girl. If he lost to Xing Yu, what would she think of him? Those words left Yun Yue speechless. Seeing that, Ruan An immediately said he had a way to turn things around. Meanwhile, in another classroom, a girl walked in, introduced herself as Ye Tianmeng, and hoped everyone would take care of her. The entire class instantly buzzed over her adorable looks. The boys rushed to introduce themselves, flirted with her, and shamelessly tried to win her over. Yi Tianmeng smiled and said she was not here to sit anywhere. She wanted to be Xing Yu's deskmate. The whole class immediately turned to Xing Yu, with eyes full of envy. Xing Yu had no choice but to explain that they had known each other before, but that only made everyone complain that all the good luck always landed on him. When class started, Tianmeng quietly invited Xing Yu out for food, but he reminded her it was still early and they should study first. She brought up how he once said skipping class was fine, forcing Xing Yu to quickly cover her mouth. Suddenly remembering something important, Xing Yu asked if Tianmeng's family was easy to get along with. She replied that she had a lot of brothers and sisters. Tianmeng introduced them one by one, from her eldest brother Yi Feng, who once chased after a teacher, to her second brother Yi Fan, who was not a beast tamer, but had incredible sword skills, and another brother who only loved gaming but still won awards. Just as she was about to introduce her fourth sister, Ye Shuangning, Xing Yu cut her off and said he only wanted to hear about her. Tianmeng smiled and said her sister was very easygoing. Soon, the scene shifted to a forest, where the Purple Nether Phoenix King immediately unleashed Purple Star Phoenix Flame after receiving an order. Xing Yu swiftly dodged the attack, then helplessly asked Tianmeng if this was the kind sister she had just mentioned, because she attacked the moment they met. Tianmeng could only hide behind a tree and quietly admit that it really was her. Yi Shuangning stepped forward and accused Xing Yu of kidnapping her little sister. Xing Yu immediately denied it and even threatened to sue her for false accusations. Shuangning stopped arguing and ordered the Purple Nether Phoenix King to stop holding back and teach Xing Yu a lesson. The Purple Nether Phoenix King soared into the sky as purple flames engulfed its body with overwhelming pressure. Xing Yu instantly summoned Haifeng to face the Pureblood Phoenix, a first-stage Beast King. The moment Haifeng appeared, it unleashed Hellfire Lotus. The two powerful attacks collided head-on in midair. After the clash, Haifeng was forced backward. Xing Yu panted as he admitted that Yi Shuangning truly was a rare genius, already close to becoming a 6-star beast tamer. Just as both sides prepared to continue fighting, Tianmeng rushed out to stop them, but Shuangning loudly called her sister's name. Tianmeng quickly explained that Xing Yu had taken her in after she ran away from home, and had even cured her fear of magical beasts. Yang Ying stepped forward to confirm it, and asked Tianmeng if the condition was really gone. She replied that Azure Dragon Academy would never have accepted her otherwise. Hearing that, Yang Ying sincerely apologized for the misunderstanding. Tianmeng smiled, and said it was only a small misunderstanding that had now been cleared up. Shuangning noticed the injuries on Tianmeng and felt guilty, saying she would make up for them. Xing Yu curiously asked how she planned to do that. Shuangning calmly replied that one arm would repay another. She then actually injured her own arm. Xing Yu was shocked and quickly stopped her, saying there was no need to go that far. He grabbed Shuangning's injured arm. Xing Yu immediately activated his healing ability. A strange energy instantly flowed from her body into Xing Yu. Even Shuangning's expression changed as a sudden wave of pain hit her. Xing Yu suddenly remembered something extremely important. The two stared at each other and almost spoke at the same time. Images of platinum blood and the red feather phoenix flashed through both of their minds. They both came up with the exact same question. They asked each other in perfect unison, "Who are you really?" When they came back to their senses, Xing Yu and Shuangning were still pointing at each other. Tianmeng hurriedly explained that this was their first meeting. One was her sister Yi Shuangning, and the other was brother Xing Yu. She had no idea why they were acting like they had suddenly lost their memories. After hearing that, Xing Yu calmly said nothing was wrong. But Shuangning kept wondering if what she had just seen was only an illusion, or if that mysterious man was truly connected to Xing Yu. Xing Yu was just as confused. The image of a woman identical to Yi Shuangning and countless sharp feathers kept flashing through his mind, filling him with pain and an unexplainable fear. It seemed he could only investigate it later. Tianmeng gratefully thanked Xing Yu for curing her fear of magical beasts and called him the benefactor of the Yi family. Shuangning also asked Xing Yu to heal her injuries. Xing Yu summoned Xiaomin, and the tiny creature immediately wrapped itself around his neck. With one glance, Shuangning recognized it as Tianhu Niang, an ancient plant-type beast with the illusion god bloodline. Even Xing Yu praised her sharp eyesight. To express her gratitude, Shuangning gave Xing Yu a Phoenix Gold card from the Yi Group, allowing him to shop for free at every store under the company. Xing Yu was stunned and repeatedly refused such a valuable gift. Shuangning insisted on giving him the card anyway, saying it was only a small token from the Yi family. She also told him to come to her if he ever needed help, because she would do everything she could. Xing Yu accepted it and thanked his senior. He could not help thinking that if this were a martial arts story, she would definitely be the legendary senior sister every protagonist fell for. When Shuangning suddenly started coughing non-stop, Xing Yu guessed she was suffering from a health problem. With that thought, he immediately activated his heavenly eye for a closer look. Through the heavenly eye, Xing Yu discovered that the Purple Nether Phoenix King possessed the SS rank Purple Star Heavenly Flame. Although it was fire, it carried a bone-chilling cold from the depths of the universe and quietly invaded the beast tamer's body through the bloodline. That mysterious power had likely created Shuangning's extreme yin physique. Xing Yu decided to study a cure first before telling her about it. The scene then shifted to the Azure Dragon Academy library. Yun Yue carefully looked over the rows of bookshelves. He remembered the librarian had recently reorganized everything, so the wood element combat technique he wanted was now on the third row, shelf 19. After noticing Xing Yu, Yun Yue felt he looked familiar and took the initiative to ask who he was. Xing Yu smiled and introduced himself to the senior. After hearing his name, Yun Yue immediately recognized who he was. He secretly thought that if he defeated Xing Yu, he could win Xin Xin's attention and even become the star of the martial tournament. Just then, someone called out from behind. Xin Xin happily brought the Nether Element combat skill manual Xing Yu had been searching for and urged him to head back with her. Xing Yu smiled and said he had just learned to cook spicy steamed fish and wanted to make it for her. Xin Xin also took out a scarf she had knitted herself and shyly admitted it was not very pretty. Xing Yu accepted it and said her sincerity was the most precious gift, and the scarf looked wonderful. Xin Xin beamed with joy and even asked again to make sure, filling the moment with warmth. Watching them leave together, Yunwei realized their bond was too strong and he should stop getting in the way. A small bottle of medicines was still in his hand. He knew it was meant for dirty tricks. In the end, Yunwei crushed the bottle and vowed never to use it. At a restaurant, Ruanan kept trying to change Yunyue's mind, but Yunyue insisted Xin Xin had never loved him. Xing Yu was both powerful and sincere with her, and that was enough. When Ruanan tried to speak again, Yunyue cut him off. He declared he would face Xing Yu fairly and never rely on underhanded tactics, before saying goodbye to his sworn brother and leaving. Ruanan could only watch him walk away. Right after that, Ruanan ordered Gui Kan Niang to begin Plan B. As soon as he finished speaking, Kan Niang immediately bowed and accepted the order. She also introduced a new partner. Although the newcomer was not very strong, they were highly ambitious and quickly greeted Ruanan. Ruanan coldly replied that he did not care who the newcomer was, as long as Yunyue was dealt with before the tournament. Kan Niang immediately accepted the mission and promised it would be completed. Ruanan secretly gritted his teeth, determined to strip Xing Yu of all his honor this time. The next morning, at a restaurant downtown, Xing Yu kept putting food on Xin Xin's plate and joked that she should eat more so their future baby would never go hungry. Xin Xin instantly blushed and scolded him, making Xing Yu quickly apologize and promise not to tease her like that again. Suddenly, Xing Yu turned his gaze behind him. He had just sensed the aura of a beast tamer. It was also an aura from the dark faction. Xing Yu immediately stepped outside to make a call. After leaving the restaurant, he quickly contacted the person he needed. On the other end, Du Ya was surprised and wondered if the Empress had given Xing Yu her number. She cleared her throat and prepared to answer. When she picked up, Du Ya deliberately spoke with a man's voice. As soon as she confirmed it was Xing Yu, he reported an urgent situation. Du Ya immediately told him to explain. Xing Yu said he had detected the aura of a dark beast tamer. Du Ya instantly became serious and asked again because this was no joking matter. Xing Yu confirmed he was completely certain. Du Ya told him to stay in contact and immediately prepared to leave. After hanging up, she put on her coat. Moments later, Du Ya had become the high priest of Hai Ming once again. She quietly complained about having to work overtime yet again. Meanwhile, Qinglong Academy remained as peaceful as ever. Yunyue, however, suddenly felt dizzy and assumed the drink he had shared with Ruanan earlier had been too strong. Just then, Kenxiang appeared behind him and asked if he was young Master Yunyue. He turned around, confirmed it, and asked who she was. She simply smiled, as if she had confirmed the right target. The next second, a hidden weapon shot straight toward Yunyue. He raised his hand in time to block it, and loudly demanded to know who she was and what she wanted. A rat was chewing on something in Kanxiang's palm. She sneered and said he still did not understand that her goal was to take his life. Today's target was Yunyue. Yunyue was shocked to discover that his berserk wolf battlemaster refused to respond to his summon. Only then did he remember the drinking session with Ruanan and realize everything had been arranged long ago. Yunyue instantly understood. It had all been a trap because the drink had clearly been tampered with. At that moment, a voice shouted for Xing Yu to make his move. Before Yunyue could understand what was happening, he suddenly heard a warning from behind. A needle-like object shot over and pierced straight into Yunyue's back. Only then did Wang Yan speak, pretending to apologize to Senior Yun. Turning around, Yunyue immediately accused Xing Yu of orchestrating everything and demanded to know why he had targeted him. Wang Yan pulled his hand back, gave a cold apology, and reminded everyone there was only one spot for the internal qualifier. He admitted he wanted victory so badly that he could not allow any unexpected variables. Yunyue immediately fled, while shouting that he would report Xing Yu to the Academy Council. The two masterminds watched with smug smiles as their plan unfolded perfectly. Meanwhile, Xing Yu waited at the meeting spot, wondering why Yunyue had asked him to come. When he saw Yunyue arrive looking completely exhausted, Xing Yu instantly sensed something was wrong. He rushed over to help, but Yunyue thought Xing Yu was chasing him to silence him forever. Hearing those words, Xing Yu had no idea what was going on. Yunyue angrily demanded to know why Xing Yu wanted him dead, while Xing Yu could only deny everything and insist he had never tried to harm him. Just then, Yunyue's body suddenly began to swell. Xing Yu was shocked when he realized it looked like Yunyue was about to explode. Without hesitation, he activated his divine eye to examine Yunyue. His vision revealed that Yunyue had already been poisoned. Xing Yu urgently told him to stay calm, because losing control of his emotions would cost him his life. Before he could finish, Yue exploded right in front of him. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere, covering Xingyu from head to toe. He stood frozen in shock as his entire body was soaked in blood. Xingyu slowly looked around. Chaos filled the scene before his eyes. Several nearby students turned pale with fear. A trembling female student screamed that someone had been murdered. Moments later, the crowd pointed straight at Xingyu and shouted that he was the killer, leaving him completely stunned. Not long afterward, Xingyu was taken to Huangjinsi for questioning. The judge's gavel echoed through the courtroom as the hearing began. Xiao Qing declared that Xingyu was suspected of intentionally murdering Yue at Qinglong Academy and ordered him to explain himself. Xingyu calmly insisted he was innocent and stated that the entire case had been carefully framed. Xiao Qing replied that Huangjinsi judged every case by justice and would never decide based on words alone. Whether Xingyu had been framed would depend entirely on the evidence. A USB drive was then connected to the display system. The screen showed footage of someone secretly stabbing a needle into Yu's back. Xingyu was stunned by the video. He immediately explained that the person in the footage was not him, and he was not even there when it happened. Xiao Qing admitted there were still many doubts, but Xingyu remained the prime suspect. After careful consideration, he struck the gavel and ordered Xingyu into temporary custody while the investigation continued. Just then, someone stood up from the audience. The representative of Qinglong Academy declared that everyone knew Xingyu's character and ability, that he had no motive to kill Yue, and objected to his detention before the truth was uncovered. Hearing those words of support, Xingyu was deeply moved because he never expected the academy head to trust him so completely. At that moment, Shangguan Qian entered with the Empress's decree, forcing even Xiao Qing to stand and salute. She announced that the Empress had personally taken over Xingyu's case, and he would be transferred to Yilan Palace for questioning. Xiao Qing immediately obeyed the decree and agreed to hand Xingyu over. Elsewhere, Ruyan took out her phone and decided she could not wait any longer, so she immediately contacted the Blaze leader. Inside Yilan Palace, Yue's father tearfully begged the Empress, saying Yue was his only son and that he would pay any price to make Xingyu pay with his life. The person standing beside Shangguanlan immediately shouted at him for showing disrespect before the Empress. However, Shangguanlan stopped the outburst, saying a father who had just lost his son could not escape his grief, then signaled the guard to step back. A messenger soon entered the hall to report that Xingyu had arrived under escort. Shangguanlan ordered them to bring Xingyu inside and told Elder Yun to confront him directly if he still had anything to say. Elder Yun immediately vowed to seek justice for Yue. Yunjin stared directly at Xingyu and repeatedly demanded to know what grudge his son had ever caused to deserve such a fate. Xingyu firmly denied the accusation again, insisting that Yue had not died by his hand. But Yunjin flew into a rage, pointed at the video, and claimed the evidence was undeniable. Xingyu gently urged him to endure his grief because the dead could never return. Those words only made Yunjin even angrier. He cried out that his son's body was not even left intact, so Xingyu had no right to tell him to stay calm. Just as the tension reached its peak, Xiezhong stepped forward and urged Elder Yun not to get carried away, saying he would handle the rest. After speaking, he slowly walked past Xingyu and headed straight toward Shangguanlan. A dark glint flashed across Xiezhong's eyes, revealing that he was about to make his move. Xingyu frowned at the newcomer as a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Xiezhong reported to the Empress that the death of Qinglong Academy student Yue had shaken the entire Long Kingdom. Everyone was watching the case, and if Xingyu was protected without a proper explanation, the authority of the throne would suffer. At that moment, Xingyu finally understood the entire scheme. He stared at Xiezhong and coldly accused him of setting the trap. Shangguanlan was also displeased and demanded to know what her advisor was trying to do. Xiezhong calmly replied that the problem had to be solved at its source, and in his eyes, that source was Xingyu. He then pointed directly at Xingyu and demanded that he pay with his life. Yunjin immediately knelt to thank Xiezhong for standing with his family. As the old man broke down and tried to step forward, Xingyu helped him up and said this was a burden he should bear. But deep down, Xingyu had already seen through Xiezhong's plan. The man was determined to have him killed today. Just then, Murongjin stepped in front of Xingyu and loudly declared that anyone who wanted to touch his son-in-law could come and try. He assured Yunjin that Xingyu was not the murderer. If he wanted revenge, he should find the real killer. Anyone who touched his son-in-law would face 3,000 naval troops. Yunjin immediately demanded to know who the real culprit was. Before the moment could settle, Meng Zhongguang, the president of the Royal Academy of Science, also arrived and staked his reputation on Xingyu's innocence. Xiezhong immediately mocked him, saying Meng Zhongguang had grown old and foolish enough to gamble away his honor. Meng Zhongguang exploded in anger, pointed straight at Xiezhong, and scolded him. He even reminded him that when he worked with Xiezhong's father, Xiezhong was not even qualified to interrupt. Soon after, Bei Xuan and Shen Nan also arrived. They challenged Xie Zhong's attitude, declared that their words still carried weight, even after leaving the Royal Academy of Science, and insisted that Xing Yu's life must be protected. The arrival of so many powerful figures left Xie Zhong completely stunned. He could hardly believe that both King Bei Xuan and King Zhen Nan had come to support Xing Yu. Even Shangguan Lan was puzzled and wondered why the Flame King wanted to protect this young man. The Flame King smiled and replied that Xing Yu had cured his granddaughter's fear of beast monsters, making him part of the Yi family. Only then did Xing Yu realize the old man before him was Yi Tianmeng's grandfather. Watching two kings and a general stand behind Xing Yu, Yunjin bitterly asked if that was why Xing Yu feared nothing. Xing Yu calmly replied that they had chosen to help him on their own, and that he had never asked for it. Just then, something unexpected happened. A bird suddenly flew into the hall. It landed on Shangguan Lan's hand, with a letter tied to its leg. She slowly untied it and began to read. After finishing the letter, Shangguan Lan's expression immediately softened into a smile. She declared that if all three were willing to guarantee Xing Yu's innocence, they could stand as his guarantors. For now, Xing Yu would be released. Yunjin was the first to object, painfully asking how his son's life would be accounted for and where the law had gone. Xie Zhong also spoke up, insisting that Xing Yu could never be released before the investigation was complete. Murong Jin immediately warned Xie Zhong that if he kept pushing the matter, he would station the navy outside the Xie residence for an extended exercise. Bei Xuan coldly added that if Xie Zhong continued causing trouble, the Xie family's backyard would become a training ground for the Mechanical Beast Tamer Corps. Faced with threats from both men, Xie Zhong was left speechless. Yunjin could only beg Xie Zhong to keep fighting for justice for his son, but in the end, Xie Zhong simply told him to leave. Before leaving, Xie Zhong shot Xing Yu a contemptuous look and warned that having three powerful figures protecting him would only make his death come sooner. Filled with guilt, Yunjin tearfully apologized to his son for being so powerless. If no one else would seek justice, then he would take revenge himself. Night fell, and moonlight blanketed the entire forest. Social media exploded with outrage after Xing Yu was released and allowed to stay in the competition. Countless people claimed the case had been covered up, even mocking that with two kings and one general backing you, murder had no consequences. An anonymous post quickly drew over 122,000 comments and nearly 300,000 followers. Xing Yu quietly read every single comment. Du Darren watched his reaction and asked if he was angry. Xing Yu calmly said he did not care, because those people were innocent civilians who had been misled. The ones who truly deserved his anger were the real killers. Xing Yu silently swore that he would clear his own name and win justice for Yun Yue by destroying the mastermind behind everything. Soon after, the official training camp began at Shenong Mountain. Yan Ran drove Xing Yu there herself and encouraged him, saying she believed Yun Yue was not killed by him and hoped the incident would not affect his exam. After getting out of the car, Xing Yu smiled and told the principal not to worry. He promised he would stay calm, but Yan Ran still could not hide her concern. Looking toward the mountains ahead, Xing Yu recalled the rumors that many powerful beasts lurked there, making deadly accidents far from rare. He quickly guessed this would be the perfect place for an ambush. As soon as he moved deeper into the forest, he spotted several enemies hiding behind the rocks. Without hesitation, he summoned the Thunder Jade Keelan. Right then, someone suddenly called Xing Yu's name, making him turn around. A massive claw suddenly crashed down from the sky to tear him apart, but a warning shout came just in time. The surprise attack struck nothing but empty air. The Thunder Jade Keelan immediately landed to protect its master. Standing before Xing Yu was a ferocious bone flame beast. Riding on its back was Yunjin. He roared that Xing Yu would pay with his life today for killing his son. Xing Yu calmly explained one last time that Yun Yue had never died by his hand, but Yunjin refused to listen and believed Xing Yu was still denying his crime. Blinded by rage, he ordered the Bone Flame Wolf King to kill Xing Yu and offer his blood to his son's spirit. In response, Xing Yu summoned his own beast, a Long Kun. The moment a Long Kun appeared, it released an overwhelming aura. It wasted no time and charged straight at its opponent. The Bone Flame Beast swung its arm to meet the attack. Only then did Yunjin realize it was an Ocean Beast Emperor, and he sneered that no wonder Xing Yu was so confident. Even so, Xing Yu urged him to stop because he did not want to kill a pitiful man. Yunjin laughed loudly, saying an ocean beast could never unleash its full strength deep in the forest. Besides, he had already prepared reinforcements. He turned and called for Can Niang to join the fight. She immediately stepped forward and accepted. Can Niang released a rat from her hand and ordered it to assist Yunjin. The rat leaped onto Yunjin's shoulder. It sank its teeth deep into his neck. As blood flowed, Yunjin's aura instantly surged. He let out a furious roar as his new power erupted. Seeing this, Xing Yu was shocked to realize Yunjin had allied himself with dark beast tamers. Yunjin coldly replied that as long as Xing Yu died, he did not care who he worked with. At the same time, Ken Niang stared greedily at Xing Yu and said that once she claimed his life, she would never have to worry about money again. The rat kept growing at an incredible speed. Within moments, it transformed into a gigantic monster standing on 2 legs. Xing Yu immediately realized he was facing 2 beast kings, and the situation had become extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a flock of birds appeared in the sky and rushed toward them. Standing atop Chuchong, Duya coldly called out Luosha sect ghost Can Niang, saying she had finally been forced into the open. Seeing the newcomer, Yunjin froze in shock because, just as expected, Can Niang had been exposed. Panic instantly spread across Can Niang's face. Xing Yu also greeted Duya, knowing he had finally arrived. Yunjin hurriedly begged for one more chance, promising to surrender in the capital after taking his revenge. But Duya simply ordered him to surrender now, saying that out of respect for a fellow colleague, he did not want to use excessive force. Yunjin grew even more furious, shouting that everyone sided with Xing Yu while no one cared about his son or his family. All he had ever wanted was revenge. Duya sternly rebuked him, saying the real murderer was standing right before his eyes, yet Yunjin still allowed himself to be used as someone else's pawn. Hearing that, Yunjin flinched and quickly turned around. He froze when he realized the mastermind behind everything was Can Niang. Knowing her plan was about to collapse, Can Niang decided to risk everything and kill Xing Yu at all costs. She immediately ordered her beast to attack. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through Yunjin's neck as the bite mark began to glow. Xing Yu's expression instantly changed. He realized the situation was out of control as Yunjin's eyes turned blood red and he completely lost his mind. Even his bone flame beast went berserk, its crimson eyes filled with killing intent. Duya charged forward without hesitation. His first target was the raging bone flame beast. The monster immediately slammed its massive body straight at him. Duya simply raised one hand and stopped it head-on. Xing Yu was stunned. That level of strength was simply unbelievable. A moment later, Duya ripped the bone flame beast's spine right out. His expression turned completely serious, with none of his usual calm left. He grabbed the massive spine and smashed it down onto the bone flame beast. Xing Yu was speechless. He wondered how Duya's body could be this powerful. Could he possess an ability similar to a 9-star beast tamer? The system immediately replied that it still could not determine the answer. Duya turned and looked directly at Xing Yu, who had been watching closely. He asked what Xing Yu was thinking about. Xing Yu gave an awkward smile and changed the subject, asking where Duya's own beast was. Duya simply replied that the fewer people who knew about his beast, the safer he would be. Meanwhile, Can Niang immediately ordered a counterattack. She told her subordinate to ignore the beasts and send the ghost eye rat straight at Hai Ming High Priest. The rat obeyed and rushed directly toward Duya. Duya calmly tightened his grip on the giant bone in his hand. Then he hurled it with all his strength. The bone pierced straight through the rat's body in a single strike. Can Niang was so horrified that she could not say a word. Trembling, she asked Duya if he was a 9-star beast tamer because that strength was beyond human. Even after being captured, Can Niang sneered and said assassins like them never carried antidotes. She declared that no one would ever pry any secrets from her. Despite being captured, Can Niang remained completely uncooperative. Duya ended her life without hesitation, sending blood spraying everywhere. Xing Yu thanked Duya, then looked at Yunjin and realized the old man was the last remaining lead in the case. He slowly walked over to Yunjin. Yunjin begged for mercy, but Xing Yu cut him off, saying this was not over yet. Believing he was doomed, Yunjin accepted whatever fate Xing Yu decided. Xing Yu shook his head and said he did not want Yunjin's life. He wanted to know why the Luosha sect had killed Yun Yue and framed him. He told Yunjin to remember who Yun Yue had met before his death, who kept helping him afterward, and who introduced him to Chan Yang. Following those clues would reveal his son's true killer. Xing Yu's words suddenly made Yunjin remember someone. But before he could finish speaking, a sharp horn suddenly pierced through his chest. The sudden attack left Xing Yu stunned. Duya immediately turned toward the attacker. Before everyone's eyes, Yunjin convulsed in agony. Within moments he died, and standing behind him was Xiezhong. Duya frowned and demanded to know what Xiezhong was trying to do. Xiezhong calmly walked forward step by step. Floating behind him was a gigantic eye that radiated a terrifying dark aura. Xiezhong remained perfectly calm, as if everything had gone according to plan. Xing Yu immediately became wary of the newcomer. He recognized it as the Abyss Overlord, a Godslayer first-rank beast with divine mystic bloodline. Xiezhong smiled and explained that he had only stepped in because Xing Yu was in danger. After all, Xing Yu was a talent highly valued by the Empress. Duya immediately challenged him, asking when exactly he had seen Xing Yu in danger. Xiezhong pointed at the bone flame beast and said Yunjin had secretly raised this beast king to assassinate Xing Yu. Duya pressed further and asked how he had known about Yunjin's plan in advance. Xiezhong simply smiled and replied that with his status and abilities, investigating something like that was effortless. He then looked at Xing Yu and warned that both members of the Yun family were already dead. If the investigation continued, even more people would lose their lives. After hearing the threat, Xing Yu declared that he would investigate the case to the very end. Xie Zhong simply stared back with eyes full of killing intent. Xing Yu said his goal was to expose the mastermind, ruin his reputation, and make him pay for everything. Xie Zhong remained calm and asked if Xing Yu was accusing him. Xing Yu replied that the guilty could never hide forever and would eventually reveal a flaw. He believed that with enough patience, the real murderer would step into the open. Just then, Fu Ling arrived. She delivered the Empress's order, summoning all three of them to the Yelan Palace immediately. Xie Zhong nodded and said he would head there at once. Before leaving, he quietly glanced at one of his subordinates. Xing Yu and Du Ya exchanged a look, as if they both understood the meaning. After that, Xing Yu asked Du Ya to help arrange Yun Jin's funeral. Du Ya replied that the assassination involving the royal family was an extremely serious matter, and the Empress would make the final decision. He then asked Xing Yu what he thought about the connection between Xiezhong and the Luo sect. Xing Yu firmly stated his theory that Xiezhong was the leader of the Luo sect. Du Ya simply remarked that it was an incredibly bold theory. Afterward, the group returned to the imperial city. At the Yelan Palace, the three of them entered the main hall to meet the Empress. Shangguan said she already knew everything that had happened, and asked whether Yun Jin had revealed any important information before he died. Du Ya reported that they still had no new leads. Shangguan decided to officially close the Yun family case. At the same time, she acknowledged Xing Yu's contribution in uncovering the whereabouts of Ghost Can Niang, a key member of the Luo sect. The Empress then personally rewarded Xing Yu. Fu Ling brought over a treasure box as his reward. Inside were two extremely rare treasures. With just one glance, Xiezhong recognized them as the Thunderburst Bomb and the Dark Thunder Spirit Pool, two treasures capable of strengthening lightning beasts. Even though he still held a personal grudge, he had to admit that Xing Yu was truly a rare genius. Following Shangguan order, the four emperors were dismissed to rest. Their subordinates quickly dispersed, while matters continued at the Shi residence. Just then, a phone suddenly rang inside the mansion. Xiezhong answered, "Hello? Academy headmaster? What happened?" The caller politely asked, "Lord Shi, your son has missed several days of classes. Is he sick?" Xiezhong calmly explained that his son was perfectly healthy and was in secluded training to prepare for the martial tournament. Hearing that, the headmaster sighed in relief and remarked that receiving personal guidance from Lord Shi was truly a rare opportunity. They exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Xiezhong then headed straight to his son's room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ruan An curled up on the bed, surrounded by trash and scattered belongings. The sight immediately irritated Xiezhong, and he yanked the blanket off him. Startled awake, Ronan shot upright in panic. Trembling, he cried, "Dad, I'm scared. What if Xing Yu uncovers the truth? What should I do now?" Xiezhong hugged his son and reassured him, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will ever lay a finger on you." Although he comforted him on the outside, Xiezhong secretly looked down on his son's cowardice, thinking the boy was incredibly lucky to have been born into this family. He even thought to himself that it would have been far better if Xing Yu had been his own son.